The man awakened the hidden class, Gunslinger, only to be met with the heartless ridicule of his classmates, for the Gunslinger was considered the most useless class. The degree of pay-to-win required for this class was terrifying, although gunslingers were incredibly powerful in the late game, possessing overwhelming firepower that left enemies with nowhere to hide. There had only ever been one gunslinger in the entire Dragon Federation to achieve job advancement. This had become a consensus among everyone. Just as he was about to give up entirely, a system voice suddenly echoed in his mind, "Congratulations to the host for awakening the Weapon Master system. You have obtained the God-tier elemental talent, Infinite Ammo." Chapter 1 Class Gunslinger Weapon Master System. Wu Awakening Main Battle Class Knight. Jane, awakened a Life-type class, Chef. Lin awakening Fail. As the solemn voices rang out one after another, the high school seniors standing beneath the awakening formation were filled with a mix of emotions. Chen couldn't help but feel nervous as well. Every year on this day, high school seniors undergo their class awakening. As a transmigrator who has lived here for 3 years, he has gained a sufficient understanding of this world and class awakening. This is a world integrated with elements similar to online games, where ghosts and monsters roam everywhere. Once people undergo class awakening, they can gain EXP by clearing dungeons, conquering secret realms, joining battlefields, and killing monsters in the wild. They then use that EXP to level up, acquire skills, and enhance their equipment as well as their own stats. Every year during their senior year of high school, people undergo class awakening. There are countless classes for awakeners, but they are categorized into only 3 main types: combat, support, and lifestyle. The success rate of class awakening is not 100% if one is not blessed by fate and fails the awakening. It means they will achieve nothing in life. Among the 3 major categories, combat classes are the most sought after, followed by support classes, while lifestyle classes are considered the least desirable. Combat classes include the common staples such as mages, warriors, and assassins. Support classes consist of priests, beast tamers, formation masters, and others. Life classes are those that appear more closely related to daily life, such as chefs, herbalists, and miners. In Chen's view, there are no worst classes, only worst players. The awakened class merely determines the starting point. Chen took a deep breath. In this world, strength is respected, and reality is harsh. He was also feeling very nervous deep down. In the tense atmosphere, it was soon Chen's turn. Chen adjusted his mindset and strode into the formation of the awakening stone. He placed his right hand on the awakening stone, and immediately, it burst forth with 5-colored light. A few seconds later, the result finally emerged. Chen, awakened as a combat-type hidden class, Gunslinger. Chen froze upon hearing that deep, resonant voice. It was as if he were doubting his own ears. Everyone present couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Chen. A combat-oriented hidden class? Doesn't that mean he's reached the top in a single bound? Reached the top? Are you joking? Is Gunslinger even a class meant for humans? Go check the class encyclopedia yourself. I remember in the class encyclopedia, the evaluation of the Gunslinger was exceptionally poor. Many students began to discuss it one after another. On the high platform, the principal and school leaders were initially so startled by the mention of Gunslinger that they stood up. However, they quickly seemed to calm down and sat back down. A hidden class? I thought our number 1 high school was finally going to make a comeback, but it turns out to be a false alarm. Yeah. The odds of awakening a hidden class are pathetically low. Only 2 or 3 people in the entire city manage it each year. But the Gunslinger is the most screwed up of all the hidden classes. You'd be better off awakening a common support class. Sigh. All that excitement for nothing. It turned out to be the most useless class. The leaders all wore expressions of disappointment. Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew the Gunslinger class all too well. As a class that becomes terrifyingly powerful in the late game, it possesses overwhelming fire coverage and sustained output, leaving enemies with nowhere to hide. After awakening advanced weaponry and equipping sufficient ammunition, one can leverage an incredibly terrifying output range to deny enemies any chance of fighting back. Unfortunately, this class is exceptionally difficult for any faction to cultivate, as the required level of investment is truly staggering. For a gunslinger to guarantee their damage output, they require awakened weapons and an ample supply of ammunition. Awakened weapons can be obtained through leveling, but their subsequent maintenance incurs significant costs. As for ammunition, its manufacturing cost in today's world is prohibitively expensive. Furthermore, ammunition is often crafted from durable materials such as monster teeth, bones, and various metals. A single round often costs at least a year's worth of living expenses for an average high school student, and as the ammunition's power increases, so does its price. Take a Gatling gun, for example. A single burst fires hundreds or even thousands of rounds. It is quite literally burning through money. The financial demands of a gunslinger are far beyond what an ordinary person can endure. In the entire Dragon Federation, only one gunslinger has ever achieved job advancement, but after that milestone, their progress remained permanently stalled. Through these observations, a consensus seemed to have been reached. Even by pooling the resources of an entire clan, it was impossible to cultivate a truly late-game gunslinger. Consequently, many believed that the 10 hidden classes should be referred to as the 9 hidden classes. The gunslinger should have been struck from the list long ago. Chen, who could not rely on family support to begin with, was only slightly better off than those who had failed their awakening. After all, he still held the title of one of the 10 hidden classes. I see. I thought awakening as one of the 10 hidden classes would be something incredible, but is that all there is to it? Ha ha. I remember now. The gunslinger is totally useless. You can't even play the class without money. It's practically the same as not having an awakening at all. Even the top student has his bad days. He finally managed to awaken a hidden class, only for it to be such a trash class. It's just a pity. Chen was the top of the school every year, but in the end, how did he end up awakening such a useless class? Some students overheard the conversation among the high-level officials and began to gossip amongst themselves. Some gloated over his misfortune, while others felt a sense of regret for Chen. Chen slowly walked back to his class's formation. Facing the various gazes directed at him, he gradually came to terms with the situation. The awakening class was not something he could decide for himself. It didn't matter anymore, he would just take it one step at a time. Having accepted reality, he opened his stats and took a look. Name, Chen. Class Gunslinger. Level 1, 0th advancement. Strength, 10 increases defense and recovery. Agility, 20 increases movement speed, attack speed, and critical rate. Intelligence, 10 increases spell damage and spell critical rate. Weapon, none. Ammo, none. Description: Gunslinger, a long-range strike unit. Wherever its firepower blankets, nothing survives. After reading this, Chen could only manage a series of bitter smiles. The description sounded impressive enough, but what was the point? It was still a trash tier class. Just as Chen was worrying about his future, a cold, mechanical female voice rang out in his mind. Host Awakening Weapon Master System. Finally, the long-awaited perk of being a transmigrator has finally arrived. Chen was so excited he nearly jumped for joy on the spot. However, he managed to restrain his emotions and quickly delved his consciousness into the system. System, introduce yourself. Ding. Weapon Master System. Once the host reaches the corresponding level, new weapons and ammunition can be unlocked. As the level increases, the unlocked weapons and ammunition will become increasingly powerful. Chapter 2, Comparing with the School Bell? In other words, as the level increases, weapons such as the Gatling gun, fire cannon, and rocket launcher can be unlocked. According to the description of the gunslinger, one can even unlock heavy tanks, cruisers, aircraft carriers, and more in the later stages. The most terrifying aspect is the upgrade of ammunition. In addition to unlocking more powerful bullets, one can also unlock weapons like hand grenades and incendiary bombs. In the later stages, one can even unlock devastating weapons such as heavy thermobaric bombs, Tsar bombs, nuclear bombs, and neutron bombs. Are mages impressive enough? A single blazing explosion can cause massive casualties, but in the face of a gunslinger's weapons of mass destruction, they aren't even worth mentioning. No matter which type of bomb is thrown, who could possibly escape? At this thought, even Chen couldn't help but gasp. The more he dwelled on it, the more thrilling it became. This is freaking intense. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving the starter pack. Open now? A starter pack too? How thoughtful. Open it. Open it. Chen was impatient. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received Steel Core Bullets Infinite Use Once Loaded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received one of each type of primary weapon. Hearing the system notification, Chen quickly checked his weapons and ammunition on the stats page. All types of weapons and ammunition have been successfully credited. The weapons included a sidearm revolver, an AK automatic rifle, an MP5 submachine gun, a shotgun, and more. What excited Chen the most, however, was the unlimited supply of steel core bullets. With an unlimited supply, there would be no need to worry about consumption issues, effectively solving the biggest problem facing the Gunslinger class. No longer needing to spend a fortune, one can fire away at will. Steel core bullets are projectiles featuring a steel core and a jacket covered in plated steel. They possess high penetrative capabilities and immense piercing power. Compared to the bullets in this world crafted from teeth and bone, their power is many times greater. Furthermore, in terms of craftsmanship, the two are simply incomparable. They are on entirely different levels. Chen glanced over the descriptions of the other weapons. AK Assault Rifle, known as the King of Rifles and the best entry-level rifle for beginners. Its damage output is determined by the caliber of the ammunition used. MP5 Submachine Gun offers superior performance with high firing accuracy. Its damage output is determined by the caliber of the ammunition used. RPK Machine Gun, a standard infantry weapon and a powerful tool for long-range fire support. Its damage output is determined by the caliber of the ammunition used. All weapons are immune to wear and tear. In other words, there was no need to worry about the wear and tear of these weapons at all, nor was there any need to consider maintenance costs. This perfectly resolved all the concerns of a gunslinger. Afterward, Chen spent some time communicating further with the system. For every 10 levels gained, a more powerful weapon could be unlocked, and he could choose which category of weapon to receive. That is to say, he would have to make a choice among categories such as machine guns, sniper rifles, and submachine guns. The first weapon unlock will also determine the future job advancement path for the class. Subsequent weapon unlocks will focus on the same weapon type. As of now, Chen has a soft spot for machine guns. Charging forward and spraying bullets, isn't that exactly the kind of bloody romance men dream of? In the future, there will also be opportunities to unlock weapons such as the Maxim heavy machine gun and the M134 Vulcan. My god! An elemental mage! An elemental mage, that's way too powerful. Once they level up, they'll be capable of world-shattering destruction. I heard that a god-level elemental mage can wipe out an entire city just by casting a single forbidden spell. As expected of one of our school's top 2 scholars. Even though the other one fell short, Snow, who ranked second, has truly stepped up. Just as Chen was examining the stats page in his mind, a burst of noise jolted him awake. At the same time, he saw the magic circle on the awakening stone emitting a dazzling light, which spread outward like a snow dragon. Only then did Chen realize that Snow, the school's second-ranked scholar, had awakened as an elemental mage, one of the top 10 hidden classes of the main combat category. The probability of awakening a hidden class is abysmally low, yet 2 students at number 1 high school achieved it today. However, Chen was the one who was overlooked. Snow returned to her class lineup with an icy expression, met by countless gazes of admiration. Everyone knew just how vast and promising Snow's future had become. Chen watched the scene with indifference. After all, it had nothing to do with him. Once everyone had finished their awakening, they returned to the main lecture hall. A total of 108 students from number 1 middle school underwent class awakening this time. Among them, 12 awakened main combat classes, including 2 hidden classes, 30 awakened support classes, and 48 awakened lifestyle classes. The remaining 38 students failed their class awakening. The school's senior management was very satisfied with these proportions. Principal Chin of number 1 middle school looked at all the senior students and nodded with gratification. He spoke loudly, "Students, the class awakening has officially concluded. Regardless of whether your awakening was successful or what class you have become, we must all continue to work hard. Students who failed their awakening can choose to learn artistic talents or technical trades. Those who succeeded must work hard to level up and improve their stats and skill proficiency. Tomorrow, the novice leveling dungeon of Nanjiang City will be open to all students. Students with combat or support classes can enter the dungeon for real combat leveling. Those with lifestyle classes need not worry, as the school has already prepared the life skills hall for you. Teachers have been assigned to instruct you in your specific lifestyle class skills. The grand exam will take place in 1 week. I hope every student achieves excellent results and gains admission to your dream higher education institution. Class awakening is the watershed of one's life, while the subsequent grand exam determines its ultimate direction. Prior to this, the school had already distributed information regarding the novice leveling dungeon to all students. In the dungeon, monsters are concentrated between levels 1 and 8. They are few in number and the difficulty is relatively low. However, it is much safer than the wilderness of Nanjiang. While one could consider leveling up in the wild, the wilderness harbors far too many unknown dangers. After school, Chen was preparing to head home alone, but he saw Snow quickly step forward to block his path. Seeing this from not far away, his best friend Yong said with a grin, "Great Mage Morong, what are you doing? Have you taken a fancy to our Chen?" Snow glanced at Yong and said coldly, "Get lost." All right. As a best friend, Yang acted quite disloyally and walked away, patting Chen on the shoulder before he left. It carried a distinct sense of every man for himself. Chen remained indifferent. Throughout his 3 years here, he had consistently ranked first in the entire school, while Snow held the second spot. As a result, the two were considered arch-rivals. However, Snow, who possessed both striking looks and an enviable figure, had always been resentful. Hailed as the school belle, she excelled in every aspect, yet she consistently fell short of Chen when it came to academic performance. Snow looked up at Chen, who stood a full head taller than her. She spoke with a sense of triumph, as if finally venting her frustrations. "This time, for the class awakening, I finally won." "Oh." Chen remained expressionless. "But since we are both hidden classes, do you dare to compete with me again during the grand exam?" Seeing how calm Chen remained, Snow asked him directly. Chapter 3, It's all about soloing. "Oh." Chen gave a casual reply, then bypassed Snow and walked away quickly. Snow stomped her feet in frustration. "I don't care, it's a deal. I'm finally going to beat you for once, and from now on, I'll always stay ahead of you to make up for the 3 years of humiliation I've endured." As a fellow top student, her sole ambition over the past 3 years had been to surpass Chen. Chen returned home, only to find the house empty. After preparing a simple meal, he gazed at the modest furnishings of the room and an old, weathered photograph. There were 3 people in the photo. Besides Chen, there was a slender woman and an elderly man whose face bore the marks of time. Bathed in the glow of the sunlight, the smiles of the 3 appeared exceptionally warm and heartening. This photo was taken before he transmigrated. He possessed all the memories of the original owner. He shared a profound bond with the 2 people in the photo. The elderly man was his maternal grandfather, and the woman was his young aunt, Mo. Although she was called his aunt, she was only 2 years older than Chen. Last year, his grandfather passed away from illness, and his aunt successfully gained admission to Huaqing Academy, leaving the house feeling cold and lonely. Chen was determined to get into Huaqing Academy. One reason was because of his aunt, and the other was that Huaqing Academy is one of the top institutions in the Dragon Federation. In the year of his aunt's grand exam, she was the only person in the entire city to be admitted to Huaqing. Originally, his aunt didn't want to attend Huaqing. She wanted to stay behind to take care of Chen. However, this was a matter concerning his aunt's future prospects. Chen understood the pros and cons. His aunt had already delayed her grand exam for a year to take care of his grandfather. He couldn't let his aunt be held back any longer. He spent every day working on his aunt's mindset, insisting he was perfectly capable of taking care of himself. Only then did she finally agree to Chen's wishes and leave for Huaqing. However, that departure meant she would be gone for at least 3 years. The mere thought of Huaqing filled Chen with a surging fighting spirit. He immediately pulled out the RPK machine gun and loaded it with steel core bullets. Holding the machine gun upright, he leaped directly into the courtyard. Immediately afterward, he began firing his gun into the air. Da-da-da-da-da. In an instant, dozens of bullets were all discharged. His body shuddered back and forth with the recoil of the machine gun. This is so damn satisfying. Holy crap! Which bastard is setting off crackers? It's almost night, are you out of your mind? You scared the life out of me. Who was that? I'm terrified. Can you even afford to compensate me for the shock? Damn it, have some civic decency. Are you trying to scare people to death? However, all that followed was a wave of verbal abuse. Following the cursing came a barrage of pots, pans, eggs, and vegetable leaves. Holy crap! Chen leaped up and sprinted toward the distance. He wanted to make sure no one would come looking for trouble. Even after putting some distance between himself and the scene, Chen still felt an intense surge of excitement. There was nothing quite like the thrill of firing a gun. Moreover, Chen touched the barrel of the machine gun. It was still ice cold to the touch. This meant there was no need to worry about the barrel overheating or bursting from thermal expansion. He could keep firing indefinitely and stop whenever he pleased. However, the most pressing matter at hand was still leveling up. After a full night's rest, he arrived at the school gates the following morning. A bus was waiting at the school entrance, ready to transport them to the location of the dungeon. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. The place was already crowded with people. Those participating in the dungeon were not just from Chen's Nanjiang No. 1 High School. All students from the school who had completed their class awakening as combat or support classes had arrived. There were 8 high schools in total across Nanjiang, with about 1,000 students having completed their class awakening, though the majority were in lifestyle classes. Only about 200 people had actually come to the dungeon. The school's senior administration began processing the dungeon entry procedures for the students. Several principals stood together, engaging in casual conversation. Old Sheen, your school did quite well this time. Awakening 2 hidden classes, even if one is a bit useless, such a result already looks down upon all of Nanjiang. Last year, your school produced Mo, who got into Huaqing Academy. This year, you'll surely get another one in. I'm dying of envy. It's been 3 years, and our school hasn't produced a single hidden class. Listening to Principal China's smug tone, he remarked, actually, there's a very high probability that Snow will get into Huaqing Academy. However, Chen is quite a pity. Mo is his aunt, and we originally expected him to be as outstanding as she is. But in the end, he awakened as a gunslinger, the most useless class. What a shame! As he spoke, he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret for Chen. Indeed, you used to praise this Chen to the high heavens. Fortunately, there's still Snow. As the eldest young lady of the Morong family, her future is limitless. Just as the principals were deep in their heated conversation, Yang patted Chen on the shoulder. Want to team up? Chen glanced at his best friend, who had awakened as a warlock, a support class. Although it was a support class, it was highly promising, capable of dealing damage while also buffing allies and debuffing enemies. No thanks. Chen, however, shook his head decisively. What? Looking down on me? I'm giving you a sincere invitation, and you're turning me down? Give me a reason. If it's not convincing, I'll make sure you regret it. Yang said, feigning anger. In truth, there wasn't a hint of rage on his face. He had long since grown accustomed to Chen being a loner. Suit yourself. Chen shrugged indifferently. Yang grew anxious and asked hurriedly, Big brother, Chen. I actually want to help you. But why on earth are you doing this? Chen said calmly, I don't need help. Soloing gives more EXP and lets me level up faster. Yang listened, completely bewildered. How do you know that? Chen glanced at him. That's what happens when you spend all of class sleeping. Yang still hadn't quite grasped the reasoning behind it. At that moment, Snow, who was standing nearby, spoke up, Chen is right. While grouping up makes killing monsters faster, the EXP has to be split equally. For example, in a two-person party, it only really makes sense if your killing efficiency increases by more than 100%, but that's almost impossible to achieve. According to the experience of the upperclassmen, dungeons below level 10 are best for soloing. Only the high difficulty ones above level 10 are suitable for grouping. Upon hearing this, Young finally understood. Principal Chin, who had rushed over, also overheard their conversation. He glanced at Chun with a look of considerable doubt. After a moment of thought, he said, "So, that means both you and Snow will be soloing?" Shen and Snow nodded simultaneously. "If you insist on soloing, safety comes first." As he spoke, Principal Chin's gaze lingered on Chen for a moment. This remark was clearly directed at Chen. He then looked back at the crowd and continued, "All combat classes must take a few support classes with them and form teams to grind EXP in the dungeons. Remember, high difficulty dungeons are impossible to clear without support. If you're unwilling to bring them along now, do you think support classes will be willing to go with you when you actually need them? Life doesn't work that way." Chapter 4, Testing One's Skills. Upon hearing this, Chen felt a wave of emotion. Support classes have low damage output, so their leveling process is extremely slow. However, once reaching higher levels, support classes become an indispensable presence. If you don't build good relationships with support classes or offer to carry them while leveling up, then don't blame high-level supports for ignoring you when you're desperately short of them for high-end dungeons. Many combat classes can be replaced by support classes, but most support classes cannot be replaced by combat classes. Principal, then why are Snow and Chen able to go soloing? Someone spoke up and asked. Principal Chin frowned slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "As for Snow, she is about to apply for Huaqing Academy and needs to level up quickly. She can only stay in the dungeon for 2 days before she must leave. As for Chen, I don't quite understand the combat power of his class. However, are there any students from the support classes willing to team up with him?" As soon as those words were spoken, the students in support classes stepped back without a moment's hesitation. In everyone's mind, the Gunslinger class was a money sink that certainly couldn't tank damage, and its damage output was an unknown variable. Teaming up with them wouldn't be nearly as comfortable as joining a warrior, a knight, or even a mage. In fact, they might just end up being deadweight. Principal Chin, I also plan to apply for Huaqing Academy, so I don't wish to join a team, Chen said at that moment, his expression calm and indifferent. Chun. Everyone was stunned by what they heard. A gunslinger actually wants to apply for Huaqing Academy? Even Chin was taken aback for a moment. Student Chen, I know you are excellent, but Huaqing Academy is truly difficult to get into. These words gave Chen plenty of face, but at the end of the day, it still came down to the belief that the Gunslinger class just wasn't good enough. How will I know if it's possible if I don't try? Chen spoke flatly. Chin took a breath, sensing Chen's determination. It's a good thing for young people to have some drive. Keep at it. The basic level requirement for Huaqing Academy is level 12. They select from students who have reached that mark, but reaching level 15 is much safer. Chen nodded. Chen already had a certain understanding of these matters. Mo was admitted to Huaqing Academy at level 17. But for ordinary classes, reaching level 12 within a single week is extremely difficult. As for level 15, it is practically hell mode difficulty. The maximum level of monsters in the dungeon is level 8. Relying on the dungeon to reach level 12 is simply impossible. As for killing wild monsters, it is a highly dangerous endeavor. Venturing into the wild to level up recklessly is almost synonymous with seeking death. Before long, many people had finished forming their teams. Most groups consisted of one combat class paired with 1 or 2 support classes. Yang's team included a knight and a prophet. With the 3 of them together, they had solid tanking and healing capabilities, and their damage output was decent. Before entering the dungeon, Snow looked at Chen and said, I'll see for myself just how fast a hidden class like yours can level up. But don't push yourself too hard, safety comes first. Chen simply nodded indifferently. Looking at Snow, who had her head tilted back, revealing her fair skin, she huffed in annoyance, Humph! Blockhead, I don't believe for a second you can level up faster than me. With that, she vanished into the dungeon like a puff of smoke. Chen followed suit and entered the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, what met the eye was a wilderness overgrown with wild grass. There was no sky above, only a faint, dim light. There were no monsters gathered at the entrance, providing a safe space for the novices to adapt, but the further they progressed, the more monsters appeared. The purpose of the dungeon's existence was to help these newcomers better acclimate to combat. Entering the dungeon for the first time, Chen was on high alert, focusing with absolute intensity. Chen found a small slope and surveyed the surroundings. Ahead, a red-eyed hound appeared, baring its teeth and sniffing around as if searching for food. Monster, red-eyed hound common. Level, 1. Strength, 15. Agility, 25. Intelligence, 5. Skill, bite. Description: a mutated dog with blood-red eyes, frenzied and ferocious. This monster's stats are even higher than a human's. Chen pulled out the RPK machine gun. It was time to test the weapon's true power. After flipping off the safety, he chambered around. Holding his breath and focusing his mind, he aimed at the target and pulled the trigger. Da-did-day-day-day. A rapid succession of gunfire erupted as tongues of flame spat from the barrel, accompanied by the billowing smoke of burning propellant. Holy crap, this is exhilarating! But I definitely need to get a better handle on this recoil. Chen exerted every ounce of his strength to keep the machine gun pressed down. Because of his low level, his stats weren't high enough to provide the raw strength needed to fully suppress the kickback. After leveling up a few more times, the recoil issue will be completely overcome. Damage values of 1 and 2 continuously floated above the red-eyed dog's head. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have dealt 1 point of damage to the red-eyed dog. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have dealt 2 points of damage to the red-eyed dog. Ding! The red-eyed dog has been attacked and is preparing to use the bite skill on the host. Ding! Congratulations, host, your shot on the red-eyed dog has triggered a knockback effect. A series of notifications chimed, leaving Chen momentarily stunned. A knockback effect on monsters? This meant that by relying on the impact of the bullets, there was a probability of pushing opponents back through physical force. However, Chen did not stop firing his machine gun. Da-did-day-day-day. A continuous stream of bullets poured out as the red-eyed dog charged desperately toward Chen. But every few steps, it was knocked back several paces by the machine gun's effect, making it look as if it were running in place. With infinite ammo, if the probability of this knockback effect held up, a single monster wouldn't be able to get close at all. Even if the probability dropped, Chen could compensate by increasing his rate of fire. Da-did-day. Time to let it rip. A machine gun is like a man's natural stimulant. As long as it's in hand, all fear is forgotten. Rat-tat-tat. The RPK machine gun kept outputting damage. Chen had grown accustomed to the weapon, and his firing rate had reached his ideal speed. He was firing roughly 500 rounds per minute. If you want to increase the upper limit, you'll need to improve your own stats. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a red-eyed dog. EXP plus 10. It's dead already? Chen felt unsatisfied. He hadn't had enough of the rapid-fire action yet. It had only been a few seconds and a monster was already dead. The efficiency of the machine gun was indeed incredibly high. A single level 1 monster provides 1% EXP, killing 100 of them would allow for a level up, meaning it won't take much time at all to reach level 2. Originally, Chen intended to stay in the dungeon for 2 days and leave after reaching level 8. From the looks of it now, it won't take 2 days at all. Chapter 5, 1000-meter range, slaying the field boss. After the battle concluded, he felt the heavy gun in his hands. The barrel remained cold and firm, as expected of a system-produced item. He then opened the weapon's stats panel. Weapon, PRK machine gun. Rate of fire, 600 rounds minute. Maximum effective range, 1000 meters. Trait, knockback effect. 1 steel core bullets. As long as I kill 100 red-eyed dogs, I can level up to level 2. In that case, let the slaughter begin. Day. Chen gripped the RPK machine gun and began firing wildly once again. A continuous stream of bullets erupted like a fire dragon, its dazzling light flooding the darkened land. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have killed a red-eyed dog and gained 10 EXP. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a red-eyed dog. You have gained 10 EXP. After more than 10 minutes of this slaughtering frenzy, his EXP had increased significantly. However, Chen was still not quite satisfied, feeling that the progress was still a bit too slow. Since the RPK machine gun has a knockback effect and infinite output, I might as well look for higher-level monsters. Chen made up his mind. Day. After gunning down a red-eyed dog in front of him, he looked toward a dense forest in the distance. That dense forest was home to many level 2 monsters. Shaking his arms to relax, he had just finished a burst of fire with the machine gun, but the massive recoil had left his muscles feeling sore and swollen. After loosening up his arms, he shouldered the machine gun and headed straight toward the dense forest. Just as he reached the edge of the woods, he encountered a mutated wolf. Its eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light, and its claws were as sharp as blades, giving it an exceptionally eerie appearance. Blood Wolf. Level 2. Strength 20. Agility 20. Intelligence 10. Description: a hungry wolf that goes into a frenzy at the sight of blood. Run fast, lest you become its next meal. Chen pulled the trigger without hesitation, his body jolting rhythmically with the rapid fire of the machine gun. Day. The fire dragon's bullets erupted in a dense, rapid-fire barrage. Ding! Congratulations, host. Damage dealt to the hungry wolf +1. Ding! The hungry wolf has been attacked and is preparing to use the pounce skill on the host. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your shots have triggered a knockback effect on the hungry wolf. The hungry wolf charged toward Chen like a madman, but faced with the dense hail of gunfire, no matter how much strength it exerted, it was repeatedly knocked back. Facing Chen, these monsters were nothing more than punching bags, utterly incapable of posing any real threat to him. Day. Another burst of gunfire followed, directly knocking the hungry wolf to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a hungry wolf. Level gap kill bonus, EXP +20. For Chen, the only difference between killing a level 1 monster and a level 2 monster was simply a few extra rounds of fire. Yet the EXP had doubled. Chen's EXP bar was now halfway full. Then let's keep going. The more Chen fired, the more exhilarated he became. He plunged back into the slaughter once again. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. Holding the RPK light machine gun, he continuously poured fire into the monsters. As time passed, Chen heard the notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have leveled up. Current level 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host, basic stats have increased by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 free stat point, which can be allocated freely. Chen took a deep breath. This was his first level up, but he had to restrain the excitement in his heart. After all, this was only the first step, and he was still far from level 15. The benefits of leveling up were indeed significant. All 3 major stats had increased by 1 point. As for the free stat point, Chen was in no hurry to allocate his points. According to textbook records, there was no need to rush during the early stages. It was best to wait until the class advancement. This was to avoid misallocating points and causing unnecessary waste. If one wanted to reset their points and reallocate them, they would have to pay an enormous price. Chen then prepared to resume his slaughter. But suddenly, the system's voice rang out once again. Ding! Warning, the host's mass slaughter of hungry wolves has enraged the field boss, the Wolf King. The Wolf King has locked onto the host and will catch up shortly. Chen frowned. He had triggered a field boss. According to the records in the books, normal monster grinding would never trigger a field boss. However, if the killing speed was so fast that the monster respawn rate couldn't keep up, the field boss would be triggered. Chen could feel the ground beginning to vibrate, and the commotion was growing louder and louder. He quickly leaped onto a large tree. With a quick glance, he spotted a massive creature, a blood-red wolf, lumbering toward his direction. Behind the Wolf King followed several smaller wolves. Once locked onto by this beast, the Wolf King would relentlessly hunt its target until they were dead, unless Chen left the dungeon. In that case, I'll start by giving you all a full clip. Chen gazed at the distant Wolf King, his eyes shimmering with excitement. The APK machine gun boasted a firing range of a full 1,000 meters anyway. With no need to worry about ammunition consumption, he decided to let it have a taste of lead first. He aimed the machine gun at one of the wolves, simultaneously viewing the creature's stats. Monster, Guard Wolf Elite Monster. Level, 2. Strength, 25. Agility, 29. Intelligence, 15. Description. As soon as the Wolf King entered firing range, it was greeted by a barrage of gunfire that resembled a dragon of fire. Awah! The wolves roared incessantly. However, a continuous stream of damage values appeared above one of the wolves. As Chen's level increased, the impact of recoil on him became smaller and smaller. Before the wolf could take more than a few steps, it collapsed with a heavy thud. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an elite monster. EXP plus 30. 30? Not bad at all. Chen was quite surprised. He hadn't expected an elite monster to yield so much EXP. However, Chen didn't idle. He immediately began firing at the other wolf pups. These pups were easily dispatched in no time. With the small fry dealt with, it was time for the boss. At this point, the range to the Wolf King was less than 500 meters. However, this distance was enough. Wolf King Field Boss. Level, 3. Strength, 45. Agility, 40. Intelligence, 20. Facing the high-stat Wolf King, Chen's expression turned solemn as he began to fire frantically. Through high-frequency fire, he simultaneously obstructed the Wolf King's advance and dealt damage to it. If one magazine wasn't enough, then two. If that still didn't work, then 100, or even 1,000. Just as the Wolf King was about to reach Chen, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. The notification sound rang out immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the boss Wolf King across levels. EXP plus 500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host, basic stats have increased by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 free stat point, which can be allocated freely. Chapter 6, Exaggerated Leveling Speed. As a flash of white light shimmered over his body, he leveled up once again. What surprised Chen was that there was a glowing object on the ground. In other words, equipment had dropped. Chen picked it up immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the equipment, Wolffang Gauntlets. The drop rate for equipment was already pitifully low. Common mobs wouldn't drop equipment at all. Only elite monsters and bosses had a tiny probability of dropping anything. Generally, if you wanted to farm equipment, you would either run dungeons or hunt field bosses. However, if there was someone in the party with a higher level than the boss or elite monster, the drop rate would be significantly reduced. Conversely, level gap killing could slightly increase the drop rate. Precisely because of this, the prices of equipment are extremely expensive. Even the lowest level white grade gear can still be sold for a significant price. There is another way to obtain equipment, gathering and selling materials to be crafted by life classes, but this method is even more costly. Chen couldn't wait to open the equipment stats page. Equipment Wolffang Gauntlets. Equipment level, 5. Class, no requirements. Strength, plus 6. Agility, plus 8. Intelligence, +6. Although it's just a piece of white tier gear, the stats are decent enough. It's suitable for early game progression and can be resold later once it's no longer needed. Immediately after, he equipped it into the equipment slot. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reaching level 3 and meeting the attribute requirements. You have obtained .308 rounds, .308 Winchester, gunpowder enhanced, bullet damage, 10 points. After leveling up and meeting the attribute requirements, he could even unlock new ammunition. Excitedly, Chen removed the previous steel core bullets and replaced them with the new .308 rounds. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully changing ammunition. The base bullet damage is now 10 points. Let's go test its power first. Carrying the RPK machine gun, Chen headed deeper into the dungeon. Now that he was level 3, there was no need to continue leveling up in the level 3 monster zone. He could fully challenge higher level monsters. Arriving at a lakeside, he found many level 5 monsters. Chen looked at a tusked wild boar and immediately checked its stats. Monster, black-skinned boar common. Level, 5. Strength, 31. Agility, 25. Intelligence, 13. Description: a violent wild boar, carnivorous, with thick skin and extremely sharp tusks. Loading and aiming, he pulled the trigger and fired wildly at the black-skinned wild boar. Da-did-day-day-day. 10. 20. 10. A long string of damage values appeared. Thud. In just a few seconds, the black-skinned wild boar collapsed heavily to the ground. With the bullets upgraded, their power had increased significantly. Previously, taking down a monster like this would have taken at least dozens of seconds. Now, it was dropped in a matter of seconds. Ding! Congratulations, host, for a level gap kill on a black-skinned wild boar. You have gained 50 EXP. Although the EXP bar required for leveling up had grown, and 50 points only accounted for 0.5%, the efficiency of his kills had improved tremendously. Level gap killing has become so effortless. Being a gunslinger is truly exhilarating. He unleashes a hail of bullets the moment he spots a monster. If outsiders saw this, they would likely be heartbroken by the waste, considering these bullets fetch a high price on the market. Yet Chen doesn't have to worry about ammunition at all. What followed was another round of intense slaughter. Da-did-day-day-day. Ding! Congratulations, host, for a level gap kill on a mutated cat. Plus 30 EXP. Ding! Congratulations, host, for a level gap kill on a black-skinned wild boar. Plus 50 EXP. Ding! Congratulations, host, for a level gap kill on a berserk rhino. Plus 50 EXP. In a matter of 5 or 6 seconds at most, another monster was riddled with bullets and killed by the machine gun. Chen's EXP continued to rise steadily along with it. At this rate, he could level up in 2 hours at most. For others, reaching level 3 on the first day would be considered a great achievement. The higher the level, the larger the EXP bar becomes, and the slower the leveling process gets. But Chen was different from them. For the others, reaching level 8 within a week would be more than enough. Level 8 is the threshold to apply for higher education institutions. However, if one aims for a top 100 university nationwide, level 9 or 10 is required. At this moment, outside the dungeon, several seniors were chatting casually while sipping tea. It was called small talk, but in reality, everyone was trying their best to flex subtly. I wonder what level the top student can reach on the first day. Hard to say, but the record for the highest level on day 1 is level 5, set by Qian Wanhao from our school. However, Mo from Old Qin School eventually tied that record. Old Qin, your student Snow has a chance to hit level 5 this year too. Your school is incredibly lucky. It's just a shame about that other hidden class. Qin took a deep breath and said, let's hope so. If she doesn't reach level 5, she can forget about Huaqing University. He began to ponder in his heart, I just don't know where this Chen gets the confidence to aim for Huaqing. Could he really create a miracle? Sigh, forget it, forget it. Even the Morong family can't afford to sustain a gunslinger, let alone the penniless Chen family. The dungeon is only open for 12 hours a day. Once the time is up, one is automatically ejected. Whether one can reach level 5 on the first day of grinding the dungeon represents whether they have a chance of being admitted to watching. Head of the Morong family? Just as Qin was lost in thought, a majestic aura approached. Looking in that direction, he hurriedly stood up to offer his greetings. The newcomer was none other than the head of the Morong family, Jean Snow's father. Jean didn't stand on ceremony, heading straight for an empty seat and sitting down. Greetings, principals. Today is my daughter's first day running a dungeon, so I've come to take a look. Jean's expression was resolute, yet his tone remained polite. I figured it was for your precious daughter. This girl of yours is truly remarkable. She even awakened as an elemental mage, one of the 10 great hidden classes. Qin said with a smile. That's all thanks to Principal Qin's care over these past 3 years. It's a pity I couldn't make it to Xiaoxue's awakening ceremony. Jean said with a touch of regret. As parents, they were eagerly looking forward to witnessing the glory of their children's awakening with their own eyes. Now it all depends on whether Snow can reach level 5 on the first day. If she wants to get into Huaqing University, this is a must. Qin continued. It shouldn't be a big problem. Even if her final results fall a bit short, I can always pull some strings. Jean said nonchalantly. Qin shook his head. That daughter of yours has an incredibly strong-willed personality. If she finds out you pulled strings, I'm afraid she'll cause quite a scene. Jean didn't dwell on the topic and shifted the conversation. I heard your school produced another hidden class. I wonder what class it is. Upon hearing this, Qin's face darkened. This was a sore point for him. After taking a breath, he said, Gunslinger. Gunslinger? The class known as invincible in the late game? Jean's expression tightened. Chapter 7, The Terror of the Gunslinger. Invincible in the late game? That's just a fairy tale. Who could actually afford to raise a gunslinger? It's a pity about Chen. He was always ranked first in the entire school. His aunt even got into Huaqing University back then. I thought he wouldn't have any problem getting in there himself. Still, Snow is also a student at our school. Once she gets to Huaqing, she can ask Chen's aunt to look after her. After all, they're alumni from the same high school. Qin naturally understood what Jean meant. Hearing Qin say this, Jean felt relieved. As old foxes, they both clearly understood the subtext behind each other's words. At this moment, Chen was still slaying monsters to level up faster. He tried his best to find areas where monsters were concentrated. The machine gun had basically never stopped firing. Along the way, he killed many level 4 and level 5 monsters. But it wasn't enough. Chen headed straight for the area populated by level 6 monsters. The greater the level gap, the more EXP he would gain. On a lush slope, a large number of tiger and leopard-like monsters appeared ahead. In Chen's eyes, however, these were nothing but piles of EXP. Shouldering his gun and chambering around, he found a high ground position to ensure relative safety. Propping up the RPK machine gun, he opened fire directly at the monsters. Da-did-day-day-day. Roar! The thunderous roar of a tiger suddenly rang out. Ding! The white tiger has been attacked and is launching a pouncing strike against the host. Yet, it remained pinned down, unable to advance under the relentless hail of bullets. At this moment, the white tiger's stats became visible. Monster, white tiger common. Level, 6. Strength, 38. Agility, 35. Intelligence, 20. Description: the overlord of the mountains, possessing the strength to crush bones. Be careful not to become its next meal. It has to be said, the stats of a level 6 monster are impressively high. Chen held his breath and pulled the trigger. Da-did-day-day-day. A dense hail of bullets formed a dragon of fire, roaring toward the white tiger. The enraged white tiger opened its bloody maw, intending to charge at Chen, but it was pushed back by the knockback effect, making its forward progress incredibly slow. After about 10 seconds, the white tiger was finally brought down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 6 white tiger across levels. EXP plus 100. The greater the level gap, the higher the EXP earned. Then let's have a killing spree. Chen activated his slaughter mode once again. Day. Rat-tat-tat. Every 10 seconds or so, another white tiger was gunned down. The roar of machine gun fire and the shrieks of the white tigers echoed through the valley. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 6 white tiger across levels. EXP plus 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 6 white tiger across levels. EXP plus 100. As time flew by, 20 minutes later, a sudden white light erupted from Chen's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level is 4. Ding! Congratulations to the host, basic stats have increased by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 free stat point, which can be allocated freely. Leveled up again? A fully funded gunslinger is pure bliss. Chen simply headed to the most monster-dense areas, climbed atop a small hill, and dropped into a prone position to begin his barrage. It could be said that Chen, wielding his machine gun, was absolutely laying waste to the dungeon. He exuded an aura of absolute dominance, as if the whole world were his as long as he held that gun. At this leveling speed, I'll be able to level up again in less than an hour. I only have 12 hours in the dungeon each day. Within these 12 hours, I should be able to reach level 8, which is much faster than expected. Once I hit level 8, I'll have to head to the wilderness in the suburbs by then. Monsters below level 8 won't be enough for me anymore. As Chen continued his rapid-fire assault, he began calculating his upcoming leveling route. To go to the suburban wilderness for leveling, one needs approval from the school to be released. The school has a rigid set of criteria that must be met before they grant permission. That criterion is reaching level 8, which is the absolute minimum requirement. Both the school and the city guards must take responsibility for the students' safety. Ding! Congratulations, host, for a cross-level kill of a level 7 blood-toothed tiger. EXP plus 150. After slaying over 100 white tigers, he simply pushed deeper and began gunning down level 7 monsters. Likewise, it was nothing more than a matter of a single magazine. The dungeon was originally created for newcomers. The monsters within have low strength, the environment is simple, and there are no instances of monsters backstabbing or players being swarmed. In terms of safety, it is significantly better than being out in the wild. Things are still relatively easy for now, but once I head into the wild, I absolutely cannot afford to let my guard down. Even now, Chen remains fully alert, keeping a sharp eye on his surroundings. He remembered when his aunt returned from the outskirts, covered in blood and severely injured. She had told him with the utmost seriousness that whether in a dungeon or out in the wild, one must be exceptionally careful not only against the desperate attacks and ambushes of monsters but also against one's own companions. Danger lurks everywhere outside. One must even be on guard against their own companions. As the slaughter continued, Chen checked his stats panel once more. He was now just a single step away from leveling up again. The pace of this level up was incredibly fast, even faster than the previous level. In less than an hour, he was already on the verge of completing the upgrade. The monsters here are incredibly dense. The machine gun has basically never stopped firing. Chen provided his analysis. Deep within the dungeon, level 6 and level 7 monsters were highly concentrated, but the highest level 8 monsters had yet to be seen. The machine gun rattled on incessantly, harvesting the lives of monsters and gaining EXP without a moment's rest. Despite killing so many monsters, only the previous boss had dropped a piece of equipment. After all, the monsters in the dungeon have almost all been weakened to help novices better adapt to actual combat. However, the level 8 monsters are the only ones that haven't been weakened. If a newcomer can reach level 8, it indicates they have already gained sufficient combat EXP. Once they reach level 8, they can leave the dungeon for good. The final level 8 monsters serve as a perfect transition for the novices. It allows them to experience the true strength of monsters in the wild ahead of time. At this moment, light shimmered around Chen once again as he finally reached level 5. His stats increased once more. Chen's strength, adaptability, agility, and other attributes all received a significant boost. The slaughter continued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a cross-level kill of a level 7 black bear. EXP plus 50. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a cross-level kill of a level 7 black bear. EXP plus 50. Chen could feel that after reaching level 5, the leveling speed had significantly slowed down. The EXP bar seemed to have doubled in capacity, and the EXP gained from killing level 7 monsters had been nearly halved. At this leveling pace, it would be difficult for ordinary students to reach level 12 within a week. There also wouldn't be enough time to level up in the suburban wilderness after leaving the dungeon. Chapter 8: The Fastest Leveling Speed. If one hopes to reach level 12 within a single week, they must reach at least level 8 within 3 days inside the dungeon. Otherwise, it is practically impossible from a time perspective. With this in mind, Chen dared not slack off any longer. Gripping his RPK machine gun once more, he continued to spray bullets at the black bears not far away. With his stats improved, Chen no longer had to worry about the machine gun's recoil. After clearing a batch of monsters, he sought out another area densely packed with enemies. Finding a relatively safe sniping position, he began the slaughter immediately. He then continued forward, gunning down every monster in his path one by one. After another period of killing and covering some distance, the terrain changed once again. This was a dense forest where not a single monster could be seen, as if something were hiding deep within the thicket. Chen knew very well that this was the end of the dungeon. The level 8 monsters were hidden within this dense forest. He had studied this subject back at school. Chen calculated for a moment, it's been 6.5 hours since I entered the dungeon. I'm afraid I'm the only one who has fought their way to the final area. Normally, 7 hours after a dungeon opens, most people would only be level 3. Even those who awakened a hidden class would be level 4 at most, or perhaps not even level 4 yet. Chen glanced into the depths of the dense forest, wanting to see just how powerful an unearthed level 8 monster truly was and how many rounds of his ammunition it could withstand. Holding his RPK machine gun, he advanced slowly, fully focused as he observed every detail of his surroundings and listened intently to every sound. He remained on high alert to prevent a sudden ambush from any hidden creature. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind rushing past reached his ears, yet no monster was in sight. This made Chen feel incredibly uneasy, and he immediately went on high alert. As he walked, he suddenly heard the sharp whistle of rushing wind. Whoosh! In that split second, a tree trunk swung toward Chen like an iron bar. Its speed was like a bolt of black lightning. Hearing a sharp whistling sound, Chen saw a bolt of black lightning streaking toward him. He quickly leaned back, narrowly dodging the tree trunk. It must be said that increasing stats is crucial. Although a gunslinger's 3-dimensional stats do not increase cannon damage, they significantly enhance agility, strength, and reaction speed. Fortunately, his agility was high enough to evade this sudden attack. Chen also got a clear look at the owner of the tree trunk, a monster with a human face and a tree body, standing a full 3 meters tall. The stats of this monster were also visible. Monster, Trey Ant. Level, 8. Strength, 55. Agility, 50. Intelligence, 30. Description: an incarnation of the tree, hermaphroditic. Although not as powerful as a female Trey Ant, it still reigns supreme in this forest. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen pulled the trigger and unleashed a barrage of fire at the Trey Ant. Da-did-did-did-day. Shooting while retreating, he tried to find a way to pull back to a safe distance first. Otherwise, there was a constant risk of being struck by the Trey Ant. At the moment, Chen was still quite fragile and could not withstand an attack from this level 8 monster. Not to be outdone, the Trey Ant swung its massive trunk directly at Chen, attempting to smash him. Chen relied on his agility once again to dodge the trunk's assault. It must be said that this novice dungeon was meticulously designed, allowing one to experience the true strength of an 8th level monster at the very end. It even featured a treant capable of camouflage and sneak attacks. This trait of camouflage ambushing was perfectly suited to give newcomers an early taste of the sense of danger found in the wilderness. After firing off a burst of bullets, Chen realized that the treant wasn't charging at him at all. Instead, it kept swinging its trunk, attempting to strike him with it. At that moment, Chen seemed to understand something. This treant can't move, it can only attack with its trunk. Chen immediately pivoted his weapon and began spraying bullets at the trunk. Rat-tat-tat. The trunk was knocked back instantly, unable to advance. Even by just blasting the trunk, damage numbers were still popping up. In other words, attacking any part of the treant's body would inflict damage upon it. Chen fended off the assault from the first trunk, but his keen vision detected 2 other trunks being manipulated by the treant, swinging toward him. It can actually multitask like this. While firing, Chen swayed from side to side, using his bullets to stall the 3 trunks as much as possible while rapidly retreating. He pulled back until he was a full 1,000 meters away from the treant. Despite having to endure the knockback effect of the bullets, the 3 trunks managed to push forward. However, once they reached a distance of 500 meters from Chen, they could no longer advance. In other words, 500 meters was the maximum attack range of the treants. Now that Chen was at a safe firing distance, he began to spray bullets frantically. Whether it was the trunks or the treants themselves, the bullets rained down without restraint. Ha! Why isn't it dead yet? He continued firing for more than 10 seconds, yet the treants still hadn't been killed. This was the first time Chen had encountered such a situation. Normally, nearly 20 seconds would be more than enough to slay a level 8 monster. In other words, the strength of monsters in the wild is greater than those in dungeons. Chen recalled this point. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. Then let's fire a few more rounds. After another 10 seconds or so, the treant's scream suddenly rang out. Boom! The massive body then collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a cross-level kill of an level 8 treant. You have gained plus 160 EXP. It took nearly 40 seconds to finally take down this treant. Fortunately, the EXP reward is much more substantial. Killing this treant required several hundred rounds of ammunition. If it were any other gunslinger, they probably wouldn't even be able to afford the cost. The cost-effectiveness of killing treants is decent as long as you find the monster and keep firing away. You basically don't need to worry too much. But the prerequisite was maintaining the correct attack distance. Chen scanned the dense forest ahead. The eerie woods were filled with massive trees, most of which were these treants. However, Chen was soon able to distinguish the ordinary trees from the treants. Furthermore, the treants were spaced very closely together. Every few steps, he could find a treant within safe firing range, and sometimes he didn't even need to move at all. In this way, his leveling efficiency could be significantly improved. With this thought in mind, he shouldered the machine gun, pulled the trigger, and began to fire away. The bullets poured out like a fire dragon. Every 30 seconds or so, a treant would collapse to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a level gap kill on an level 8 treant, EXP plus 160. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a level gap kill on an level 8 treant, EXP plus 160. In less than an hour, Chen had already reached level 6. Chapter 9, Breaking Historical Records. Outside the dungeon, night had already fallen. It had been a full 10 hours since the students first entered the dungeon. Several principals had been waiting at the dungeon exit from the very beginning. They were there both in the hope of seeing their students return in triumph after clearing the first day dungeon, and to prevent any unforeseen accidents from occurring. For instance, if a student were severely injured and required immediate medical treatment. Every year, these principals stand guard here. Jean did not leave either. He wanted to see with his own eyes his precious daughter clear the dungeon on her first day. The speed of clearing the first day dungeon is directly related to whether one has a chance of being admitted to Huaqing Academy. Of course, he hoped even more to witness the glory his daughter would bring him. Even a man of his stature harbored the hope that his children would be admitted to the nation's most prestigious universities. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance emanated from the exit of the dungeon. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the source of the light. How can someone be coming out already? There are still 2 hours left on the clock. Could something have gone wrong? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Soon, the person emerging came into view. It was Chen. Principal Qin was momentarily stunned. He hurried forward, scanning Chen from head to toe while asking, "Why have you come out so early?" He seemed to be checking to see if Chen was injured. However, after a quick look over, no signs of injury were found. "The monsters are all dead, so I came out. Otherwise, it would be quite boring staying in there." Chen shrugged and spoke in a flat tone. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, unable to comprehend what he meant. Chen's tone was too casual, as if he were talking about something completely ordinary. However, for any student, a dungeon is of great significance and is certainly no laughing matter. Qin scratched his hair, but then he noticed Chen's level. Name, Chen. Class Gunslinger. Level, 7. Suddenly, a numbing sensation washed over his scalp, his face filled with disbelief. He said tremulously, "What? You're level 7? As he spoke, it was as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. The revelation was so shocking that he simply couldn't process it. After all, he had never seen anyone reach level 7 after emerging from a dungeon on their first day. The highest he had ever witnessed was level 5. In other words, Chen had directly shattered the record, and he had done so in only 10 hours. Once the other principals recovered from their shock, they looked at Chen as if they were staring at a monster. In their minds, Chen was even more inconceivable than the monsters themselves. Exactly. It's just that there weren't quite enough monsters in there, otherwise, I'd probably be at level 8 by now. Chen continued to speak in a flat, nonchalant tone. It was as if he were merely stating the obvious. "Principal, may I apply to go to the suburban wilderness to level up?" Chen spoke up once more. However, Qin seemed to be in a daze, and the other principals, along with Zhan, were all plunged into a state of shock, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Chen's seemingly nonchalant remark had left them all stunned. Who could have imagined that the monsters in a dungeon could actually be wiped out? Even though the dungeon monsters reset every day. But there had never been a case where the entire dungeon was cleared of monsters within a 12-hour window. Moreover, this is a dungeon, and the students entering are all low-level novices. They have no EXP, few skills, low stats, and weak combat power. The level 8 monsters in the deepest parts of the dungeon are unnerved creatures. For a novice, killing even one would be extremely difficult, let alone killing more. And yet, Chen did it. In just 10 hours, he shattered everyone's understanding of dungeon grinding. He had even shattered the record. Everyone was utterly perplexed. This kid, a hidden class that everyone looked down upon, had actually pulled it off. Principal Qin? Seeing that Qin didn't respond, Chen waved a hand in front of his eyes. Qin finally snapped back to reality and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. I'll issue the certificate for you in a moment. Take a rest for now. Once everyone is out, I'll send you all back. Qin had even forgotten that Chen hadn't reached level 8 yet, but he still agreed regardless. Qin returned to the other principals, the look of shock on his face still lingering. Principal Qin, is that kid really level 7? And he cleared out all the monsters? One of them spoke up and asked. Right. I don't know either. Qin remained utterly perplexed. The other principals hadn't seen Chen's level, they had only overheard the conversation between Qin and Chen. But seeing the expression on Qin's face, they could more or less guess that this was the reality of the situation. What I am certain of is that he has indeed reached level 7. In other words, the fact that he cleared out every single monster in the dungeon is no lie. Qin spoke after a moment of contemplation. At this time, several principals also approached Chen and confirmed that he was level 7. Their jaws dropped in instant shock. What kind of perverted leveling speed is this? He even killed every single monster. Just how terrifying is Chen's combat power? Is he the one from your school who awakened as a gunslinger? Jean suddenly realized. Qi nodded heavily. I thought he had a trash class, but as it turns out, my face really hurts from being proven wrong. How did he manage it? A gunslinger is such a pay-to-win class. Jean's gaze sharpened. Could it be that he doesn't need to worry about the cost? Is his family wealthy? How is that possible? His family doesn't have that kind of money. Whatever, that's his own secret. I've seen some powerful hidden classes before, but none this efficient. Could it be that the gunslinger has broken the pay-to-win curse and is now invincible even in the early game? That doesn't seem right. Even if a gunslinger had infinite ammo in the early stages, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. Exactly. If they're this cracked early on, wouldn't they be completely unstoppable by the late game? Not necessarily. Gunslinger ammo gets incredibly expensive later on, and the class requires heavy investment to upgrade. Unless Chun can somehow overcome the gunslinger's inherent financial burden. The principals chimed in one after another as seasoned veterans. They were all rich in EXP and insight. Therefore, they were well aware of the gunslinger's flaws, as well as their strengths in the early and late stages of the game. At the very least, Chen is powerful right now and possesses great potential. What happens in the future is beyond our concern. Xin glanced at Chen, who was not far away, her heart filled with a flicker of anticipation. Exactly. Whichever academy he gets into will be the one responsible for him. Jean nodded with a smile. It's just that our Schwer is definitely going to take a hit this time. Xin, however, tried to persuade him, don't worry. She'll definitely be fine. Throughout these 3 years of school, she's always been overshadowed by Chen and nicknamed the Eternal Second by the students. She's long since gotten used to it. Hearing this, Jean couldn't help but give a bitter smile. I see. It's good that she's used to it, then. Used to it is good. Chapter 10, The Devastated School Beauty. However, Jean didn't say much else. For Snow, perhaps having someone who could keep her in check was actually a good thing. As time ticked by, it soon reached 9 o'clock in the evening, exactly 12 hours since the dungeon had opened. One by one, students began appearing at the dungeon exit. After 12 hours of bloody combat, they were all exhausted, yet some carried a flicker of excitement amidst their fatigue. Actual combat was exhilarating, a sensation entirely different from learning out of a textbook. Many were stained with blood, and the scent of gore lingered in the air. The principals hurriedly accounted for the students from their respective schools and organized teachers to examine them for any potential injuries. If anyone was injured, they needed to receive medical treatment immediately. After a period of frantic activity, everyone had exited the dungeon, with only a few individuals having sustained minor injuries. Most of them had reached level 3, while those with greater strength had advanced to level 4. However, as Snow looked at the classmates around her who were all level 3 or 4, a smug smile played across her lips. As if she were the true victor. I definitely won again this time. I've already tied the all-time record. But where is Chen? Snow looked around in all directions. Finally, she spotted Chen under a tree and was just about to step forward. But suddenly, as if struck by lightning, she froze in her tracks. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, as if she were staring at some terrifying monster. Level 7? How is that possible? Snow's voice trembled as she spoke, her face a mask of utter disbelief. Schwerer. A moment later, Jean walked over. Seeing his precious daughter standing there as if paralyzed by an electric shock, he had a fair idea of what had happened. Ah! Dad, you're here. Snow took a long moment to snap back to her senses. Jean patted Snow on the shoulder with a doting look in his eyes and said affectionately, Schwer, you've already done great. You even tied the record for the first day dungeon. Snow shook her head, however. I didn't tie it, he has already broken the record. As she spoke, her fair, slender finger pointed toward Chen, the shock on her face still lingering. Damn it, this is infuriating. I thought awakening as an elemental mage would finally let me defeat him, but instead, it was another total defeat. Jean burst into laughter. Ha ha! To think our little Snow has met her match and has been suppressed by him for 3 whole years. Snow's lips curled into a pout, but her expression quickly regained its fighting spirit. With a look of stubborn determination, she declared, "Humph. I'll defeat him sooner or later. It's good to have that drive. However, your old man has to tell you Chen came out in just 10 hours, and he wiped out every single level 8 monster in the dungeon." Jean took the opportunity to deliver the finishing blow. Since his daughter still had some fighting spirit left, he decided to give her a little more encouragement. If one wanted to go further, mental resilience was of the utmost importance. Listening to this, Snow felt as if she had been struck by lightning once again. Are you kidding me? He wiped out every single level 8 monster? She felt incredibly accomplished just by killing a level 7 monster above her own level. As for level 8 monsters, she hadn't even laid eyes on one. What's more, he finished 2 hours early. Does that mean there weren't even enough level 8 monsters in the dungeon to satisfy Chen's killing spree? If he's efficient enough at killing, doesn't that mean he could reach level 8? At this thought, Snow faced the reality of the gap between herself and Chen. Despite her competitive nature, she couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. Jean said slowly, "Don't overthink it. Some classes only truly shine in the later stages. Without enough gold, a gunslinger struggles to make an impact in the mid to late game unless he can overcome the inherent disadvantage of the gunslinger being a pay-to-win class. On the contrary, you possess a significant advantage." Snow was quick-witted and immediately understood what Jean meant. His words were nothing more than a comparison between her family background and Chen's. Chen's family had neither money nor influence, and the gunslinger class required massive amounts of pay-to-win investment. In contrast, her own family was wealthy and powerful, capable of providing her with abundant resources. I understand. I will never admit defeat. Sooner or later, I will surpass him. Snow's dejection was short-lived, and her fighting spirit was quickly reignited. Satisfied, Jean drove Snow back to school in his private car. The others took their respective school buses. Gao Yong intentionally sat in the row in front of Chen. He turned around, kneeling on his seat with a smug look on his face, and said, "Chen, leveling up with a girl is so comfortable and fun. Plus, I've already reached level 4. Only by showing off his glory to his best friend could he feel truly gratified." Chen merely glanced at him and said flatly, "What's your kidneys?" "TSK tisk." Gao Yong foolishly slapped his own forehead. If it were actually possible, his kidneys wouldn't be an issue. Suddenly, the silly grin vanished from his face as he stared blankly at Chen. How are you already level 7? How did you do it?" "I've been grinding monsters like crazy just to reach level 4, but you've already hit level 7. Did you freaking clear out the entire dungeon?" Gao Yong spoke in a voice laced with terror. Stunned as he was, he completely forgot his surroundings. His voice was so loud that everyone heard him loud and clear. At that moment, everyone's attention shifted toward Chen. This was a genuine, bona fide level 7. Compared to the monsters in the dungeon, Chen was more like a monster himself. How can he be level 7? Is he cheating? As expected of the top student in school for 3 years running. I thought he was finished after awakening as a gunslinger, but it turns out he's still just as formidable. Level 7? Holy crap, doesn't that mean he broke the record for the first day in the novice dungeon? The inside of the bus instantly erupted in a frenzy. Some people even took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Chen. No one knew how Chen had overcome the inherent drawbacks of the gunslinger class, but being able to break the record was proof enough that his potential was limitless. However, Chen only replied politely and showed little interest in further conversation with others. Young suddenly felt a sense of pride, and his tone became much more confident when speaking to others. "Brother Chen, could you find some time to help me level up?" After showing off for a bit, Young turned around and looked at Chen with a face full of admiration. "We'll see. I won't be coming to the dungeon tomorrow," Chen explained. After getting out of the car, Principal Qin didn't forget to give Chen a few final words of advice. After all, Chen hadn't reached level 8 yet, and the certificate had been issued as an exception. If he was headed into the suburban wilderness, safety would always be the top priority. Early the next morning, Chen drove to the western side of Nanjiang City. This area was isolated by towering walls, beyond which lay the peril-filled wilderness. Once past these walls, one would enter the monster zones, where even the weakest creatures were as high as level 10. Furthermore, they were more powerful and possessed higher intelligence than the monsters found in dungeons. Chapter 11: Grinding in the Wild. However, the higher the danger, the greater the rewards. Monsters in the wild yield high EXP and can drop more materials, or even equipment and weapons. These pieces of equipment and weapons can either be used personally or sold for money. In the city, there are numerous shops, such as weapon shops, jewelry stores, and blacksmiths. However, the largest trading venue is undoubtedly the Dragon Federation Exchange. Chen went directly to this exchange, which is open exclusively to citizens of the Dragon Federation. The exchange was bustling with activity, filled with many newcomers who had just undergone class awakening. Students from well-off families were looking to purchase equipment to boost their stats. As a first-time visitor, Chen's access level at the exchange was only level 1. To gain higher access privileges, one must increase their achievement points within the exchange. This means completing transactions at the exchange. Whether buying or selling, one can earn achievement points. Chen checked the items for sale on the exchange. From weapons and equipment to materials and medicinal herbs, everything was available. At the moment, Chen had very little money and couldn't even afford the lowest level black iron grade weapons. Unless he sold the equipment he was currently wearing. However, as a gunslinger, his reliance on equipment wasn't particularly high, so he wasn't in a hurry to upgrade his gear. But some equipment is better than none. Chen planned to earn some money first and then upgrade to better gear later. Next, Chen noted down the values of several low-level materials. Buying wolfsbane, 30 gold coins per unit. Buying red-haired bear pelts, 50 gold coins per unit. Buying black wolf heads, 40 gold coins per unit. Buying black iron ore, 40 gold coins per unit. Life-oriented classes, such as alchemists, blacksmiths, and apothecaries, require vast amounts of materials to level up their skills. They then process these into useful items, such as equipment and potions, to earn a profit. Only through skill training can the level of a life-oriented class be increased. By reaching higher levels, life-oriented classes can earn even greater profits and possess excellent potential for future development. Chen cared most about the price of the ammunition. After a quick glance, his brow furrowed. Even the cheapest bullets cost 5 gold coins each. They were made from wolf fangs, and their explosive power likely wasn't anything to write home about. With bullets like these, firing off a single magazine would cost hundreds of gold coins. Fortunately, Chen didn't have to worry about the pay-to-win aspect of ammunition. Afterward, Chen glanced over the tasks available in the low-level area. Raid the level 14 Nanling Mine Dungeon and obtain the crystal core of the final boss, the Goblin King. Reward, 100,000 gold coins. Note, the mission item will only drop on nightmare difficulty or higher. The fact that the mission reward is so high also indirectly reflects the difficulty of the task. For now, Xin Chuan had no plans to go. A level 14 dungeon requires at least level 10 to even gain entry. His current level was a major bottleneck. Moreover, dungeon difficulties are categorized into easy, normal, nightmare, and hell. Nightmare difficulty is several times harder than normal. As for hell difficulty, it's not something just anyone can simply waltz into. After updating his quest information, Chen arrived at the city gates. He pulled out his city exit permit and handed it directly to the guard. The guard took the city exit permit and scrutinized Chen closely, confirming that it was indeed him. However, he couldn't help but frown. Only level 7? How could the principal have approved this permit? The monsters outside the city were at least level 10. A 3-level gap made things exceptionally dangerous. Out of genuine concern, the guard couldn't help but speak up. "Student, your permit is now active, and you are free to enter and leave any major city in the Dragon Federation. However, your level isn't quite high enough yet." The monsters in the wild are numerous and start at level 10. It's extremely dangerous. Are you sure you want to go to the wild to level up? Chen nodded with a smile. Yeah. Alright then. Remember, if you run into danger, your first priority is to run back. Don't worry about losing face, your life is what matters most. The guard cautioned him. Thanks a lot. Chen bowed to the guard in appreciation. Then the city gates swung open, and Chen stepped out. A strange aura permeated the suburban wilderness, with a biting chill carried on the wind. It was as if it were a completely different world from the one inside the city walls. A thin mist drifted everywhere, and the further one ventured in, the heavier the scent of blood in the air became. Faintly, the intermittent roars of wild beasts could be heard echoing in the distance. As he walked, he could see people grinding against monsters to level up. Some were operating solo, while others were in small teams. However, every single one of them belonged to a class above level 10. Soon after, Chen spotted a wild monster through the mist, about 100 meters away. Monster, Black Wolf. Level, 10. Strength, 60. Agility, 58. Intelligence, 40. This Black Wolf prioritizes strength with agility as a secondary attribute, indicating that its height isn't particularly thick, but its damage output is likely very high. Chen didn't care much about the monster's damage level. What he cared about most was the thickness of its hide and its total health. Monsters with skin too thick and health pools too deep would simply take more time to deal with. Let's start with bullets then. Chen picked up the RPK machine gun, pulled the trigger, and opened fire. Da-da-da-da-da. A long string of damage numbers began to pop up. Roar! The attacked Black Wolf was instantly enraged, braving the dragon-like torrent of gunfire as it desperately lunged toward Chen. Despite the Black Wolf's best efforts to push forward dozens of meters, it remained unable to reach Chen, who was over 100 meters away. Ultimately, it collapsed amidst the hail of bullets. Ding! Congratulations, host, for a higher level kill on a Black Wolf. EXP plus 200. Ding! Obtained Black Wolf head plus 1. Inside Chen's storage space, a wolf skull material appeared. Everyone receives a storage space after their awakening class. As one's level increases, the storage space expands accordingly. Storage space can also be increased by equipping items such as storage bags. After this brief test of his skills, Chen realized the strength of a level 10 monster compared to a level 8 monster. It required approximately 100 more bullets to defeat. However, in the wild, Chen still needed to be wary of potential sneak attacks from other monsters. Furthermore, the density of monsters in the wild exceeded that of dungeons. As Chen moved, he continued to keep a close watch on his surroundings. Next, Chen located a large tree, ahead of which was a relatively dense pack of black wolves. After confirming there was no danger behind him, he pulled the trigger directly. Day. Since I don't have to worry about ammunition, I can spray bullets to my heart's content. As expected of one of the 10 hidden classes, once the issue of pay-to-win costs is overcome, the full potential of the Gunslinger can be unleashed. As the RPK machine gun opened fire, a massive amount of damage numbers popped up. Ding! Congratulations, host, for a higher level kill on a Black Wolf. EXP plus 200. Ding! Obtained Black Wolf head plus 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for a higher level kill on a Black Wolf. EXP plus 200. Ding! Obtained Black Wolf head plus 1. Every 10 seconds or so, a Black Wolf falls to the ground. Chapter 12, Gatling Purgatory. With the continuous slaughter, EXP keeps rising. It must be said that this wave gathered a large number of black wolves. This single mob pull alone provided Chen with nearly half of the required EXP. As the machine gun rattled incessantly, the surrounding air grew scorching hot, and plumes of smoke began to drift and spread. After wiping out this wave, Chen located another cluster of level 10 monsters. The muzzle of the machine gun sprayed bullets frantically like a fire-breathing dragon. The monsters stood no chance against the relentless onslaught. About an hour later, Chen had completely cleared all the monsters in this area. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have leveled up. Your current level is 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host, basic stats have increased by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 free stat point, which can be allocated freely. He leveled up directly to level 8. With the boost to his 3 primary stats, Chen no longer had to worry about physical exhaustion. If he wanted to, he could keep firing all day long without stopping. Unlike other classes that face resource depletion, mages rely on mana. Once their mana is drained, they can no longer cast spells. Warriors and knights consume stamina after prolonged periods of combat. These classes all require time to rest and recover. As for Chen's Gunslinger class, as long as he can keep his finger on the trigger and withstand the gun's recoil, he has no need for rest. Let's move forward. Chen looked at the corpses scattered across the ground and began walking deeper into the area. As he walked, he cleared out the monsters along the roadside. Now, Chen wasn't just killing level 10 monsters, he had begun slaughtering the level 11 and level 12 monsters along the path as well. It was simply a matter of spending a few more magazines of bullets. Killing monsters had become exceptionally simple for Chen. As he walked, he arrived at an area known as the Black Sand Forest. Chen was now quite far from Nanjiang City. Someone's leveling up? Chen saw several squads ahead of him grinding monsters. It looked like high-level players boosting lower-level ones. It was clear that each squad had one level 10 member, while the others were all level 12 or higher. Power leveling? Could they be from one of those prominent families or guilds? Chen speculated. Regardless, Chen planned to hide. His current level wasn't high enough yet. If he were spotted by these people, it could easily lead to unnecessary trouble. Leveling up was the priority. It was better to avoid trouble than to seek it. Chen then began walking in the opposite direction. After walking a distance, he discovered a loose slope where no one else seemed to be around. Moreover, there were plenty of monsters here, and most importantly, the red-haired bears that Chen needed. These red-haired bears weren't just a source of EXP, they were practically walking gold coins. Chen found a relatively safe, elevated position, set up his RPK machine gun, and pulled the trigger. Da-did-day-day-day. Roar! As the machine gun fired, the bear monster began to roar. As the red-haired bear charged toward Chen, its stats became visible. Monster, red-haired bear. Level, 11. Strength, 68. Agility, 55. Intelligence, 30. The stats are actually quite high. Chen's machine gun fired without a single moment of pause. Due to the knockback effect, the red-haired bear couldn't get anywhere near Chen. Ding! Congratulations, host, for a cross-level kill of an LV.11 red-haired bear. EXP plus 230. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining red-haired bear pelt plus 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, for a cross-level kill of an LV.11 red-haired bear. EXP plus 230. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining red-haired bear pelt plus 1. Through continuous slaughter, it took over an hour to completely wipe out this entire group of red-haired bears. He also obtained a large quantity of red-haired bear pelts. Afterward, once this batch was cleared, he moved on to the next. By the afternoon, Chen's EXP had already reached level 9, leaving him just one step away from level 10. Upon reaching level 10, a gunslinger can undergo a class advancement and learn new skills. Skills can be acquired through instruction from a teacher, by studying skill books, or by using skill scrolls. However, as the gunslinger is a hidden class, the teachers are essentially unable to teach any skills. Chen can only learn through 2 other methods. Skill books are obtained by leveling up, while skill scrolls can be purchased at the exchange. However, the prices are terrifying. Even the lowest tier basic skill scroll costs upwards of 100,000 gold coins. Furthermore, the skills unlocked are randomized by class, and it is even possible to acquire a skill one has already learned. If he learned skills he couldn't use, all those gold coins would go down the drain. Chen couldn't worry about too much else, he had to level up first. After another round of slaughter, his body finally flickered with white light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level is 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host, basic stats have increased by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 free stat point, which can be allocated freely. Ding! The host has reached level 10. Would you like to proceed with class advancement? Listening to the mechanical voice, Shen was filled with anticipation. After the class advancement, he would obtain weapons with even greater firepower and unlock new skills. Proceed! Ding! Please select your class advancement: Sniper, Heavy Cannoneer, Demolitionist, Machine Gunner. The system listed a series of class paths for the Gunslinger. Looking at them, Shen felt a bit overwhelmed. Machine Gunner. After a brief moment of consideration, Shen made his choice. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful class advancement. The system has made adaptive selections for the host. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking a new weapon. Please check it yourself. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking skill slots and obtaining the skills, Weapon Mastery and Shooting Mastery. After choosing the gunner path, the system's class advancement route transformed into the form of a machine gun. Shen then checked the new weapon. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a new weapon, Gatling Purgatory. Holy crap! Gatling Purgatory? Shen was startled by the news. He knew this machine gun was incredibly powerful, and its muzzle featured sharp, red extendable bayonets, meaning it could be switched to a melee combat mode. Shen quickly retrieved the Gatling Purgatory from his storage space. As he gently stroked the massive firearm, the barrel pulsed with blue and orange light effects, seemingly radiating a surge of overwhelming power. Immediately after, he checked the stats for the Gatling Purgatory. Weapon: Gatling Purgatory Heavy Machine Gun. Level requirement: Level 10. Firing rate: 1000 rounds minute. Ammo type: 5.56 mm. Firing range: 1000 meters. Damage fall off beyond 700 meters. Traits: knockback effect, 35% damage increase. Damage: bullet damage plus stats bonus damage. Looking at it, Shen couldn't help but gasp in shock. At a rate of 1000 rounds per minute, the output efficiency was absurdly fast. Chapter 13: Exaggerated Passive Skills. Moreover, there is a 35% damage boost. This is freaking insane. This is a genuine, solid increase in damage. Afterward, Shen glanced at the skill bar again. Weapon Mastery Passive: gain a weapon attack bonus through leveling up, with a minimum bonus of 10% and a maximum of 100%. Marksmanship Mastery Passive: significantly increases shooting accuracy. 2 passive skills. Only 2? The books record that other classes gain several skills after advancing, but I only got 2 passives. But it doesn't matter, as a firearm-based class, the reliance on skills wasn't high to begin with. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving an advancement reward, a free skill book. A skill? Chen checked and learned it without a moment's hesitation. Focus Passive: upon entering a state of total concentration for firing, your attack power increases by a percentage. Minimum 1%, maximum 100%. The increase in attack power depends on the duration of focus. Another passive. Still, it looks pretty satisfying. 2 passive skills enhance damage output, while the other improves accuracy. They provide output efficiency, either directly or indirectly. Ding! Friendly reminder: the host needs to improve your base stats. The more powerful the weapon, the higher the stats required to wield it. Strength provides defensive and recovery capabilities. Agility provides high critical damage, and critical rate. Intelligence provides magic damage. In other words, wielding more powerful weapons requires sufficient base stats, otherwise, one simply cannot equip them. Among the 3 primary stats, intelligence was of little concern to Chen. While strength held some importance, agility was by far the most critical. As a gunslinger, one must invest heavily in agility to boost both critical hit damage and critical hit rate. A gunslinger is only truly competent when they can deliver high burst, high damage output. Of course, strength also needs to be increased. When grinding mobs in the wild, every class requires a certain level of survivability. Chen opened the stats panel directly. Name, Chen. Class Gunslinger. Level 10, 0th advancement. Strength, 26. Agility, 38. Intelligence, 26. Free stat points, 10. Weapon, Gatling Purgatory. Equipment, Wolf Fawn Gauntlets level 5. Ammo, .308 rounds. Skills, Weapon Mastery Passive, Marksmanship Mastery Passive, Focus Passive. Looking at his stats, Chen felt a surge of excitement. So what if his skills were all passive? A gunslinger didn't need flashy abilities anyway. A single machine gun was enough to take on the world. With the raw damage output of the Gatling Purgatory, as long as he wasn't forced into close quarters combat, he could easily handle enemies 7, 8, or even 10 levels higher than himself. With that thought in mind, Chen prepared to continue grinding mobs. Suddenly, a black figure streaked past, and Chen immediately gripped his machine gun, entering a state of high alert. However, the figure in black had no intention of approaching and instead ran off along a small path. The speed was remarkable. Their agility stats were clearly very high. As the person ran, they glanced at Chen and his massive gun before continuing forward, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. If I'm not mistaken, that was an assassin-type class. Chen ignored them and continued walking, but just as he was about to leave, he saw two people chasing after him. It appeared they were pursuing the man in black from before. In the heat of the chase, the two suddenly unleashed a massive fireball, which happened to be heading straight toward Chen. Chen sidestepped and narrowly dodged it. Had it not been for Chen's high agility, he likely would have been struck by the fireball. The two of them realized they had targeted the wrong person, but they ignored Chen entirely and continued their pursuit. Chen watched the two of them closely. A warrior and a mage, a common mob grinding duo. After chasing for a short distance, they retreated. Their speed was on a completely different level compared to the man in black from before. The mage among them stared into the distant darkness and said resentfully, "Damn it, he actually got away." The warrior said, "Don't worry. He won't escape." The mage finally took a breath and glanced at Chen, who was standing nearby. "Hey kid, did you see a black-clad assassin pass through here?" Chen merely gave him a faint glance before shifting his gaze to the tree that had been struck by the fireball. "Your fireball!" The mage finally realized what had happened and that he had nearly injured the other party by mistake. "My sincere apologies," he said. For some reason, even though he clearly saw that the person in front of him was only level 10, there was an air of condescension in the way he spoke. What gave him such nerve? Was it the heavy machine gun in his hands? The warrior felt a surge of irritation upon hearing this. Wasn't he just a gunslinger? What was the big deal? At such a low level, he actually had the audacity to demand an apology from them. He slowly raised his axe, looking as if he were ready to strike at any moment. Chen remained perfectly calm. It took only a split second for him to level his machine gun and open fire. "Just go after them. Don't go looking for trouble," the mage whispered urgently. Only then did the warrior lower his axe, and the two of them quickly hurried away. These two had just narrowly escaped death. If the opponents dared to make a move, Chen's Gatling Purgatory would start firing immediately. It could be inferred that these two were not of a very high level, likely around level 20 at most. There was only one reason why Chen couldn't see their information: they must have used some means to conceal it. However, in a 1 versus 2 scenario, Chen only needed to constantly withstand the warrior's charge while seizing the opportunity to interrupt the mage's incantations, as mages naturally require a long casting time. Before the spell could be successfully cast, the companion might already be killed. Furthermore, if the casting were interrupted midway, it would have to be started all over again. The health points of these class users are much lower than those of monsters at the same level. Although their damage output is significantly higher than that of wild mobs, they are nothing more than sitting ducks if they cannot land a hit on Chen. Chen continued on his path of grinding mobs. Day. 20 58 60 49 55. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a level gap kill on a level 12 Black Clawed Bear, EXP plus 200. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a level gap kill on a level 13 Berserk Rabbit, EXP plus 270. As the damage numbers popped up in dense clusters, his EXP began to climb rapidly. The boost in damage allowed Chen to experience the sheer thrill of shredding enemies with the Gatling gun. Monsters were mowed down in barely a second or two as clearing speed had increased manifold compared to before. However, after reaching level 10, the EXP requirement spiked significantly, causing his overall leveling pace to gradually slow down. Chen fought as he moved. Whenever he encountered a high-density monster zone, he would secure a safe sniping position and commence the massacre. By the time night fell, Chen's EXP bar was still 20% away from reaching level 11. However, Chen had no intention of turning back. He needed to save time now. Chapter 14, Crisis Approaches. The immediate problem, however, was that his leveling speed was too slow. Even if he kept grinding continuously, he would only reach level 13 by tomorrow. He had no certainty at all whether he could reach level 15 by the day after tomorrow. Chen pondered as he continued to grind mobs. In just 2 days, Aunt Mo had surged to level 16 and was ultimately admitted to Huaqing Academy. If one wanted to achieve that kind of speed, it was impossible to rely solely on grinding mobs for experience. Could it be that I need to run dungeons as well? Chen suddenly thought of this. Clearing dungeons, especially those on nightmare difficulty, features many enhanced elite monsters, providing significantly more EXP than the outside world. I'll head to the Nanling mines tomorrow to check it out. Chen made up his mind. The night was deep now, illuminated only by the scattering of moonlight and starlight. Occasionally, the distant roars of monsters and the rustling of the wind could be heard, creating an eerie and somber atmosphere. Chen was well aware that the wild areas became significantly more dangerous at night. He cleared out every monster within a 500-meter radius of his position. Then, sitting beneath a tree, he began to map out his route for the next stage of leveling up. However, he suddenly noticed someone walking toward him from a distance. Someone coming to level up in the middle of the night? But almost no one does that at this hour. Or could they be lost? Chen raised his Gatling purgatory, his guard instantly heightened. From his previous encounters, Chen knew all too well that in the wild, humans were often far more dangerous than monsters. The figure walked slowly toward him, making no effort to avoid Chen's gaze. As the distance closed, Chen could see clearly that it was the same person he had encountered in the afternoon, the assassin who was being hunted. Still out here leveling up in the wild this late? Talk about dedicated. The assassin removed her mask and walked up to Chen. Her delicate face was revealed, looking to be only 18 or 19 years old. Chen tried to view her stats, only to find that they were completely hidden from him. It's alright, I guess. Chen said nonchalantly. Got any water? The assassin sat down directly beside him. Chen handed her a bottle of water. Thank you. The assassin gulped down a few mouthfuls. Then her eyes landed on Chen's weapon. Your gun is huge, can I touch it? Chen glanced at her. A weapon was a professional's lifeline. It wasn't something to be handled by others so casually. Realizing her rudeness, the assassin gave an awkward smile and said, Is it because you can't see my information? Let me see yours first. The assassin began observing Chen. Oh? A level 10 gunslinger? This is the first time I've seen a gunslinger class. I thought you were a hunter who hadn't caught a pet yet. As he spoke, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, Chen did not respond. The assassin continued to himself, The reason you can't see my information is because of this. Then she took out a badge prop. This is a cloaking badge. No one within 10 levels of you will be able to see any of your information. Try checking my info now. Chen nodded slightly. Name, Luo Xia. Class, Shadow Assassin. Level, 18. An 18th level assassin? That's actually quite high. However, at this moment, Luoxia's smile completely faded. Chen also realized something was wrong and quickly moved to the side of a large tree. A mage, an archer, and a warrior wielding an axe suddenly appeared. Chen had seen both the mage and the warrior among them before. This time, there was one more person. They surrounded Luoxia and Chen from 3 different directions. Luoxia frowned, her expression turning solemn for a moment before she spoke with indignation. "Chasing me for 3 days just for a skill scroll, you guys really have some nerve." So, it was all for a skill scroll. Luoxia then turned her head and said softly, "I'm leaving now. I'll come find you to hang out when I have time." Whoosh! At that moment, a sharp arrow pierced through the darkness, shooting straight toward Luoxia. Luoxia reacted quickly, narrowly dodging the arrow with a teleport. Damn it! Seeing this, Luoxia knew it would be difficult to escape the archer, and the mage had already firmly locked onto her. The attack range was very close, and if she tried to run, she would be an easy target for these 2 long-range classes. However, breaking through the warriors would also be incredibly difficult. After all, assassins are very fragile, only slightly sturdier than cloth armor classes like mages and priests. Moreover, in the next moment, Luoxia's body began to glow, making him particularly conspicuous in the darkness. An archer's mark? Chen realized the problem. This is a skill unique to archers. As long as a target is marked, they cannot enter stealth, and attacking a marked individual grants additional combat effects. It not only increases damage but also serves as an effective counter against stealth-based classes and monsters. "Little assassin, let's see where you run this time." The mage's cold voice rang out. The warrior, clutching his axe, also began to slowly close in on Luoxia. The archer held a drawn bow, string taut, still aiming at Luoxia to prevent any attempt at escape. Clearly, to hunt down Luoxia, they had brought in an archer as reinforcement. The archer's marking skill acted as a direct counter to Luoxia's invisibility. The mage held a staff, staring coldly at Chen and Luoxia. "Humph! To think you two are in league, one a shady assassin, the other a gunslinger who only knows how to launch cold-blooded ambushes." Chen frowned as he listened. What were a mage and an archer supposed to be? Luoxia flicked her wrists, and a dagger appeared in her hand. "I'll give you the skill scrolls. This has nothing to do with him, let him go first." The warrior replied coldly, "Humph. Both of you have to die. If you spread the word, we'll likely be the ones being hunted instead." The archer chimed in, "Exactly. Dead men tell no tales." Clearly, the 3 of them were dead set on killing. "Run, now. I'll hold them off." Luoxia whispered. "Can you actually hold them?" Chen asked back. "Even if I can't, I'll find a way to escape." Listening to this, Chen found it somewhat amusing. Could a marked assassin truly escape the pursuit of 3 people? The fact that he was being hunted like a stray dog was enough to demonstrate the massive gap in strength between the 2 sides. "Back off." Chen glanced at Luoxia. Luoxia was stunned. What did that mean? Telling it to back off? Could it be that this level 10 little fellow intended to face the 3 of them all by himself? "Do it! Before anything else goes wrong," the mage said in a cold voice. As he spoke, he waved the staff in his hand toward the sky, and a magical orb resembling a flare appeared, exploding in mid-air. The explosion illuminated the entire surrounding area. Clearly, this skill was prepared specifically for Luoxia. In such a brightly lit area, it was even harder for an assassin to escape, as their stealth skills were completely countered. With both the illumination orb and the mark upon her, Luoxia was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. The trio's attention was entirely focused on Luoxia. As for Chen, they ignored him completely. What kind of waves could a level 10 gunslinger possibly stir up? Little did they know, Chen's gaze was already locked onto the archer. Chapter 15, Triple Kill. The archer possessed the longest and fastest range. The mage required time to charge, while the warrior was limited to close combat. The optimal target for the first shot was undoubtedly the archer. Rat-tat-tat. Just as the archer, mage, and warrior were about to make their move, The Gatling Purgatory had already opened fire, aiming straight for the archer. The bullets, like a fiery dragon, struck the archer. Fortunately, he possessed a degree of defense, yet his entire body couldn't help but tremble violently. He was even knocked back several meters by the impact. When hitting a person, no numerical values were displayed. The archer's eyes widened, but having been struck by the bullets, he struggled to pivot his bow. Meanwhile, Chen continued to spray him with fire while simultaneously backing away. In just 2 seconds, Chen had already moved beyond the archer's effective range. Yet, the archer was still being hit by the machine gun fire. Most critically, the archer realized with a shock that his health bar was plummeting at an alarming rate. How is this possible? The warrior and the mage felt as if they were dreaming, completely unable to believe what was unfolding before their eyes. Luo Xiao was even more dumbfounded. It turned out that she was the one who needed protection. She knew Chen relied on machine gun fire, but she never imagined his machine gun would be this powerful. Furthermore, Chen demonstrated ample combat experience, retreating while firing to maintain a safe shooting distance for himself. After more than 20 rounds were fired, it was clear that significant damage had been dealt to this level 20 archer. In other words, the power of every single bullet is comparable to a mage's skill? It is truly hard to imagine. The archer realized something was wrong and didn't dare to engage in a direct duel. He knew very well that the opponent's bullets possessed a knockback effect. Furthermore, with such a dense hail of bullets, even if their individual power wasn't that high, it would be impossible to get close to the opponent. He hurriedly clutched his wounded body and fled toward the left. Little did he know, Chen had already locked onto him with focused fire. No matter how he scrambled to escape, he could never outrun the speed of a bullet. Moreover, Chen had anticipated every single one of his movements. Day. After another burst of gunfire, the archer collapsed heavily to the ground. Holy crap, he went down in just 2 seconds? Luo Xiao's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an entire apple. The mage and warrior were completely stunned. Their level 20 companion had been killed by the opponent in a mere 2 seconds? Are you kidding me? One had to keep in mind that archers wore leather armor and had certain strength stats bonuses. While their tankiness couldn't compare to classes like warriors or knights, they were still far more durable than mages or priests. Moreover, archers possess high agility and very nimble movement, yet once locked on by the machine gun, they were completely unable to escape the strafing fire. Out of over 100 bullets fired, more than 80 found their mark. Both the rate of fire and the accuracy were incredibly exaggerated. Rat-tat-tat. The machine gun fire didn't stop there. The muzzle swiveled and aimed straight for the mage. Several bullets struck the mage, instantly interrupting the great fireball spell he was charging. His body jolted. He wanted to dodge, but he didn't dare. After all, he was an intelligence-based class, lacking the agility and reflexes of classes like archers or assassins. Moreover, even the high-agility archers had failed to evade several of the bullets. However, the mage reacted quickly, abandoning the charged spell. He waved his staff and instantly deployed a mana shield. A blue shield materialized around his body. This was the signature skill of a mage. Mana shield. It could block any form of damage. The higher the skill level, the more damage it absorbed, and increases in intelligence further boosted its defensive capacity. God-tier mages could even rely on their mana pools to withstand the devastating impact of forbidden spells. Day. Inside the shield, the mage's figure began to distort under the relentless impact of the bullets. Taking advantage of the mana shield's ability to withstand the damage, he hurriedly cast a skill. Pyroblast. The moment the mana shield shattered, the skill was finally unleashed. Massive flames erupted around him, surging outward in all directions and intercepting every bullet flying toward him. But Chen's bullets were so dense they were relentless. So what if he blocked over 100 rounds? Day. Another burst of bullets, like a dragon of fire, struck the mage's body. He simply couldn't withstand it. In an instant, the mage, stripped of his mana shield, collapsed to the ground. The warrior had already rushed to a point just over 100 meters from Chen, a distance sufficient to unleash his charge skill. But after witnessing the deaths of his two companions, his eyes were filled with nothing but sheer terror. Yet, terror notwithstanding, he still had to eliminate Chen as quickly as possible. Otherwise, his own life would be in grave danger. He immediately activated his charge skill, raising his axe with both hands and charging forward like a wild bull. A warrior's charge can significantly increase their tenacity upon reaching an opponent. It also inflicts a stun effect. Chen shifted his aim. Da-did-day-day-day. A dense barrage of bullets hammered into the warrior. Despite his greatly increased tenacity, the charge skill was still interrupted by the relentless gunfire. The warrior attempted to close in and cut Chen down, only to realize that after his charge was broken, his body was being forced backward continuously. Clearly, he was being repelled by Chen's bullets. At this moment, he was like a human target. This target differed from the previous two in that he was somewhat sturdier. However, it was merely a matter of using a few more bullets. Da-day-day. The Gatling Purgatory, chambered in .308 rounds, saw its power multiply, with a significant portion of the damage dealing critical hits. The warrior collapsed to the ground in utter despair. Are they all dead? Luoxia, the assassin, remained in a state of shock, unable to process what had happened. It all felt like a surreal dream. Less than 20 seconds had passed since the start of the battle. All three class holders had been killed. Moreover, after killing them, Chen acted as if nothing had happened, even reaching out to touch the barrel of his gun. Killing three class holders of a higher level was as effortless for him as crushing ordinary wild monsters. Killing for loot no matter where you are, it's a good habit to cultivate. Chen picked up the equipment dropped on the ground immediately. When a class user dies, the items stored in their spatial storage will drop out. Eagle King Warbow Bronze Grade, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 15, increases bow type damage by 10%, level requirement 18 or above. Willow Staff Bronze Grade, Strength plus 10, Intelligence plus 15, increases mana regeneration speed by 50%, increases spell damage by 10%, level requirement 18 or above. Rock Shield Bronze Grade, Strength plus 30, increases defensive skill effects by 5%, level requirement 18 or above. Looking at the three pieces of equipment laid out here, all of them could fetch a very good price. This gear likely dropped from the level 20 Maruk Centaur dungeon those three used to grind that dungeon frequently. Chapter 16, The First Active Skill. Chen had actually read about the Maruk Centaur dungeon in books before. It is a dungeon located over 100 kilometers away from Nanjiang City. Chen directly stowed away the four pieces of equipment. They were all bronze-grade weapons and of little practical use to him. However, they could still be sold for a decent amount of money. Next, he collected various materials, such as flower demon antennae and centaur hooves, all of which could fetch a good price. Luoxia didn't say anything about this after all, she wasn't the one who had made the kills. After gathering all the materials, he discovered a white scroll. Chen was taken aback. He quickly checked the scroll. Beginner Skill Scroll, grants a random skill below level 20. It was actually a skill scroll. Even though it was only beginner level, it would fetch at least 100,000 gold coins on the market. Chen pondered whether to use it himself or sell it. If he used it himself, there was a possibility of it going to waste. Chen gritted his teeth. If it was a loss, so be it, but if he learned a decent skill, it would be a gain. If it failed, it would merely be equivalent to losing 100,000 gold coins. Luoxia also watched this scene in surprise, never expecting there would be a primary skill scroll. She then asked, Chen, are you really going to use it? This costs 100,000 gold coins. Chen smiled, what's 100,000 gold coins? By the later stages, will that even be considered money? Right now, the priority is to do everything possible to improve ourselves. Luoxia took a deep breath, but what if you learn a useless skill? That's life, you have to take a gamble eventually. Chen shrugged indifferently. Immediately afterward, he opened the scroll and learned the skill within. The skill scroll transformed into a cluster of light, enveloping Chen. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the skill, Escape Active. Escape Active, instantly leap backward, removing all movement restricting effects and increasing movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds. A divine skill for surviving dangerous situations. As a squishy class, the thing he lacked most was a life-saving skill. This escape maneuver is somewhat similar to a hunter's skill, and it is a god-tier ability for classes such as archers, gunslingers, and mechanics. When facing a sneak attack or a close-quarters engagement, an escape skill can break crowd control and create distance simultaneously. This compensates for Chen's lack of survivability and allows him to better handle unexpected situations. Well, what skill is it? Luo Xia blinked her bright eyes, her face full of anticipation. With such an adorable appearance, it was hard to imagine her being a shadow assassin. It's just a life-saving skill I learned, Chen said nonchalantly. Wow, that's a real catch then. Right now, life-saving skill scrolls are being fiercely contested by all the major factions, Luo Xia said with a hint of envy. Yeah. It was definitely worth it. Chen nodded. Thank you for saving me. I'm giving this to you, Luo Xia said with great gratitude. Then, he took out a small wooden box and forced it into Chen's hands. Chen opened the wooden box, only to find a white scroll inside. Intermediate skill scroll, grants a random skill between level 40 and level 80. Chen was momentarily stunned. He knew that intermediate skill scrolls were incredibly expensive, sometimes selling for millions or even tens of millions of gold coins. They were far beyond what a basic skill scroll could ever compare to. For Chen at this moment, calling it an astronomical price would not be an exaggeration. In other words, the reason those three were hunting down Luo Xia earlier was for this very scroll. Chen had originally assumed it was a low-level skill scroll. He never expected it to be mid-level. But she gave it to him just because he saved her? How did you get your hands on this scroll? Chen asked. I opened a treasure chest outside the Maruk Centaur dungeon, and I never expected to get this skill scroll. But as luck would have it, those three bastards saw it and chased me all the way from the Maruk Centaur dungeon to this place. It's just a lousy intermediate scroll, not even worth that much money, yet they went so crazy over it. But I just didn't want to indulge them. There was no way I was letting them snatch my stuff. As a result, they started acting like rabid dogs, Luo Xia said, sounding quite annoyed. However, it was clear that 10 million gold coins meant absolutely nothing to her. Is she some high society heiress? Damn, she's loaded. And then you got chased all the way here and almost kicked the bucket? Chen sneered. Luo Xia pursed her lips, looking defiant as she said, Them? Kill me? You've got to be kidding. If I ever take a fatal blow, I'll be instantly warped back to the teleportation array at my house. As she spoke, she looked at Chen with a sudden solemnity. But I still have to thank you. Getting hurt doesn't feel great, and I'll admit, I'm really afraid of pain. Who would have thought this street-smart young lady would actually be so afraid of pain? But Chen felt like he was a bit of a third wheel. Got anything to eat? I've been chased by those three mad dogs for so long, I haven't had a bite to eat yet. Luo Xia looked at Chen again with watery eyes. Here. Chen took several steamed buns directly out of his storage space. Luo Xia took them and began devouring them ravenously. So good. She was eating so fast that even her speech became blurred. I also have soy milk and fried dough sticks from this morning. Do you want some? Chen asked. Yes, please. Immediately after, Chen pulled some soy milk and deep-fried dough sticks out of his storage space. Since the soy milk was sealed, it hadn't curdled into bean curd. Chen, which academy are you from? Luo Xia asked after taking a sip of the bagged soy milk. Nanjiang No. 1 High School. Put. Luo Xia was startled, spraying out the soy milk in her mouth. You're in high school? You haven't even taken the entrance exams for higher education yet? Yes. Chen nodded. Luo Xia shook her head. So you're saying you've only just graduated from high school, yet your strength is already this terrifying? How should I put it, you're a bit of a freak. So, which academy do you plan on applying to? Huaqing. Indeed, only Huaqing is suitable for you. Luo Xia wasn't surprised in the slightest. She knew very well that with Chen's true strength, he was qualified to apply for any academy. It was her first time seeing a level 10 professional slaughter 3 level 20s. If she were to tell anyone, she feared few would even believe it. By the way, Huaqing Academy has a Tower of War Gods. When you get there, make sure to challenge it. The higher the floor you reach, the better the rewards. Plus, there are extra bonuses for newly enrolled students. You can also earn a lot of points. Elite academies place great importance on points, as they often represent your contribution to the institution. You can use them to purchase all sorts of things. Luo Xia spoke incessantly, sharing a wealth of information about Huaqing Academy. It was clear that she was intimately familiar with the place. She didn't stop to rest until she had talked herself out. Chen, meanwhile, closed his eyes to rest. The next morning, Chen was still resting with his eyes shut when he heard Luo Xia get up. "I'm heading out first. Good luck with your leveling. Once you're at a higher level, you can carry me." With those words, she vanished. Chapter 17, Level 20 Dungeon. Beside Chen, a cloaking badge appeared. Throughout the entire night, not a single monster respawned. Perhaps it was because they were killed too quickly that the monsters failed to refresh in time. Following the original plan, he headed straight for the Maruk Centaur dungeon. Only there could he reap even higher EXP. As they drew closer to the Maruk Centaur dungeon, they encountered numerous centaur monsters along the way, whose levels steadily increased as they approached. Whether it was the level 12 centaur warriors or the level 13 centaur archers. None of these monsters stood a chance against the Gatling Purgatory. They could hold out for 3 seconds at most, and if there were enough critical hits, they wouldn't even last a single second. Furthermore, when the monsters were slightly more crowded, the focus skill would trigger, boosting his attack power accordingly. However, the focus effect would terminate whenever there was a break in the firing. As he neared the Maruk Centaur dungeon, the monsters had mostly been cleared out, and the crowds were growing thicker. Before long, Chen arrived at the dungeon entrance. The entrance was a swirling green vortex, slightly larger than the dungeon itself. The emerald swirl emitted an eerie aura, as if warning people of the dangers lurking within. Shouts and solicitations filled the air around the dungeon entrance. Maruk normal difficulty, 3 looking for 1. Need a warrior tank. Maruk speedrun team, looking for a mage. We have an archer, priest, and warrior. Maruk nightmare difficulty, need a healer in CC. Already have a knight and mage. Nightmare difficulty, need tank, healer, mage, and CC. 4 spots open. Many teams were actively searching for teammates. For them, a dungeon like this still required a party to clear. Chen held the Gatling Purgatory in his hand. The massive machine gun exuded a sense of oppression, as everyone knew the output speed of thermal weapons. With his escape skills, Chen didn't have to worry about his own safety. Carrying the machine gun in one hand, he headed straight for the dungeon entrance. Combined with his cold expression, he looked quite like a thug. Since Chen was wearing the concealment medal left by Luo Xia, no one could see his level, which, paired with this massive gun, made him a daunting figure. Chen briefly checked the dungeon information. The Maruk dungeon is not high level and lacks a hell difficulty. However, the monsters in the normal difficulty dungeon are all elite monsters, making them many times stronger than the wild mobs outside. As for nightmare difficulty, it features enhanced versions of elite monsters, and the difficulty level is significantly higher. Under normal circumstances, normal difficulty requires a 3-person party, 1 tank class, such as a warrior or knight, 1 DPS, such as a mage, archer, or assassin, and 1 healer. Nightmare difficulty is a 5-person dungeon, requiring a more diverse lineup, such as 1 tank, 2 healers, and 2 DPS, or 1 tank, 1 healer, and 3 DPS. Since Chen's information could not be seen, someone stepped forward to strike up a conversation. "Brother, are you a gunslinger?" In people's subconscious, the gunslinger is a hidden class. After all, the fact that they dare to come and grind dungeons suggests there is no need to worry about their financial resources. Therefore, seeking out this class for a team-up is a very solid choice. "Brother, our team is short on DPS, want to join us?" "Young man, you're a gunslinger, right? Gunslingers have great damage output, want to join us?" "We are a class-specific team specializing in nightmare difficulty. Loot will be distributed based on need. Teams vied with one another to invite Chen. However, Chen ignored them all, choosing the dungeon difficulty on his own. Nightmare mode. Immediately after, accompanied by a swirling vortex, he vanished, entering the dungeon. This scene alone left everyone present in a state of shock. What? He entered the dungeon alone? Are you kidding me? Holy crap, that's insane. A gunslinger soloing a dungeon? He must be out of his mind. I can't see his level, but even if it's high, how high could it possibly be? He's not some high-level mage, what right does he have to be soloing? Exactly. Even if you're around level 20, you'd still need to bring a healer along to solo. I thought he was some big-shot whale, but it turns out, he's not that bright. Could he just be a total weakling? Let's just see if he can make it out alive. Some people even began to gloat, waiting to watch the drama unfold. The feeling of being ignored and rejected was unpleasant, so they didn't have any favorable impression of Chen. Furthermore, many people had attempted to solo dungeons out of arrogance, and quite a few of them had died inside because of it. Chen paid no mind to the matters outside. Upon entering the dungeon, he felt only a desolate aura accompanied by waves of a bloody stench. Behind him stood a portal of swirling green light, while before him lay a locked iron gate. Passing through this gate would mark the beginning of his journey into the dungeon. Behind the iron bars, a fierce, green-skinned lizard bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking for all the world like a predator lying in wait for the prey that would soon enter. Chen cast a glance at the creature. Monster, frenzied lizard. Level, 14. Strength, 230. Agility, 180. Intelligence, 90. Skill, breath lightning. As their levels increase, monsters develop their own unique skills. Moreover, their stats are more than double those of the monsters outside. With high strength and agility, it means their defense and damage are equally high. Normally, a level 14 warrior would only have about 60 or 70 strength, which is a far cry from the lizard in front of him. It's no wonder that cooperation is required to take this down. Lifting the Gatling Purgatory, he placed a finger on the trigger and slowly kicked open the iron door. The moment the iron gate swung open, he pulled the trigger. Da-did-day-day-day. Bullets erupted like a fire-breathing dragon, firing at a much higher velocity than before. However, it had to be said that the Gatling Purgatory possessed significantly greater recoil. Fortunately, the increase in Chen's own strength allowed him to offset the kickback. The giant lizard tried to close in on Chen, but was repeatedly driven back by a hail of bullets, unable to reach the casting range required to unleash its lightning breath. It must be said that while the lizard possessed great strength, its intelligence was severely lacking had it unleashed its skills the moment Chen stepped away from the iron gate. Chen would have been forced to use an escape skill to dodge the attack. Da-did-day-day-day. After another burst of gunfire, the lizard collapsed with a mournful wail. Ding! Congratulations, host, for a level gap kill on a dungeon monster. EXP plus 3000. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained lizard horn plus 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained fur plus 6. The EXP from monsters in the dungeon is truly substantial, and the drop rate for materials is also very high. A surge of excitement coursed through Chen. Killing a level 14 monster took a mere 2 or 3 seconds at this rate. Leveling up was more than 10 times faster than in the outside world. Chapter 18, One Man Against the Horde, Mowing Down the Mobs. The Maruk dungeon consisted of a vast plain. One simply had to follow a single path forward. With the Gatling Purgatory in hand, Chen left no survivors in his wake. The only variable was how quickly they perished. If critical hits landed frequently, the monsters wouldn't last even a second. Even without a single crit, they couldn't hold out for more than 3. Only 5 minutes after entering the dungeon, bursts of white light began to shimmer around Chen. Ding! Congratulations to the host on leveling up. Current level, 11. Ding! Congratulations to the host, basic stats have increased by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 free stat point, which can be allocated freely. In other words, he had finally leveled up. He had killed some wild monsters on the road during the day, and combined with the dungeon monsters he just cleared, he had just enough experience to level up. Thanks to the bonuses from my passive skills and the passive effect of the Gatling Purgatory, my attack power has increased significantly, making monster hunting much easier. If I enhance and enchant my weapon later on, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? At this thought, Chen felt a surge of excitement. In today's world, enhancing weapons is a very common practice. However, enhancement stones are extremely rare. Only elite monsters and field bosses have a minuscule probability of dropping them. Furthermore, every dungeon has a 12-hour cooldown period after each completion, preventing players from grinding them indefinitely. Consequently, weapon enhancement stones have become highly sought after. Their prices are also exorbitantly high, making them unaffordable for most people. Enhancing equipment to +5 is already considered the limit. If one attempts further enhancement beyond +5 and fails, the equipment will be destroyed and reduced to basic materials. It could be said that the gains do not make up for the losses. It doesn't matter. As long as I clear out every elite monster in the dungeon whenever I run it, something is bound to drop eventually. I'll use quantity to make up for the low probability. As for enchanting, it involves adding elemental or bonus damage to a weapon. Examples include frost damage, fire damage, arcane damage, and so on. There are also enchantments for core attributes, but they require spending far too much money. Only those from great families are willing to pay a high price to enchant their stats. Through continuous slaughter, he finally fought his way to the boss. Chen glanced at the boss's stats. Monster, Maruk Centaur Chieftain Elite Monster. Level, 20. Strength, 523. Agility, 490. Intelligence, 300. Skill, War Stomp stuns all enemies within 10 meters for 3 seconds. To Chen, this centaur boss was nothing more than a living target. While its War Stomp skill was formidable, it was strictly a melee ability. It might be a nightmare for classes like assassins or warriors, but for a gunslinger with such absurdly long range, it posed no threat at all. The Gatling Purgatory immediately erupted in a tongue of flame, unleashing a relentless barrage that slammed squarely into the boss, causing damage numbers to pop up continuously. The attack frequency was incredibly high. In less than 20 seconds, the boss fell in defeat on the spot. Clatter! Immediately afterward, a pile of items burst forth. Chen hurried forward to pick them up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a boss above your level, EXP plus 3000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blood-red gauntlets. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received enhancement stone +1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining materials. Holy cow, I got an enhancement stone and gear on my very first boss kill. Chen remarked with emotion. Although the loot wasn't particularly abundant, the quality was quite decent. Then, he began to check the stats of the equipment. Equipment, Bloodstained Gauntlets Bronze. Level, 10. Class requirement, none. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 20. Set stats, after collecting the armor, helmet, gauntlets, leggings, necklace, and ring, you can enjoy an additional 20 points to all 3 primary stats. For Chen at his current stage, this equipment is quite decent. The stat bonuses are quite substantial. He equipped the bloodstained gauntlets immediately. Name, Chen. Level, 11 rank 0. Strength, 47. Agility, 49. Intelligence, 37. Weapon, Gatling Purgatory. Equipment, Wolf-Fang Gauntlets Level 5, Bloodstained Gauntlets Level 10. Ammo, .308 rounds. Active skill, Escape. Passive skills, Weapon Mastery, Shooting Mastery, Focus. Watching his stats increase, Chen felt a strong desire to collect the entire set. A gunslinger with high stats provides a much greater sense of security. Chen looked around because the dungeon was so vast, many elite monsters remained even though the boss had been slain. From the moment he entered the dungeon, Chen had fought his way directly to the boss without stopping to clear out the surrounding mobs. For Chen, hunting bosses wasn't the top priority right now. The main focus was leveling up and farming materials. Afterward, Chen scanned his surroundings and located an area where centaurs were gathered in dense clusters. Some of these centaurs were melee fighters, while others were archers. For other classes, farming here would be extremely difficult. Mages, for instance, would easily have their spellcasting interrupted by the archers. As for melee classes, they would have to endure both the onslaught of the melee mobs and the relentless fire from the archers, making it hard to withstand such high levels of damage. However, for Chen, this posed no problem at all. Chen possessed a range of 1 kilometer, which was double the range of those archers. After scanning the surroundings, he found a gap between two massive boulders. This narrow crevice was just large enough to accommodate one person. For a long-range attacker, such a crevice was undoubtedly the best spot for grinding mobs, giving off a true feeling of one man holding the pass against 10,000. Day. Immediately afterward, tongues of fire erupted. There was no need for precise aiming. He only had to spray bullets toward the cluster of monsters. The indiscriminate assault instantly provoked a massive swarm of centaur monsters. Once hit, they began surging toward Chen's position. However, the closer they got, the higher Chen's accuracy became. Once they were within a 500-meter range, his hit rate reached a perfect 100%. And that was still based on indiscriminate firing. Hiding in his trench, Chen didn't forget to keep firing at the stationary monster groups, causing the centaurs to pack together so tightly they resembled a massive centaur army. Meanwhile, Chen was engaged in a bloody harvest. The centaur army was nothing more than a line of victims waiting to die. In just over 10 seconds, more than a dozen centaurs had already been struck down. Terrifying damage numbers continued to burst forth. Even the level 14 and 15 elite centaurs were utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. Chapter 19, A Bountiful Harvest. As time passed, waves of monsters collapsed to the ground, only to be replaced by dense swarms of larger creatures surging forward from behind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for a level gap kill on a centaur archer. EXP plus 300. Ding! Congratulations, host, for a level gap kill on a centaur warrior. EXP plus 300. Ding! Congratulations, host, for a level gap kill on a centaur witch doctor. EXP plus 300. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining black iron or +1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received enhancement stone +1. Due to Chen's relentless sweeping fire, he had no idea exactly how many monsters he had killed. Within a 1 kilometer radius, every single elite monster had been drawn toward Chen. Day. Damn, this feels incredible. Chen found the strafing more and more exhilarating. There was no need for aiming at all, just spraying bullets forward was enough. Thanks to the knockback effect of the Gatling Purgatory, these monsters couldn't charge in at all, and were all squeezed outside the gap between the two boulders. It could be said that every shot found its mark. After killing for a while longer, his EXP had increased by a full 30%. As for how many materials had dropped, Chen didn't have the time to pay attention. But as time passed, Chen let out a long sigh. How long is this damn spray and pray going to take? He also realized his current efficiency in killing mobs it truly couldn't compare to that of a powerful mage. It would be amazing if he could eventually unlock weapons like explosive rounds or missiles. For area of effect damage, those are the weapons you really need. The notification pings continued to sound as he steadily gained EXP and new materials. Despite the significant increase in Chen's strength, he still felt a wave of exhaustion. He simply lay prone on the ground and set up a bipod. Lying on the ground, he continued his output. With a more comfortable posture, his sense of fatigue diminished considerably. Chen was now a relentless killing machine. Since his ammunition was unlimited and cost nothing, all he had to do was pull the trigger. When his left hand grew tired, he switched to his right, alternating back and forth. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have leveled up. Current level, 12. Ding! Congratulations to the host, basic stats have increased by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 free stat point, which can be allocated freely. Finally, I've reached level 12. Running the dungeon once actually leveled me up twice. As expected, soloing dungeons is the fastest way to gain EXP. However, strength and speed are the prerequisites for soloing. If it takes over an hour just to kill one monster, you'd be better off heading to the wilderness. Soloing a nightmare level dungeon took less than 2 hours from start to finish, yet it yielded more than a full level of experience. The efficiency was truly impressive. After a few more minutes of slaughter, every last elite monster had been wiped out. Next, it was time to check the loot gathered from killing so many elite monsters. Holy crap, this much? Chen was somewhat surprised. Inside the backpack were hundreds of various materials, ranging from enchantment components to crafting materials for equipment and medicinal herbs. What surprised Chen the most was that 2 pieces of equipment had actually dropped, the blood red leggings and the blood red ring. This meant that half of the blood red set had been collected. However, Chen knew very well that completing the entire set would not be easy after all. The drop rate for the blood red breastplate was pitifully low. The blood-stained breastplate is also the piece of equipment that provides the highest stat increases within the set. Furthermore, it only has a chance to drop from bosses. The loot also included a significant number of enhancement stones. Tier 1 enhancement stone 500, used to enhance weapons and equipment no higher than Tier 1. The success rate is relatively low. Not bad. When I get back to Nanjiang, I'll have to give my gear a good enhancement. Then, he equipped the gear onto his body. His core stats each increased by over 40 points. With the bonuses from the equipment, his stats were now no lower than those of warriors or knights of the same level. This also invisibly increased his overall safety margin. Even though the Gatling Purgatory doesn't deal area of effect damage, its relentless firing isn't much different from AoE. As long as the terrain is favorable, there's almost no monster that can't be dealt with. Chen remarked with a sense of satisfaction. The materials in the backpack totaled over 10,000 pieces. Selling them all would yield a substantial profit. After clearing the dungeon a few more times, it would be time to head back to enhance and enchant the equipment. Enchanting equipment isn't done with a single material. It requires combining various materials before the process can be performed. Subsequently, Chen stepped into the dungeon exit. When Chen reappeared, he was back at the dungeon entrance. As soon as Chen appeared, he caught the attention of everyone around him. If for no other reason, the red Gatling Purgatory in Chen's hand was exceptionally eye-catching. Blue gas drifted from the barrel, highlighting the weapon's extraordinary nature. Some even wanted to step forward and touch the massive gun, but lacked the courage as they were unable to see through Chen's level. He actually made it out alive? Could it be that he soloed the dungeon? That's impossible. Those who can solo dungeons are all big shots over level 20. I don't believe this kid is over level 30. Wait, something's wrong. Look at his gauntlets, necklace, and greaves. Aren't they all blood-colored? That means he's already collected half of the blood set. What? He's the big shot who soloed the dungeon? I even badmouthed him earlier. Wow, a top-tier player actually just walked right past me. It was only after seeing the blood-colored equipment on Chen that many people suddenly snapped out of their disbelief. A powerhouse was right there beside them. Chen, however, ignored them and continued walking forward on his own. Once you leave a dungeon, it enters a cooldown period and cannot be entered again for 12 hours. Since he had finished the dungeon and had nothing else to do, he figured he might as well head to the wilderness to grind some mobs and gather materials. With that thought in mind, he pushed through the crowd and headed toward the wilderness. He just kept walking until he reached a clearing where no wild monsters roamed. However, his stomach betrayed him with an unceremonious growl. Chen hadn't eaten a single thing since parting ways with Luo Xia. He pulled out 2 buns and began eating as he walked. But as he ate, the aroma of roasted meat wafted toward him, and Chen couldn't help but look toward a tent pitched out in the wilderness. In front of the tent stood a man in his early 20s, roasting wild boar meat while two other men and a woman waited nearby. The man happened to see Chen holding a bun and took the initiative to greet him. "Hey brother, want to grab a bite with us?" However, his enthusiasm made his companions feel a bit uneasy. After all, they didn't know Chen's level, and the massive gun in Chen's hands exerted a heavy sense of pressure. When facing a powerhouse, one inevitably feels as though they are standing before a superior. "No thanks." Chen shook his head with a smile. However, the man carved a plate of roasted meat and walked straight up to Chen. "I can tell you didn't prepare any food, brother. Have some. You need a full stomach to have the strength to level up. What's the point of just eating plain buns?" Seeing the man's kind and friendly face, Chen accepted the meat. Chapter 20, Guild Territory Claim? As he took the meat, he swept his gaze across the surroundings out of the corner of his eye. Seeing the others chewing heartily on the roasted meat, he felt reassured and took a bite himself. It had to be said, roasted meat truly tasted the best. Chen realized that he was indeed lacking in experience, especially when it came to his rather meager food preparations. "Sit down and eat. If you'd like a drink, there's wine too." Seeing Chen eating with such gusto, the man flashed a bright, sunny smile. His warm and welcoming demeanor made people feel instantly at ease. "I'll pass on the wine." Chen waved his hand dismissively and took a seat by the group's campfire. "Little brother, my name is Qin Xiong. How should I address you?" The man took the initiative to ask. "Chen. Why are you staying here overnight instead of going over to the dungeon?" Chen also asked. Normally, if one were to wait overnight for a dungeon to reset, they would typically stay in the immediate vicinity of the dungeon. Doing so would save a significant amount of time. "Because." The man spoke with a hint of hesitation, as if he were in a difficult position. Meanwhile, a young girl not far away, a level 14 priest, spoke up cheerfully, "Because we finished our dungeon runs for today, and we're planning to wait here for the boss to spawn." "I see." Chen nodded. Typically, while waiting for dungeon cooldowns, players seek out field monsters to kill, and field bosses are undoubtedly the best choice. However, taking down a field boss requires camping the spawn location for a long time and accurately calculating the respawn timer. Once the respawn time is close, one must be prepared in advance. Yet, not everyone is willing to spend that much time calculating exactly when a field boss will reappear. "Brother Chen, your level is quite high. Would you like to grind with us? It's just that, we'll need to split any dropped gear and materials per capita. After all, we really need these resources." Qin Xiong extended the invitation directly. Splitting materials and equipment per capita was fair enough. After all, some teams tended to look out for their weaker members. Chen nodded with a smile while chewing on his meat. "All right then. I'll join you for a bit." Having accepted their hospitality, Chen felt the truth of the old saying, one's hands are tied when taking from others, and one's mouth is stopped when eating their food. It was only right to spend some time helping them take down the boss. Besides, Chen wouldn't gain much EXP from grinding ordinary field mobs anyway. It was also a good opportunity to gauge the strength of a field boss. "Then I'm much obliged to you for joining us, Brother Chen. Furthermore, we can cover the cost of your ammunition from the loot. After all, being a gunslinger is quite expensive." Qin Xiong spoke with considerable excitement. In fact, he had never teamed up with someone whose level he couldn't discern. He hadn't expected that the other party would actually agree to it. "No need. A gunslinger who lacks ammunition is not a qualified gunslinger." Chen waved his hand dismissively. With infinite ammunition, he wouldn't care about the issue of ammo supply at all. Qin Xiong smiled awkwardly, wondering to himself, is this person exceptionally wealthy, or do they simply know how to manufacture their own bullets? Afterward, Chen began to feast heartily with the members of the team, talking and laughing together. In this danger-ridden wilderness, such lightheartedness evoked a poignant sense of youth amidst the flames of war. About 2 hours later, a large group of people arrived, marching in disciplined formation. They directly cordoned off the entire area. One of them, upon seeing Chen and the others outside the tent, walked over with a cold expression. Get lost immediately. The Jihad Guild has claimed this area. No one is allowed to stay within a 1-mile radius. The man spoke icily. His tone was extremely overbearing, as if he would brook no argument. Your guild is being way too overbearing. We've been waiting here for over 5 hours. What right do you have to tell us to move? Exactly. We're waiting to farm mobs. Are you planning to monopolize the regular mobs too? Qin Xiong and a companion argued, their voices filled with righteous indignation. However, this companion was clever enough not to mention the field boss spawn. Humph. A field boss is about to spawn shortly. Don't think I don't know what you're after. Our young guild master needs the bloodstained breastplate, so our guild is claiming this field boss. Until that piece drops, no one else is allowed to lay a finger on it. A warrior carrying a greatsword stepped forward and spoke in a chilling tone. Chen also overheard the commotion. In this zone of level 14 and 15 monsters, there were only 2 field bosses. However, only this specific field boss had a 100% drop rate for pieces of the bloodstained set. As for the centaurs in the dungeon, their drop rates were pitifully low. Chen was quite lucky he managed to get a drop on his very first run, and the drop rate for chest plates is even lower than for other pieces of equipment. Let's go! Qin Xiong glanced at his companions, then walked over to Chen. He whispered, the Jihad Guild is trying to collect the full Scarlet set for their young guild leader. They've cordoned off the area, likely specifically for that Scarlet chestplate. Damn it, a young leader of a famous guild actually needs to mobilize the guild's power just to farm gear for the Huaqing Academy entrance exam. He must be some mediocre playboy. Chen was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. So, it turned out they were from the same year. However, Qin Xiong's point was valid. If this young guild leader were truly capable, there would be no need for the entire guild to make such a scene by cordoning off field bosses. And by the looks of it, they intended to monopolize the area until the grand exam concluded. If things went as expected, there were likely others grinding gear for him over at the dungeon as well. Completing a full set is no easy task. High-level players rarely bother grinding through such low-level dungeons. Low-level players are limited in the number of times they can run these dungeons, and as for the bloodshed set, few would repeatedly grind just to complete it. After leveling up a few times, one can equip higher tier gear, making it unnecessary to waste time grinding for these. The only ones who truly demand such sets are the wealthy young masters who lack strength but are desperate to get into prestigious academies. However, the bloodshed set provides an immense boost to the 3 primary stats. Unlike the Gunslinger class, whose damage primarily scales with guns and ammunition, other classes are often heavily dependent on their base stats. For instance, mages require high intelligence to boost damage and mana regeneration, while warriors rely on strength to increase physical damage, health, and durability. Can't they just wear other equipment? Chen asked back. Qin Xiong took a deep breath. Currently, for those under level 20, this set offers the highest attribute boost. While individual pieces might be better, they lack the set stats. The Scarlet set can even be worn all the way up to level 30. Chen frowned, not daring to mention that he already possessed 3 pieces of the Scarlet equipment. After all, an ordinary man is innocent, but possessing a treasure makes him a target. It would be troublesome if he were to be singled out by someone with ill intentions. After exiting the dungeon, someone noticed the blood-grade equipment he was wearing, so Chen took it off afterward. However, Chen had to clear the entire Maruk Centaur dungeon just to get these 3 pieces to drop. Go if you want to. I'm staying here to wait. Chapter 21, They All Must Die. The blood-red set Chen wanted it just as much as anyone else. After waiting here for over 2 hours, Chen had no intention of missing out. Chen, are you crazy? The Jihad Guild isn't someone we can afford to mess with. His companion beside him hurriedly spoke up. Yeah. We can't win against those big shots anyway, so let's just drop it. Brother Chen, why don't we go grind a dungeon instead? Dungeons drop gear too at worst, we'll just have to grind for a few extra days. Qin Xiong also chimed in with some advice. Chen glanced at Qin Xiong. Take them and leave first. Don't worry about me. With those words, Chen carried his massive red gun and walked toward the location where the field boss was likely to spawn. Qin Xiong wanted to step forward and grab Chen, but his companion held him back by the arm.
Forget it. Chen walked on, unconcerned. Kid, what do you think you're doing? The warrior leading the group looked at Chen with a cold expression.
The other 10+ members of the Jihad Guild also cast their icy gazes toward him. This group of people were all around level 20, fully equipped, and possessed a diverse range of classes. Everything from melee DPS and tanks to ranged DPS, healers, and crowd control was represented. It was precisely for this reason that Qin Xiong and his companions did not dare to provoke them. Furthermore, these individuals were all members of a guild without a powerful family background, who would dare to challenge a guild. One of the knights landed directly in front of Chen. Kid, I'm giving you one last chance, get lost now.
Get lost, Chen said coldly.
At the same time, he removed his medal of concealment to create a deliberate illusion for them.
Holy crap, kid, you were wearing a concealment medal just now? Turns out you're just a level 12 gunner. Since you're only level 12, you'd better scurry back home and drink your milk.
One of the mages burst into laughter. It was as if he had just witnessed the most ridiculous joke in the world.
The rest of the Holy War Guild members also erupted in laughter.
In their eyes, a level 12 individual was no different from an elementary school student. Qin Xiong's companions suddenly felt as if they were being played for fools. To their surprise, the gunslinger they had invited turned out to be just a low-level nobody they had originally expected a powerhouse.
And the result was just this? But it didn't matter anymore. Chen's death was likely imminent.
Qin Xiong's face was filled with worry. If Chen truly died here, it would be more or less because of him. Had he not asked Chen to team up for the field boss, none of this would have happened. Yet he was powerless. Facing the members of the Holy War Guild, his level was lower, his team was weaker, and his equipment was far inferior.
Ultimately, it all came down to not being strong enough. This field boss is mine.
If you don't get lost right now, every single one of you will die here.
Chen continued.
Originally, Chen had only a passing interest in the field boss, but since these people insisted on acting so overbearingly, he wasn't about to let them have their way. In that case, Chen was now determined to claim this field boss for himself. It wouldn't be a bad thing at all if he could manage to collect the full-blood red set.
TSK. You're killing me.
A little level 12 brat actually dares to talk big here.
Just a little gunslinger, huh? And one of the 10 hidden classes to boot. Considering your class is supposedly invincible in the late game, I'll let you slide just this once. Get lost, and make it quick.
The warrior leading the group said with a smirk. As if he were showing the other party a great deal of mercy.
Chen also saw the other person's information. Name, Li Chen. Level, 24.
Class, warrior. It turned out to be just an ordinary warrior, not a specialized class like a berserker or weapon master.
Even at level 24, Chen showed no hint of intimidation.
The mage who spoke earlier added, "Listen, kid, you're still wet behind the ears.
A field boss isn't something someone like you should be eyeing. Go find some common mobs to grind instead." Qin Xiong also hurriedly said, "Brother Chen, leave now. You can't win this fight. Save your life, there will be other days." However, Chen completely ignored their words. His tone turned icy, "Get out of my way, or you all die."
Qin Xiong and the others could feel a chilling sensation, as if they had been dropped into an ice cellar. Furthermore, the killing intent in Chen's eyes was completely undisguised.
"Damn it! Since you don't know your place, I'll just kill you." The smile vanished from the warrior's face, replaced by a look of pure murderous intent. It was as if a superior being had been held in contempt by a mere ant. Day. But what greeted him was a dense barrage of bullets, surging forward like a dragon of fire. "Humph! Let's see just how tough your bullets really are." The warrior snorted coldly and immediately activated his shield wall skill. A white, shield-shaped light manifested in front of his body to protect him. Bang! 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 In an instant, the bullets rained down on him. The light shield distorted violently as if it were being crushed, teetering on the brink of shattering. The warrior, Li Chen, was stunned. What kind of bullets were these? What kind of gun was that? How could the damage be this high? And it was a dozen bullets in a single instant. One must realize that his shield wall skill could even withstand several attacks from a dungeon boss of the same level. Yet, in the face of Chen's dozen or so bullets, it was on the verge of shattering in an instant. What terrified Li Chen the most was what followed. The bullets didn't stop at all. Instead, they erupted like a geyser, a dragon of fire surging toward him. What kind of hellish fire rate is this? Compared to archers or mages, this attack speed is simply too exaggerated. Moreover, the damage from every single bullet was no less than that of a mage at their level. For him, it would take another 5 seconds of cooldown before he could deploy the shield wall skill again. Terrified out of his wits, he immediately used his charge skill to scramble away toward the left. What are you all staring at? Get in there! The warrior Li Chen's face turned pale with fear, and he let out a frantic roar. An archer quickly loosed an arrow toward Chen. Among the group, the archer had the fastest long-range output, and this particular archer happened to be within range of Chen. Day. However, before the archer could even make his move, a barrage of bullets slammed into his body. The fragile archer was simply unable to withstand the damage from over 20 bullets and was blasted dead on the spot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately after, another archer fired at Chen, the sharp arrow streaking through the air like a bolt of light. Watch out! Qin Xiong let out a loud shout. But Chen remained incredibly calm. The muzzle of the Gatling Purgatory swung around, aiming straight for the sharp arrow, instantly blasting it to the ground. Many more bullets continued forward, all slamming into the body of the ambushing archer. Bang 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 bang. Just like the previous archer, over 20 bullets killed him instantly. There was no suspense whatsoever. Watch out for the knight! Qin Xiong roared again in concern. Chapter 22, A Killing Spree. Little did they know, Chen had everything in his sights. A knight initiated a charge toward Chen, being the one closest to him. He had just reached the effective range for the charge skill. However, at the very moment he was about to dash forward, Chen flickered and leaped backward, covering a distance of over 20 meters. It was Chen's active skill, escape. Most crucially, the knight had also lost the target for his skill. The knight was momentarily stunned. But in that split second of confusion, he was met with a barrage of bullets that resembled a fiery dragon. Day. As the bullets struck the knight, he was forced back continuously by the impact. At the same time, the priests and paladins began to cast healing spells on him. However, despite the healing, the recovery speed simply could not keep up with the relentless onslaught of bullets. The damage from every single bullet caused the knight excruciating pain, yet the dense barrage of rounds struck his body without pause. Even with the most elite healers backing him, he was reaching his breaking point. He's a bit tanky. Chen realized that this knight was indeed quite durable. Combined with the healer's constant restoration, taking him down instantly was somewhat unrealistic. But it didn't matter, a few more magazines of bullets would get the job done. Day. It took another 3 seconds to riddle the knight with bullets until he was dead. The healers in the rear were completely stunned. One had to realize they were decked out in full bronze tier gear, yet they still couldn't keep a full tank knight alive. Just how terrifying was the damage output of this level 12 gunslinger? Even when they were grinding level 20 plus dungeon bosses, such a situation had never occurred. Just as Chen killed the knight, the mages had finished channeling their spells. 2 massive fireballs, trailing dazzling light, hurtled toward Chen. Fortunately, Chen was alert to his surroundings. At the very instant the fireballs were about to strike, he activated his escape skill once more. The 2 fireballs slammed into a large tree, shattering it to pieces and setting the wood ablaze. Chen swung his muzzle around, aiming directly at the nearest mage. Day. Mages are even squishier than archers. Even with a shield active, they still can't hold their ground. It only bought them a little over a second of extra time.
Furthermore, any mage inside a shield trying to cast a spell would have their channeling interrupted by the hail of bullets. Before the mage could unleash another skill, they were riddled with bullets and killed instantly. Next up was the second mage. Unsurprisingly, it was all over in just 2 seconds. "Damn it, I'll take you down with me." Li Chen, the leader, grew increasingly anxious. If things continued this way, their entire team would be wiped out. For damage dealers had already fallen, yet they had failed to inflict any meaningful damage on Chen. The top priority now was for him, as a melee class, to rush forward and pin Chen down. Chen's gaze sharpened. Judging by the look in Li Chen's eyes, he sensed something was amiss. "He's definitely trying to distract me." Chen quickly determined that this warrior was only shouting without taking any action. He must be providing cover for an accomplice. Which meant Chen didn't dare to overthink it. Feeling a sudden gust of wind approaching, he hastily used his escape skill toward the left. And right behind where he had just been standing, a black-clad assassin appeared. The assassin launched a sneak attack, attempting to backstab Chen. "Humph." Chen let out a cold snort and immediately pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da-da. A full magazine of bullets slammed squarely into the assassin's body. Because the distance was so short, not a single bullet was wasted. A 100% hit rate. He nearly riddled the assassin with bullets, turning him into a human beehive. At that moment, Li Chen raised his shield in a blocking stance and transformed into a meteor, charging fiercely toward Chen. Attack together. Buffers, hit me. Healers, keep me up. DPS, take him down. Sync your rhythm. Li Chen had also recovered from his previous state of panic. He had no choice but to treat Chen like a world boss, coordinating every move to take him down. The support classes quickly applied buffs to everyone remaining: damage boosts, stat enhancements, cooldown reduction, tenacity increases, shields, attack speed. Every possible buff that could be applied was cast. In just 2 seconds, the full array of buffs was complete. Previously, Li Chen had underestimated Chen, which resulted in the deaths of several of their members. This time, Li Chen dared not be careless again, fully reclaiming the cooperative habits they had cultivated in their daily training. Moreover, those who were not currently under fire gathered together and began to deploy according to their formation. Warriors and knights took the front row, followed closely by assassins, with ranged damage dealers and supports bringing up the rear. There were 10 people left in the entire team. Chen didn't overthink it. He continued to retreat while maintaining his aim. Da-da-da-da-da. The firepower had only ceased for a brief moment, so what if they had managed to regroup their formation? Before the team could launch an effective offensive, a warrior was gunned down by a burst of bullets. This warrior's equipment was subpar, resulting in a massive amount of critical damage. Even though a healer cast a healing spell on him, the recovery could not keep pace with the damage. After killing the warrior, Chen slightly adjusted his muzzle and aimed at the healer. While retreating, Chen had already secured a sufficient range advantage. It was enough to strike the opponent's long-range damage dealers and support positions. Da-da-da-da-da. With just a single magazine, the healer met their end. This time, Chen retreated while firing, to prevent anyone from rushing forward. However, no one on the opposing side could do anything to stop Chen. Warriors and knights charged forward through the gunfire, while the healers behind them cast heals desperately, despite the frontliners already being covered in buffs. But what was the point? After pushing forward a mere 100 meters or so, they were shredded to death by the machine guns. Until finally, among the melee classes, only Li Chen remained. He was completely dumbfounded. What kind of firepower was this? Even a team as well equipped as his couldn't beat them? Especially when every member was more than 10 levels higher than the opposition. If word of this got out, it's likely no one would even believe it. Run! Get out of here! Li Chen finally felt a profound sense of dread. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned tail and bolted toward the rear. Da-da-da-da-da. But with only 2 legs, there was no way he could outrun the speed of bullets. 2 more bursts of gunfire struck him down instantly. The remaining blast cannon classes were even more defenseless. Like slaughtering pigs or dogs, he massacred every remaining member of the Jihad guild.
Corpses lay scattered across the ground, and the nauseating stench of blood mingled with the acrid smell of gunpowder smoke. All 18 members of the Jihad Guild had been eliminated. A large pile of items appeared on the ground. Killing and looting. Chen naturally wouldn't miss out. He collected all the dropped items from the ground without even sparing them a second glance. Then, Chen glanced at the burning tree nearby. He simply tossed all the corpses on the ground into the flames, using the fire to destroy all traces of the bodies. Chapter 23, Enhancing Equipment. Meanwhile, Qin Xiong's entire squad watched on in utter bewilderment. It was as if they had just lived through a nightmare. Huh? They're all dead just like that? My God! Not a single one left? He even burned the bodies. What a ruthless guy! But, the Jihad Guild is incredibly overbearing. They definitely won't let this go. If they find out we're involved, they'll kill us all regardless of whether we were the ones who did it. What should we do? The group chimed in one after another, their voices filled with worry. They remained unable to shake off the shock of what had just transpired, yet, the greater the shock, the more clearly they realized their lives might soon be in jeopardy. Qin Xiong spoke up, everyone knows how the Jihad Guild operates. Someone is bound to know we were camping the field boss here, so they will definitely come looking for us. If they find us, we're dead for sure. Therefore, I suggest we first keep our mouths shut, act as if this never happened, and then leave Nanjing City immediately. We could even leave Nanzhou province entirely. Only by getting out of the Jihad Guild's sphere of influence can we be truly safe. They were all well aware of the Jihad Guild's reputation. It was better to simply leave this place, neither betraying Chen nor staying to face certain death. The reason for not betraying Chen was simple: none of them knew if there was a powerful force backing him, and they wanted to prevent him from taking any desperate measures to eliminate all witnesses. After all, only the dead can truly keep a secret. If Chen feared they might sell him out, he possessed more than enough strength to kill them all. As for the field boss, they were no longer in any state of mind to continue the raid. Whether you reveal my identity or not doesn't matter. You guys should head out, Chen said nonchalantly. All right then. Until we meet again, brother Chen. Qin Xiong made a parting gesture toward Chen and offered him a few final words of advice. The group then quickly withdrew from the area. Chen, meanwhile, remained behind to continue waiting for the field boss to spawn. After waiting for about an hour, a 3-meter-tall centaur monster materialized out of thin air. It was the field boss that Qin Xiong and the others had been waiting for so anxiously. Chen took a quick glance at the field boss's stats. It was quite similar to the Maluk centaur found in the dungeons. The only real difference lay in its skills. After a few bursts of gunfire, in less than half a minute, the field boss collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. They simply couldn't withstand Chen's bullets, failing to advance even a single step. Ding! Congratulations, host, for a level gap kill on an elite centaur. EXP plus 3000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining wolf fawn grass plus 5. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining enhancement stone plus 2. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining bloodstained breastplate bronze grade. Holy crap, a piece with the lowest drop rate actually dropped. Chen was quite surprised. As for the other materials, Chen didn't find them particularly remarkable. However, the scarlet breastplate was the piece with the lowest drop rate and the highest stats in the scarlet set. It increases all 3 primary stats by 40 points. The rest of the set pieces, the gauntlets, greaves, and helmet, provide around 20 points each, while the necklace and rings increase agility stats by over 20 points. One could even say that this breastplate is the very piece of equipment the young guild leader of the Holy War Guild needs most. Yet, it ended up being dropped for Chen. Had Chen backed down, this item would have surely fallen into the hands of that young guild leader. Chen tucked the breastplate away, feeling satisfied. He couldn't wear it just yet. Only after collecting the full set would he unlock the hidden equipment feature, which would prevent others from seeing that he was wearing the bloodshed set. After a quick calculation, there were still 5 or 6 hours left before the dungeon reset. It would be better to head back to Nanjiang City first to sort out my equipment and see if I could get some enchantments done. By the time I made the round trip back to the Maruk Centaur dungeon, the timing would be just about right. Furthermore, increasing my damage output would significantly boost my mob grinding speed. I soon returned to the city and took a bus to the Dragon Federation exchange. Along the way, many players could be seen coming and going. Some were heading to the wilderness to grind mobs, while others were running dungeons. Before reaching level 10, they all needed to level up in the suburban wilderness areas. After entering the Dragon Federation exchange, Chen first sold off all the equipment he couldn't use. Having killed so many players, he had acquired quite a lot of gear, selling it all for a total of over 200,000 gold coins. Such a vast amount of gold coins made Chen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If you want to make money fast, nothing beats killing others and looting their goods. The rest of the useless materials only fetched a little over 100,000 gold coins in total. With enough gold coins, I can now proceed with the upcoming enhancements and enchantments. Soon, I found the Enhancement Bureau near the Dragon Federation exchange. The Enhancement Bureau was packed with people. Enhancing equipment is a very expensive endeavor with a chance of failure, so usually, only the wealthy frequent this place. The staff member, acting as if they had encountered a rare guest, led Chen to a reinforced private room. Inside the room sat the equipment used for enhancing gear. Please place the item you wish to enhance in the enhancement zone, followed by the enhancement stones. Then, simply wait for the result. The staff member gave a brief introduction and then left the room. Chen removed the bullet from his gun and placed it into the enhancement zone. The first thing to be enhanced was the ammunition, as it is, after all, the primary source of damage. A preview of the enhancement success rate then appeared on the equipment enhancement screen. Without any enhancement stones inserted, it remained at 0%. Chen then placed the enhancement stones in, and the success rate jumped to 49%. With over 5,000 enhancement stones in total, Chen had no reason to worry about the success rate. It was pure extravagance. Congratulations! Enhancement successful. All stats increased by 10%. In other words, the bullet's damage value increased from the initial 101 to 110. Keep going. Chen inserted another enhancement stone. Thank you for your patronage. Enhancement failed. All enhanced stats have been reset to 0. The bonus damage from the bullets dropped straight to 0. Good grief, it's like gambling. It didn't matter, he had plenty of enhancement stones anyway. Chen loaded more enhancement stones, determined to go head-to-head with this piece of equipment. He spent over an hour straight on the enhancement process. This only managed to increase the bullet count to 3. Yet, it had already consumed over 800 enhancement stones. This is such a massive rip-off. An ordinary class would never be able to withstand this level of consumption, unless they had God-tier luck. Let's go again. Chen gritted his teeth and directly selected the continuous enhancement mode. He set the enhancement target to +5. Please insert 10 or more enhancement stones. He tossed in 100 stones at once, hoping to overwhelm this scam of a machine. Immediately after, the enhancement process began. The equipment flickered between success and failure, making for a nerve-wracking sight. After a few minutes, the equipment suddenly came to a halt. Congratulations! Enhancement successful, +5. Chapter 24, Returning to the Dungeon. Finally, the enhancement was a success. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It had cost a total of over 3,000 enhancement stones. This was how it managed to be enhanced to level +5. Then, Chen checked the stats of the .308 rounds. Item, .308 rounds +5. Level requirement, 10. Attack, 15. As the bullet damage increased, combined with the damage bonuses from other equipment, a single shot could now deal over 200 points of damage. However, the enhancements were not over yet. Next, the bullets needed to be enchanted. The enchantment station was located near the Reinforcement Bureau, but the process required a vast amount of materials. After checking all the materials in his storage space, Chen discovered he was still missing one item. But it didn't matter. After selling so many materials and pieces of equipment, Chen's funds were now quite substantial. He went straight to the Dragon Federation exchange and purchased the necessary enchanting materials. After gathering all the materials, he headed to the enchanting hall. Once again, he entered an enchanting room. A list of required materials appeared on the screen of the enchanting equipment. As each material was placed in the correct quantity, the corresponding option on the screen lit up. Soon, after placing all the materials inside, he added the .308 rounds as well. Streaks of brilliant light began to shimmer across the bullets. Enchanting is divided into 10 levels. One can only proceed to the next level of enchantment after each class advancement. In other words, the higher the level and the more advancements one has completed, the higher the level of enchantment available. As the number of enchantment layers increases, the stack stats and attack effects become significantly more powerful. However, enchanting also carries a risk of failure. Once it fails, you have to start all over again. The difference between enchanting and strengthening, however, is that enchanting can be protected by certain items to ensure the level doesn't drop, and there are also items that can increase the success rate. As the light on the bullet flickered, the sound from the enchanting equipment soon rang out. Congratulations! Enchantment successful, +1. Chen took a deep breath. His luck was holding up. Success on the first try. I thought it would take quite a long time. After the enchantment, the stats of the bullets changed once again. Chen checked them immediately. Item, .308 rounds enhanced +5 enchanted +1. Level requirement, 10. Attack, 15. Enchantment stats, dealing damage to an enemy inflicts a bleed effect, dealing 10% of base damage per second for 10 seconds. Does not stack. Enchantment effects are randomized based on the equipment type. This particular effect is quite excellent, providing sustained damage that is especially effective against bosses and high-level classes. He took out the bullets and reloaded them into the Gatling Purgatory. I still need to level up quickly. Once I reach the second class advancement, I'll unlock the next weapon. Chen took a deep breath. It's a long road ahead. There's still much work to be done. Meanwhile, at the Maruk Centaur dungeon, 4 people were teleported out of the dungeon. Leading the group, Lin Han wore a look of disappointment. Damn it, the chest plate didn't drop again. No one in the other squads got it either. It's bloody ridiculous. We're offering a high price, and still, no one's selling. As the young guild leader of the Holy War Guild, he had exhausted every effort to obtain the blood red set. However, he would have to wait another 12 hours before he could enter the dungeon again. Young guild leader, there's no need to worry. The grand exam is still a few days away. We still have time. One of his subordinates quickly tried to comfort him. I know, but I must complete the blood red set. I'm not just aiming to get into Huaqing Academy, I want a top-tier ranking. Where are Li Chan and the others? Based on the timing, they should have finished the field boss long ago. Lin Han said with a frown. You're right, where did they go? Could something have gone wrong? This doesn't make sense. There were more than 10 of them. What could possibly go wrong while farming a minor field boss? Unless they ran into some kind of freak accident. Something's wrong. Not a single one of their people is in sight. The group that had been accompanying them through the dungeon began to panic. After all, they were only level 16 or 17, far inferior in strength to the members of Li Chen's team. Yet, from such a powerful squad, not a single soul was to be found. Lin Han's brow furrowed, completely unable to make sense of the situation. After a moment of reflection, he finally spoke, fire a flare first. Let's see if there's any response. Immediately following his command, one of his subordinates launched a signal flare into the sky. The flare exploded in mid-air, forming a massive sphere of red light. It was clearly visible to anyone within a 10-mile radius. However, a long time passed after the flare was fired, and there was still no response. This meant that Li Chen and the others hadn't seen their signal at all. Did something happen? Lin Han lowered his head, lost in thought. He had previously instructed Li Chen to wait for them at the dungeon entrance once they finished clearing the field boss. It was impossible for Li Chen to leave without authorization. Could he have been killed? That was also impossible. Li Chen himself was a powerhouse over level 20, making him an almost invincible existence in this area. Not to mention he had a dozen or so accomplices with him. Even if someone were capable of killing him, they couldn't have wiped out the entire squad. At the very least, someone should have survived to bring back word, or at least fired a flare in response. But as it stands, there hasn't been a single sign of anything. Something major must have happened. Let's move. Once we're back, we'll send out a search party for Li Chen and the others. Lin Han didn't dare to be the least bit careless. The sudden disappearance of so many people filled him with a growing sense of unease. He didn't dare linger a moment longer. He could only return to the city first and then consider his next steps. Meanwhile, after finishing the enchantment and enhancement of his bullets, Chen headed straight for the suburban wilderness. When he arrived at the city wall, he encountered the same guard from his first trip to the wild. The guard froze upon seeing Chen. He had a particularly deep impression of him, because Chen was the first person to ever head out of the city at level 7. But seeing Chen now, he had actually reached level 12. "Kid, how are you level 12 already?" The guard's mouth hung open as if he were looking at a monster. According to his memory, it hadn't even been 24 hours since Chen went out into the wild to level up. Yet, he had actually managed to jump 5 levels. It was truly inconceivable, even overturning all of his prior perceptions. Just grind some mobs, clear some dungeons, and you're level 12. Isn't that simple? It's just leveling up. Chen smiled. Then, under astonished gazes, he walked out of the city, preparing to head toward the Maruk Centaur dungeon. He didn't stay idle along the way, gunning down wild monsters as he traveled. Free EXP is too good to pass up. Most importantly, Chen was only a small amount of EXP away from leveling up. The EXP provided by a field boss is quite substantial. When he was more than halfway there, Chen successfully reached level 13. Chapter 25, This is what you call efficiency. As he leveled up, the EXP bar for the next level also increased significantly. To reach level 15, he would need to clear the dungeon at least 3 more times. Once he hit level 15, applying to Huaqing Academy would no longer be an issue. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Maruk Centaur dungeon. Even though it was currently dawn, there were still many people waiting for the dungeon to reset, having already formed teams and eager to give it a try. Subsequently, one team after another entered the dungeon. Chen's appearance caught the attention of many people present. Holy crap, that kid's gun is so cool. It looks like it packs a serious punch. I can't see his level. Could he be some kind of top-tier pro? Unlikely. He's probably wearing a masking badge. But wait, is he a gunslinger from the 10 hidden classes? Someone carrying such a massive machine gun must be a gunslinger, but that class, it's been ages since I've seen one. Is he planning to solo the dungeon? A gunslinger soloing a dungeon? You've got to be kidding me. In the distance, a striking figure stood watching Chen's retreating back intently. It was Snow. She knew very well that there was currently only one gunslinger in the entire Nanjian city, and that was Chen. What she had been constantly thinking about was Chen's heavy firearm, except that now, Chen's weapon had been replaced with a new one. It was larger, more handsome, and clearly a powerful machine gun at first glance. Snow had just reached level 10 and arrived in front of the dungeon, preparing to form a party to clear it. Among the high school students, she was already considered someone who leveled up very quickly. However, she had no idea what Chen's current level was. Right now, she needed to find a decent team. Fortunately, as an elemental mage, a hidden class known for stable damage output, it was quite easy for her to find a group. The Maruk Centaur dungeon was only a level 14 dungeon. If they ran it on normal difficulty, it would be a breeze. When it came to grouping up, the only thing that mattered was efficiency. Soloing? Are you insane? Snow's eyes were filled with utter astonishment. But soloing was a completely different story. Even on normal difficulty, it would take a level 20 plus character with a specialized class and full gear to pull it off. Despite her disbelief, the facts were right in front of her. Although she couldn't see Chen's level, she was certain that he had entered the dungeon alone. "I definitely won't lose to you again." Snow clenched her fists, a surge of defiance rising within her. Soon, she carefully selected a team and entered the dungeon. As an elemental mage, she still retained the power of choice despite her relatively low level. Such was the inherent advantage of her class. Upon entering the dungeon, Chen began by sweeping through everything in his path. According to Chen's plan, the priority was to kill the boss as quickly as possible and then clear out the minions. Once the boss was dead, he could gather the mobs and level up without any restraint. With the increased bullet damage, he tore through the monsters like a hot knife through butter. These lizard and centaur minions could withstand 5 bullets at most. But 5 bullets could be fired in just half a second. At this moment, Chen was like a force of nature, leaving nothing but scorched earth in his wake. His monster-clearing efficiency was terrifying. In just a few minutes, he had pushed his way to the front of the boss. Of course, Chen would occasionally fire shots in all directions to draw aggro from the mobs. A massive swarm of centaur minions followed closely behind him, charging fearlessly toward their deaths. Chen's bullets were primarily focused on the monsters blocking his path ahead. As for the mob trailing behind him, he would deal with them after the boss was dead. "Centaur Maruk, face your trial by gunfire." Chen gripped the Gatling Purgatory and unleashed a relentless barrage directly at the centaur boss. Da-did-day-day-day. Before Centaur Maruk could even react, its health bar had already plummeted by half. Infuriated, it performed a massive stomp on the spot, sending a tremor through the entire dungeon. After the stomp, it prepared to charge straight toward Chen. However, caught in the hail of bullets, the creature suffered numerous knockback effects, making it appear as if it were drifting backward while remaining in place. In just over 10 seconds, Maruk the centaur collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a boss above your level. EXP plus 30,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Scarlet Ring equipment level 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Enhancement Stone plus 10. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received Black Iron or plus 8. Chen gave them a quick glance before sweeping them all into his storage space. After all, there was still a massive horde of monsters right behind him. He was still quite fragile, with very mediocre damage-soaking capabilities. Using an escape skill to put some distance between himself and the pursuing monsters, he sprinted toward the narrow crevice between the boulders where he had previously farmed the dungeon. Without hesitation, he dropped directly into a prone position, adjusted for a comfortable posture, pulled the trigger, and began spraying fire. While gunning down the existing monsters, he occasionally took advantage of his superior range to pull more mobs into the fray. This applied to monsters within dungeons as well as those in the wild. When monsters were clustered together, drawing the aggro of one would trigger the aggro of all nearby enemies. Da-did-day-day-day. Burn! Youth amidst the flames of war. It has to be said, there's something about a machine gun, the more you fire it, the more satisfying it gets, to the point where it's almost addictive. After clearing out all the monsters and gathering the loot, Chen exited the dungeon. He then began preparing to grind some mobs in the open world. While farming the wild mobs, he crossed paths with members of the Jihad Guild. These guild members were going around questioning people about what had happened yesterday, but everyone they asked claimed to know absolutely nothing. What surprised Chen the most was that someone had leaked the news about the Jihad Guild cordoning off the field bosses. This led to warnings from the Dragon Federation Class Association and relevant departments in Nanxiang, stating that field bosses belong to everyone and are not the private property of the Jihad Guild. Chen had overheard these matters while grinding mobs in the wild. In order to gain more EXP, Chen had pushed into the deepest parts of the suburban wilderness, where monsters ranging from level 17 to 18 roamed. Although the EXP wasn't as high as that from elite monsters in dungeons, it was still quite substantial compared to level 14 or 15 wild mobs. Just as Chen found some level 17 or 18 wild monsters, he spotted a group of people leveling up. It was a multi-person party consisting of 5 members, a healer, a knight, a shaman, a mage, and a formation master. The presence of the formation masterclass was quite a surprise to Chen. After all, this was a very rare support class that was seldom seen. In the later stages, they could create all sorts of terrifying formations with their devastating lethality. They could even destroy an entire city. The mage launched a fireball to draw the aggro of all the monsters, and then the knight led them all into the light curtain formation. Streaks of purple lightning struck down upon the formation, and massive damage numbers began floating up from all the monsters trapped within. The mages then unleashed various area of effect skills to harvest the remaining enemies. In no time at all, every single monster was eliminated. Chapter 26, A Notorious Figure of Nanjiang City. Although Chen's output was comparable to area of effect damage, it still functioned on the basis of one bullet dealing damage to one target at a time. He still held on to the hope of unlocking area of effect weapons. Chen didn't linger for long. He equipped all his gear, as having sufficient agility and strength would allow him to better handle any emergencies. Then, he walked past the group of people. However, Chen's appearance triggered their alertness, and they all cast wary glances toward him. After all, in the wild, humans are often far more dangerous than monsters. Fortunately, Chen walked past on his own, and nothing happened. Finding a small hill, Chen set up the Gatling Purgatory, preparing to grind mobs. Among the swarm of scorpion monsters, there were also 2 elite monsters. Furthermore, the level of these elite monsters had reached level 20. Surrounding him were dense crowds of scorpion monsters, brandishing 2 massive pincers and needle-thick tails. The tips of their tails shimmered with a faint light, which was merely the reflection of their venom. Chen's current position was the optimal sniping vantage point, elevated on a protruding hillock, with massive trees providing cover on both sides. Day. Pulling the trigger, the bullet streaked out like a dragon of fire. Activating the passive focus skill, his attack power began to climb steadily. Coupled with the occurrence of critical hits, a continuous stream of damage numbers erupted from within the mob of monsters. 120, 112, 134. The efficiency of clearing mobs after the enhancement had improved by no small margin. It also deals enchanted damage, though minimal. It's certainly better than nothing. Then there's the terrifying rate of fire, 1,000 rounds per minute. The vibrating machine gun is enough to make any monster feel utterly overwhelmed. Just imagine at a peak speed of 16 rounds per second, who could possibly withstand that? Compared to other ranged physical classes, such as archers who can fire at most 2 arrows per second, they simply cannot hold a candle to a gunslinger. If he manages to unlock the Vulcan Tyrant next, Chen can't even fathom how terrifyingly high his combat efficiency will become. Perhaps this is the late-game invincibility of the Gunslinger. Day. Unleashing a frantic barrage of gunfire at the monsters, the visual impact was nearly indistinguishable from area of effect damage. With a terrifying attack frequency and exaggerated damage values, the output was off the charts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a level gap kill on a black-tailed scorpion, EXP plus 360. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining materials. Not only was he gaining EXP, but a large amount of materials and enhancement stones were also dropping. Swaths of black-tailed scorpions collapsed to the ground, and not a single one could get within 100 meters of Chen. Although the EXP wasn't particularly impressive, every little bit counts. After 10 hours of grinding, he would be able to return to the Centaur dungeon. Moreover, the grinding was completely stress-free. He treated it as practice for finger-pressing speed, simply switching hands whenever one got tired. To achieve his class advancement sooner, or rather, to unlock more advanced weaponry, Chen had no intention of wasting a single second. After over 2 hours of relentless firing, he had farmed more than 1,000 enhancement stones, along with a substantial amount of various materials. If players of other classes were to attempt this, they would be lucky to farm 10 or 20 enhancement stones in the same 2-hour window. Even classes with strong area of effect capabilities, such as mages or formation masters, simply couldn't pull it off. After all, both of those classes consume mana whenever they use their skills. Unlike others, Chen had an infinite supply of ammunition. As long as his finger strength held out, he had nothing to worry about. At this moment, Chen was having the time of his life grinding mobs. However, just then, a small team began approaching Chen's direction. Ion, now that you've awakened as a storm mage, our guild has gone to great lengths to help you level up. I'm sure you're already the highest level student in this batch. The speaker was a knight. The entire squad consisted of members from the Snow Leopard Guild, and the man addressed as Ion was also a classmate of Chen's from the same grade at school. Don't worry, brother. Once I've leveled up later on, I definitely won't forget you or the rest of our guild brothers. Chen chuckled, a surge of accomplishment welling up in his heart. Fortunately, he had joined the guild early and received significant support. They all wanted him to achieve outstanding results in the grand exam. It was both an investment by the guild in a high-potential member and a way to boost the guild's own prestige. Most importantly, the Storm Mage is an exceptionally powerful hidden class among mages, boasting both high damage output and crowd control capabilities. The edge of the suburban wilderness is just ahead. We'll pull the mobs for you, and you just focus on dealing damage. This way, you'll be able to level up after grinding for a while. The knight instructed. They didn't form a party, because being in a party would mean the EXP is split equally based on level. Therefore, they would pull the monsters and let Chen land the killing blows himself, ensuring that all the EXP belonged solely to him. This was the fastest power leveling strategy in the wild. And Chen happened to be a storm mage, whose skills were inherently area of effect. The denser the monsters were, the more effectively he could cut them down. After pulling a group of mobs, Chen unleashed several lightning hurricanes. His mana couldn't keep up, and he had to chug potions to restore it before he could continue. As the other four continued to pull mobs, they all stopped in their tracks simultaneously, as if by prior agreement. What's wrong, guys? Chen asked in surprise. Knight only spared a glance ahead before Chen dashed over. Crossing over a hill, he was instantly dumbfounded. Because he could hear the sound of no ordinary gunshots. Holy crap, is he a gunslinger? How could he possibly have such an exaggerated range? Watch out. Don't let his bullets catch us. The group quickly retreated behind a rock, peeking out cautiously to witness the gunslinger's moment of slaughter. Good grief, are his bullets free? Can they even be used like that? My god, this is the first time I've seen such an over-the-top gunslinger. More importantly, his damage output is absolutely insane. No kidding. These level 16 and 17 monsters are like wet paper in front of him. Hurry, record this. Quick. The group looked at each other in confusion. None of them had a camera. They were out here to level up, not to film a travel documentary. I have one. The formation master pulled a vintage-style camera out of his storage space. Start filming. This is going to be huge news when we get back. I'm certain of it, Chen said with conviction. Only then did the formation master begin filming with great caution. A stream of bullets, like a tongue of fire, poured out incessantly as swaths of scorpion monsters collapsed one after another. It was as effortless as slaughtering livestock. Now this is what you call mob grinding. Now look at them. The Snow Leopard Guild hid behind the rocks, recording for a full 10 minutes. In these 10 minutes, there's no telling how many bullets he fired. Continuous output without a single moment of interruption. He is definitely a ruthless character. I've never heard of such a big shot in Nanjiang City before. Chapter 27, Exposed, no longer able to hide. Let's go. Back to the base. Show this video to the boss. I bet it'll go viral. Exactly. And we need to find out who this guy really is. If he doesn't belong to any faction, our Snow Leopard Guild must find a way to recruit him. The group returned to the city of Nanjiang in high spirits, looking as if they were returning from a successful harvest. Meanwhile, Chen remained completely unaware that he had been filmed. He simply continued farming monsters on his own. Soon, the members of the Snow Leopard Guild returned to the city. Upon seeing the recorded video, the guild leader stood frozen in place, dazed. This is a gunslinger? Where did you film this? Did you guys digitally alter this? 100,000 questions flooded the leader's mind. Boss, it's absolutely real. We didn't do any editing at all, we witnessed this gunslinger grinding mobs with our own eyes. The knight said hurriedly. You're right, that person does look a bit familiar. A Chen nodded in agreement. The only strange thing was that while the person in the footage seemed familiar, the image was extremely blurry due to the distance. Recently, 18 members of the Jihad Guild, all around level 20, were killed in the outskirts. Could it be related to this gunslinger? The guild leader spoke after a moment of contemplation. What? 18 of them? And they were all over level 20? Knight was instantly stunned upon hearing this. In the suburban wilderness, a person over level 20 is an almost invincible existence, yet 18 of them died all at once. It was truly unimaginable. It's unlikely that it was the same person. One of the high-ranking members of the guild spoke up. Since this gunslinger is grinding solo, he's likely a big shot from some major faction. I'll have someone gather data on gunslingers from Nanjiang City over the past few years. Then, send someone to approach him. If he hasn't joined a guild yet, we must do everything in our power to recruit him. The guild leader pondered for a moment before quickly adding. Boss, he's just a gunslinger. He can afford to pay to win for now, but in the future. Someone began to worry. We'll worry about the future when it comes. This person is most likely from a prominent family. Even if he hasn't reached his full potential yet, building a good relationship with someone who clearly isn't short on cash offers nothing but benefits. The guild leader spoke with firm resolve. Then, his gaze shifted, landing on the few people who had been filming. Have any of you posted this video yet? The group looked at each other in silence. Knight said somewhat awkwardly, I sent it out. You? The guild leader looked at the expressions of the 5 people, his face a picture of disappointment and frustration. Clearly, they had all sent it out. After all, a video this explosive was guaranteed to garner significant attention the moment it was shared. You guys, honestly. Quickly, send someone to the outskirts. The guild leader slammed the table and hurriedly gave the order. Meanwhile, the video of Chun grinding mobs went viral across Nanjiang City. Many people saw the video. How was this video filmed? A gunslinger? Such a rare class, and they can actually grind mobs like this? I feel like this video was edited and synthesized. Bullets are so expensive, there's no way someone would shoot so indiscriminately. Yeah, it's too exaggerated. It's clearly fake. An office at the Jihad Guild headquarters. Lin Han, the young guild leader, paced back and forth with a depressed expression. Because he had taken it upon himself to blockade the wild monsters, he had been sentenced to solitary confinement by the guild leader. He was forbidden from taking a single step outside the Jihad Guild headquarters. In any case, he had already reached level 16 and wasn't worried at all about applying to Huaqing Academy. The only thing affected would be his exam ranking. One of his subordinates rushed into the office in a panic. Young guild leader, young guild leader. What's with all this panic? Where are your manners? Lin Han spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. Young president, take a look at this. Could it be related to the deaths of Li Chen and the others? The subordinate hurriedly pulled out his phone and played the video stored on it. Lin Han took the phone and began to watch. As he watched, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. A gunslinger? With absolutely no regard for ammunition? Why would someone skip high-level monsters just to farm these common mobs in the outskirts? Could it be that his level isn't that high either? After some thought, Lin Han quickly came to a conclusion. Normally, someone of such a high level would be unlikely to visit the suburban wilderness. Even if they were short on materials, they would go to other areas to farm higher-level mobs. In other words, this person could only level up nearby. I'm not sure. This video was recorded by members of the Snow Leopard Guild while they were leveling up. I heard it's not edited. Young Guild Master, could this gunslinger be from the same class as you? Even the Snow Leopard Guild is mobilizing its entire strength just to farm EXP for someone preparing for the grand exam. The subordinate reported. It's possible.
I heard there's a kid at number 1 high school who awakened as a gunslinger, but his family background is pretty ordinary. How could he afford to be so extravagant? Damn it! If I hadn't been placed in solitary confinement, the title of Nanjing City's number 1 would definitely be mine. Lin Han said resentfully. Yet, when it came to this gunslinger, it was still beyond imagination. If this gunslinger has been leveling up on his own all this time, there's a high probability he's the one who killed Li Chen. People from the Snow Leopard Guild wouldn't dare lay a hand on our men. Keep sending people to investigate. If it really is that kid from number 1 high school, humph. Once my confinement is over, I'll make sure he pays. The young president said in a low, heavy voice. Chen had no idea that he had already become a major celebrity in Nanjing City. Instead, he headed back to the Maruk Centaur dungeon once again under the cover of night. With his previous experience, Chen continued to speed-run the boss. He pulled mobs while traveling and, after slaying the boss, he rounded up more monsters from the surrounding area. Returning to the vantage point he had found earlier, he unleashed a frantic barrage of fire upon the gathered creatures. After clearing the entire dungeon until not a single soul remained, he took stock of his loot. The boss had dropped the blood-stained gauntlets. Since Chen already owned a pair, he considered either selling them for profit or giving them to someone he knew. Thousands of enhancement stones in various materials were also dropped. The EXP has also reached level 14. However, reaching level 15 has become significantly more difficult, as the EXP bar has increased by a full 3-fold. It will take another 3 or 4 runs to reach level 16, but that still depends on the EXP requirements from level 15 to 16. After Chen exited the dungeon, he saw many people waiting in front of the entrance. However, upon seeing Chen, these people recoiled as if they had seen a monster, not daring to approach him. Furthermore, they all began to whisper among themselves. Could this kid be the gunslinger from the video? It's very likely, but the members of the Snow Leopard Guild and the Jihad Guild are all looking for him. Chen ignored these people and simply continued walking forward on his own. Chapter 28, Taking You to Level Up, Taking You to Fly. Chen, what level are you now? As he walked, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Chen turned his head and saw it was Snow. At this moment, Snow had a look of exhaustion on her face, and the hem of her clothes was slightly torn, as if she had just been through an intense battle. However, the look she directed at Chen held a stubborn streak, filled with the fervent hope that she might one day surpass him. Chen, however, remained expressionless as he replied, level 14. What? How is that even possible? Snow became momentarily incoherent, her face masked in utter astonishment. After all, she had just ground through the Maruk Centaur dungeon 3 consecutive times on normal difficulty. She had only just managed to reach level 11. However, running the dungeon 3 times in a row had left her exhausted, and her mana was struggling to keep up. Then she looked at Chen. Although she had seen Chen soloing the dungeon with her own eyes, it seemed impossible for his leveling speed to be this ridiculously fast. What Snow didn't know was that the difficulty of the dungeon Chen was soloing wasn't normal, it was nightmare. Therefore, she couldn't fathom how Chen had managed to solo his way to level 14 in such a short amount of time. However, Chen offered no explanation, maintaining an air of indifference as if to say, believe it or not. Snow, however, felt slighted. The fire of battle instantly ignited in her eyes, her fighting spirit growing more intense by the second. No matter what, she was determined to surpass Chen. Humph. I will definitely surpass you. I'm giving it my all. Snow pouted her lips and gritted her teeth. Even though her mana was nearly depleted, she insisted on continuing the grind. She even went as far as consuming a mana recovery potion. Her mana only recovered by a quarter. However, her physical stamina remained an issue. Always the runner-up, she grit her teeth, determined to have a final showdown with Chen no matter what. Anyone else looking to team up for dungeon runs? I need a party that can bypass cooldowns and enter immediately. Snow shouted at the top of her lungs. A party that can enter the dungeon directly? Hearing this, Chen was momentarily stunned.
Did Snow just come out of a dungeon? How could he enter another one so quickly?
Whether it's a normal or nightmare difficulty dungeon, there is always a 12-hour cooldown.
But how did Snow manage to do it? It was clear that Snow had just emerged from a dungeon. The lingering aura of battle was still palpable on him. Come here. Chen waved his hand toward Snow. Ah.
Snow was momentarily stunned when she heard Chen calling her. Nevertheless, she obediently walked over to Chen.
What's going on?
Snow asked, looking puzzled. Immediately after, Chen grabbed her by the arm and pulled her toward a secluded spot.
Chen, what are you doing?
As Snow stood there dazed, her face flushed a faint shade of crimson.
What on earth was this guy trying to do? Could it be?
But it didn't make sense. Chen was usually quite well behaved. She wondered how she should react next and whether she should put up a struggle, but she currently had no combat strength to speak of.
Yield? Submit to him? She couldn't even bear to imagine what such a scene would look like.
After all, she was inexperienced in such matters, not to mention that this was happening in full view of everyone.
I'm asking you, how is it that you have no dungeon CD? Chen asked very directly.
Snow suddenly took a deep breath. It turned out he just wanted to ask her a question. For some reason, a sense of loss welled up in his heart.
But more than that, it was embarrassment. Idiot. Snow pulled her hand away directly. You don't even know this?
She then let out a charming laugh, a look of smugness appearing on her face. And here I thought you were omniscient. You level up so fast, yet you don't even know the basic common sense.
Chen said nonchalantly, I'm not an encyclopedia. How could I possibly know everything?
Snow pursed her lips.
Humph. Then why don't you tell me how you leveled up so fast?
As she spoke, she looked like a victor who had finally found Chen's weakness.
Chen gave a wry smile. Just by clearing dungeons and grinding mobs. I just kept at it, and the levels came naturally.
Snow shook her head and let out a deep sigh. Such an answer was as good as no answer at all, but it didn't matter. It was rare to see Chen look so defeated.
She was already quite happy now. Alright then. Do you know about an item called the Dungeon CD Reset Charm? Snow continued. A Dungeon CD Reset Scroll? Chen frowned.
He had indeed never heard of this item. His teachers had never mentioned it back in school. When it came to general knowledge, Chen relied entirely on what he learned from school and his aunt. If neither had mentioned it, he was essentially illiterate on the subject. Seeing Chen's look of confusion, a hint of smugness appeared at the corners of Snow's mouth, and the crimson flush on her neck had completely faded. This item can reset the dungeon's cooldown, allowing for repeated entries. As Snow spoke, she pulled out a stack of objects that resembled talismans. They shimmered with a brilliant light, engraved with mysterious and profound runes. There were 7 in total, stacked together.
Chen said with a smile, I guess I'm just ill-informed. It's nothing much. My father only gave this to me after the class awakening ceremony.
It's already been used 3 times. There are still 7 uses left.
Snow explained. It must be said that the Morong family is a well-known prominent clan in Nanjiang City, possessing many invaluable treasures.
Therefore, it was perfectly normal for her father to give her items that most people had never even heard of. At the very least, Chen had only ever seen Snow use the scroll at the dungeon entrance.
That's not bad. Every time I finish a run, I have to wait 12 hours for the dungeon to reset.
Chen said with a smile. Gosh, I actually wish I had to wait for a reset right now. But even counting the 2 runs from my own cooldown resets, I still need to clear this at least 9 times to have a chance at reaching level 15. I'm afraid it's going to work me to death. Snow complained resentfully.
Why, push yourself so hard? Chen said, shaking his head. Humph. It's all because of you. For 3 years, you've outdone me in everything, so I absolutely have to surpass you.
Snow clenched her small hand into a fist.
A renewed sense of determination welled up within him. Chen ignored Snow, lost in his own thoughts. Soon, Chen's eyes lit up. He smiled and patted Snow on the shoulder.
Give me 3 of these, and I'll take you through the nightmare level dungeon 3 times. How about it? The EXP will definitely be more than what you'd get grouping with anyone else. Hearing this, Snow was instantly overjoyed. Chen is indeed capable of soloing the dungeon, and the EXP gained from a 2-person run is significantly higher than that of a 3 or 4-person group. Furthermore, by following Chen, she would be able to discover exactly how he manages to level up so quickly. Wait, that's not right. What did you say? Nightmare difficulty? Chen, did you misspeak? Snow suddenly realized something was off about Chen's words and hurriedly asked. Chapter 29, Machine Guns and Fine Wine. I didn't stutter. Just tell me if it's a deal. Once we're in the dungeon, you won't even have to lift a finger. Chen explained. It was the perfect way to save Chen time while allowing Snow to gain more EXP. It was, quite literally, a win-win situation. Great! Let's enter the dungeon immediately. Snow was resolute, without the slightest hint of hesitation. Since they were going to grind nightmare difficulty, she would see exactly how Chen managed to do it. As she spoke, she tossed 3 dungeon CD refresh charms directly to Chen. After Chen formed the party, they walked side by side to the entrance of the dungeon. They used the dungeon CD reset charms together and entered the dungeon. Entering nightmare difficulty for the first time, Snow felt incredibly nervous. Her own strength was nowhere near enough to handle nightmare difficulty. Looking at the lizards and centaurs patrolling back and forth, her long, slender legs began to go weak. When she saw the stats of these monsters, her face turned pale with shock. If she weren't careful, just a couple of hits from these mobs would likely cost her life instantly. Are you sure you can do this? Snow began to doubt Chen's true strength. At the very least, the team Snow had joined before couldn't even defeat a single wave of monsters here. Why wouldn't it be okay? I'm not about to gamble with my own life. Stay close to me. In a moment we're pushing straight to the boss. If you can't sit still, just toss a fireball or something to lure out the monsters along the way. If you're scared, save your mana to ensure you can cast your life-saving skills. Chen explained a great deal to her. Judging by the look on Snow's face, it was clear the girl was panicking. Snow went through an internal struggle. If it weren't for Chen, she would have wanted to flee the dungeon right then and there. Afterward, she saw Chen take out a massive red gun, its barrel emitting bursts of eerie smoke. Snow gritted her teeth. If he dared to go solo, what did she have to fear? Let's go! Finally, Snow made up her mind. At worst, she would just use the life-saving amulet her family gave her to make an escape. Chen glanced at her and saw that she had cast an ice shield upon herself. She then applied a buff to both herself and Chen, Wisdom of Intellect, which granted plus 20 intelligence. Although his own requirement for intelligence was exceptionally low, this was the only buff a mage could provide. Let's go! Chen opened the iron gate inside the dungeon. Pulling the trigger, he began spraying fire directly at the monsters ahead. Da-did-day-day-day. With just a few shots, the monsters in front collapsed with a heavy thud. Snow watched in a daze. If it were her, she would have to use several of her ultimate skills just to kill one of those massive creatures. In other words, the power of a single bullet from Chen was nearly equivalent to the damage of her ultimate skill. The two continued forward, with Chen standing in front of Snow, gunning down every monster in their path while occasionally firing shots into surrounding mobs to draw their aggro. As they advanced, a massive horde of monsters pursued them from behind. Despite her awe at Chen's damage output, the sight of hundreds of monsters chasing them left Snow pale with fright. If they were caught, she wouldn't be able to withstand the onslaught. But Chen didn't seem to care about these mobs at all. Snow looked at Chen's calm face, her heart filled with endless emotion. Clearing nightmare-level elite monsters was, for Chen, as simple as slaughtering pigs or dogs. There was no need for complex maneuvers, just spraying bullets was enough. Watching the massive swarm of monsters ahead being cut down, Snow's competitive spirit actually began to waver. Now this is what you call a dungeon run. Most importantly, the EXP gained from each monster kill was outrageously high, reaching 4 or 5 times what Snow earned on normal difficulty. In just 2 or 3 minutes, they had fought their way to the boss.
Thousands of wild monsters were still in hot pursuit behind them. However, Chen had no intention of dealing with these mobs at all. Instead, he aimed his muzzle directly at the boss. Snow wanted to suggest clearing out the monsters behind them first, otherwise, it would be easy to get harassed by the mobs while fighting the boss. But before the words could escape, a gulp caught in their throat. Day. Chen had already begun unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the boss with his machine gun. In a mere 4 or 5 seconds, the formidable centaur boss collapsed with a thunderous crash. Snow was completely stunned. This was a boss? She even began to suspect that this nightmare-level boss was made of paper. In the face of Chen's massive gun, it was utterly defenseless. Back when she was in a 3-person team tackling the boss on normal difficulty, they had to employ all sorts of tactics. The warrior had to tank the damage, the healer had to keep up, the mage focused on DPS, and they even had to track the boss's skill cooldowns. It took them a full half hour to finally take the boss down. But now, a nightmare-level boss had collapsed, in less than 5 seconds. Snow was stunned, completely unable to fathom just how astronomical Chen's damage output really was. Clearing the dungeon was like a total curb stomp. "Follow me!" As the monsters behind them drew closer, Chen shouted. Only then did Snow snap out of her daze. Chen quickly scooped up the loot from the ground. With no time to check what had dropped, he shoved it all into his inventory. He then arrived at the spot where Chen had previously been positioned for shooting. "You go in first." Chen offered no further explanation, giving the command directly. At this moment, Snow was as submissive as a little lamb, obediently crawling inside. Then Chen also lay prone, setting up the Gatling purgatory. Day. Pulling the trigger, he began to fire indiscriminately. Still, he continued to lure the monsters from time to time. The terrifying rate of fire felt like an area of effect attack. Snow was once again stunned by the sight. It turned out that Chen didn't just want to clear the dungeon, he intended to wipe out every single monster within it. No wonder the EXP is so exaggerated. Moreover, Chen was firing incessantly, blasting away massive swaths of monsters. "Got anything to drink?" Chen asked, his fingers still pulling the trigger. "Huh? You want a drink?" Snow was taken aback. Seeing that Chen could operate entirely with one hand and appeared completely composed, Snow finally snapped out of it and nodded hurriedly. "To drink, there's only red wine left." "That'll do, as long as it's something to drink." "Great." Snow then retrieved a bottle of red wine and a glass from her storage space. Bang! Amidst the roar of gunfire and rain of bullets, she uncorked the wine and poured a glass with trembling hands. She then handed it to Chen. Inwardly, however, she was cursing him. They were in the middle of a dungeon crawl, yet he actually had the mind to drink. But since she was the one being carried, she didn't dare say much. Chen sipped his red wine while gunning down monsters. Even in the midst of war-torn trenches, one must know how to enjoy life. I have to say, this is some fine wine. The Morong family truly lives up to their reputation as a wealthy clan. Have a glass yourself. Chen reminded. Snow shook her head. No, you should take it easy. Watch out for the monsters rushing over. Chapter 30, Can I touch your machine gun? Meanwhile, Chen finished the wine in his glass in just a few gulps. With his increased strength, he could now easily handle the recoil of the Gatling purgatory. Watching Snow stand there with her jaw dropped, he even offered her a drink? One must realize that her mind was still in a state of total confusion. The series of bizarre events was proving impossible for her to process. Meanwhile, Chen was sipping red wine while casually farming mobs. Do you really think these monsters can break through? Chen casually tossed the glass to Snow. The lingering fragrance of grapes still remained on her lips. As they continued clearing the mobs, a flash of white light shimmered around Snow. She had leveled up before even finishing the entire dungeon. She had actually gained a level. She had already reached level 12. Snow was still incredibly excited by such an exaggerated leveling speed. This was significantly faster than her clearing the dungeon on normal difficulty with a team. Immediately after, Chen wiped out every single monster in the entire dungeon. Shen was now about 20% away from reaching level 15. Snow, on the other hand, had gained a full level and a half. Afterward, Shen brought out the loot. "Let's split the loot," he said with a smile. "What do you mean split the loot?" Snow pouted slightly. By now, she had become somewhat numb. The shock in her heart refused to fade for a long time. "You did all the work, so everything belongs to you. I won't take anything." Snow knew the rules well. After all, she hadn't contributed much. Chen had carried the entire run by himself. She had no right to claim any of the loot. "How about this? I'll take all the materials. As for the equipment, I'll take priority on anything I can use, and whatever you can use will be yours," Shen said after a moment of thought. In any case, this girl came from a wealthy family. She didn't care at all about things like materials or enhancement stones. Scarlet helmet. Maluk staff. Scarlet ring. Shen recited the names of the equipment one by one. "Wait, you already have 4 pieces of blood red gear, and then there's the blood red breastplate." At that moment, Snow discovered something that shocked her once again. Shen was actually wearing the blood red breastplate. When they entered the dungeon earlier, Snow had been too nervous to notice. But looking at it now, combined with the blood-colored equipment that just dropped, it meant Shen was only 1 piece away from completing the bloodbath set. He even had the chestplate, the piece with the lowest drop rate, which the members of the Holy War Guild had been grinding for like crazy. "Yeah. I'll keep the blood-colored gear I can use, and the rest is yours." Chen nodded. He had only put it on after entering the dungeon. He didn't want to draw too much attention to himself before completing the full set. He then handed the extra blood-colored equipment over to Snow. Of course, there was also this staff, the Maluk staff. "This staff is for you, too." Chen tossed it directly to Snow. Snow froze in surprise. This was exactly the weapon a mage needed. "What's wrong? If you don't want it, I'll just list it on the auction house." Seeing that she had no reaction, Shen spoke up. No. I want it. Snow waved her hands hurriedly. "This is the best weapon for a mage before level 20. You couldn't buy anything better even if you had the money." After explaining, Snow took a look at the stats of the Maruk staff. As she looked them over, she whispered to Chen, "Thank you." After all, obtaining high-quality equipment often depends on luck. If Chen wanted to sell this staff, it would likely trigger a frantic bidding war among many people. After all, with the grand exam approaching, many parents are doing everything in their power to boost their children's strength so they can get into better academies. "No need for thanks, let's head out first." "We're going again," Chen said nonchalantly. "Agreed." Snow nodded like a little chick pecking at grain. After the two left the dungeon, they immediately used a dungeon CD reset charm. Chen estimated that with his natural cooldowns allowing for 2 runs plus 3 reset charms, he could clear the dungeon a total of 5 times. 5 nightmare level dungeon runs should be enough to reach level 16, barring any unforeseen circumstances. After a few seconds, the two of them re-entered the dungeon. Having gained EXP for the first time, Snow was clearly much more relaxed. She followed closely behind Chen, helping him pull mobs more effectively and doing her best to assist him in clearing the dungeon with high efficiency. A joyful smile even beamed across her face. In just over 20 minutes, they had completely cleared the Maruk Centaur dungeon, leaving not a single monster behind. After that, he cleared it 3 more times in a row until all the dungeon CD refresh charms were used up. Chen successfully collected the full blood red set, while Snow also obtained 3 pieces of equipment. Before leaving the dungeon, Chen put on the complete blood red set. It is worth noting that these set pieces provide a 20-point boost to all stats, and the entire set is of bronze grade. This was a set that many people on the outside would fight tooth and nail to obtain. Despite her fairly prestigious family background, it was still unlikely for Snow to have gathered such a complete set. "Wow! These stats are incredible," Snow said, her voice filled with surprise. This set consisted of leather armor, which happened to be perfectly suited for classes like assassins and gunslingers.
The entire set provided a boost of over 100 points to both strength and agility, while the increase to intelligence was slightly lower. It still amounted to over 80 points. While all stats were increased, Chen's survivability, critical rate, and critical damage also received a significant boost. Chen immediately opened his stats page. Name, Chen. Class Gunslinger. Level, 15, rank 0. Strength, 147, increases defense and recovery. Agility, 149, increases movement speed, attack speed, and critical rate. Intelligence, 127, increases magic damage and magic critical rate. Weapon, none. Equipment, scarlet breastplate, scarlet helmet, scarlet gauntlets, scarlet leggings, scarlet necklace, scarlet ring, Gatling purgatory. Ammo, .308 rounds enhanced +5, enchanted +1. Skills, weapon mastery passive, marksmanship mastery passive, focus passive. The exaggerated stats left Chen momentarily stunned. Based on his current strength value alone, he had enough durability to go toe-to-toe with warriors and knights of the same level. Chen, hurry up and hide your set equipment. When I was clearing the dungeon earlier, I heard people saying that members of the Jihad Guild are looking for you everywhere. You'd better hide quickly. They're claiming you killed 18 of their members who were over level 20. Those people are talking absolute nonsense. How could that even be possible? But the Jihad Guild acts like tyrants here in Nanjiang. Even if you didn't kill them, they won't let you off easy just for the sake of your gear. Snow hurriedly warned. Chen nodded and concealed his equipment set. Regardless of the situation, being too flashy was never a good thing. Also, can I touch your big gun? Snow said afterward with a look of utmost seriousness. Chapter 31, Recruitment by the Guilds. Chen ignored her and exited the dungeon directly. Being ignored, Snow pouted. Humph. It's just touching a big gun, what's the big deal? I'll surpass you sooner or later. As she spoke, however, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Through this dungeon run, she realized just how vast the gap between them was. It was like an insurmountable chasm. She was merely being stubborn, unwilling to admit the truth. A moment later, she finally left the dungeon. After some consideration, Chen looked at Snow and asked, "How much time do you have left before your dungeon CD resets?" Snow thought for a moment and said, 3 hours. Chen also had a cooldown of over 4 hours. Let's head deep into the suburban wilderness to grind some mobs first. Every bit of EXP counts. Alright. This time, I'll show you the area of effect damage of a mage. Snow nodded and said. She looked eager to give it a try. Let's go. Chen prepared to leave the dungeon area without hesitation. Just then, a man came running toward Chen. Hello? Chen Snow. Chen didn't know many people, especially those outside of school, and the man before him was clearly not a student. Snow took a step forward. As the jewel of the Morong family, there were many people eager to strike up a conversation with her. Therefore, she assumed this person had come specifically for her. Is there something I can help you with? Snow raised an eyebrow, intentionally putting on a cold and aloof front. My apologies, but I'm actually looking for this young man. The man waved her off, his eyes fixed intently on Chen the entire time. He quickly introduced himself. I am the vice president of the Snow Leopard Guild. I heard you're a student from number 1 high school, so I've taken the liberty of asking, have you considered joining a guild? Our Snow Leopard Guild currently ranks 5th in Nanjiang City and possesses immense strength. If you join us, we will help you become the top-ranked player in the province, or even the entire country, and provide you with preferential resource allocation. Snow's expression instantly turned sour. After all that talk, they were here to recruit Chen, while she, a descendant of a prestigious family, had been completely ignored. I'm sorry. Right now, I prefer to work alone and haven't considered joining a guild. Besides, I won't be staying in Nanjiang after the grand exam. Chen said, shaking his head. It doesn't matter, our Snow Leopard Guild has influence in other cities as well. Before the man could finish his sentence, Chen waved his hand and quickly walked away with an apologetic expression. At the moment,
Chen had no intention of joining any guild. Furthermore, as a solo dungeon runner, he had no need for guild support or assistance. But just as he was about to leave, several other groups of people swarmed around him.
Hello? I'm the head of the Anadama Guild. Hello? I'm from the Legend Guild. Chen watched, completely stunned. What was going on? Why were so many guild representatives suddenly trying to recruit him? Even Snow couldn't figure it out. Even she had never received this kind of treatment. To be able to attract so many guilds to recruit him so aggressively. After Chen rejected them all, he spoke up and asked, "I'd like to ask, why are you all trying to get me to join your guilds? My level isn't high, and I'm not some powerful class." One of them explained, "Little brother, stop pretending. The video of you farming mobs has spread throughout all of Nanjiang City. Currently, there are only 2 gunslingers in the entire NJ City. One is a middle-aged man, and the other is you, who is about to graduate. We've investigated thoroughly. The person farming mobs in the video is definitely you. It couldn't possibly be anyone else." The crowd chimed in with their explanations. Also, open the video and play it for Chen. It finally dawned on Chen that someone had secretly filmed him while he was farming mobs earlier. Damn it, secret filming is so shameful. Well, there goes my cover. I can't hide it anymore. TSK. You're a celebrity now. Snow revealed a rare, playful grin. Chen smiled bitterly. Being a celebrity like this was hardly a blessing. Furthermore, Chen had a premonition that the members of the Jihad Guild would track him down sooner or later. If even minor guilds could leverage their connections to pull his information, it would likely be even easier for the Jihad Guild. In reality, some of these factions trying to recruit him were merely gambling on the assumption that Chen had no significant background. If they could bring him into the fold, they could secure his support and loyalty at a minimal cost. If Chen could grow and succeed in the future, they would also reap benefits such as fame and prestige. Of course, there was another possibility: Chen might have a powerful background that remained unknown. After all, few would dare to spray bullets as recklessly as he did, as if they cost nothing at all. Regardless of which possibility was true, both motivated them to recruit Chen into their guild, even if it meant paying a significant price. If Chen could get into Huaqing University and join their guild, it would bring a resounding reputation to their organization. This reputation, in turn, would attract even more people to join the guild. Let's go! Chen ignored the guild members and quickly pulled Snow away. Joining a guild wasn't something that could be forced. Seeing that Chen had no interest, the recruiters didn't press further and went their separate ways. Sigh. I didn't realize you were in such high demand. Once they were a safe distance away, Snow let out a resentful sigh. In truth, she didn't belong to a guild either, but she had never been publicly scouted by so many groups at once. After all, in this world, strength is everything. Chen shrugged. Indeed. Strength is everything. Back when our Morong family was in decline, we certainly endured our fair share of bullying. Snow nodded heavily. She couldn't have agreed more with that statement. This also suggested from another angle that the Morong family was a clan with a storied past. Chen glanced at a small cave not far away and said, "Let's take a break first. Do you have anything to eat?" Although Chen had returned to the city once, he had forgotten to bring any food or water. However, being with this young lady meant he basically didn't have to worry about food and drink. "I do. Do you really go out without bringing any food?" Snow frowned. As he walked, he pulled out beef jerky, fruit, roast duck, and other food items from his storage space. It could be said that he had everything one might need. "I forgot. I was so focused on grinding mobs and leveling up." Chen scratched his forehead awkwardly. After the two entered the cave, Snow thoughtfully spread out some grass for them to sit on. Then, she laid out all the food. "Eat more. You should also take the chance to restore your mana. There could be many unknown dangers in the wild." Chen reminded. A mage with 0 mana flaunting themselves in the wild would very likely become someone else's prey. After all, a mage with no mana is no different from a useless person. Great!
Snow picked up a piece of beef jerky and began to chew, not forgetting to hand a piece to Chen. The two of them then began to feast heartily. As they were eating, Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he raised the Gatling Purgatory. Someone's here. Chapter 32, Join the Guild or Die. Because the surroundings were so quiet, Chen could notice even the slightest rustle in the wind. This was the survival tactic his aunt, M.O., had taught him. One must remain fully alert in the wild, even in low-level areas. Snow's expression tightened as she looked in the direction of Chen's gaze, immediately shifting into a defensive stance. She knew very well that Chen was unlikely to be reacting to nothing. Ha ha! Not bad at all. At that moment, several figures emerged from both sides of the boulders. Every one of them wore a mocking grin, their expressions laced with ill intent. The leader stared at Chen and said with a smirk, as expected of the top-tier class holder from Nanjiang No. 1 High School. TSK. You noticed us so quickly. Chen's pupils constricted as his finger tightened on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. Moreover, Chen recognized their identities. These people were all members of the Jihad Guild. They all wore the same guild emblem, identical to the one worn by Li Chen, whom Chen had killed previously. People from the Jihad Guild. Chen spoke flatly. Seeing that Chen had recognized his man, the leading man turned to those behind him and said, "This kid isn't bad, at least he has a decent memory. His mob clearing speed is indeed impressive, but I wonder if he can actually afford the pay-to-win costs." They had already witnessed it firsthand while Chen was farming mobs just moments ago. The guildmaster already looked into his background. There's no way he can afford to pay to win. I just wonder if this kid can craft his own ammo. The person behind him replied. The leader's gaze shifted, looking at Chen with a playful smirk. You killed our guild members, 18 of them, to be exact. Well, what do you propose we do about it? A life for a life? Or something else? Chen sneered instead, a life for a life? That logic doesn't seem to apply in the wilderness or dungeons. In today's world, there was an unwritten rule: once you left the city walls, you were no longer protected by any faction or law. It was pure law of the jungle. Moreover, those members of the Jihad Guild deserved to die anyway. You have a point. So, if I kill you right now, there's nothing wrong with that, right? The leader flashed a cruel smile. But as he laughed, his tone suddenly shifted. However, our guild leader values talent and is willing to offer you a way out. Whether you take it or not, that's entirely up to you. Oh? The corners of Chen's mouth curled slightly. He found these people utterly ridiculous. It's simple. You can bind yourself to our Jihad Guild. Once you're bound to us, the guild leader can overlook the fact that you've killed people. If you perform well, he'll even provide you with gear support, carry you through levels, and even cover the costs of your ammunition and weaponry. The leader spoke nonchalantly. Gear support? Carrying me through levels? Ammunition funding? Do I look like I need that? You have no idea about the benefits of joining a guild. Our young guild master is already level 16, and I heard a newcomer supported by the Snow Leopard Guild has also reached level 16. Now look at your gear. Aside from that weapon, you have nothing. Oh, you're actually wearing a concealment medal? I'm guessing you're only level 11 or 12 at most. Aside from that massive gun, this whole setup of yours is truly pathetic. Am I right? The great school belle, moron. The person standing behind him continued. Due to the stats of the Chen set and the medal of concealment, they could not see Chen's equipment or level. They could only judge whether he was geared up based on the clothes he was wearing. While speaking, he glanced at Snow, who was standing to the side. Snow frowned and said coldly, Zhuo Quanlong. Chen glanced at Snow. Evidently, he was not familiar with this individual. He's from class 3 of our school. Snow explained in a low voice. Since Chen paid absolutely no attention to socializing during his time at school, he didn't know many people at all, especially students from other classes. Moron, our great school beauty, I never imagined that you two top students would end up hanging out together. However, today is a matter between our Jihad Guild and Chen. It has nothing to do with you, so please stand back a bit. If this kid doesn't know what's good for him, I wouldn't want his blood splattering all over you. Zhuo Quanlong had heard of Snow's family background, so he was unwilling to provoke her because of Chen. His gaze then fell back on Chen. No matter how fast you level up, you can't possibly compare to someone with guild support. Even Snow's current level is only so-so, and her equipment is quite average. Now look at me. With the support of my seniors, I'm already decked out in bronze tier equipment. While I might not be a shoe-in for Huaqing Academy like Snow, the Imperial Capital Academy won't be a problem at all. Don't let the fact that you're the top student every year get to your head. Right now, you're grinding mobs a bit faster by relying on bullets you got from who knows where, but bullets will run out eventually. Without financial backing, you. Before Zhuo Quanlong could finish, Chen said with some impatience, impossible. Get lost. The word scram was uttered with an icy coldness. Back in school, Chen had never given someone like this a second thought, and the same held true now. How dare he try to flaunt his superiority? Humph. Courting death. Zhuo Quanlong didn't flare up in anger. Instead, a cruel expression settled on his face, as if everything was unfolding exactly as he had anticipated. Zhuo Quanlong, I'm warning you, if you dare lay a finger on Chen, my Morong family will never let you get away with it. Snow shouted in direct fury. Morong, the school belle. I admit your family is powerful, but there's no way they would tear up their relationship with our guild over an irrelevant outsider. Zhuo Quanlong, however, began to laugh. He then took a deep breath and said with a feigned look of regret, what a pity. You finally managed to awaken as a gunslinger, one of the 10 hidden classes, yet you're destined to lose your life at such a young age. As they spoke, a figure wielding a dagger lunged forward, aiming straight for Chen's heart. Snow sensed the danger and wanted to do everything in her power to help Chen, but her level was still too low. The assailant was at least level 20. As a mage, her casting speed was too slow to react in time. She could only cry out in desperation, watch out. Chen's gaze sharpened. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a step back, grabbed Snow's hand, and instantly activated his escape skill. In an instant, he reached the position with his back against the giant boulder. With his back against the boulder, there was no need to worry about the danger of being backstabbed. Snow was startled by Chen's sudden movement. Although she had come out to level up alone this time specifically to adapt to various combat scenarios, this was still her first time facing a life and death struggle between humans. Consequently, she was panicking intensely. Day. Before Snow could even react, Chen's machine gun fire had already landed squarely on the ambusher. The barrage forced the attacker to retreat repeatedly. Fortunately, an ally provided a heal just in time, salvaging a life that had been hanging by a thread. Damn it, he's too alert. He actually has survival skills and isn't just some stationary shooter. Chapter 33, Hidden Dungeon Treasure Map. Chapter 33, Hidden Dungeon Treasure Map. Chen's gaze narrowed slightly. Standing still and firing blindly in the wild was nothing short of a death wish. However, Chen was well aware that the assassins he was currently encountering were not yet top tier. High-level assassins could achieve complete stealth and hidden movement even in pitch-black environments. Furthermore, they possessed skills specifically designed for accelerated pursuit and execution. Encountering that caliber of assassin would prove to be extremely troublesome. At the very least, the current Chen was unable to cope with it. Relying solely on escape skills was simply not enough to completely shake off an assassin's relentless pursuit. Day. Just as the opponent was caught in a moment of surprise, the machine gun in Chen's hands would not remain idle. Since the opponent intended to kill him, Chen would certainly not show any mercy. The damage from these bullets is ridiculously high. Do they not cost anything? The assassin broke into a cold sweat as he saw the dense barrage of bullets sweeping toward him like tongues of fire. Among everyone present, he was the only one who had tasted the sting of Chen's bullets. Every single round packed the punch of a mage's ultimate skill, and they were coming in an unending stream. Damn it! Holy War Guild, if you dare to kill us in the wild, the Morong family in No. 1 high school will never let you get away with this. Snow practically roared in fury. At the same time, standing behind Chen,
she began channeling the blizzard skill. Ha ha! Snow, you really are a brainless rich kid. This is the suburban wilderness, almost no one ever comes to this area. Who told you to come here to grind mobs? If you die here, who would ever know besides us? Zhuo Quanlong laughed boisterously. Although the assassin was injured, they had the advantage of numbers, and they completely outleveled Chen. In his eyes, Chen was as good as dead. As for Snow, if she didn't know what was good for her, they wouldn't mind killing a rich kid. The leader of the young men said coldly, "Stop wasting time and get on with it. This kid's gun and bullets are top-notch, and then there's your school bell." A flicker of greed flashed in his eyes as he mentioned the school bell. "Watch your strength when you strike, we can still have some fun while she's still warm." Hearing this, Snow gritted her teeth in rage. She never imagined that the members of the Jihad Guild would actually dare to lay a hand on her. At this moment, she finally realized the true cruelty of the wilderness. Her hands, still in the middle of casting a spell, began to tremble visibly. Da-did-day-day-day. While they were talking, the assassin was still taking bullets. "Hurry up and do something, I can't hold on much longer." The assassin wailed in agony. "Boss, I can't keep up with the healing." A priest shouted at the top of his lungs. "Everyone, charge! Let's see just how much ammo he has left." The leading youth hurriedly bellowed. "Arg!" But before he could finish his sentence, the assassin collapsed completely, never to rise again. Even with 3 healing classes spamming heals desperately, they couldn't save him. Damn it! The leading youth no longer dared to underestimate Chen as a warrior. He hurriedly charged forward. The archers, mages, warlocks, and other ranged classes began moving toward their effective attack range. After all, their range was simply incomparable to Chen's. The other warriors and knights began to charge forward. The healers in the rear were frantically casting health recovery spells. Da-did-day-day-day. As they advanced, however, they were driven back by Chen's bullets. Furthermore, Chen's fire was indiscriminate. What appeared to be a single tongue of flame was transformed into a wide area knockback effect as Chen swung his gun from side to side, hitting a massive crowd of people. Damn it, his bullets actually have a knockback effect. Priest, keep me healed. Charge. Once we're within charging distance, he's dead. However, they discovered that the scene had already become extremely bloody and chaotic. Chen's indiscriminate firing caused a massive number of people to suffer the knockback effect. Even when a few individuals managed to push forward, they found a vast blizzard manifesting in the area between them. And within that blizzard, there was a significant slowing effect. Although the damage was negligible, the slowing effect was incredibly frustrating. This was precisely the signature skill of Snow, the elemental mage. Arg! Ugh! With so many people injured, waves of sharp, agonizing wails rang out. At the same time, members of the Holy War Guild were being shot down one after another. Most importantly, Chen's range completely exceeded their imagination. Based on the videos they had seen before, they assumed Chen's range was only about 300 or 400 meters. But now they discovered it was actually over 800 meters. Even long-range classes like mages and priests could be hit by the machine gun. As squishy classes, there was no way they could withstand the damage from the Gatling purgatory. After being hit by just a few bullets, they collapsed to the ground. In just half a minute, only 3 members of the Holy War Guild remained out of the original dozen or so. The leading warrior managed to hold on until the end, relying solely on his high defense and protective skills. Yet, he still couldn't close the distance to Chen, remaining trapped and struggling within the blizzard. "You're playing dirty," the warrior spat out through gritted teeth. Chen, however, looked down at him indifferently as he lay prostrate on the ground. It was clearly a case of their range being inferior, yet they claimed Chen was playing dirty? And even if he were playing dirty, so what? Chen glanced at the corpses strewn across the ground, devoid of any guilt or fear. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised the Gatling purgatory once again. Da-did-day-day-day. A continuous stream of bullets erupted from the muzzle once again. With the blessing of shooting mastery, there was no need to worry about accuracy. The warrior was still struggling to hold his ground. Among the survivors was Zhuo Quanlong as an assassin. He had been hiding behind his companions. However, seeing the dense swarm of bullets again, he fell into utter despair. He quickly raised his hands and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Chen, I admit defeat. Let's all stop. We'll all retreat, and we can just pretend today never happened." As he spoke, he prepared to make a run for it. Day. Chen killed the leading warrior outright. This warrior truly deserved to die. Afterward, the muzzle swiveled and aimed directly at Zhuo Quanlong. No matter how fast he ran, he could never outrun a bullet, especially given Chen's exceptionally high accuracy. "Zhuo Quanlong, you are a student of number 1 high school after all, yet here you are bringing outsiders to deal with your own schoolmate. Since you've already made a move against me, you think you can just run away? Do you really think you can escape?" Chen's indifferent voice rang out. Realizing he was being aimed at, Zhuo Quanlong felt a chill run down his spine, and his legs couldn't stop trembling. He turned his head slightly and saw the warrior lying in a pool of blood, his face filled with shock. This was a formidable level 27 warrior, yet he had only managed to hold out for a few seconds before being gunned down by Chen. If he didn't find a way out, he feared he would be left here for good. "Chen, I admit defeat today. I acknowledge your strength. Assassinating you was merely an order from our young guild master. It has nothing to do with me. I have a treasure map for a hidden dungeon here. If you can let me off the hook, this map is yours." "What do you say?" Zhuo Quanlong said hurriedly. Chapter 34, Cutting the Grass and Pulling Up the Roots. A hidden dungeon treasure map? Oh. You have a treasure like that? Do you really take me for a fool? Chen spoke flatly. Listening to this, cold sweat poured down Zhuo Quanlong's forehead, fearing that Chen would not believe his words. He hurriedly said, "How would I dare lie to you? The requirement for this secret realm is that you cannot be over level 30. I stole it from the young president. He's currently being held in solitary confinement by the president and hasn't had the time to investigate this matter yet. I originally intended to sell it to a high-profile figure, as I figured it would fetch a great price. If you don't believe me, put your heavy gun down first, and I'll walk over and take it out to show you." However, Snow gently tugged on Chen's sleeve at that moment and whispered a warning, "Be careful, it might be a trick." Zhuo Quanlong saw Snow's movement and knew exactly what she had said. He hurriedly added, "My storage space is bound to my soul. If I die, the storage space will be destroyed." Chen remained silent for a moment. He recalled reading in textbooks about the possibility of binding one's storage space to their own life force. This kid is an assassin. He could take advantage of getting close to launch a sneak attack. But it doesn't matter. If he dares to ambush me, I just need to use my escape skill in time. Chen said in a low voice, "Don't move, I'll go over there." Then he turned his head to Snow and said, "Don't worry. No matter how fast he is, he can't outrun my machine gun." Snow nodded, "I know your gun. It's big, fast, and powerful." The voice was loud, intentionally meant for Zhuo Quanlong to hear. It served as a warning for him not to act rashly, or he would be courting his own destruction. Zhuo Quanlong's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard. He glanced at the massive gun in Chen's hands, then looked at the corpses strewn across the ground. If he hadn't been hiding behind his companions, he likely would have lost his life long ago. He was well aware of the power behind Chen's shots. With his leather armor class, it would only be a matter of a few rounds. There was simply no chance of winning. Even if he could pull off a sneak attack, Chen had life-saving skills previously. An assassin 7 or 8 levels higher than him had failed in a similar attempt. If it were him, it would be even more impossible. He could only hold his head in his hands and wait for Chen to arrive. Chen's muzzle remained pointed at him. Although Zhuo Quanlong had many schemes in mind, facing the barrel of the gun, fear ultimately took the upper hand. "Drop the items and get the hell out of here, or my bullet will end your miserable life." As the muzzle pressed against Zhuo Quanlong's face, Chen spoke indifferently. Zhuo Quanlong first took out the items, then slowly and cautiously placed them on the ground. With his hands raised, he retreated backward with extreme care. His gaze remained fixed on the massive gun in Chen's hands and the finger resting on the trigger. Cold sweat poured down his face, as he lived in constant fear that Chen would break his word and gun him down on the spot. Snow looked somewhat anxious. Zhuo Quanlong only breathed a sigh of relief after retreating a considerable distance. His eyes turned cold and sinister. Chen, I'll remember what happened today. Just you wait. Oh? You're actually thinking of retaliating against me? Chen's gaze narrowed slightly. Ha ha! Zhuo Quanlong burst into laughter, though his expression was filled with nothing but fury. It was clear that he loathed Chen to the core. Chen, you destroyed 2 years of my hard work. I spent 2 days sucking up to the young president just to get my hands on this treasure map. Don't you know that when you cut weeds, you have to dig up the roots? Since you let the tiger return to the mountain, I'll make sure you pay the price. It's a pity for you, though. A top student for 3 years, managing to develop a class as useless as the Gunslinger to this level, you're quite the character. Snow stomped her feet in frustration. We should never have let him live. Humph. Do you really think he can survive? Chen let out a cold snort. Immediately after, he pulled the trigger. Da-did-day-day-day. The bullet shot out like a dragon of fire. You. Zhuo Quanlong looked at Chen with a mocking expression, but before he could utter a word, he was struck by bullets. Ah! Ah! Then came the sound of blood-curdling screams. The wretched cries echoed across the entire desolate wasteland. Bullets had pierced multiple parts of his body. He was coughing up blood, clearly drawing his last few breaths. Kid, you haven't even graduated yet, and you're already trying to join others in robbery and murder? Do you understand the cruelty of the real world now? Chen spoke flatly. This person completely underestimated Chen's firing range. After picking up the scroll from the ground, he gripped the machine gun with his other hand and immediately pulled the trigger with one finger. Da-did-day-day-day. Several more bullets struck Zhuo Quanlong's body with pinpoint accuracy. Zhuo Quanlong was now thoroughly dead. Snow looked at the corpse on the ground, then glanced at Chen, unable to help but gasp in shock. Chen had truly mastered and applied the survival tactics passed down by her father to their fullest extent. Composure, constant observation, and pulling weeds out by the roots. Yet, as the eldest miss of the Morong family, she appeared exceptionally naive, having just stepped onto this journey. The most critical factor was the disparity in strength. One must realize that Chen was facing over a dozen class users in their 20s, and even Zhuo Quanlong had reached as high as level 16. Sigh. I never expected this guy to actually be level 16. Snow took a deep breath. You could have easily reached level 16 as well. Why didn't you use your family's influence to help you level up? Chen walked back, holding the treasure map. My father wouldn't allow it, and I didn't want to either. There's no real skill in leveling up through family power. My father also said that while your level is still low, you should temper yourself by leveling up in the wild personally. No matter how fast you level up using guilds or family resources, it's only a temporary gain. But a person's combat instincts, crisis awareness, and tactical thinking, those have no shortcuts. Snow spoke after a moment of contemplation. I have to say, this girl's upbringing is truly impressive. Rapid growth doesn't depend on leveling speed, but on one's own understanding of combat and awareness of danger. The early stages are precisely the best time to cultivate oneself. Well said. Chen spoke with a note of appreciation. TSK. I didn't know you were capable of giving compliments. I thought you were just a blockhead. Hearing Chen's praise, a peach blossom smile bloomed on Snow's face. By the way, you must keep this treasure map safe. Wait until you've reached a higher level before considering heading to a hidden dungeon. Generally speaking, hidden dungeons are locations that most people haven't discovered and haven't been marked by officials. They contain many unknown dangers, and besides, this treasure map is linked to the Jihad Guild. Chen nodded. I know. The Jihad Guild definitely won't let this go, but it doesn't matter. Snow's brows furrowed slightly. Should I go back and ask my father to help mediate the situation? Chen shook his head with a smile. They won't be too blatant about it, and taking me down won't be that easy. As he spoke, he stroked the barrel of the gun. It felt silky smooth, still retaining a hint of lingering warmth. Snow took a deep breath. She knew very well that this gun, and the bullets within it, were the source of Chen's confidence. Let's go. The dungeon's refresh time is almost up. One more run and I'll hit level 16. Chapter 35, A Golden Couple? The two of them headed straight for the dungeon without a moment's hesitation. In truth, Snow was even more anxious than Chen. She was already lagging behind Chen in leveling up, and with Chen's current level and strength, getting into Huaqing University was a guaranteed certainty. If she ended up needing to pull strings to get into Huaqing just because her level wasn't high enough, it would be an utter embarrassment. If you get into Huaqing Academy at level 16 and I get in at level 15, our homeroom teacher will be over the moon. Snow said with a beaming smile as they walked along. Yeah. That Zhua Quanlong just reached level 16, so I feel like Huaqing Academy will be even harder to get into this year. All the major guilds are helping certain students level up, but the Jihad Guild is certainly willing to invest a fortune. Chen nodded slightly. Such a high level had already tied the record. However, it was nipped in the bud by Chen. According to my father, monsters in some high-level dungeons on Blue Star have been showing signs of frenzy in recent years. It's highly likely that the global environment will worsen in the future, so guilds are doing everything they can to recruit talent and bolster their strength. Snow pondered for a moment before explaining, regardless, we must first get into Huaqing University. Only there can we access better resources and acquire more knowledge. According to past tradition, only 2 or 3 people from the entire Nanjian city manage to get into Huaqing Academy each year. As it stands, besides Chen and Snow, the young guild leader of the Holy War Guild likely has a very high chance of getting in as well. The two chatted as they walked, with Snow doing most of the talking. After all, Snow came from an excellent family background and knew more than Chen did. Snow told Chen a great deal about Huaqing Academy. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Maruk Centaur dungeon. Hey! Isn't that your best buddy, Yong? Snow pointed ahead and said with great interest. Chen also spotted Yong, who looked miserable as he glanced around, seemingly searching for a party to join. Snow walked forward quickly and saw Yong's information. This dummy actually reached level 11. But with the Warlock class, finding a party is just too difficult. The Warlock class is rather lackluster when it comes to clearing dungeons. Their damage output can't compete with classes like assassins, mages, or archers. They have no healing capabilities, and they can't tank. Unless it's a boss fight, they are essentially useless, making it an incredibly grueling class to play in the early stages. Should we bring him along? Chen looked at Snow and asked. After all, bringing an extra person meant Snow's EXP would have to be shared. As for Chen, it didn't really matter as long as they ran it one more time, he would reach level 16 regardless of how many people were in the party. But Snow was still only level 14. No problem. Snow agreed with a smile. She was in no position to refuse after all, she was the one being carried, and she had no right to veto any request Chen made. Sure enough, after asking around, Young found that no teen was willing to take him. Young. Just then, Snow's voice rang out. Hearing this, Young hurried over. With a look of surprise, he said, "When did you two get together? Is there really some secret affair going on? Shut your mouth. Believe me, I'll rip it wide open." Snow was incredibly proud. There was no way she could accept such a crude description. She only ever restrained herself in front of Chen before anyone else. She was every bit the temperamental young lady. Oh, come on, I'm just joking. I was going to say something like a match made in heaven or the perfect couple. Young hurried over to Chen's side, his tongue still wagging relentlessly. Hearing this, Snow's face instantly flushed crimson. For some reason, her heart began to thud wildly, like a panicked deer racing in her chest. Humph. I'm being kind enough to carry you through a dungeon, and you're still running your mouth, aren't you? Snow snorted coldly. Ha? Carrying me? For real? Yong cried out in excitement. Yeah. It's a bit tough for a warlock like you to find a party. Just wait about 20 minutes, and I'll take you through the dungeon. After 2 runs, you should be able to hit level 12. Chen nodded. Ah, my benefactors. You two are my greatest benefactors. Excitedly, Yang pulled Chen into a massive bear hug. The academy I want to apply for requires at least level 12. Without you guys, I really don't know if I could have made it. Snow shot him a sidelong glance. Keep your mouth shut. If you start acting like a jerk again, we're leaving you behind. Yes. Yes. Whatever you say, Miss Morong. I promise I won't say another word out of line. Yon nodded repeatedly. Humph. Snow let out a proud, huffy snort. Then, Yang leaned in and whispered into Chen's ear, "When did you manage to win Snow over?" "Not bad, brother Chen." "You." Snow immediately began conjuring a fireball between her hands. "Whoa, wait, stop. Yang scrambled to escape. But no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't outpace the fireball. One struck him directly on the backside, sending sparks flying everywhere. Clutching his rear, Yang began to sprint wildly, howling in pain from the burn. Chen sat to the side, watching the spectacle with a grin. Soon after, Chen invited Yang to join the team. Yang eagerly cast a buff on Chen and Snow, magic armor. It increases defense, resistance, and health regeneration speed. Once ready, the 3 of them entered the dungeon directly. However, as soon as they stepped inside, Yang was so terrified he nearly wet himself. "Big brother, big sister, you've got to be kidding me. Why is this on nightmare difficulty? Can we even fight this? I'm just a useless burden." Yang spoke in a voice filled with terror. "If you're useless, then stop talking nonsense. Just keep up and do as you're told." Snow snorted softly. Chen glanced at Yang. "You stay behind me. Snow, you take the rear." Listening in a daze, Yang could only follow closely behind Chen with a look of terror on his face. Snow recalled that when she was first carried by Chen, she was probably just like Yang. He was genuinely shaken. Not daring to stray even a single step away, Yang watched the monsters fall one by one, both marveling at Chen's combat power and terrified by the pursuit of hundreds of elite monsters behind them. If he were touched even once by these elite monsters, he feared death would not be far off. By the time Chen finished off the boss, Yang's jaw had completely dropped. Was this really a nightmare-level dungeon boss? It collapsed in just a few seconds? You've got to be kidding me. Huh? It's dead already? Yang stood there, dumbfounded. Shut up. Look at yourself, acting so pathetic we're not even done yet. Snow glanced at him and said. As before, Chen collected the loot first and then continued to lure the monsters. He then moved to the sniping position and began a frantic slaughter. Watching the large groups of elite monsters fall, Yang's EXP grew at a staggering rate. Until the very last monster hit the ground. Yang took a deep breath. Now this is what you call clearing a dungeon, wiping it clean, leaving not a single one behind. Boss, please carry me more often in the future, okay? Chapter 36, Triumphant Return. He instantly shifted into full sycophant mode, desperate to cling to Chen's thigh. Can't you have some backbone and solo a dungeon like Chen? Snow scoffed. You're acting like you could solo this dungeon yourself. Humph. With my boss here, that's more than enough. Yong retorted defiantly. Snow couldn't find a comeback, so she just pouted and ignored Yong. After all, throughout the entire dungeon crawl, she had contributed almost nothing. There is not much difference from Yong. After Chen finished grinding, he also reached level 16, and a mechanical notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level is 16. Ding! Congratulations to the host, basic stats have increased by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 free stat point, which can be allocated freely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining ammunition. Springfield .3006 armor-piercing rounds ignores 50% of enemy defense, damage plus 100, knockback attribute.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the G14 hand grenade damage plus 200, damage radius 20-50 meters, CD30s, automatically refreshes after use.
Shin couldn't help but feel excited. His bullets had been enhanced once again.
Furthermore, he had unlocked a new area of effect weapon. The bullet damage had seen a massive boost, and it could now ignore 50% of defense. This meant his damage was far more effective, allowing him to take down tank classes like warriors and knights much faster.
Next, Chen told the two of them to take a break and recover their mana.
Meanwhile, he ducked off to the side and directly chambered the new ammunition, the Springfield .3006 armor-piercing rounds. Fortunately, Snow didn't have many questions, and Young was a bit of a dimwit, so neither of them asked Chen about the issue of his infinite ammo. If they had asked, Chen really wouldn't have known how to answer.
After a brief rest, Chen took Young and Snow to grind mobs for a few more hours until the next dungeon cooldown reset.
After finishing that dungeon run, Snow reached level 15, while Young climbed to level 12.
At level 15, Snow now had a very strong chance of being admitted to Huaqing Academy.
It doesn't matter even if she isn't confident in her own strength after all, she has her family to fall back on. This was also a major reason why Snow didn't need her family to send anyone to help her level up. She wasn't worried about failing to level up at all. Whether she succeeded or failed, she viewed it all as a way to temper herself. For her, it was a form of training, whereas others leveling up alone were desperately fighting for their futures. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the sky beneath the fading light was a deep, blood red. In front of the city walls of Nanjiang City, Principal Qin of Nanjiang No. 1 High School was roaring.
"Hu Qing, I'm warning you. If your student kills someone from our school, I will definitely sue you. Our No. 1 high school will never let this matter rest. Don't think that just because your school has the young guild leader of the Holy War Guild, you're anything special." Hu Qing was the principal of Nanjiang No. 3 High School. Principal Qin had previously learned about the Holy War Guild's first attempt to surround and kill Chen, so he was worried that Chen might encounter further danger. "Humph. Qin, how old are you now? Still so unreasonable?"
It's true that the people from the Jihad Guild moved against Chen, but because of that incident, their young guild leader was placed in solitary confinement and hasn't even leveled up. Your No. 1 high school has been quite in the spotlight these past 2 years. You even had 2 hidden classes awakening this year, TSK. Qin, let me tell you, even though our school's young guild leader from the Jihad Guild was confined, he still reached level 16. Don't look down on him just because his awakened class is ordinary. With the guild's power behind him, he can still soar to the heavens. As for those 2 hidden classes from your school, I'm afraid their lives might not even be guaranteed. Oh, by the way, your school actually has another talent who reached level 16. However, he belongs to the Jihad Guild. Didn't know that, did you? Ha ha. Hu Qing spoke with immense satisfaction at that moment. To surpass No. 1 high school, he had even gone as far as providing the Jihad Guild with extensive dungeon data and monster grinding intel. All of this was for the sake of producing a student from his school who could get into Huaqing University, ideally, someone who could rank first in the province and top 10 nationwide. Level 16. Upon hearing this, Qin's brow furrowed deeply. He had expected to bask in the glory in front of the other principals, but to his dismay, he was still being overshadowed. And, since when did their school have another level 16 student? Was the Holy War Guild really willing to invest this much? Were they grooming someone else alongside their young guild leader? But Qin couldn't worry about that now. He only hoped Chen would return safely. He knew full well that the people from the Holy War Guild would not let this matter rest. He had even dispatched school teachers 2 hours ago to search for Chen. As for how many levels Chen and Snow can gain, that's up to fate. As time passed, the students who had gone to the wilderness to level up began returning one after another. There were students at levels 9 and 10, as well as those at levels 12 and 13. However, the vast majority were between levels 9 and 13. Not a single level 14 had been seen. The highest level student known so far was the young guild leader of the Jihad Guild, who was level 16. However, the vast majority of students had already returned. Yet there was no sign of Chen, Snow, Yong, or Zhua Quanlong.
Why aren't they back yet? Is Zhuo Quanlong really with the Jihad Guild? Qin was consumed with anxiety. Two geniuses had finally emerged he couldn't bear for anything to happen to them. As for Zhuo Quanlong, even if he were a genius, Qin didn't care. The man was practically an undercover mole. If he belonged to the Jihad Guild and had reached level 16, there was no telling whether he would seek revenge on Chen on behalf of the young guild leader. Qin noticed Hu Qing's smug smile. He feared that Zhuo Quanlong would inevitably lead the members of the Jihad Guild to cause trouble for Chen. Humph. Qin shot a cold glance at Hu Qing, signaling that a grudge had officially been formed. It wasn't until half an hour later. Finally, the figures of 5 people came into view. Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief, but Hu Qing was stunned. How is it possible for them to return? Hu Qing muttered to himself. Qin Yu quickly stepped forward to meet them, 3 students and 2 teachers. He then began to observe the students' condition. Yang 1-2 Warlock. Snow 1-5 Elemental Mage. The other principals were beyond astonished. They hadn't expected Snow to actually reach level 15. Although she was 1 level behind the young guild leader of the Holy War Guild, there was at least an 80% certainty that she could get into Huaqing Academy. Next, it would all depend on her performance during the grand exam. Until they looked at Chen. Since these principals were at a much higher level than Chen, the cloaking metal had no effect at all. Chen 1-6 Gunslinger. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Level 16, surprisingly. This level is already quite impressive. Not bad at all. As expected of the gunslinger who's famous throughout the city. Qin clapped Chen on the shoulder excitedly. At that moment, Hu Qing looked at Chen with a gloomy expression and asked coldly, "Where are Zhuo Quanlong and his companions?" Chapter 37, So what if I killed them? Hearing this, Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He knew this man was the principal of No. 3 High School, and Lin Han, the young guild leader of the Holy War Guild, was a student there. But why was he asking about Zhuo Quanlong? Zhuo Quanlong was a student from No. 1 High School. Was it possible that the principal of No. 3 High School knew about Zhuo Quanlong leading a group to hunt him down? At this thought, Chen's gaze sharpened. Even facing a principal of such an exceptionally high level, he remained composed and unyielding. Zhuo Quanlong and his companions? They were all killed by me while they were trying to ambush me. Chen then looked toward Qin. Principal Qin, Zhuo Quanlong led over a dozen members of the Jihad Guild in an attempt to kill me, but I ended up killing them instead. That doesn't count as a violation of the rules, does it? Qin took a deep breath. In truth, he had already guessed the gist of it the moment he learned Zhuo Quanlong had joined the Jihad Guild. Several high-ranking officials from the 3rd High School were already quite close with the Jihad Guild. This time, it was highly likely they intended to sabotage the talents of the 1st High School, even going so far as to prop up someone from the 1st High School to backstab him. It was just a pity to lose a level 16 talent. But it didn't matter, this Zhuo Quanlong had only awakened as an ordinary assassin. Even with a high level, they simply cannot be compared to rare classes or hidden classes in the late game. It doesn't count. The fact that the Jihad Guild initiated the killing has already been exposed. In the wilderness, one is neither sanctioned nor protected by any laws or regulations. It is simply survival of the fittest. Qin explained, then shifted her gaze toward Hu Qing. The Jihad Guild certainly went to great lengths sending so many people just for a fledgling gunslinger. Hu Qing's face turned ashen as he listened. He was well aware of the Jihad Guild's affairs, as their 2 factions shared vested interests. Hu Qing said coldly, "Humph. That is the Jihad Guild's business and has nothing to do with me. But this kid is certainly ruthless, killing so many people and acting as if it were perfectly natural. However, Principal Qin, there's no way your No. 1 High School will be as glorious this year as it was in the past." After finishing his sentence, he turned around and left. But as he departed, he didn't forget to shoot Chen a fierce glare. Principal Qin, does Principal Hu have some connection with the Jihad Guild? Why does he know about Zhuo Quanlong and the Jihad Guild members ambushing Chen? Snow asked. Sigh. The Jihad Guild supports No. 3 High School. They're in cahoots, so it's no surprise they know these things. Besides, their young guild leader is a student there, and he'll be your rival in the upcoming grand exam. Sheen said with a sigh. Holy crap, Brother Chen, you're amazing. You were ambushed by the Jihad Guild and managed to counter-kill them all. Good riddance, those bastards deserved it. Yang said, his face full of admiration. He hadn't witnessed the ambush himself, but he was certain that the people sent by the Jihad Guild wouldn't have been low-level, yet Chen had wiped them all out. What do you mean good? Chen, you've really crossed the Jihad Guild. I heard from an eyewitness that the Jihad Guild tried to claim a field boss for themselves, but a gunslinger refused to back down. A conflict broke out, and that gunslinger ended up killing all of them. Is that true? That gunslinger must have been you, right? Sheen continued. Yeah. An eyewitness? Does that mean the Jihad Guild is rounding people up? Chen nodded. Yes. The Jihad Guild caught a witness, and combined with the leaked footage of you grinding mobs, they've confirmed you're the one who killed their men. However, because the Jihad Guild's attempt to monopolize the field boss was condemned by many other factions, they can only move against you in the shadows. As for that Zhua Quanlong, if I'm not mistaken, the Jihad Guild wants to plant an undercover agent to coordinate the assassination of people from our school, and the targets are Chen and Snow. Sheen explained methodically. Hearing this, both Snow and Yang were filled with indignation. It was unthinkable that the Jihad Guild could be so overbearing, resorting to silencing witnesses while acting so tyrannically. All right. Let's head back first. No one dares to make a move within Nanjiang City, but you must be extra cautious during tomorrow's grand exam. Although your lives won't be in danger, the slightest lapse in judgment could cause you to fail the exam entirely. Sheen waved his hand. Let's go. Get some good rest. The grand exam officially begins tomorrow. Under Sheen's lead, the students of No. 1 High School boarded their school buses and headed back to their respective homes. Upon returning home, Chen collapsed directly onto his bed. After the grueling battles in the wild zones, he was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Every single moment had required him to be on high alert, staying hyper-focused to guard against any potential danger. At home, one can at least find mental relaxation. Stripping off his clothes, he hurriedly took a hot bath to fully unwind. Lying in the bathtub, Chen kept his eyes tightly shut, pondering tomorrow's grand exam. It could be said that among the 3 stages of class awakening, exam preparation leveling, and the grand exam leading up to graduation, the grand exam is the most critical phase. Leveling up and class awakening are both preparations for the grand exam. Awakening a powerful class and reaching a higher level are all about establishing an advantage for the grand exam. With the boost from the armor-piercing rounds, my damage has increased at least 3-fold. Plus, the grenades fill the gap in my area of effect attacks. However, Lin Han will definitely find a way to deal with me. Chen was certain of it. Since Lin Han had sent so many people to surround and kill him the second time, the grudge between them was completely cemented. According to the teachers from No. 1 High School, Lin Han had also reached level 16. This time, both sides would inevitably clash in a struggle for the top rank in the provincial grand exam. But it didn't matter if he was foolish enough to seek death, Chen would certainly give him a taste of his own medicine. The next morning, at the main gate of No. 1 High School, a multitude of students preparing for the grand exam were bidding farewell to their parents before boarding the buses one after another. Their parents watched them with eyes full of expectation, offering words of encouragement and final reminders. It seemed as though this annual examination would completely determine the course of these students' lives. After Chen boarded the bus, Snow and Yang proactively approached him. One sat beside Chen, while the other sat directly behind him. Brother Chen, what rank are you aiming for in the province for this grand exam? Yang asked with an expression full of excitement. I'll just go with the flow. Chen shrugged indifferently. Brother Chen, you have to take the top spot in the provincial exam. I've already talked big out there, saying my big brother is definitely going to be the provincial champion. Yang said hurriedly. Hearing this, Chen was speechless. Why on earth would he go out and brag for no reason? The 3 of them chatted and laughed,
and soon got off the vehicle at a small city near the desert. Here, they could see many candidates arriving one after another. As time passed, tens of thousands of people gathered there. Candidates from across the entire Nanjing city have gathered here. Quiet down, everyone. Before you lies the examination site for the upcoming grand exam. Chapter 38, The Desolate Land. Students from all the major high schools fell silent. Within the third high school's ranks, Lin Han cast a cold glance toward the first high school's group. Upon spotting Chen, he made no effort to hide the murderous intent flickering in his eyes. However, in such a setting, he didn't dare to act recklessly. He could only secretly resolve to become the top scorer in the provincial exam. Once he secured that rank, he would slowly find an opportunity to finish Chen off. Chen also removed his cloaking badge. Wearing such an item on an occasion like this was somewhat ostentatious. Our Rongjiang province examination venue is the desert ahead. This grand exam is divided into 2 stages. The first 3 days are for monster grinding to earn points, followed by a 20-day free roaming stage. In other words, during the first 3 days, you are forbidden from attacking any students and must focus solely on accumulating points by killing monsters. Once the second stage begins, you can continue to earn points from monsters or attack others to seize their points. However, there is one rule: no killing. There are 5,000 military NOAA airships hovering above your heads. Numerous military personnel are on board, monitoring your every move and recording all of your battles. Finally, the provincial examination rankings will be determined based on your total points. Your final admission will then be decided by combining these rankings with the enrollment quotas of the institutions you applied for. The examiner announced in a loud, clear voice. The homeroom teacher had previously briefed everyone on the logistics. Since Rongjiang province comprises over a dozen cities, fortified strongholds were established at the intersections of several major cities to facilitate a unified provincial examination. Candidates from each city will set out from their respective strongholds and enter the assessment zone. As they venture deeper while slaying monsters, candidates from different cities will eventually cross paths. However, the officials had taken safety into careful consideration for the students' sake, maintaining constant surveillance over the assessment area. A man in military uniform approached the examiner. He had a resolute expression and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. The examiner hurriedly announced, "Next, we will have General Qin, the military official in charge of this examination, say a few words." Since every assessment required the use of the military's NOAA Archon personnel, the military was considered one of the organizing bodies for this exam. Therefore, the military was also regarded as one of the responsible institutions for this assessment. To ensure your safety, everyone will be issued a distress talisman. Once you encounter danger, crushing it will trigger a defensive formation. We will then be alerted to your peril, and the formation's defense is strong enough to hold out until our rescue arrives. However, once the distress talisman is used, it means you forfeit your qualification for the assessment and will be judged as eliminated. No matter what, life always comes first. Next, we will use the NOAA Arc to randomly drop you into the peripheral areas of the desolate lands. Remember, the further in you go, the more powerful the monsters become. Once the deadline is reached, arrive at the extraction point to begin the points tally. General Qin announced in a loud, clear voice. Shen's brow furrowed. They were actually using the NOAA Arc to have students perform high-altitude jumps. This was clearly designed to prevent students from teaming up. Ah! Brother Chen, you have to hold on to me. I'm afraid of heights. Yang wailed pathetically. His words drew laughter and mockery from those nearby. Shen gave Yong a smack. Have some backbone. Then, he whispered instructions to Yong and Snow, telling them to keep an eye on each other's airship positions and to meet up as soon as possible. Immediately after, the candidates' order was shuffled as they prepared to board the NOAA airships. The NOAA airship is a vessel similar to the Kirov airship from Red Alert. It is both a powerful aerial weapon for offense and defense, as well as a transport vehicle for personnel. Just as Chen was about to board the NOAA airship, a young man with a face full of rage blocked his path. With a murderous look, he said, "Chen, remember this. I am the young guild master of the Jihad Guild. In this grand exam, all your points belong to me. Chen's gaze sharpened. He hadn't expected to cross paths with Lin Han so soon. To his surprise, Lin Han possessed a rare class, the Ghostblade Warrior. Quite unlike traditional warriors, the Ghostblade Warrior was an offensive type class rather than a tank meant for absorbing damage. Its melee output was easily on par with that of an assassin. However, a rare class was still fundamentally different from the hidden classes held by Chen and Snow. The probability of awakening a hidden class was far lower than that of a rare class, and historical records regarding hidden classes were exceptionally scarce. Consequently, the combat effectiveness of a hidden class remains a question mark. Some are outrageously powerful, while others are pitifully weak or even riddled with traps. Chen let out a soft snort and walked straight past, completely ignoring Lin Han. Aside from a quick glance at Lin Han's information, he hadn't even looked him in the eye. This feeling of being dismissed drove Lin Han nearly to the point of madness. "Kid, once the grand exam is over, I'm definitely going to take your miserable life." But Chen had already walked far away. At this moment, on a unique Noah's Ark, sat the principals of various schools, while 5 individuals occupied the head seats. All the principals showed exceptional respect toward these 5 people. These 5 were none other than the chief examiners for this examination. I didn't expect a gunslinger to be awakened this time, and one who has even reached level 16. I hope this candidate's strength won't be disappointing. The leading mage spoke up in a clear voice. It definitely won't be bad. I heard he killed over 10 class members who were level 20 or higher all by himself. One of the principals added hurriedly. That doesn't prove anything. He might have used specific tactics, or maybe others helped him with the kills. It's hard to say. I don't quite believe such a thing is possible. Another examiner, a beast tamer, said while shaking his head. At this moment, a silver-haired elderly man walked up. The many examiners and principals were startled at first, then hurriedly stood up to greet him. "Elder Zhong, what brings you here?" the mage examiner asked hastily. The man addressed as Elder Zhong said with a chuckle, "I heard your city produced a gunslinger, so I came to take a look. It's been a long time since a gunslinger appeared. As the president of the Gunslinger Association, I'm practically becoming a leader with no followers." "Elder Zhong, you're being too modest. Being the president of the Gunslinger Association is far from just a title. You are a pivotal figure in our Eastern Military District." "Exactly. It's just a grand exam. I can't believe you came all this way in person." Elder Zhong waved his hand, signaling everyone to take their seats, and then remarked, "As an old gunslinger who will never achieve his second awakening before I die, I'm simply curious about this newly awakened gunslinger. I want to know how he managed to reach level 16 in such a short amount of time. Doesn't he worry about ammunition? I've looked over the data your city sent me, and his weapon is quite extraordinary as well. I'm intrigued, so I came to see for myself. Who knows? Perhaps I might even find some inspiration from him." Hu Qing's expression turned sour upon hearing this. After a moment's thought, he hurriedly said, "Elder Zhong, you're overstating it. He's just a junior. How could he possibly offer you any inspiration? More likely than not, this kid has a financial tycoon backing him, which is how he can afford so many bullets." Elder Zhong waved his hand. "That's not right. As the saying goes, he who excels is the teacher. We must remain humble ourselves." Chapter 39, The Grand Exam begins. Regardless of whether this student's bullets are backed by a tycoon or self-made, their power is quite impressive. That alone is something worth learning from. Elder Zhong said in a clear, resonant voice. Listening to this, Hu Qing's expression grew increasingly grim, and he stopped responding. "Principal Qin, after the grand exam concludes, could you arrange a private conversation between me and this gunslinger student?" Elder Zhong then turned his gaze toward Qin. Qin thought for a moment before saying, "A conversation is a small matter, but in what capacity do you intend to speak with him, Elder Zhong?" Approaching Chen in a private capacity, as the president of the Gunslinger Association, or on behalf of the military would each carry a very different significance. Elder Zhong smiled, not expecting Principal Qin to be so rigorous, and said, "Then let's go with military representative." Many principals were filled with envy. It was clear that Elder Zhong had taken a liking to Chen as a promising talent. At this moment, Chen was sitting aboard the Noah Ark. Prepare for landing. All examinees, get ready for the assessment. A clear voice rang out, and the Noah Ark descended rapidly, piercing through layers of clouds until the vessel reached a certain altitude. The voice rang out once more, prepare to jump. Chen was the first to leap down. Watching this, many candidates were left bewildered. Why such a hurry? There are hardly any monsters in the outermost zone. The instructors on the airship were equally puzzled. There are only a handful of level 16 candidates in the entire province. This student is clearly level 16, yet he chose to jump in the outermost area. Could he be afraid of danger? Exactly. The monsters in the outermost perimeter are very low level, the points they yield are pitifully low. I don't get it either, a soldier chimed in, sounding just as puzzled. Little did they know, Chen wasn't the only one who had jumped early. Snow and Yong had followed suit. Yong bolstered his courage, wearing an expression of one prepared for certain death as he muttered a silent prayer, Brother Chen, watch over me. I'm putting my life in your hands. Before long, the three of them landed one after another in the outermost perimeter. While still in mid-air, Chen scanned his surroundings and pinpointed the approximate landing positions of Yong and Snow. After all, they were the only three who had parachuted early, making their positions very easy to identify. This was also what Chen had instructed them to do before the grand exam. General Qin, who was observing the exam site, couldn't help but take a deep breath upon seeing this scene. These three are all classmates from number 1 high school. Chen must want to link up with his teammates as early as possible. I must say, this kid has great leadership qualities. Even if it means earning fewer points, he refuses to abandon his companions. However, he's a mechanic. While this class is strong, it's a bit of a white elephant. The so-called white elephant issue was simply a matter of how much money one had to pour into it. General Qin was unaware of Chen's past achievements, so he didn't have high expectations for him. Meanwhile, Chen and Snow both headed toward Yong. Among the three, Yong had the lowest level and also suffered from a fear of heights. It took more than 10 minutes, but they finally managed to regroup. When Yong was found, he was still curled up on the ground. It was too terrifying. He looked completely shaken, as if his soul hadn't returned to his body yet. Chen walked up and gave him a swift kick to the backside. Your butt's already hit the ground, what are you still afraid of? Get up! Yong felt his rear and then his thighs, realizing that he wasn't missing any body parts. He clung directly to Chen's leg, crying out, Brother Chen, you have no idea. I really thought I was a goner. Snow watched him, speechless. You're a grown man, for heaven's sake. Have a little backbone. Yong replied stubbornly, I'm just afraid of heights, that's all. All right. Let's move out. We've already fallen behind to regroup. From now on, kill every mob on sight. Don't let them slow us down, we need to catch up with the main force at top speed. Chen waved his hand dismissively. With the grand exam looming, there was no mood for a war of words with Yong. Yong also realized the gravity of the upcoming grand exam, and his expression turned solemn. At the same time, he cast demon armor on Chen and Snow, while Snow activated the brilliance aura. The desolate land was filled with sand dunes and withered trees, with monster skeletons scattered along the path, looking exceptionally bleak under the scorching sun. Day. Chen, wielding the Gatling Purgatory, spotted a wild jackal in the distance and unleashed a burst of bullets without hesitation. However, a single bullet was enough to kill the monster, leaving the rest of the rounds to go to waste. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a wild jackal. EXP plus 20. Damn, killing low-level mobs gives so little EXP. Chen cursed, which was a rare occurrence for him. After all, Chen was accustomed to level gap killing, so he found it hard to adapt to such a low amount of EXP. Furthermore, the points earned were only 1 point since they were in a 3-person party, the points were distributed equally. During the initial 3-day point farming phase of the grand exam, candidates typically form teams to accumulate points. Those without loftier ambitions often exit the assessment zone entirely once they have secured enough points, choosing to no longer participate in the competitive point-grabbing phase. By doing so, they can ensure they don't fail the exam or fall behind in the rankings. However, for those aspiring to get into top-tier institutions like Huaqing Academy or Imperial Capital University, entering the cutthroat point-snatching stage is an absolute necessity. While killing is prohibited, seizing someone else's points is effectively destroying their future, which is fundamentally no different from taking a life. No matter the type of exam, it is always brutally competitive in the end. Students must fight tooth and nail for a spot in a prestigious institution. Along the way, Yong and Snow would occasionally step in to fight, treating it as an opportunity to practice their skills. As long as it didn't delay their progress, Chen was very supportive of their training. Most of the level 15 and 16 wild mobs they encountered were completely defenseless against Chen's machine gun. Even a level 16 mob couldn't withstand more than 3 of Chen's bullets. Elder Zhong, aboard the Noah's Ark, narrowed his eyes as he watched the scene unfold across the screen. What kind of gun is that? Its recoil, balance, and trajectory are all flawless. It's my first time seeing such a perfect machine gun. And the power of those bullets is easily on par with the military's highest grade ammunition. While the Gunslinger class can unlock machine guns upon leveling up, bullets usually have to be purchased or crafted. What's the deal with his ammunition? Elder Zhong stared intently at Chen on the screen. I have no idea. Every class has its own secrets, and I can't exactly go and interrogate student Chen. But based on what we've seen so far, he has never run out of ammo. Could it be that the Gunslinger class unlocks infinite ammunition after leveling up? Qin forced a bitter smile. If infinite ammo could truly be unlocked, the Gunslinger would absolutely be the most overpowered class, bar none. As it stands, student Chen needs at most 3 bullets to kill a level 15 or 16 monster. In contrast, a mage with the same combat power would need to cast 3 fireballs to kill a common level 16 mob. 3 fireballs take about 15 seconds, whereas 3 bullets don't even take 0.1 seconds. Chapter 40, A Hundredfold Difference in Efficiency. Elder Zhong spoke with a solemn expression. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone froze in their tracks. They had been watching the live broadcast of Chen for a minute, but they had only noticed that his lethality was indeed impressive without conducting a detailed analysis. Following Elder Zhong's breakdown, they finally realized just how terrifying Chen's machine gun truly was. In terms of output efficiency, Chen, as a gunslinger, was over 100 times more effective than a mage of equivalent strength. Hiss. You're right, that kind of output efficiency is absolutely terrifying. Yeah. Who would have thought that the one with the highest damage output would actually be a gunslinger? Nanjiang No. 1 High School has produced a real talent. I bet Elder Zhong has his eye on this kid. Everyone was filled with amazement. Only Hu Qing's expression was grim. He muttered to himself, wondering what the boy would even be worth without his bullets. However, Hu Qing knew deep down that even if Lin Han managed to seize all of Chen's points this time, Chen would still eventually be highly valued and recruited by the military. It was all because the military had a veteran gunslinger backing them up. Let's see if this kid can get into Huaqing Academy first. If he has such a powerful weapon and still fails to get in, he probably doesn't have a brain. And people without brains are only fit for research work. Elder Zhong remarked quite objectively. Elder Zhong is right. If he's level 16 and still can't get into Huaqing, he's a total idiot. Strength without brains is just as useless. Hu Qing quickly chimed in at this moment. As Chen and his 2 companions pushed deeper, they finally began to spot other examinees after more than an hour. This meant they had caught up with the main group, and the monsters they encountered were now around level 17 or 18. To Chen, however, these monsters were no different from the ones they had faced before. It was still just a matter of a few shots. With a single pull of the trigger, the monsters would collapse and die instantly. The sight left the various principals, examiners, and high-ranking officials from across the provinces and cities utterly dumbfounded. Is this what you call mob grinding efficiency? As for the points, Chen and his 2 teammates had all reached 220 points. Chen received at most 2 points per monster, but for other classes, these same monsters required a massive effort to kill.
As the examinees pushed deeper, the competition for monsters became exceptionally fierce. While they couldn't steal points from others yet, they could certainly snatch their kills. The examinees were so desperate they practically turned into wild beasts in a coliseum. No one could snatch away the monsters that Chen had set his sights on. After all, he possessed a 1,000-meter range and incredibly fast killing efficiency. When some candidates first encountered Chen's trio, they didn't pay much attention at first. However, they gradually realized that almost all the monsters they encountered on the road were being killed by Chen alone, leaving them with nothing to farm. Unable to seize Chen's points, they could only move away from him in frustration. Fortunately, the monsters in the desolate lands rarely appear in groups, so as long as one stays away from Chen, they can still find targets to hunt. However, their efficiency was simply incomparable to Chen's. At this moment, Lin Han was grinding monsters alongside a younger classmate he had recruited. After hacking a monster to death, Lin Han checked the leaderboard information. First place, Chen, 220 points. Second place, Snow, 220 points. Third place, Yang, 220 points. Fourth place, Xin Hongyan, 110 points. Fifth place, Duan Muyong, 105 points. Looking at himself, his score of 96 only placed him in seventh. He didn't even make it into the top 5. How is this possible? Only 7th place? Chen, Snow, Yang? If I remember correctly, they're in the same class and have the same score, which means they teamed up. How can their scores be so high even in a team? Damn it! In 3 days, I will definitely seize your points for myself, Lin Han said through gritted teeth. Furthermore, many people were astonished by Chen's performance, especially since they were in a team, yet all 3 members maintained such high scores. If one of them was being carried, it would imply that the strength of the other 2 was even more terrifying. Brother Chen, it feels amazing being carried by you. If we keep grinding like this, I'll be able to head out directly by the 3rd day. Yang spoke with great satisfaction, his face filled with admiration. Yeah. You won't be able to team up once the 3rd day hits. If your score is high enough, heading out then is a solid option. Snow chimed in from the side. At times, Snow found it quite uncomfortable listening to Yang's sycophantic fawning. Moreover, Yang constantly used foul language, making crude remarks about her and Chen, which often left Snow blushing with embarrassment. However, since she was currently being carried, it wasn't her place to say anything. But Snow wanted to prove herself 3 days from now. Chen nodded. If you want to play it safe, you can go grind some low-level mobs, just stay away from crowded areas. Given Yang's strength, participating in a chaotic free-for-all would indeed put him at a significant disadvantage. Furthermore, in the ensuing chaos, many people will undoubtedly band together to seize points. Although formal teaming is not permitted, they can still form groups to plunder, distributing points based on the number of kills secured. As a pure damage-dealing class, Chen might not be able to guarantee Yang's safety at all times. Moreover, the target score for the school Yang wants to apply to isn't particularly high. As long as he is provided with enough points over these 3 days, he can easily pass by farming minor mobs on his own afterward. Yang nodded. Alright, I'll do as you say, boss. Humph. Snow let out a huff of feigned indifference. What? Is the great school Belmoron unwilling to listen to our boss? Careful now, if you don't behave, the boss might give you a spanking. Whenever Yang spoke to Snow, his words were always laced with thorns. As time progressed, the top-ranking candidates began to draw significant attention. Snow, that's the girl from the Morong family, right? Her strength is quite impressive as well. It's just that teaming up with Chen has completely overshadowed her brilliance. Elder Zhong stroked his beard and spoke with a beaming smile. She awakened as an elemental mage, a hidden class with limitless potential. However, her father hasn't given her any assistance at all, letting her level up on her own to experience the cruelty of the wilderness firsthand. Qin replied with a smile. That is exactly how it should be. If we don't cultivate the children's combat awareness early on, they will suffer greatly in the future. I've heard that some students in this batch are relying on the power of their families or guilds, getting others to carry them through leveling. Their levels have risen quite high,
but their actual combat effectiveness is worrying. Elder Zhong nodded in agreement. That's not necessarily true, Elder Zhong. Take a look at Lin Han from our school. He's the young guild leader of the Crusade Guild and has awakened the rare class, Ghostblade Warrior. His combat power is quite impressive as well. Hu Qing said hurriedly. At the same time, he pointed toward Lin Han on another screen. Not bad. The Ghost Sword Warrior's sustained combat capability is indeed very strong. Their results should be quite good as well. Elder Zhong offered a casual critique, though his main attention remained fixed on Chen. Chapter 41, Testing the Power of the Hand Grenade. Many high-ranking officials and examiners also began commenting on the outstanding candidates one after another. As an arcane mage of a rare class, Qin Hongyan's damage output is quite impressive. While her single target damage isn't that exaggerated, her damage is somewhat terrifying when clearing mobs or in group battles. She's a promising talent. Exactly. I reckon she'll have her pick of any university she wants to apply to. This Duan Muyong is also quite impressive. As a Retribution Knight, another rare class, he deals solid damage, boasts decent tankiness, and can even provide a bit of healing. He's a very well-rounded class. At this moment, Chen was still grinding mobs. However, the monsters in the desolate lands didn't grant much EXP after all. This area was specifically prepared for the grand exam. Not only was the EXP low, but the monsters were also significantly tougher than those in ordinary areas, falling just short of the difficulty found in same-level dungeons. But for every examinee, EXP wasn't important at all. What mattered were the points. The Gatling Purgatory mowed down the wild mobs in a frenzied hail of bullets. However, Chen felt it wasn't satisfying enough. The monsters were too scattered, making it impossible to fully experience the thrill of a machine gun. Beside him, Yang had stopped attacking altogether. After all, any effort he made was practically negligible anyway. Having nothing to do, he busied himself by handing Chen drinks one moment and wiping his sweat the next, appearing exceptionally attentive. I say, Yang, can't you just stay still for a second? I'm the one killing monsters, yet you look like you're working harder than I am. Snow spoke with a hint of anger. Seeing Yang acting so solicitously made her feel exceptionally uncomfortable. Brother Chen is carrying me to earn points, so how could I let him feel even the slightest bit of discomfort? Brother Chen, let me tell you, I specifically prepared a bunch of iced drinks and even some barbecue. Whenever we take a break, I'll grill some meat for you. Yang said hurriedly. Chen glanced at him. Was this guy here for the grand exam, or was he here on vacation? He was banking on the fact that I wouldn't abandon him and would definitely carry him to level up. However, having food and drink during the grand exam was certainly pleasant, provided that everyone successfully got into their desired colleges as they wished. Snow couldn't help but shake her head. This guy really knew how to enjoy himself. Let's consider resting once we reach the level 20 monster zone, Chen said. The monsters killed so far were exceptionally easy for Chen. He was well aware that the top-tier candidates had already begun battling level 20 monsters. As for their lead-in points, it was merely because Chen had killed such a vast quantity, which allowed the three of them to sweep the top 3 positions. Seeing his boss speak up, Young didn't dare relax too much and began casting his own spell, Shadow Bolt. Finally, after more than 10 hours, they arrived at the area populated by level 20 wild monsters. Standing on high ground suitable for sniping, he began to scan the surroundings. Although the Gatling Purgatory was a machine gun, it was nonetheless equipped with an 8x scope. So, while holding the machine gun, he could still scan for surrounding targets. Once a target was spotted and confirmed to be within range, he would open fire immediately. Although the firing range wasn't quite as long as that of a true sniper rifle, the difference wasn't significant. Furthermore, as a machine gun, the Gatling Purgatory fired in rapid succession, making it virtually impossible for a target to survive the onslaught. After killing 5 wild monsters, Chen used the 8x scope to discover several red, wolf-sized monsters lurking behind a massive sand dune. Gathered in small groups, they were devouring the carcass of a wild monster on the ground. Chen set down the machine gun and took out a G14 hand grenade, weighing it in his hand. He wanted to see if he could reach the throwing distance. Thanks to his full-blood red set, his strength had increased significantly, giving Chen power comparable to that of a warrior or a knight. It should work. Let's test its power. Chen threw the G14 grenade without hesitation, and it traced a graceful arc through the air. It cleared the crest of the sand dune perfectly, landing right in the middle of the monster carcasses. Rumble. A massive explosion followed, accompanied by a burst of brilliant light. The monsters, still busy gnawing on the corpses, had no time to react before being blown into a heap of shredded flesh. At the same time, chunks of flesh and splatters of blood flew over the dunes, landing heavily on the ground. Holy crap! Yong jolted from the blast. He scrambled to his feet and looked toward the distant dune, only to see a mangled pile of monster remains scattered across the sand. He was genuinely shaken. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a cross-level kill on a desert hound. You have gained 100 EXP. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a cross-level kill on a desert hound. You have gained 100 EXP. Although the EXP isn't much, each level 20 monster grants 3 points, which is significantly more than the previous 1 or 2 points. However, this scene was witnessed by several examiners and high-ranking officials. Elder Joan, in particular, being a gunslinger himself, was most focused on Chen. On their flying vessel, over 20 screens were broadcasting live footage of top-performing students from various schools fighting monsters. Elder Joan couldn't help but steal occasional glances at Chen. How is this possible? Grenades too? And the power of this grenade is far from ordinary. Elder Joan remarked in astonishment. Indeed. This kid, is he really a gunslinger? It's as if his bullets cost him nothing, and every single one packs incredible power. Now he's pulled out a grenade with such a massive blast radius, I'm starting to question both his level and his family background. One of the examiners chimed in, looking equally shocked. This is absolutely insane. Killing level 20 monsters while under-leveled is actually this easy? You have to realize these level 20 mobs have combat power comparable to level 24 or 25 class holders. I'm done watching him. This mob grinding is as easy as drinking water, it's too boring and not worth watching. Some of the examiners also stopped paying attention to Chen. Whenever he encountered a monster, it was just rat-tat-tat and an instant kill. Aside from that grenade which briefly stunned them, the overall performance was far too monotonous. Instead, they turned their attention to the other class holders. Snow wasn't idling either, continuously using skills like Fireball and Frostbolt to slay the monsters. As an elemental mage, she practiced both ice and fire magic. While unleashing her skills, she was also very mindful of managing her mana consumption. She didn't want to rely too heavily on Chen, so she aimed to kill more monsters herself to contribute to the team. Facing level 20 wild monsters, she could essentially take one down with just 3 skills. While it still appeared somewhat monotonous, it was far superior to Chen at the very least. She possessed a wider array of skills. Snow's performance also earned the recognition of numerous examiners and high-level officials. Elsewhere, Lin Han held a longsword and likewise charged toward a level 20 monster. His blade trailed phantasmal light, decapitating a desert hound with a single swift strike. Ghost Blade warriors rely on mana. This class requires both stamina preservation and mana management. Although his killing efficiency is decent, the consumption is too high. His efficiency will only dwindle as time goes on. Chapter 42, an exam or a vacation? So, even though his level is 1 higher than Snow's, he's slightly lacking in terms of overall consistency. The examiners gave their evaluation. After all, the grand exam lasts for over 10 days. For these mana-dependent classes, if they run out of mana after the 3rd day, they can easily be defeated and eliminated. Even if they come from wealthy backgrounds and have no shortage of mana potions, these potions have cooldown periods, so they still need to manage their mana consumption strategically. Even for classes that do not require mana, the distribution of physical stamina must be carefully considered. The grand exam is judged by the final score. Some candidates even take their time while farming monsters, conserving their strength to begin a ruthless plundering spree after 3 days. By evening, Chen halted his monster-slaying operations, primarily because every creature within a 10-kilometer radius had been wiped out, and Snow's mana was half depleted. In any case, his points had reached over 700, trailing the fourth-place rank by more than 400 points. No one possessed an output efficiency as exaggerated as Chen's for him. Encountering a monster meant an instant kill. Since Yong had prepared the ingredients for a barbecue, it was better to take a break and allow Snow to recover her mana. By the way, teach Yong the leveling route for 3 days from now. This kid is a total blockhead. He's not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. Set up a campfire, we'll rest for the night. You roast the meat while you're at it. Chen commanded. You got it. Yong was more than happy to oblige. He quickly gathered a pile of wood and stacked it together, then glanced over at Snow. Sister-in-law, how about a little fire? Snow's gaze sharpened. Are you looking for a death wish? Nevertheless, she cast a fireball spell, lighting the pile of wood. She turned around and found Chen immediately. Chen. I don't have those kinds of feelings for you, don't listen to Yong's nonsense. However, her words were halting, and her face had turned a deep crimson. Wholly dedicated to her studies, she couldn't quite articulate exactly what kind of feelings she had for Chen. Since you know he's talking nonsense, why take it to heart? Chen shrugged indifferently. Your family's red wine is quite good. Did you bring any this time? Elsewhere, Yong tied the meat to a thick wooden branch and began roasting it. Upon hearing mention of red wine, he quickly chimed in, Brother Chen, why drink red wine? We're not exactly the elegant type. I brought beer. Just focus on your grilling. Chen shot him a glance. Agreed. Snow nodded gently, then retrieved wine glasses and a bottle of red wine from her storage space. In fact, she had come fully prepared. She had long suspected that this grand exam might afford her some leisurely time with Chen. She began to let the wine breathe. He then set it aside and sat shoulder to shoulder with Chen on the small hill. Chen, why don't you ever seem to care about your ammunition consumption? Is it possible you can manufacture bullets yourself? Snow finally voiced the question that had been weighing on her mind for a long time. In a way, yes. Every class is unique, and my gunslinger class is different from others. My bullets are just like a mage's fireball spell. As long as I have a weapon, I can fire them indefinitely. Chen had no intention of keeping it a secret from Snow, nor did he plan to hide it if school officials were to question him in the future. He would answer truthfully. After all, something like this certainly couldn't be kept a secret. Is it really that broken? Snow's face paled with shock. As Chen's teammate, she knew all too well just how terrifying infinite ammo could be. It's all right. 3 days from now, are you planning to go out and seize points on your own? Chen then turned his gaze toward Snow. Snow had previously hinted at her intentions. By nature, Snow was a fiercely competitive girl. Although she was deeply grateful to Chen for carrying her through 2 sessions, she still harbored the ambition to surpass him. Yeah. I'm going to prove myself. I definitely won't let you leave me behind. Snow nodded. Chen simply smiled and shook his head. Why bother? Snow continued, actually, there's an even more important point. I need to hone my skills, master survival techniques for any situation, and adapt to harsh environments. On this point, I must get into Huaqing Academy, and specifically, the Super God Institute within it. As she spoke, a fighting spirit seemed to flicker in her eyes. Beyond Chen, she had even broader goals. The Super God Institute? Chen asked, puzzled. You don't even know about the Super God Academy? Once you're admitted to Huaqing Academy, you can challenge its Tower of War Gods. Reaching the 10th floor grants you eligibility to enter the Super God Academy. Moreover, the higher you climb, the richer the rewards. Most of the nation's top talents, after getting into Huaqing Academy, will attempt to challenge the Tower of War Gods with the goal of entering the Super God Academy. Of course, there are also the elites among elites who aim to break the records of the Tower of War Gods. Seeing that Chen was completely clueless, Snow patiently began to explain. Chen remained silent for a moment, wondering if his aunt had managed to get into the Super God Academy during her time at Huaqing Academy.
However, knowing his aunt's fiery personality, Chen was certain she would definitely go to challenge the tower of the war god. Following that, the two said no more, each lost in their own thoughts. Under the radiance of the brilliant starlight, everything appeared exceptionally serene. Zizizi. At that moment, the savory aroma of roasting meat began to waft through the air. Yong sprinkled a generous amount of seasoning onto the meat. Almost ready. Yong then took a piece of beef off and placed it on a plastic plate. He delivered it directly to Chen. "Boss, yours." Next was Snow's turn. Snow also poured the red wine into a goblet. Ignoring Yong, she clinked glasses directly with Chen, a toast to enjoying the tranquility of life amidst this environment of constant gunfire. "Come on, cheers." This scene happened to be witnessed by several examiners and high-ranking officials. Everyone was left speechless. Keep in mind, the other candidates were still fighting tooth and nail for every single point. Then look at Chen. Accompanied by two classmates, he was actually sipping red wine and enjoying a barbecue, looking exceptionally comfortable. "Chen, this kid, he's crossing the line. This is too much. Is this supposed to be the grand exam? Drinking wine and eating barbecue? Does he really have that little respect for the grand exam? But it looks so delicious. It's so late, watching this is making me hungry." Since Chen's points were leading by a landslide, they could only seethe with frustration despite how much it annoyed them. Ha ha! This kid is actually enjoying life during the grand exam. He's the first one in history to do so. This exam is far too easy for him. Elder Zhong burst into laughter upon seeing this scene. However, General Qin, one of the chief examiners beside him, was quite displeased. "Should we ramp up the intensity for this kid? He's getting a bit too cocky." Since the desolate lands were under military jurisdiction, Chen's actions appeared to be a direct challenge to the military's authority. "No, the exam must be fair. General Qin, this kid might turn out to be extremely important to us." Chapter 43, Activating Plunder Mode. While others were exhausting themselves and risking their lives to grind mobs, Chen was having an exceptionally easy time. What's more, he was carrying two teammates along with ease. And so it went, slaying monsters by day and roasting meat over a campfire by night, spending 3 days in such a pleasant manner. Until dawn on the 4th day. Chen, along with Snow and Yong, swept the top 3 positions with a score of 2,130. At this very moment, Lin Han was swallowing an entire bottle of potion. "I'm going to be miles ahead right from the start. I've killed nearly 500 monsters. I have to be in first place," Lin Han said through gritted teeth. He placed great importance on the early stage points because, in the subsequent point snatching phase, he could seize points from other players, and Chen could do the same. Therefore, Lin Han was putting extra effort into killing the monsters. Having exhausted too much physical energy, he downed the expensive ant-powered divine recovery water his father had given him in a single gulp. His father knew his son was fiercely competitive and was striving for the top spot in the provincial exam, so he brought out this prized family heirloom. This was also the key reason why Lin Han remained confident and undeterred by the physical toll of the exam. After consuming the ant power recovery divine water, one's stamina could be fully restored within a single minute. Filled with anticipation, Lin Han checked the current point standings. After seeing the results, he stood frozen in his tracks. What? How is that possible? His face was a mask of pure disbelief. He had only managed to secure 6th place while he had overtaken Duan Muyong. A candidate named Chen had surged past him from behind. The top 4 positions remained completely unshaken. Furthermore, the scores of the top 3 were nearly double that of the second-tier group. Could he be cheating? Lin Han spoke subconsciously. Even if Chen was exceptionally talented, falling so far behind while in a 3-person team raised serious suspicions of cheating. But after a moment's thought, so what if he was cheating? He didn't have any evidence. Relatively speaking, the grand exam was already a very fair assessment with so many Noah's Arks monitoring from above. There was hardly any room for cheating. Lin Han felt nothing but frustration. In order to maximize his points, he hadn't even joined a team. He was afraid someone would split his points, and he considered his monster clearing speed to be quite impressive. Over these past 3 days, he had disregarded all consumption and farmed monsters desperately, yet he had still been left behind. Humph. It's not over yet. Your points will be mine sooner or later. Lin Han gritted his teeth and let out a cold snort. He then looked at his nearby classmates. Go, gather our people. Focus on seizing points first and farming mobs second. Everyone will get a share of the points. Meanwhile, aboard the Noah airship where the examiners and high-ranking officials were stationed, Qin saw the final point standings for the first stage. He jumped up in excitement, his hands trembling with agitation. Our school, we swept the top 3. He pointed at the leaderboard on the screen, speaking with intense emotion. It should be said that your Chen is simply terrifying. Someone analyzed. Qin didn't disagree. The majority of the points earned by this trio were racked up by Chen alone. As for Snow, she could only manage about 700 or 800 points. If he hadn't been in a team, Chen might have been able to grind his way to over 4,000 points. At this thought, even Qin found it hard to believe. It is worth noting that even with a score of over 2,100, Chen's performance was double that of most previous score of over 1,000. Furthermore, in this grand exam, he left the likes of Qin Hongyan and a Chen trailing behind by a gap of more than twofold. Truly terrifying. The 3 of them, including Chen, gathered under a large tree. Young, do as I said. Head back the way you came and kill any monsters you encounter. Once you have enough points, you can exit the grand exam. Chen gave his instructions. Then, his gaze fell upon Snow. Since you're acting alone, be extra careful. I'm afraid students from other schools might team up to snatch points. You'd better focus on grinding mobs and stay away from the crowds. Listening to Chen's reminders, Snow pursed her lips, her heart filled with gratitude. After a moment of thought, she said in a low voice, I won't fight a battle I'm not sure of winning. I still have the blink spell to save my life. Since Snow dared to venture out alone, she naturally possessed sufficient capital. At the very least, among those of the same level, she had never feared anyone in a duel. As for the life-saving skill Blink, even Chen felt a hint of envy. The distance of Blink was much further than that of Chen's escape. At this moment, nearly half of the candidates had already decided to turn back and opt out of the upcoming grand exam segment. They knew how brutal the next stage would be. A single misstep could mean the total ruin of their future prospects. After giving Chen an excited bear hug, Yang quietly departed. The reason he was able to earn so many points was entirely thanks to Chen. As a result, his heart was filled with nothing but excitement. Among the candidates who did not turn back, some intended to launch sneak attacks on 1 or 2 others to snatch some points before choosing to leave. Another group wanted to earn points by farming monsters while simultaneously seizing points from others. The further they progressed, the higher the points awarded by wild monsters. Considering the extreme risk of stealing points from other candidates, they opted for a relatively safer approach. There was also a final type, whose primary focus was entirely on plundering points from other candidates. Take Lin Han, for example. He had gathered 5 alumni from his school, naturally, the strongest candidates from number 3 high school. They were preparing to launch an operation to seize points. Humph. I have no intention of grinding mobs anymore. Stealing points from others is much more direct and satisfying, and it eliminates people from other schools to boot. Lin Han snorted coldly. Young president, what's the route? Someone was already growing impatient. Pick the low-hanging fruit first. We'll head to the perimeter to intercept and kill the retreating examinees. Lin Han quickly made his decision. The priority was to rack up some points first. And so, the 6 of them turned back together. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Snow, Chen chose to venture deeper, farming monsters while seizing points along the way. In truth, there was no rush to gather points. The amount they could seize now wouldn't be much. However, as time went on, there would be many individuals with high point totals. It would be far more efficient to snatch points from them later. Of course, Chen was specifically referring to Lin Han and the other candidates from number 3 high school. It is only polite to reciprocate since Lin Han and the principal of number 3 high school have acted against him. They shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Furthermore, given Lin Han's nature, he would undoubtedly do everything in his power to seize points from other examinees. With this in mind, Chen carried the Gatling Purgatory and headed deeper into the desolate lands. The monsters here ranged from level 20 to 23, and there was no shortage of elite monsters among them. Chen scanned his surroundings and saw about 20 monsters within his line of sight, including 2 elite monsters. He found a small hill and lay prone, using the 8x scope on his machine gun to scout the surroundings. To his surprise, there were far more than 20 monsters within firing range. Day. Immediately after, he began to open fire. Chapter 44, Cutting Through Thorns. However, after 5 bullets were fired, the targeted ravaging werewolf was only on the brink of death. It had not been killed. It must be said that the strength of the wild monsters is becoming increasingly high. Even with Chen's explosive damage output, he was unable to secure a one-hit kill. He had no choice but to fire again. Rat-tat-tat. Another 3 bullets flew out, finally slaying this level 21 prowler werewolf. 300 EXP gained, and his points increased by a full 20. Although it was still a one-shot kill, the speed was significantly slower. Chen couldn't help but complain, the EXP is so low, and not a single material or piece of equipment is dropping. Has the military already looted every single mob in the desolate lands? This is pathetic. However, it made sense that the area had been tampered with, considering the desolate lands served as the trial and assessment zone for examinees. Otherwise, why would killing monsters be reflected on the leaderboard? Day. There was no point overthinking it. He might as well start the slaughter. A monster fell almost every second, and in less than a minute, every wild creature within a 1-kilometer radius had been slaughtered. This included 2 elite monsters, each worth a staggering 200 points. The total score instantly surged by over 1,000 points. Inside the Noah Ark, where the examiners and high-ranking officials were stationed, the atmosphere suddenly became animated. What's going on? With such a sudden spike in points, did Chen rob other candidates of theirs? It looks like he headed into the ravaging werewolf territory and wiped out every single one of them in the vicinity. The ravaging werewolves are level 20 at the very least, and their strength is comparable to dungeon monsters of the same level. How could he have killed them all so quickly? Holy crap, I looked away for just 1 second, and he racked up over 1,000 points in a single minute. The high-ranking officials and examiners looked at one another in stunned silence. Even though they knew Chen was strong, they never expected him to be this powerful. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhong snapped out of his meditative state and stood up abruptly. Through a surveillance screen, Chen could be seen stroking his machine gun, surrounded by the slaughtered remains of wild monsters. Elder Zhong was well aware of the strength of these monsters over the years. The number of examinees capable of killing even a single one within 5 minutes could be counted on one hand. Yet, under Chen's machine gun fire, these ravaging werewolves couldn't survive for even a single second. To put this into perspective, while others had to exert every ounce of effort and cycle through various skills just to barely secure a kill in 5 minutes, he was obliterating them instantly. Chen killed the monster with 0 effort. The prowling werewolf was dead before it even realized what was happening. Such exaggerated damage output was enough to strike awe and intimidation even into the heart of a highly seasoned gunslinger. At this moment, Chen resumed his journey. For him, locating monsters was far more time-consuming than actually killing them. Furthermore, the monsters were extremely scattered, requiring Chen to trek at least a kilometer away to find a new target. Chen could only treat the grand exam as a journey. If I want to farm monsters, I have to go into the deeper areas. Right, there are several bosses in the desolate lands. I can start by farming them. With that thought in mind, he quickened his pace. While clearing out mobs, he followed the map to search for field bosses. As for seizing points, Chen was in no hurry for the time being. There were 10 days, after all. He would let the others fight tooth and nail first, and then consider stepping in to reap the rewards. At the very beginning, these candidates didn't have many points anyway. It would be far more efficient to strike once they had accumulated a larger horde. However, field bosses moved within specific areas,
so whether one could actually encounter them still required a bit of luck. The points provided by a field boss are far beyond what ordinary monsters can offer. Most importantly, every field boss kill grants additional rewards from the military. Locating a field boss is also quite difficult, as it involves both randomness and long-distance travel. Chen carried the Gatling Purgatory in hand and pushed forward directly, no longer searching for specific firing positions. Every monster encountered along the way was instantly killed by the machine gun. Some passing class holders were thoroughly terrified by the sight of the machine gun's instant kills. My god! Is that the gunslinger from the video? That's freaking insane! These are level 20 plus monsters, and they can't even last a second? Someone cried out in shock. But immediately after the exclamation, they hurriedly scrambled into hiding, terrified that Chen might turn his machine gun on them and strip them of all their points. Even the examinees who had formed groups didn't dare approach Chen in the slightest. No one wanted to get a taste of that machine gun. Elder Zhong couldn't help but take a deep breath after witnessing this scene. He feared that this year's provincial top scorer was already a settled matter. His machine gun fire is too intense. I can hardly imagine what kind of weapons he'll unlock after his advancement at level 20. Moreover, he truly doesn't seem to worry about ammunition consumption at all. I believe he must have a way to ignore ammo costs. In that case, as long as his stamina holds out, even killing a boss 10 levels higher than him wouldn't be a problem. This kid seems to be hunting for the boss. I want to see just how long the boss of the Desolate Lands can last under his machine gun fire. At this moment, Elder Zhong's eyes were fixed intently on Chen's screen. Following the route Chen had scouted, he made a vague judgment. Elder Zhong, this boss you're looking at in the Desolate Lands seems like a total pushover. You have to realize that bosses in the Desolate Lands usually possess multiple skills and ridiculously high HP bars. If he actually runs into a boss above level 25, I'm afraid all his previous efforts will go down the drain. Hu Qing spoke up, clearly unconvinced. Oh? You have that little faith in Chen? Elder Zhong rolled his eyes. Hu Cheng sighed and continued, this kid has had it too easy. He probably has no idea how strong a field boss actually is. In previous year's grand exams, even if someone dared to challenge a field boss, they had to organize a group of over 10 people to take it down together. I've never heard of anyone being able to solo one. I admit this little gunslinger's damage output is indeed very high, but he's incredibly fragile. Even if he puts on the blood red set, it's the same one hit from a field boss and he'll likely be out of health instantly. According to past EXP, very few people would actually provoke a field boss. Even if they did, it had to be a tight-knit group of people working together. Since the points are only awarded to the person who first generates aggro, it is very difficult to distribute the rewards. There have even been instances where, after killing a field boss, the other teammates defeated the student who received the points to force them out of the exam. I also think this kid is being a bit too arrogant. Based on his current route, he's likely to encounter the thorny Traiants. Their skills are absolutely disgusting to deal with. I don't have high hopes for him either. Someone chimed in agreement. Many candidates possessed a general map of the Desolate Lands, which marked the levels of monsters in specific areas but provided no further information about them. Chapter 45, Master of both Ice and Fire. Even though many examiners were well aware of Chen's strength, they couldn't help but feel uneasy when they thought of the bosses in the Desolate Lands. They no longer dared to believe that Chen possessed the strength to slay the boss. Meanwhile, Lin Han swung his longsword down in a fierce vertical slash, sending a black sword shadow crashing down. With a single strike, he instantly took out an 11th level examinee. Fortunately, the examinee possessed a defensive formation talisman. After withstanding the blow, it signaled the end of their grand exam. Points, 0. Lin Han shook his head. Only 80 points, stealing points from these weaklings is still too slow. Young President, we've already snatched points from over 30 people. Now, the examinees around here run like mice seeing a cat the moment they spot us. This efficiency for farming points is still too low. A warrior spoke up. Lin Han let out a cold snort, thinking to himself, if I didn't have to split the points with you lot, would they really be this low? A cruel thought even began to surface in Lin Hanan's mind. Ruthlessness is the mark of a true man. If it comes down to the final moment, even brothers are meant to be sacrificed. At this thought, a cruel smile played across Lin Hanan's lips. Let it be slow then. I have to make sure my brothers get a piece of the pie too. Let me check the rankings first. Immediately after, he pulled up the leaderboard to check the scores. First place, Shen, 2988 points. Second place, Snow, 2350 points. Third place, Young, 2101 points. Fourth place, Jin Hongyan, 1453 points. Fifth place, Chen, 1451 points. Sixth place, Lin Hanan, 1390 points. The growth rate has slowed down. Lin Hanan muttered to himself. After a moment of thought, his gaze darkened. Let's go. We're going to find Snow and Chen. As long as we defeat them, we'll get a massive amount of points. Young President, there are 2 candidates from our #1 high school over there. Should we? The warrior glanced ahead. That goes without saying. Tell any third high students you run into to give the first high students hell whenever they see them. Lin Hanan looked up and said coldly, kill these 2 first, then we'll go find Snow and Chen. By now, Chen had traveled a long distance. As he walked, he suddenly spotted several monster corpses on the ground. Chen's gaze sharpened. There were examinees from other cities nearby. Since candidates from various cities departed from different locations, they were all heading deeper toward the central region of the desolate lands. The further they progressed, the higher the probability of encountering candidates from other cities. Sure enough, a moment later, 5 candidates emerged, ranging from level 12 to 14. The group consisted of 5 classes, a warrior, a mage, a priest, an archer, and a berserker. It was actually a very solid combination for clearing dungeons. TSK. To think we'd run into a level 16, and he's all alone. The mage among them spoke with a grin, looking as delighted as if he had just found money on the ground. What a badass machine gun. Is he a gunslinger? Wow, I really want to touch that big gun. It's so huge and looks so cool. If only we could kill players in the desolate lands. Once he's dead, that machine gun would be ours, and we could touch it however we liked. The others also began to chime in with their own discussions. Chen frowned slightly, seeing that he was level 16. These people didn't show even the slightest hint of fear. On the contrary, they looked at him as if they were inspecting their own spoils of war. Ignorant of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth? However, Chen was also well aware that the videos of him grinding mobs had only gone viral in Nanjiang City. As for other cities, it was likely that not many people knew about them. So this group of 5 thought they could easily deal with Chen. What? Planning to snatch my points? Chen spoke flatly. Originally, Chen didn't have much interest in the points of lower-level candidates. However, the mocking attitude of these people made Chen extremely displeased. Kid, don't think that just because you're level 16 in a so-called hidden class, a gunslinger, you're safe. I suggest you just obediently use your defensive array talisman. Save yourself the pain. Our mage knows how to make you feel both ice and fire. The warrior said with a smug look on his face. At that moment, the 5 of them had already formed a line, and the warrior was within charging distance. In their eyes, Chen was merely a high-level damage dealer. As long as a warrior used charge to stun him, followed by a berserker charging in to chain the stun, the rest of the team could coordinate their attacks to easily kill a fragile class only 4 levels higher than them. In past dungeon runs, they had used this exact coordination to slay numerous bosses. They had even used the same tactic to kill other players while leveling up in the wilderness. TSK. This little brother's big machine gun must be incredible. Even I want it now. The mage continued to wear a sleazy smirk. Just you lot? A bunch of greenhorns thinking you can snatch my points? Chen let out a cold laugh. He simply found these people incredibly naive. Did they really think they could farm him like some mindless dungeon boss or a brainless class user? Stop wasting time. Finish him off quickly before something changes. The archer urged hurriedly. Day.
Before his voice could even fade, Chen's machine gun roared to life, plumes of smoke billowing out with every shot. Arg! The bullet struck the warrior instantly, giving him no time to activate his charge skill. Teetering on the brink of death, a circle of white light suddenly enveloped him, providing protection. Meanwhile, Chen's points surged by 110 in an instant. It was his first time experiencing the thrill of plundering points. The warrior was taken out in an instant, leaving the remaining 4 completely stunned. What on earth just happened? In less than a second, the warrior was shredded to death? After all, this warrior was a tank decked out in a full set of bronze-grade defensive gear. Yet, in the face of this machine gun, he was as fragile as paper. Squeak! The archer immediately drew his bowstring, preparing to fire. Da-did-day-day-day. Unbeknownst to them, Chen had been monitoring every move of the 4. The moment the archer pulled the string back even slightly, he was struck by Chen's bullet. Arg! With a sharp scream, he was taken out just like the others. Eliminated. Big brother, could you please let me go? I can stay by your side throughout the grand exam and help you snatch points. I can use both ice and fire magic, and my casting technique is excellent. I can definitely help you grab a lot of points, and I won't take a single one for myself, okay? Just let me go. I don't want to be eliminated. Seeing the situation, the mage didn't cast a spell but instead began to plead piteously. She knew very well that while an archer's attack speed was already fast, compared to this gunslinger before her, her own speed was practically a snail's pace. Surrendering was her only way out, otherwise, she would lose all her points, and her future prospects would turn bleak. Chen glanced at her. It was somewhat rare for an ordinary mage to be able to master spells of 2 different elements. However, in terms of ice and fire, how could she possibly compare to Snow, the hidden class elemental mage? Chapter 46, Elder Joan's Glory Days. Da-did-day-day-day. Chen merely spared her a glance before immediately unleashing a burst of bullets. Every single one of them struck the mage. Bitch. Chen gave a nonchalant evaluation. He hadn't expected to encounter such a character during the grand exam. Wasn't the guy afraid of being spotted by the proctors? Fortunately, the people on the Noah's Arks couldn't hear their conversation, or else this mage's reputation would have been utterly ruined. The remaining 2 candidates looked at Chen, trembling like frightened little lambs. They didn't possess even the slightest shred of courage to resist. The strongest members of the team had already been easily dealt with by Chen. Those who remained were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of level. Da-did-day-day-day. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly defeated the remaining 2 and knocked them out of the race. All 5 individuals were now enveloped by defensive formation talismans. All they had to do next was wait for the military personnel to arrive and take them away. This time, the grand exam had ended in total failure for them. From this point on, their life choices had become incredibly narrow, and the brightest path forward was completely blocked off. Gunslinger. I'll remember you. My family will never let you get away with this. The mage even spat out a parting threat. Her face was filled with resentment. She had already surrendered and even offered herself to him, yet he still refused to show mercy. I'll be waiting. Chen replied indifferently. He turned and walked away, continuing on his journey. Kid, you're making an enemy of Chunwei No. 3 High School. Our people will avenge us. Damn it. Once I reach level 16, I will definitely kill you. A barrage of verbal abuse drifted from behind. Chen simply found it hilarious. The curses of losers were nothing more than the tantrums of a shrew. If it weren't for the existence of the defensive array talismans, Chen would have shut their mouths permanently long ago. Therefore, they still have the officials and the military to thank. Along the way, Chen killed many wild monsters, yet his point growth remained similar to that of the other strong candidates trailing behind. Capable candidates often choose to farm wild monsters while simultaneously harvesting points from their peers. After all, the other candidates are living points. It is unlikely to encounter others frequently, and even when one does, they must consider the possibility of being harvested by the opponent instead. After a 5-hour journey, the silhouette of the first boss, the Thorny Tree King, was finally discovered at the base of a canyon. From a distance, Chen could only see the boss's unknown HP, its level indicator, and the elite boss title. A level 25 elite boss. After a moment's thought, Chen slowly approached the boss while trying to remain undetected, moving close enough to see the Thorn Tree King's detailed information. Thorn Tree King, level 25 elite boss. Strength, 820. Agility, 780. Intelligence, 850. Description: a Treant King possessed of a thorn's aura, its durability is simply absurd. Watch your step, you never know when its subterranean tentacles might burst from the ground to pin you down, only for the Treant King to finish you off, turning you into nutrients for the earth. This description is freaking ridiculous. Chen couldn't help but complain. It is evident that the Thorn Tree King possesses a defensive aura. The Thorn Aura increases its armor and tankiness, and it also has a control skill involving the tree's tentacles. According to the lessons taught by school teachers, bosses above level 20 often possess multiple skills, at least 3. Therefore, this Thorn Tree King is far from being that simple. The scene of Chen observing the Thorn Tree King was noticed by several examiners and high-ranking officials. Ha ha! This kid has finally encountered a real boss, he must be terrified now. I don't know if the Thorn Tree King can withstand this gunslinger's bullets, but what I do know is that its entanglement skill has no casting range. As long as someone is its target, they will be ensnared. This kid is in serious trouble. The high-ranking officials led by Hu Qing, along with several examiners, simply couldn't bring themselves to be optimistic about Chen. After all, Chen was all alone, and this boss possessed both tankiness and crowd control. Unless a group of over 10 people teamed up, killing it would be nearly impossible. Even Elder Zhong frowned deeply, taking a sharp breath before saying, "I fought this boss back in the day. I had to bring 2 healers and 4 tanks, and even with me as the sole damage dealer, it took a full half-hour to defeat it. Back then, those friends of mine were real stand-up guys, they gave all their points to me." At these words, everyone was filled with emotion. "I had no idea you had such a history, Elder Zhong. You're one of the top gunslingers in the province, even the whole country, and yet you still had to team up back then. To think such a team composition existed, doesn't that mean the entire damage output relied solely on Elder Zhong? If I recall correctly, the people who collaborated with Elder Zhong back then have all become very important figures in the military." Elder Zhong shook his head as he reminisced about those extraordinary, formative years. The few people who had collaborated with him had indeed become key figures in the military, achieving even greater glory than he had during his prime as a gunslinger. His career as a gunslinger had stalled at a bottleneck. He hadn't even completed his second-class advancement, and the military could no longer provide much financial support for a gunslinger like him. He was only called upon to take action in battles of absolute necessity. After all, every time he made a move, it cost a fortune. This Chen is quite a level-headed person. He didn't rashly attack the field boss, which is a very rare quality. Elder Zhong turned his attention back to the screen. For some reason, his expectations for Chen were growing. At the very least, the strength Chen had displayed so far surpassed his own performance during the grand exam back in the day. But exactly how much he had surpassed it would have to be tested against the boss. At this moment, after observing for a while, Chen began to retreat. Whether hunting high-level monsters or taking down bosses, Chen adhered to the philosophy of safety first. Because in the wild, unknown dangers could always be lurking. After pulling back to a distance of over 800 meters, Chen took a deep breath. Aim. Pull the trigger. Da-did-day-day-day. Immediately following, a tongue of fire erupted forth. Bullet after bullet struck the body of the Thorn Tree King, dealing nearly half the damage compared to what he usually inflicted on ordinary monsters. In other words, the Thorn Tree King's own defense stats were terrifyingly high. Even though his attack power was not low, it was difficult to deal significant damage. Furthermore, the Thorn Tree King's health pool was outrageously large because Chen's level was too low. He couldn't see the specific HP values, which were displayed only as question marks. Moreover, the bullets felt as if they were hitting solid iron plating. Infuriated, the Thorn Tree King turned its cold, sinister gaze toward Chen's position. Chen had officially become the target of its aggro. The Thorn Tree King dragged its massive, heavy body, moving toward Chen with all its might. Chapter 47, Terrifying Damage Efficiency. Day. Chen continued to fire, but he found that the knockback effect was barely noticeable. This field boss was indeed proving to be quite troublesome. Even though Chen's new ammunition, the Springfield .3006 armor-piercing rounds, could ignore 50% of defense, the battle remained an uphill struggle. The knockback effect would normally force the Thorntree King back 2 steps, but Chen's attack could only push it back by 1. In other words, it could only achieve half of the intended delay effect. For seconds passed, and over 100 bullets had struck the Thorntree King, yet its health had only dropped by a quarter. Ding! The Thorntree King has activated a skill, Summon Trance. It actually had a skill 1 that Chen hadn't discovered through the initial description. With a wave of the Thorntree King's massive hand, ripples of green light radiated outward, landing upon the surrounding trees. The trees touched by the green halo instantly transformed into trance, their branches becoming arms and their roots turning into legs. A total of about 20 trance began to close in on Chen from all directions. Chen frowned. A level 25 elite boss was indeed different, even capable of summoning minions. After a brief moment of deliberation, Chen pivoted his muzzle and began spraying bullets toward the approaching trance. The King of Thorn Trees was still some distance away, so the smaller mobs needed to be cleared out first. This was to prevent it from refreshing its minion summoning skill in case the King of Thorn Trees wasn't killed immediately. If there were too many trance, they would become difficult for Chen to clear. Chen didn't want to face any threats if these trance managed to land a few hits. He feared he would be eliminated on the spot. Even with the blood red set, it couldn't change the fact that a gunslinger is a glass cannon. Fortunately, these trance didn't possess the tankiness of their progenitor. It only took 4 or 5 bullets to take one down. Chen rapidly eliminated the trance. However, when Chen was halfway through clearing them, he noticed the Thorntree King had come to a sudden halt. Chen cursed inwardly, sensing trouble. Stopping for no apparent reason meant it was definitely up to something. Ding! The Thorntree King has activated the skill, Entangle. Duration, 20 seconds. In the next instant, numerous tentacles sprouted beneath Chen's feet. These tentacles completely sealed off Chen from all directions. Crucially, these tentacles directly seized Chen's legs and continued to extend, even binding his arms and hands. Holy crap, I'm tied up! Chen cursed in a fit of rage. No matter how hard Chen struggled to break free, he remained trapped relying on his own strength alone. There was simply no way to escape. After all, the Thorntree King's strength far surpassed Chen's, and this was a specialized entanglement skill. If things continued like this, he would be hacked to death by the approaching Tree Sons. Even without these minions, once the Thorntree King itself arrived, his defeat would be inevitable. On the Noah airship where the high-level examiners were gathered, Hu Qing finally revealed a smug expression. Ha ha! The kid is trapped. The entangle skill is unavoidable. Normally, you'd have a tank soak up the skill while the healers keep them alive for the full 20 seconds. That's what he gets for being arrogant and trying to solo a boss. Once his points hit 0, let's see what he does then. This scene was also witnessed by Qin, who had just returned to the airship. Qin had only just learned that Chen was attempting to solo the boss. Chen, sigh. Qin felt it was a profound pity number 1 high school was already at risk of being overtaken by number 3 high school this year. Chen and Snow were the hopes of number 1 high school, but now, Chen was on the verge of being disqualified due to his own arrogance. Even Elder Jean looked solemn, his eyes fixed intently on Chen on the screen. He was even considering that if Chen failed the assessment, he might find a way to make an exception and bring Chen into the military. At this moment, Chen's gaze sharpened. He decisively activated his escape skill. With a flash of movement and a powerful kick backward, he broke free from the constricting branches and leaped over 50 meters away. Little did they know, the escape skill could break any crowd control effect. This was one of Chen's major trump cards. What? How is that possible? The kid's strength is only around 200. How could he use a skill to break free from my binding? Hu Qing was momentarily stunned by what he saw. He never imagined that Chen's survival skill would be this incredible. one must realize that even a mage's blink cannot evade the crowd control skills of an elite boss. If I'm not mistaken, this skill of his can dodge any form of crowd control. A gunslinger with a survival skill like that is truly terrifying. Elder Zhong stroked his beard, speaking with a solemn expression. He grew increasingly curious about Chen. Typically, long-range classes like archers, priests, and warlocks aside from mages lack any real survival skills. Yet, Chen happened to master a survival skill like escape. And what's more, this skill was incredibly overpowered. Previously, some had seen Chen use his escape skill to dodge attacks. But who would have thought that the escape skill could be used while under crowd control, instantly breaking free from the CC effects upon activation? Chen's damage output was already ridiculously high, and now he had such an invincible survival skill. No one could imagine just how terrifying Chen would become once he fully matured. After breaking free from the roots, Chen quickly cleared out all the saplings. Afterward, all firepower was concentrated solely on the Thorn Tree King. With the Thorn Tree King's skills on cooldown, it was met with a dense barrage of bullets. As its health steadily dropped, the Tree King attempted to move forward, but its body swayed uncontrollably under the relentless impact, a sight that looked incredibly awkward. Chen pushed his damage to the limit. With the attack power from focused enhancement reaching its peak, every second bullet was a guaranteed critical hit. The continuous rat-tat-tat of the gunfire left Chen's hands feeling slightly numb. It wasn't until the Thorn Tree King had advanced more than 200 meters that it finally crashed to the ground. 25 seconds. An examiner holding a stopwatch exclaimed in shock. It didn't even take half a minute. This damage is absolutely insane. My god, this directly shattered the record for the shortest time to solo the Thorn Tree King. The Thorn Tree King, it's just gone like that? The others were equally astonished. Qin's racing heart finally settled. Looking at Chen on the screen, she felt he was shrouded in an aura of profound mystery. Elder Zhong said with a smile, at this moment, the younger generation truly surpasses the old. Back when I was in a team, it took us half an hour to clear this boss. But him? He didn't even take half a minute. This speed is simply beyond ridiculous. They're both gunslingers, so how can the gap between them be this massive? He even went so far as to use self-deprecation as a way to praise Chen. Thank you, Elder Zhong. He is still young and still needs more experience. Qin said with a beaming smile. His output efficiency is indeed terrifying. If you exclude the time he spent being entangled and killing the Traians, he only spent 20 seconds actually fighting the boss. Chapter 48, Prepare to Bleed Cash. Looking at this, at least 700 bullets were fired within these 20 seconds. Just imagine, the power of a single bullet is equivalent to a great fireball from a mage of the same level. If they all hit the same target, and if someone could help tank the monsters, Chen could kill an elite boss at least 5 levels higher. Elder Zhong analyzed. Exactly. This time, Chen is likely going to break many grand exam records. It seems the top spot in the provincial exam is already a settled matter. We can only wait until he reaches Huaqing Academy to see if there are any monsters capable of competing with him. At the very least, no candidate in our province this year will be his match. The examiners began to discuss the matter fervently. Immediately after, they checked the changes in the rankings. Chen had slain the Bramble Tree King, earning a full 2,000 points. This meant his total score had reached nearly 5,000 points, putting him in a commanding lead. Elder Zhong, you and the military better get those rewards ready. One of the principals said with a smile. Ha ha. Naturally. As long as they slay the boss, the military will provide a reward. Elder Zhong smiled and stroked his beard. However, as he continued to stroke it, his expression became strained, as if he had suddenly realized something. At the same time, someone reminded him, what if Chen kills all the field bosses? Elder Zhong, wouldn't your military suffer a massive financial hemorrhage? Hearing this, Elder Zhong's face instantly darkened. It was indeed a very real possibility. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Elder Zhong waved his hand repeatedly, while his mind began to ponder how to handle such a situation should it occur. Meanwhile, Chen remained remarkably calm after seeing the growth of his points. Resuming his journey, he glanced at the map and headed toward the area where the next boss was located. It wasn't until the following morning that he finally found this elite boss, which was also level 25. He then repeated his previous tactic, first studying the boss's profile, then pulling back to a distance to begin peppering the boss with gunfire. After being hit by a crowd control effect, he used an escape skill to break free. With the experience gained from his first kill of the Thorny Tree King, he was now operating with practiced ease. The boss was slain in less than half a minute. Then he moved on to the next target for Chen. The most time-consuming part was actually locating the field bosses. His points increased by another 2,000. Including the points from killing mobs along the way, his total score surged by over 2,800 points. By this point, the examiners and high-ranking officials had already grown numb to it. This kid is starting to head for the level 26 elite boss. A level 26 elite boss? Heh, it's just a matter of a few bursts of bullets. It's just more points being delivered to him. If I had the authority, I would definitely increase the difficulty for him, spawn several elite bosses together and see if he could still pull off the kill. At the moment, there hasn't been any point stealing among the top 100 candidates yet, so the gap remains quite significant. In second place is Snow. With the foundation Chen built for her over the previous 3 days, combined with her own formidable strength as an elemental mage, she is performing exceptionally well. The score reached over 3,500 points. Xin Hongyan, the arcane mage, was also killing monsters very quickly and followed closely behind. After that were Chen, Lin Han, and Duan Muyong. Except for Chen in first place, the second, third, and fourth positions were all held by the mage class. It must be said that in terms of monster grinding efficiency, mages are indeed outstanding. Furthermore, the mage's advantage in area of effect damage has yet to be demonstrated in the desolate lands. However, everyone is well aware that the current lead is not the final victory. Those melee classes need to engage in direct, head-on combat with the monsters, which naturally results in slightly lower efficiency. But once the real slaughter begins, those long-range classes won't hold much of an advantage. Additionally, since the candidates participating in the grand exam are still in the rookie stage, they tend to freeze up and panic, not knowing what to do once a melee class closes the distance. Therefore, the final results still depend on the subsequent performance. The setup of the grand exam is brutal and may lead to the elimination of some outstanding individuals. However, the creators of the grand exam have their own considerations if a class holder lacks any means of escape and cannot handle various crisis scenarios. Then how will they cope with the diverse situations on the battlefield and in war in the future? Even if such a person has a high level or an excellent awakening class, they will not be recognized by others. As time passed, more and more candidates began to cross paths. Since monsters in the desolate lands do not respawn once killed during the examination period, it became increasingly difficult to level up by hunting common mobs as time went on unless one dared to challenge powerful monsters or elite field bosses. From time to time, Chen witnessed clashes between various class holders. After these skirmishes, some were defeated and eliminated, others used life-saving skills to flee, while the victors claimed the points for themselves. Some of these people saw a level 16 gunslinger and occasionally, those lacking foresight would try to steal his points, only to be eliminated by Chen instead. However, even more people realized that the top-ranked player was a gunslinger. Whenever they saw someone carrying a machine gun, they knew it was Chen. Consequently, they chose to stay far away from Chen to avoid having their points harvested by him. Chen had little interest in these people. His current priority was still to find an elite boss. Beyond the need for points, Chen was also very curious about what kind of rewards the military would actually provide. What would the rewards be after killing a large number of elite bosses? After slaying the third elite boss, Chen reached level 17. Elite bosses provide a substantial amount of EXP. It was only by combining that with the EXP from killing those mobs that he managed to level up. After leveling up, Chen continued on his way. As he walked, he happened upon 5 of his own classmates. Evidently, they had chosen to travel as a group in order to earn points safely. The five of them turned around, looking disheveled and soot-covered, as if they had just survived a grueling battle.
Chen. Someone tensed up immediately upon seeing Chen. What do you mean Chen? Call him Brother Chen.
A companion beside him gave him a nudge and spoke up hurriedly.
Brother Chen, you're seriously impressive. That was incredible.
Brother Chen, you've really stolen the spotlight again. Taking first place on the leaderboard, impressive, truly impressive.
First on the leaderboard, and by a landslide. Badass, Brother Chen. Your damage output is absolutely insane.
The five of them stepped forward, smiles breaking through their soot-covered faces.
Cut the flattery. What happened? Why is everyone's health so low? Chen glanced at them.
He could see that their health bars were very low, and those with mana bars were also nearly depleted.
Don't even get me started. We ran into a few level 14 and 15 students from number 3 high school.
I don't know what's wrong with them, but they were chasing us like rabid dogs.
Luckily, the five of us aren't pushovers either, so we managed to escape.
Zhang Yang, the leader of the group, explained. Among the five of them, the highest level individual was only level 14, while the rest were all level 13.
Chapter 49, Wiping out the team in 2 seconds. It was truly no easy feat that they hadn't been eliminated yet.
It seems like the students from number 3 high school are specifically targeting us at number 1 high. I've heard multiple times now that they've been teaming up with other schools to deal with us.
Another person added.
Listening to this, Chen's gaze sharpened. He could guess that with Hu Qing and Lin Han around, they would certainly find a way to target the students from number 1 high school. But what Chen hadn't expected was that they would be so blatant about it. It was only the 5th day, and they had already begun their targeted harassment. Students from the same city should have been supporting one another, yet they had started stabbing their peers in the back.
Once your points are about enough, you should leave.
Since they're targeting us, I don't mind teaching them a lesson. Chen said in a rather cold tone. The other 5 classmates were naturally overjoyed to hear that Chen was going to stand up for number 1 middle school. My points are still over 200 short of the requirement for my target academy.
To be safe, I need to earn another 300 points.
Zhang Yang said after a moment of thought.
The other 4 also expressed that their scores were not yet secure.
They still needed to kill monsters in the desolate lands or seize points from other examinees.
I'm heading northwest. Follow me for now, and you can take any points we get along the way. Once you have enough points, you should head back. Chen nodded and said.
Since they were classmates, Chen still needed to show some consideration. Zhang Yang and the others were ecstatic. Everyone knew the speed at which Chen could accumulate points. Having a powerhouse leading the way was naturally the greatest stroke of luck. The 5 of them followed behind Chen like a group of loyal subordinates.
The support class didn't forget to keep Chen constantly buffed. Along the way, Chen stopped attacking after crippling the wild monsters, allowing his classmates to land the finishing blows.
Since he had to control the number of bullets fired, this process was even more tedious than simply killing the monsters outright. This was the first time these 5 students had ever killed level 18 or 19 monsters, and they were all beyond thrilled. After all, with their own strength, they would have stood no chance had they encountered such monsters alone.
To be on the safe side, Chen ensured that each of them earned over 500 additional points.
Along the way, Chen paid extra attention to whether there were any candidates from number 3 high school. Each school had its own badge to indicate identity, preventing accidental injuries between students from the same city or school. Finally, they spotted a group of 7 or 8 candidates from number 3 high school working together to kill wild monsters. Zhang Yang also noticed them and said through gritted teeth, "Brother Chen, they're from number 3 high."
Chen nodded and slowly raised the Gatling purgatory.
The group from number 3 high school spotted Chen and his team, intending to shout some provocations.
Day.
But before they could even open their mouths, a hail of bullets came screaming toward them. These candidates, ranging from level 12 to 14, stood no chance against the raw damage of Chen's rounds. A mere 2 or 3 bullets were enough to eliminate a person, and Chen was firing off 40 to 50 rounds every 2 seconds. In the blink of an eye, every single candidate from number 3 high school had been eliminated. Everything was encased within defensive formation talismans. Holy crap! This Brother Chen is way too badass. A single burst of bullets, and they're all gone? He really is a man of few words and ruthless action. The 5 classmates were struck with utter amazement. It was as if they were witnessing something completely beyond their imagination. What just happened? What? My points? Wang Chen? How could it be him? These candidates from number 3 high school were all left in a state of utter confusion. They were eliminated before they could even utter a word. More than a dozen people, in just 2 seconds. It could be said they were wiped out instantly. They were completely baffled. Let me ask you, why is your number 3 high school targeting those of us from number 1 high school? Zhang Yang did not forget to keep questioning them. Humph. We don't know. However, none of these students from number 3 high school were willing to tell the truth. In any case, they were completely safe now, and since their points were already gone, they had already developed a grudge against Chen and his group. You don't know? Ha! Is this Lin Hanan's idea? Chen asked back. But the students from number 3 high school didn't answer. Let's go. There's no point in asking. Once I eliminate Lin Hanan, this grudge will be settled. Chen prepared to leave immediately. You want to eliminate Lin Hanan? Chen, what kind of big talk is that? He's the young guild master of the Crusade Guild. Don't be fooled by your high score right now and a head-on confrontation. You're absolutely no match for a ghost sword warrior. That's right, President Lin is invincible in one-on-one combat among the entire younger generation of Nanjing City. President Lin will definitely avenge us. Chen was quite speechless at this, surprised that Lin Hanan had so many lackeys in school. This also indirectly confirmed that it was indeed Lin Hanan's order. Chen also made up his mind that after clearing all the bosses, he must find Lin Hanan. Chen didn't spare a single glance at the students from number 3 high school, leading his 5 classmates away immediately. He then provided them with a route for their return journey. After all, Chen had meticulously studied the map of the desolate lands in order to locate elite bosses more quickly. To ensure a safe withdrawal, they needed to stick as much as possible to areas where the wild mobs had already been cleared. However, it would still require a fair bit of luck. The route provided by Chen was only relatively safe. After expressing their gratitude, the 5 students parted ways with the duo. By eliminating these candidates from number 3 high school, they earned a total of over 3,000 points. This was even more than what an elite field boss would yield. It had to be said that robbery was indeed a much faster way to accumulate points. However, Chen placed a higher value on the rewards offered by the military. Along the way, he killed more wild monsters in 2 groups of examinees from the 3rd high school. Chen's points had also surpassed the 10,000 mark. Over the next 3 days, Chen hunted down 6 elite field bosses. Meanwhile, the plundering of points outside grew increasingly intense. Lin Hanan fought his way up to 2nd place, overtaking Snow. Clearly, he had taken down several big fish, causing his points to skyrocket. Over the course of 3 days, Chen's points reached over 30,000. Lin Hanan held 15,000 points, while Qin Hongyan sat in 3rd place with over 10,000. Snow moved up to the 4th position, also surpassing the 10,000 point mark. After slaying 6 elite bosses, Chen contemplated his next strategy for accumulating points. After weighing his options, he considered challenging the most difficult elite boss in the desolate lands, the level 28 Dark Skeleton Warrior, the pinnacle of its kind. Chen only knew of the boss's existence, but to this day, no one in the grand exam had ever successfully killed it. Consequently, there was no information available regarding this boss. The Dark Skeleton Warrior roams the very heart of the desolate lands, where even the surrounding mobs range from level 23 to 26. This boss must be worth a lot of points. The military rewards for killing it will surely be excellent. With that thought in mind, Chen headed toward the central area. Chapter 50, The Final Boss. As long as he kills this elite boss, he will be guaranteed a spot at Huaqing Academy, even without any other points. This much is certain. With this in mind, Chen quickened his pace, essentially ignoring everyone he encountered as long as they weren't from Nanjiang No. 3 High School. Just as Chen was about to enter the Dark Skeleton King's territory, he spotted a familiar figure. Snow. Snow was currently sitting under a large tree. Her clothes were somewhat tattered, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Clearly, a fierce battle had just taken place. Chen strode forward and walked over. Realizing someone was approaching, Snow immediately shot a vigilant look toward them. Having gone through the grand exam for this long, Snow had become exceptionally sensitive. The slightest lapse in judgment could result in their points being wiped out. She wasn't accustomed to teaming up with other classmates or alumni, so ever since parting ways with Chen, she had been going it alone. Once she clearly saw the figure of the newcomer, she finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Chen noticed that her health bar had dropped by more than half, and her mana was likely insufficient to cast even a few more fireballs. Going after a boss? Chen asked back. How is that possible? You think everyone is a freak like you, able to solo elite bosses? Snow wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said with a smile. What happened? Chen continued to ask. I ran into Lin Han and almost kicked the bucket. Luckily, I had my flash ready. Snow grew furious just thinking about how pathetic she had looked earlier. It's Lin Han again. Hurry up and take the medicine. Once you're done, follow me. Chen's gaze sharpened. He hadn't expected that even Snow had nearly fallen victim to Lin Han's looting. Once the Dark Skeleton King was slain, he would have to be eliminated. Chen made up his mind. Humph. You think you can just chug health and mana potions whenever you want? They have cooldowns. Snow snorted softly. She muttered to herself, wondering how someone like him, supposedly a top student and ranked first on the leaderboard, could lack such basic common sense. I didn't know when you last took one. Can you walk yet? If you can move, come with me to grind the elite boss. Chen was quite speechless. Yes, at least you won't have to carry it. What did you say? An elite boss? If I remember correctly, the only elite boss in this direction is the Dark Skeleton King. Are you actually farming that? Snow was startled, her face filled with disbelief. Although she had guessed from the points that Chen had killed an elite boss before, this Dark Skeleton King was an elite boss that had remained untouched for a long time. No matter how much she stretched her imagination, she never could have guessed that Chen would dare to set his sights on the Dark Skeleton King. Is it not allowed? Chen asked back. It's not a matter of whether it's allowed or not. Chen, I know you're incredibly capable, but there is currently zero official information on this Dark Skeleton King. If you rush in blindly, you'll face countless unknown dangers. Your current score already guarantees you a spot at Huaqing University. Why take such a risk? Snow began to try and talk him out of it. What's the matter? Scared? If you're afraid, just find a safe place and wait for me. Chen said with a smile. The other elite bosses offered no real challenge. Chen treated them merely as a way to hone his skills. As for the danger, at worst, he could use his life-saving skills to escape. What Chen cared about more were the rewards the military would grant after slaying the Dark Skeleton King. Afraid? How could that be possible? At worst, I'll just fail right alongside you. Snow's stubborn streak flared up again as she spoke through gritted teeth. Let's go. We'll find Lin Han as soon as we finish off the boss. Recover while we move. Make sure your health and mana bars stay healthy. Chen gave a grand wave of his hand. The two of them set off on their journey together. After about an hour, they finally located the Dark Skeleton King within a grim, eerie cavern. Chen still attempted to draw closer to check the Dark Skeleton King's stats and profile. Dark Skeleton King, level 28 elite boss. Strength, 1050. Agility, 980. Intelligence, 900. Description: the formidable Skeleton King of the Dark Realm. Its skeletal frame is as hard as diamond, and its dark battle axe stuns anyone it strikes. Equipped with a vampiric aura, the Skeleton King possesses incredible combat endurance.
If you encounter it, run as fast as you can. Chen analyzed the situation. This dark skeleton king was bound to be extremely tanky. Furthermore, its weapon, the dark battle axe, could be thrown to stun targets, and its vampiric aura meant it could regenerate a massive amount of health while attacking. As for whether it possessed other skills, that remained unknown. It could only be discovered through actual combat. Afterward, Chen retreated, positioning himself at the maximum firing range alongside Snow. This guy looks terrifying. I'm afraid he won't be easy to deal with. Snow muttered under her breath. The dark skeleton king stood over 3 meters tall, composed entirely of pitch black bones. A pair of eerie green lights flickered in its eye sockets, and it gripped a skeletal battle axe still stained with fresh blood. If things go south, use flash to escape immediately. Don't worry about me. After giving a quick instruction, Chen set up the Gatling Purgatory. Day. Immediately afterward, he pulled the trigger and began a relentless barrage of fire. Despite her strong-willed nature, Snow was incredibly nervous at this moment. A level 28 elite boss was nearly double her own level. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even a slight graze from this elite boss could result in her instant death. Upon taking damage, the dark skeleton king locked onto Chen as its target and charged toward him, brandishing its dark battle axe. Its movement speed was much faster than the previous field boss, perhaps due to the lack of excess flesh. Fortunately, the knockback effect of the Gatling Purgatory was very significant. Ding! The Dark Skeleton King has used a skill. Dark Throw. Being hit will cause a 30-second stun effect and inflict massive damage. Just as the notification sounded, the Dark Skeleton King raised its dark battle axe and swung it toward Chen, throwing out a green phantom of the axe. If hit by this skill, the stun would be the least of his worries. He would suffer an immense amount of damage. Chen wasn't certain if his current defense would be enough to withstand the blow. If he were to be killed in a single strike of the axe, his points would be instantly wiped out. All the examiners and high-ranking officials were staring at the screen. They had been closely following this scene ever since Chen found the Dark Skeleton King. They were also unsure whether Chen could survive the Dark Skeleton King's skill. Even if he could endure it, his remaining health would likely be too low to withstand any further attacks. If that happened, it would be all over. Everyone, including Snow, held their breath, not even daring to breathe too loudly. They all wanted to see if Chen could withstand the damage from the boss's attack, or how he would choose to respond. The Dark Throw skill flew out at an incredible speed. Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he were waiting for something. Just as the skill was about to strike Chen leaped back, using his escape skill to dodge the Dark Toss with perfect timing. Chapter 51, So what if you resurrect on the spot? Holy crap, he actually dodged the stun? That reaction speed? It's terrifying. There was only a split second to evade the Skeleton King's skill, and Chen timed it perfectly. It's just a basic survival skill, but Chen is playing it like a god. The examiners and high-ranking officials began to discuss among themselves. Chen had a general understanding of the Dark Skeleton King's skill mechanics. Since it wasn't an instantaneous cast, there was plenty of room to evade. Of course, achieving a perfect dodge required sufficient observation skills and speed. Despite its thick hide and high durability, the Dark Skeleton King remained nothing more than a target for Chen in the ensuing moments. The Dark Skeleton King was indeed a nightmare for melee classes due to its terrifying lifesteal ability, but if it couldn't land a hit on anyone, that lifesteal effect was rendered completely useless. Therefore, Chen, with his knockback effect, was also effectively countering the Dark Skeleton King. If the Dark Skeleton King were to reach a distance that posed a threat, Chen could easily fire while retreating. It was just like a hunter kiting in World of Warcraft. As a qualified marksman, kiting is an essential survival skill. However, before the Dark Skeleton King could even get within a threatening range, Chen had already gunned him down. It took a full 30 seconds. However, after the Dark Skeleton King collapsed, there was no increase in points. What just happened? Chen was taken aback. Why are there no points? Was it a waste of effort? Chen prepared to examine the remains of the Dark Skeleton King to see exactly what was going on. However, after a moment's thought, he instinctively came to a halt. Something was amiss.
Chen continued to raise the Gatling purgatory, remaining vigilant. Sure enough, the bones of the Dark Skeleton King instantly coalesced back together as it slowly stood up. The glow in its eye sockets turned a deep red, and a blood-colored light emanated from its black bones. Its health had returned to half, but it was clear that the Dark Skeleton King had undergone some kind of mutation. Resurrecting on the spot after death? Chen was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. Dead or alive, he would riddle it with bullets first and ask questions later. Day. Bullets erupted like a fiery dragon, surging forward violently. The knockback effect still triggered this time, but the Skeleton King's movement speed had increased by a full twofold. The knockback effect was not particularly significant. I'll help you. At that moment, Snow stood up. Her mana potion cooldown had finished, so she downed one immediately. She then moved forward several dozen meters until she was within casting range, at which point a blizzard descended from the sky. This drastically reduced the Dark Skeleton King's movement speed. Coupled with the knockback effect of the machine gun, the Dark Skeleton King was rendered completely incapable of posing a threat. In just 10 seconds, the Dark Skeleton King finally collapsed under the coordinated efforts of the two. This kid is impressive. He broke the record for the Dark Skeleton King remaining undefeated during the grand exam. The Dark Skeleton King is formidable, but who would have thought that a gunslinger with life-saving skills would be the natural counter to this boss? Regardless, Chen broke the record this time. Elder Zhong, you'd better be prepared to pay up. The examiners and high-ranking officials began to discuss among themselves. Qin, in particular, felt a surge of pride. He felt immensely honored in front of the principals from various schools across the province. Elder Zhong said with a smile, "As for how we're going to bleed for this, I'll have to head back and hold a meeting to discuss it." At that moment, a non-commissioned officer came rushing in, looking frantic. "Elder Zhong, something terrible has happened." The non-commissioned officer spoke in a panic. Elder Zhong frowned. Something very gratifying had just happened. How could things have suddenly taken a turn for the worse? What's going on? The officer whispered. In the desolate lands, the sealing formations of the 4 prisons have loosened. It's likely the work of the void power underground. I'm afraid it won't be long before the elite bosses held in those 4 prisons break out. What? Have General Qin send people immediately to repair the sealing formations, and then mobilize the armies from all the cities surrounding the desolate lands to enter the area at once. Elder Zhong commanded directly. Right now, he holds the highest military rank in the desolate lands. Even General Qin must follow his orders. General Qin has already dispatched a team, but repairing the containment formation will take at least an hour. During this time, a large number of elite bosses might break out. General Qin is concerned about the danger this poses to candidates across the province. Furthermore, it will interfere with the grand exam, and it will take some time for the military reinforcements to arrive. The NCO continued. I understand. Notify General Qin to mobilize the troops and get them in here as quickly as possible. Those candidates have defensive formation talismans, so they should be able to hold out for a while. Elder Zhong nodded and said, Yes. Upon hearing this, the non-commissioned officer departed in haste. I'm just afraid that if there are too many elite bosses, even the defensive arrays won't be able to withstand the pressure. Elder Zhong still wore a look of deep concern. At this thought, Elder Zhong stood up abruptly. Principals, examiners, let's not sit idle any longer. Let's head out. Upon hearing this, the others immediately understood that Elder Zhong intended to lead them to protect the students. Since they were currently located within the desolate lands, they were much closer to the students. Elder Zhong, which prison should we head to? Someone spoke up and asked. Stillwater Prison, right in the center. Elder Zhong replied without a moment's hesitation. At this moment, Chen had just earned 5,000 points and finally breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, Chen had been somewhat apprehensive about killing the Dark Skeleton King. After all, he didn't know if this elite boss possessed any particularly abnormal skills. Fortunately, he was able to counter it perfectly. As Chen prepared to leave,
he noticed that many candidates from other cities had arrived at the central area one after another. Clearly, these people were all here to farm wild monsters and plunder points. The monsters here yielded a decent amount of points, and one could also encounter candidates who carried high point totals. Chen even spotted Qin Hongyan, ranked 4th on the leaderboard, as well as the Storm Mage, a Chen. They were each surrounded by 7 or 8 people sticking together in a group provided a greater sense of security. However, when these people saw the corpse of the Dark Skeleton King on the ground, they were all struck dumb with shock. Could this elite boss have been killed by the gunslinger standing before them? Some groups even began whispering among themselves, debating whether or not to take out Chen Snow. But despite the talk, no one dared to make the first move. Chen Snow maintained a relatively safe distance from the others at all times. If they dared to approach, Chen could use his range advantage to pick some of them off first. At this very moment, the formation at the very center of the area was being ensnared by strands of pitch-black light, causing its radiance to dim bit by bit. It looked as though it could be destroyed at any second. It wasn't just the central formation, the formations in 3 other sectors of the desolate lands were facing the exact same situation. Chapter 52, Riot at Stillwater Prison. What's going on? That's Stillwater Prison, where many elite bosses of the desolate lands are held. If this defensive formation is breached, all those elite bosses will escape, and we'll be in deep trouble. Exactly. Even with our defensive array talismans, if we're subjected to endless attacks from an elite boss, they'll be shattered sooner or later. When that happens, it won't just be a disaster, our lives will be on the line. What should we do? We have no idea when the military or the Ministry of Education will arrive. The crowd of examinees was thoroughly terrified. Furthermore, the entire desolate land began to tremble violently. Everyone knew that something catastrophic was about to happen there. Some examinees began to flock toward larger groups for safety. In moments of crisis, there is greater safety in numbers. The vast majority of people were no longer thinking about plundering points right now. Survival was the only thing that mattered. Soon, through the gaps in the destroyed formation of the central Jingshui prison, the silhouettes of numerous dark skeleton kings could be seen. Chen took a deep breath. Something major was about to happen at Jingshui prison. Could it be related to his killing of the Dark Skeleton King? In reality, such a possibility didn't exist at all, but regardless, uncontrollable events had suddenly broken out across the entire desolate lands. There are 4 prisons within the desolate lands, housing many elite bosses that were originally native to this region. As a designated zone for the grand exam, this area is actually an artificially constructed testing ground. The desolate lands had long been occupied by the military, who captured numerous wild monsters, alive powerful creatures that were subsequently designated as elite bosses. The elite bosses within Stillwater Prison were then kept in captivity. The military and the Ministry of Education would teleport elite bosses in at regular intervals for the candidates to kill, and the same applied to the common mobs. Therefore, the desolate lands were fundamentally different from a standard dungeon. Right now, something had gone wrong with the prison, and these captive elite bosses were fighting desperately to break out. What should we do? Snow looked at Chen with a solemn expression. At this moment, her only hope rested solely on Chen. After a moment of thought, Chen said, "The entrance sealed by the formation isn't large. If we can hold the opening and prevent the elite boss from escaping until the military arrives, we have a chance to survive. Otherwise, I'm afraid every single one of us will die here." Snow glanced over and saw that the gap sealed by the formation was indeed only about 10 meters wide. Chen then leaped to a high vantage point and shouted loudly, "Attention everyone! If you want to live, follow me to block the entrance. We cannot let the monsters inside escape. Especially the long-range mages, follow me." Many people naturally recognized Chen, who held the top spot on the leaderboard. Seeing that Chen showed no fear and remained so composed. After some deliberation, several people began to respond to Chen's call. "That's right. As long as we unleash our full firepower and hold the cave entrance, there's hope we can hold out. Otherwise, we're all going to die here." A mage shouted at the top of his lungs. This mage had seen Chen grinding mobs before. It was none other than a Chen from number 2 high school. "All students from number 2 high,
follow the Gunslinger. No infighting.
If anyone dares to steal someone else's points right now, I swear I won't let them off the hook once we're out of the desolate lands.
A Chen called out to the crowd once more. At this moment, students from all directions were flocking toward the crowd. Only where there are many people can it be safer. Everyone from number 1 high school should know Chen. Everyone, follow Chen. Snow also called out loudly to rally the group. As the school belle, she possessed considerable influence and charisma.
Furthermore, since Chen's strength had already been recognized, the candidates from number 1 high school rushed behind him without a second thought.
Brothers, let's follow the one at the top of the leaderboard. Students of Changchun number 1 high school, let's go. Head to the Jingshui prison exit and hold the line. Candidates from other cities also began calling out to their peers.
Although only a little over 200 people had gathered here so far, a steady stream of candidates continued to converge on the location.
Oh no! The formation is about to break. Chen frowned.
He then shouted loudly, "Melee classes, stand in front of the ranged classes." Once the monsters in the Stillwater prison close within 300 meters, block them without hesitation.
Mages, do not use damage skills. Everyone switch to control skills. High damage is useless right now. The priority is to keep the monsters from breaking out.
Other ranged classes, use control skills if you have them. If not, then focus on damage. After giving the orders, Chen moved to an area roughly 700 meters away from the Stillwater prison.
The remaining melee classes also positioned themselves in front of Chen, crouching down and readying themselves to charge at a moment's notice.
The ranged classes were positioned slightly ahead of Chen since their range was inferior to his, but they still remained behind the melee line.
Rumble. A moment later, following a deafening explosion, the formation was completely shattered.
One by one, Dark Skeleton Kings and Thorny Tree Kings began charging out of Stillwater prison.
However, because the exit was so narrow, only 4 or 5 elite bosses could emerge at the same time. Fire! Chen gave the command. Da-did-day-day-day.
The Gatling Purgatory in his hands began to roar and spit fire. The other examinees had never witnessed such a scene before. Even for the Dark Skeleton King, this was a first, and many were thoroughly terrified. Some even felt their legs go weak with fear, causing their morale to plummet instantly. After a second or two of hesitation, they only reacted upon hearing the sound of Chen's gunfire. If they had acted impulsively, they feared they would have lost their lives right then and there.
Snow's face turned pale with tension, and she unconsciously grabbed the corner of Chen's clothes. Can we really hold them off?
While pulling the trigger, Chen said, as long as we keep these elite bosses under control, we can still handle this. Actually, Chen was also uncertain, as his firepower was ultimately limited. As for the combat effectiveness of the other candidates, Chen didn't dare to count on it much. Now that it's controlled, even the most elite boss is nothing more than a target.
To boost confidence, Chen deliberately spoke in a loud, firm voice.
Upon hearing this, the morale of the others finally increased slightly. Snow quickly joined forces with the other mages to unleash blizzards, while Chen cast a tornado storm. The warlock's rain of fire also came crashing down one after another.
Shadow bolts, arrows, holy smites, chain lightnings, arcane missiles. All sorts of ranged offensives slammed into the entrance of Stillwater prison. Chen was also able to go full throttle, frantically harvesting the elite bosses.
The only elite bosses in this prison are the Dark Skeleton King and the Thorn Tree King.
Since the Dark Skeleton King can resurrect, it remains quite difficult to deal with.
Fortunately, the mages provided a solid chain of crowd control. The elite bosses inside were taken down after moving barely 10 meters.
Chapter 53, Nothing but Points and EXP. Although the other classes dealt very little damage compared to Chen.
However, they couldn't withstand the sheer numbers. Once the damage stacked up, the total output was actually quite impressive. Furthermore, Chen would occasionally launch indiscriminate attacks, ensuring that every elite boss within sight was afflicted with the armor break effect. What truly left everyone jaw-dropped, however, was Chen's damage output. With critical hits occasionally reaching 800 or 900, his numbers completely eclipsed their own measly damage of 10s or maybe 100. Chen watched Chen's damage numbers, his brow furrowed deeply.
If his highest single target damage skill, Storm's Fury, were to hit the Dark Skeleton King, it would only deal about 400 damage even with a critical hit. Moreover, this skill requires a 3-second charge time. Yet Chen dealt such massive damage with just a single bullet, and Chen can fire more than 10 rounds per second. The gap in damage was visible to the naked eye. It was ridiculously powerful. Chen felt the sting of the situation as well. The Thorn Tree King could cast entanglement skills from a distance, but fortunately, support classes like priests and paladins were there to provide timely crowd control removal. However, once the Dark Skeleton King unleashed its skills, those classes without life-saving abilities were either stunned with their health bottoming out or forced to trigger their defensive formation talismans immediately. Once a defensive formation talisman is triggered, the user is enveloped by a barrier. This formation blocks external attacks but also prevents any internal attacks from passing through, completely sealing the person inside. In other words, they were effectively removed from the battle. Chen found himself powerless to do anything about it. More often than not, the battlefield is exceptionally cruel. As Chen continued his explosive barrage, the Thistle Tree Kings soon began to collapse one after another. However, all the points were claimed by Chen. After all, Chen's damage output was so high that the possibility of anyone else landing a killing blow to earn points was pitifully low, unless Chen intentionally yielded the kills. After several Thistle Tree Kings were slain, the resurrected Dark Skeleton Kings rose to their feet once again. Day. They were met with a dense hail of bullets, and soon, 2 Dark Skeleton Kings collapsed to the ground. Killing these elite bosses not only yields high points but also decent EXP. A Thorn Tree King provides 8,000 EXP, while a Dark Skeleton King offers as much as 12,000. It was as if the other classes were merely providing support and crowd control for Chen alone. However, the monsters surged forward wave after wave. While the slow and control effects were certainly significant, they couldn't withstand the sheer fearlessness of these elite bosses. Furthermore, since they couldn't be killed instantly, by the 3-minute mark, a large swarm of elite bosses had already burst out of the cave entrance, charging forward with desperate momentum. The melee classes readied their weapons, prepared to charge at any moment. Seeing this, Chen frowned. He quickly pulled out a G14 hand grenade. Bang! He hurled it into the cluster of monsters, and a series of 4-digit critical damage numbers instantly appeared. The elite boss, with less than a third of its health remaining, collapsed directly to the ground. My god, what kind of damage is this? A grenade? Holy crap, that's insane. It wiped out over a dozen elite bosses in one go. I have a feeling Chen is destined to become a true genius. The crowd gasped in astonishment. After tossing the grenade, Chen resumed his suppressive fire with the machine gun. After the 30-second cooldown passed, another wave of elite bosses surged out of the prison gates, only to be greeted by G14 grenades. This cycle repeated 4 times. Chen was surprised to find that he was just a fraction away from leveling up. The unexpected incident in the Desolate Lands had inadvertently provided Chen with a prime opportunity to farm points and EXP. Meanwhile, about 500 meters behind Chen, Lin Han, who had recently arrived, stood witnessing the entire scene. His eyes flickered with a mixture of fury and greed. Chen's explosive damage output made him feel exceptionally resentful. In fact, Chen's performance had already surpassed the limits of his understanding. No, I absolutely cannot let him get into a top-tier academy. Otherwise, he'll definitely come after me in the future. Lin Han gritted his teeth, a ruthless glint flashing through his eyes. He thought again of Chen's massive accumulation of points, as well as the rewards promised by the military. If he could eliminate Chen from the competition, all those points and rewards would be his. With this thought, Lin Han made up his mind. We'll strike together and take Chen out directly. Once he's gone, I want the points, and we'll split the military rewards equally. Lin Han said to his fellow schoolmates. Upon hearing this, the candidates from the same school all began to hesitate. They were well aware that Chen had unleashed his full firepower specifically to ensure the safety of the other candidates. Attacking Chen at a time like this would be utterly unethical and would undoubtedly draw widespread criticism afterward. Most importantly, if they were to eliminate Chen, how would they deal with the elite bosses within Jingshuwei prison? Humph. A bunch of useless trash. If you won't do it, I will. Lin Han saw through the hesitations of his companions. Young president, if we truly cripple him, what will happen to the monsters in the prison? Someone advised. What to do? We do what we have to do. The military will be here soon as long as we run fast enough. Why should we care so much? After all, it's not us who will be dying. Lin Han spoke with impatience. At this moment, only 3 people stepped forward, willing to join Lin Han in dealing with Chen. When you don't get any rewards, don't come crying and begging me. Lin Han said coldly. With those words, he prepared to strike, leading the 3 others with him. The 4 of them prepared to unleash their respective skills on Chen simultaneously. Lin Han moved slowly toward Chen, and once within charging range, he raised the black longsword in his hand. Chen was firing his machine gun when he suddenly sensed a surge of killing intent, as if he were being watched by something. Turning his head, he realized someone was launching a charge toward him. Along with the charge, 2 other skills and an arrow were also hurtling in his direction. Chen used an escape skill, instantly dodging all the incoming attacks. Lin Han, you're asking for death. Chen said coldly. It turned out this guy was trying to backstab him. Snow also noticed what happened and quickly rebuked Lin Han, the monsters from Stillwater Prison have all broken out. Instead of dealing with them, you're attacking your own people? Aren't you afraid everyone will settle the score with you when this is over? Afraid? What is there to be afraid of? We've held out for so long, and the military will be here any moment. As long as we deal with you before they arrive, everyone will believe it was the monsters that killed you. Day. Chen wasted no more words and opened fire directly at Lin Han. In those few seconds that Lin Han had hindered his output, over a dozen more elite bosses had charged out, launching skill attacks at the examinees. If these bosses were allowed to close the distance, there would likely be massive casualties among the examinees. Chen believed that even with the defensive talismans, being struck hundreds of times by these elite bosses would eventually shatter the protection. Chapter 54, The Late Game Gunslinger. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. As Chen thought of this, the fire of rage ignited in his eyes. After a single burst of bullets, Lin Han, a ghost blade warrior, simply couldn't hold his ground. He was blasted straight out of the defensive array seal by the rapid fire. It wasn't just him, the other 3 who had attacked Chen were also included. All of them were eliminated, and their points were transferred entirely to Chen. How could your reaction time be so fast? Lin Han looked on in disbelief, unable to accept that his points had been wiped out. After all, he had made extensive preparations before launching the sneak attack. Little did he know that his attempt to gain an advantage would backfire, and he would end up being eliminated by Chen instead. All of his hard work had gone down the drain. The grand exam had also ended in total failure. His more than 20,000 points were all graciously accepted by Chen. To his surprise, Chen didn't even spare him a second glance, simply returning to the heat of the battle. During the 10+ seconds that Chen was out of combat, fortunately, more examinees rushed over to group up. Even though students from number 3 high school who hadn't joined Lin Han in attacking Chen voluntarily joined the fight against the elite boss. This barely managed to suppress the elite boss's advance. With Chen's return, the battle became significantly easier. Chen, give me back my points, or I'll have the Jihad Guild put a nationwide bounty on you. Lin Han was trapped within the formation, but after losing all his points, he let out a hysterical roar. No matter how much they roared, it was nothing more than the wailing of losers. While the situation at Stillwater Prison had stabilized, the other 3 prisons were not faring nearly as well. A massive number of candidates were forced to trigger their defensive talismans by the elite bosses. Even after activating them, some candidates still had their defenses relentlessly shattered, ultimately needing their demise. Once the defensive talisman was forced out, death became merely a matter of time. For a moment, the areas surrounding the 3 prisons in the desolate lands resembled the end of the world, as candidates began a desperate struggle for survival. 20 minutes later, General Qin was working alongside other officers, striving to repair the core of the defensive formations for the 4 major prisons. Some military units arrived on Noah's Arks, landing around the prisons, while others raced in convoys to rescue the examinees and eliminate the elite bosses. However, one particular convoy stood out from the rest. Most of the passengers in these vehicles were elderly men, and even the younger ones were at least in their 40s. The entire convoy was heading straight toward the innermost facility, Jingshui Prison. Inside this convoy sat high-ranking military officials led by Elder Zhong, along with the principals of various universities.
Something's not right. Why haven't we spotted a single candidate? Shouldn't there be crowds of candidates fleeing in all directions? Could it be that they didn't make it out? We'll find out what's going on once we reach the vicinity of Stillwater Prison. Aboard a military bus, everyone was filled with confusion. Even Elder Zhong furrowed his brow. Along the way, aside from a few scattered examinees, they saw fewer and fewer of them the further they went. Could something have happened? Had no one managed to escape? Elder Zhong couldn't wrap his head around it. If mass casualties had occurred, he, General Qin, and the top officials of the Ministry of Education would all be held strictly accountable. Those principals would also be unable to answer to the parents, and might even offend several powerful and influential families. These people, their hearts filled with unease, stared fixedly ahead. They could only hope that no accidents would occur. No one could bear the consequences of a large-scale loss of examinees' lives. A convoy of vehicles was moving at full speed. Elder Zhong, look! What's going on over there? Someone shouted. Everyone looked forward with eager, expectant eyes. A group of examinees stood in 3 rows. The first row consisted of melee classes ready to charge at any moment. The second row was composed of classes such as mages and warlocks. The third row consisted of classes like archers, priests, and paladins. Under the fierce offensive, they actually managed to halt the advance of the elite bosses. The most eye-catching part was a gunslinger, whose every bullet dealt terrifying damage. From time to time, he also threw grenades, causing massive area of effect damage. These examinees are impressive. They actually knew how to save themselves and truly managed to block the elite bosses. It seems the main damage dealer is that Gunslinger. Yes, it's Chun. Chen is incredibly fierce. The other class members seem to be nothing more than his supports. Many principals and high-level officials felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The hearts that had been hanging in suspense finally settled down. Elder Zhong also let out a long sigh of relief, his gaze sweeping toward the direction where Chen was located. These children didn't suffer any major injuries. It's a blessing in disguise. Immediately afterward, Elder Zhong retrieved a massive cannon from his storage space and hoisted it onto his shoulder. The children have held out for so long, it's high time we old-timers did our part. As he spoke, Elder Zhong dashed out of the vehicle with the cannon balanced on his shoulder. The others followed suit in quick succession. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived, the other examinees finally breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Zhong intentionally stood beside Chen, casting him a meaningful glance. Chen's brow furrowed as he realized this officer was a level 70 gunslinger, though he had only completed his first-class advancement and not the second. Yet, his level combined with that single advancement alone was already formidable enough. Elder Zhong shouldered the cannon, his expression solemn. Boom! Immediately after, a brilliant radiance erupted from the cannon, and with the weapon's massive recoil, it fired a thunderous blast. It landed directly in the middle of the elite boss group. In an instant, it exploded, and a blinding light immediately covered a vast area, surging toward the cave entrance. No one dared to look directly at the blast zone. Countless elite bosses were instantly blown to pieces. With just a single shot, every elite boss within 500 meters was wiped out. Is this the true power of a late-game gunslinger? Chen's gaze narrowed slightly. Although these elders had not yet reached the late stages of their progression after all, he hadn't undergone his second job advancement yet. Their terrifying display of power filled Chen with a sense of yearning. The other principals and high-ranking officials began the task of cleaning up the aftermath. Some examinees collapsed directly onto the ground. Thank goodness Chen was here, otherwise we would have been dead for sure. Chen is incredible, he saved us all. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid every single one of us would have died here. That guy Chen seems to be a gunslinger too. Who said the gunslinger class was useless? If they're this powerful, can you really call them useless? I feel like Chen is killing these elite bosses as if he's just farming points and EXP. Many examinees looked at Chen with a sense of pure admiration in their eyes. At that moment, the defensive formation of Stillwater Prison was also successfully repaired. Elder Joan looked around, a gratified expression appearing on his face. He then patted Chen on the shoulder. "Kid, you did a great job." With that, he gathered the other principals and high-ranking officials, instructing them, "Send the children back first to prevent any accidents." Chapter 55, The Overwhelming Provincial Top Scorer. Immediately afterward, the military arrived one after another. The military personnel handled matters such as treating the injured students and recovering the bodies of the candidates who had unfortunately perished. Snow still looked as if she were suffering from lingering fears. "Are you all right?" Chen offered words of comfort. Snow shook her head. "I'm fine, really." She knew very well that if Chen hadn't turned the tide, she would likely have become a corpse herself. As a result, they still felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Chen. The other examinees were much like Snow, they simply didn't have the strength to contend with an elite boss. Had they engaged in a direct confrontation, death would have been certain. Chen had descended like a god, saving them all. Subsequently, the examinees boarded the buses one after another. Returning to the city strongholds of their respective hometowns, they waited for the final results of the grand exam to be announced. As for the students who had already been eliminated, they were all consumed by a profound sense of loss. A score of 0 meant they would have no chance of entering the top-tier academies. The students who had not been eliminated needed to wait for the final rankings. Many higher education institutions have varying requirements regarding class, level, and points. The higher a university's ranking, the more demanding its requirements are in every aspect. At this moment, Elder Zhang was discussing the examination matters with the Provincial Minister of Education, as well as several top powerhouses from the Ministry of Education and the military. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the grand exam had to be concluded one day ahead of schedule. However, some candidates were eliminated by elite bosses. How this situation should be handled remained a question. Furthermore, how to compensate for the candidates who unfortunately perished, and what kind of explanation should be provided, were also pressing issues. What Chen's final score should be. These three issues were the primary topics of discussion among the high-ranking officials. After some deliberation, the officials decided that candidates eliminated by the elite bosses would have their current scores preserved. For the candidates who perished, the truth would be disclosed, and the Ministry of Education and the military would jointly provide compensation to their families. As for how to appease the parents, that responsibility would be left to the respective schools. The moment the discussion turned to Chen, the entire conference room erupted in excitement. To think such a remarkable gunslinger exists, Elder Zhong finally has a worthy successor. This is the first time I've seen such a formidable gunslinger. Taking first place in the entire province shouldn't be an issue at all. I've been keeping a close eye on this kid for a while, but I never expected him to be this outrageously strong. He doesn't look like a level 17 class user at all. I feel there's no difference between him and someone over level 25. He doesn't just far surpass other class users of the same level in terms of raw strength, he is also exceptionally calm and possesses incredible leadership and analytical skills. Indeed. If he hadn't organized the students to contain the monsters within Stillwater Prison, I'm afraid even this group of elite examinees would have suffered significant losses. I believe he deserves special attention from the military. Those present were all prominent figures who had seen it all, yet they were relentless in their praise for Chen. Chen had truly turned the tide, doing so almost entirely through his own strength. It could be said that Chen is the most dazzling rising star among this year's examinees. But here's the problem: Chen killed over 500 elite bosses in total. How should we calculate his points? A high-ranking official from the Ministry of Education said, looking somewhat conflicted. If Chen's points were calculated truthfully, it would likely cause a nationwide sensation, and might even lead many to believe the provincial government was falsifying the data. In the eyes of any rational person, it's simply impossible for anyone to rack up over 2 million points. Even those geniuses from the imperial capital could never achieve such a feat. After a single grand exam, although the format varies from province to province, the overall results are generally similar in previous years. The top scorers in each province usually earned around 100,000 points. This time, they are in a difficult position. Furthermore, an unexpected incident occurred within the assessment zone. Let's record the points as 500,000. I believe that barring any accidents, with Chen's strength, he can earn at least 500,000. I will negotiate with him privately. But don't make the numbers look too clean. Elder Zhong thought for a moment and then spoke. As he spoke, he looked toward the Minister of the Provincial Department of Education. Clearly, the final decision on this matter rested with him. The minister nodded decisively. He then looked at Elder Zhong. And what reward does the military plan to give Chun? Elder Zhong said with a smile, "You'll find out when the time comes." "It certainly won't be lacking." The minister curled his lip. "Why act so mysterious at a time like this? You'd better think about how to explain this to the capital first. We are both to blame for such a massive mess." Elder Zhong remained calm. "Hold them off for now. Once the capital realizes we've funneled such an exceptional talent to Huaqing University, this matter will be swept under the rug." Soon, the final results were announced. Chen took the top spot with a score of 521,203 points. Snow ranked second with a score of just over 20,000 points. However, with Chen's dazzling brilliance, the subsequent rankings were all overshadowed. None of them caused any stir whatsoever. Meanwhile, Chen, Duan Muyon, and Qin Hongyan swept the third, fourth, and fifth places. As for Lin Han, he was eliminated. With a score of 0, it meant he was completely out of the running for Huaqing Academy. Attention all candidates, attention all candidates. Due to student Lin Han's sneak attack on a fellow schoolmate during the riot in the desolate lands, an act of extreme malice devoid of any moral compass, the following punishment has been issued. He is barred from applying to any academic institution, and the military will never employ him. In other words, even if Lin Han wanted to pay his way into certain academies, it was no longer possible. Furthermore, the opportunity to join the military for training and experience was also gone. Lin Han immediately fell into a state of hysteria. On what grounds? I didn't break any exam rules. This isn't fair. But no matter how much he roared, he couldn't change the reality of the situation. The jihad guild backing him was absolutely nothing in the face of official authorities. It could be said that this move had completely severed his future. Congratulations to the combat class student, Chen, for earning the prestigious title of this year's provincial top scholar. The voice over the loudspeakers continued to resonate. The examiner also officially announced the results for the provincial top scholar. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately sparked a commotion throughout the city. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause in unison. Everyone was offering their heartfelt congratulations to Chen. It was important to remember that Chen had secured first place with overwhelming dominance. Many had witnessed his terrifying damage output firsthand. At that moment, Snow whispered, "Why are there only 500,000 points? Based on the situation back then, it should have been at least 1 million. Chen smiled and replied, "If the score were too high, they wouldn't be able to explain it to their superiors." The elite boss riot was an exceptional circumstance to begin with. Even if the points earned from killing elite bosses during the riot were wiped clean, Chen didn't see any problem with it. "Boss, congratulations, congratulations." Yang also ran over excitedly, going in for a bear hug the moment they met. However, Chen dodged it just in time. Chapter 56, Glory of the Gold Rankings. Meanwhile, Yang nearly took a faceplant. Yet he still wore a look of pride on his face. After all, everyone in the class knew he was Chen's closest buddy. "Brother Chen, you've ranked first in the entire province. Why the long face? Give us a smile," Yang said. Chen gave a helpless smile regarding the matter of being the top scholar in the province. In truth, Chen remained quite calm. After all, this was merely a starting point for a class holder.
Congratulations, Chen. Congratulations. Well done. At that moment, a Chen and Duan Muyong walked over, offering their congratulations one after another.
As a mage from the same city, Chen had witnessed to Chen's strength before he was a storm mage with great potential. Duan Muyong hadn't made a move, as he was a melee class, but his results were still quite impressive.
With a face full of determination, he carried the solemn aura typical of a knight. Congratulations to us all.
Chen cupped his hands and returned the gesture.
Chen, I really have to thank you this time. Otherwise, we would have been in big trouble. Aiken said with deep gratitude. Exactly.
With our strength alone, there's no way we could have handled that many elite bosses.
Duan Muyong chimed in agreement. It's nothing, just doing what needed to be done. Chen said calmly. Brother Chen, are you planning to apply for Hua Qing Academy? A Chen asked once more. For Chen, any university in the country is his for the choosing. Agreed. Chen nodded. I'm also planning to apply to Hua Qing Academy. When we meet there, it's my treat. Ah Chen said readily. My treat too. Duan Muyong added.
Clearly, all four of them had decided to apply to Hua Qing Academy. Meanwhile, Yong seemed a bit out of place.
It's hard for an average student to break into the world of top achievers. After a moment of thought, Young asked, if there were a unified national grand exam, where do you think Brother Chen would rank?
First place, definitely. It's just that each province holds its exams in separate zones, and the difficulty levels vary, so there has never been a unified ranking.
But with Brother Chen's strength, is there even a question?
A Chen said without the slightest hesitation. The other two top students also expressed their agreement. The Department of Education awarded Chen a score of over 500,000 points, but anyone who had witnessed Chen's terrifying damage output knew that this score had definitely been scaled down. Actually, I was thinking for this grand exam, the military promised a reward for every elite boss killed. Brother Chen killed several hundred of them.
Doesn't that mean the military is going to take a massive hit and have to hand out hundreds of rewards? A Chen added with a smile.
Every single military reward was something these candidates looked forward to with great anticipation, but Chen had killed so many that it was feared they simply wouldn't be able to provide them all.
Everyone else looked at Chen with faces full of envy. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the group bid their farewells and departed.
Next, everyone needed to return to their respective schools before heading back to their own homes. The examiners still had to calculate the rankings for the support classes. Since most support classes lacked offensive power, they required a comprehensive evaluation. A separate leaderboard would then be created specifically for the support classes. Chen was just about to board the bus to leave when he was stopped by an examiner.
Student Chen, Elder Zhong, the Chief of Staff of the Southern Military Region, invites you for a talk.
The examiner spoke with great politeness.
Chen frowned slightly. Elder Zhong? Could it be the gunslinger he had seen earlier?
Filled with questions, he followed the examiner into a green tent.
Once inside, as expected, it was indeed Elder Zhong.
To Chen's considerable surprise, this gunslinger turned out to be the Chief of Staff of the Southern Military Region. He could be described as the highest-ranking individual among all current gunslingers.
Of course, there were very few gunslingers in the entire country to begin with. Oh, look, the top scholar is here.
Seeing Chen walk in, Elder Zhong hurriedly stood up, his face beaming with a gratified smile. It was worth noting that Chen hadn't just brought honor to the gunslinger class, he had brought glory to the entire Southern Military Region and the entire province. In his heart, there was no doubt that Chen was the national top scholar.
Elder Zhong, you're too kind. Chen smiled and shook hands with Elder Zhong. Have a seat. Elder Zhong waved his hand in a casual manner.
The two sat down at the same time. Elder Zhong tapped his forehead and said with a wry smile, "You rascal! You've certainly caused quite a stir for our military. Killing so many elite bosses. If we followed the previously established reward standards, I'm afraid we'd have to empty out all the good stuff in our military warehouses."
Chen smiled and said, "Elder Zhong, you're exaggerating. It's a major military region, after all, how could it possibly be that destitute?
There was no doubt that Elder Zhong's words were a bit of an overstatement. However, it was likely that within his official authority, he couldn't provide too much. Furthermore, the military inherently required a vast amount of weaponry and equipment. Even if not in active use, they needed to be prepared for any contingency.
Destitute, then so be it.
Elder Zhong didn't deny it this time. He had fully intended to play the part of a deadbeat. You killed far too many elite bosses this time, and the military cannot afford to be stingy, lest we become a laughingstock. Therefore, I am preparing a military-exclusive battlefield set for you, the Warlord set, consisting of 4 pieces: armor, helmet, gauntlets, and greaves. This equipment set can upgrade its stats as your reputation within the military increases, and wearing the full set will grant additional bonus stats. It was difficult to give you a large quantity of rewards, so I decided to give you the very best one instead.
Elder Zhong said slowly. Listening to this, Chen couldn't help but curl his lip. What did he mean by the best reward?
It turned out this was a piece of equipment that required increasing one's reputation just to boost its stats.
That was essentially the same as working for the military. However, Chen wasn't particularly worried about the issue of raising his reputation. Then I'll take it, Chen said. Wait a moment, I'll have someone take you to collect it. This Warlord set is better suited for the battlefield and PvP combat.
In terms of boosting damage output for clearing dungeons, it's actually not as effective as other top-tier equipment of the same level.
In the future, you might consider preparing 2 sets of gear, one for war and one for dungeons.
Elder Zhong continued to explain.
Chen nodded.
In today's world, there were not only those monsters but also wars between nations.
There are even battlefields specifically prepared for classes from various nations. To enhance the combat proficiency of its citizens, the country even maintains its own internal battlefields.
Fighting against other people is vastly different from fighting bosses because humans possess far higher intelligence than bosses. Classes are required to have exceptional survivability.
One cannot rely solely on high damage output to secure a kill.
No matter how high a long-range class's damage may be, they cannot withstand a few strikes from a hidden assassin.
In fact, for many long-range classes, once a melee class closes the distance, it is essentially a death sentence.
It is clear that this set of equipment prioritizes survivability over raw damage output.
I understand. Chen nodded. There is one more thing I hope you will agree to. Elder Zhong's gaze sharpened as he spoke with great solemnity. Chapter 57, The Military Trial.
Our military is holding a trial, and all the participants are students from various top universities who hold military status.
Are you interested?
Elder Zhong spoke slowly.
A trial? Chen frowned slightly.
This meant that some students in those academies also held military status. Any trial they were permitted to participate in was likely far from ordinary.
Yes. However, the specific details can only be disclosed once you agree to participate.
Elder Zhong nodded in agreement. Listening to this, Chen began to ponder. Since the participants were all from institutions of higher learning, it meant they would all be 1 to 3 years senior to him.
At the very least, they would likely be far ahead of Chen in terms of level. Although I cannot disclose too much information, I can tell you with full responsibility that this is a very rare opportunity. I have to apply for it in the name of the Southern Military Region.
Elder Zhong continued to persuade him.
Great.
Chen stopped hesitating and agreed directly. At the very least, the military wouldn't harm him.
Impressive.
I'll give you a piece of information. You are representing the Southern Military Region's team. Of course, you can understand it as me having already defaulted you as a member of our Southern Military Region. However, whether you truly become a member of the Southern Military Region still depends on your own thoughts. Elder Zhong nodded with satisfaction.
Yeah. I'll decide after I enter the academy, Chen said, nodding in agreement.
At the moment, Chen was still unsure of the pros and cons of joining the military while attending a higher academy. But one thing was certain: if he wanted to make a real impact, joining the military was only a matter of time.
After all, in this world, war is the endless theme. Can I ask you a question? Elder Zhong looked at Chen with piercing eyes. Ask away. Chen nodded. I want to know why your ammunition is so abundant. Is it possible you can manufacture bullets yourself? This question concerns your privacy, so you can choose not to answer. If you do, I guarantee I will keep it confidential for you. Elder Zhong said. I can't manufacture them. It's a matter of my awakening class. Once the class awakened, the bullets could refresh infinitely. Chen shrugged indifferently. In any case, this was something that couldn't be hidden at all. However, those who saw that Chen was unconcerned about bullet consumption would likely assume he was the scion of some prestigious family. I see. Elder Zhong took a deep breath. Although his doubts had been cleared, his concerns were now creating a massive stir. A gunslinger with an infinite supply of bullets, wouldn't that make him invincible? He knew the gunslinger class better than anyone. What they lacked was never damage output, but rather ammunition and weapon durability. This was also the primary reason he had remained stuck at this stage for so long. Are you planning to apply for Huaqing Academy? Elder Zhong continued to ask. Chen nodded. Later, I'll have someone prepare 50,000 Huaqing Academy credits for you. These credits are vital within the school and can be exchanged for many things. You'll understand their importance once you get there. Elder Zhong added. Afterward, the two exchanged a few more pleasantries before Chen finally took his leave. Under the guidance of a non-commissioned officer, he finally obtained the Warlord set. Upon receiving it, he stored it directly into his storage space. Then, the military arranged a dedicated military jeep to escort Chen back home. Once home, Chen could not wait to take out the Warlord set. Warlord Helmet LV1, Strength plus 120, Agility plus 130, Intelligence plus 100, increases hit rate by 20%, damage by 10%, and reduces slow and stun effects by 20%. Warlord Gauntlets LV1, Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Intelligence plus 100, increases movement speed by 10%, damage by 10%, critical rate by 10%, and critical damage by 20%. Warlord Legguards LV1, Strength plus 100, Agility plus 100, Intelligence plus 100, increases movement speed by 30% and tenacity by 20%. Warlord Armor LV1, Strength plus 150, Agility plus 150, Intelligence plus 150, increases hit rate by 10%, critical rate by 10%, and reduces damage taken by 30%. Warlord Ring LV1, Strength plus 80, Agility plus 80, Intelligence plus 80, increases damage by 10% and critical rate by 10%. Warlord Set Stats, additional 100 to all three primary stats, 20% damage, 10% tenacity, and 20% damage reduction. Holy crap, those primary stats are insanely high. And the damage and crit rates are ridiculously high too. The most crucial part is that it can be upgraded. Once upgraded, the stats on this set will probably be even more outrageous. In some respects, even when running a dungeon, the damage output with this gear would be anything but poor. The reason it is better suited for the battlefield is that this set also provides a significant boost to survivability. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen swapped out his Scarlet set. While the Scarlet set was considered top-tier gear for ordinary students, it paled in comparison to the Warlord set. Furthermore, any candidate in the national exams would be considered remarkable for owning even a single piece of the Warlord set, yet Chen had acquired the entire set all at once. It must be said that the military wasn't as stingy as one might have imagined. Under normal circumstances, only those who have made outstanding contributions on the battlefield and possess high battlefield prestige can obtain pieces from this equipment set. After taking a short break, Chen lay down on the bed. Following the grueling days of the grand exam, he was already exhausted. Without even taking a shower, he drifted off into dreamland. Chen needed to participate in the trial the very next day, and immediately after the trial, he would head to Huaqing Academy to report for duty. It wasn't until the following morning that Chen was awakened by a knock at the door. He opened the door with a look of impatience, only to find Yong standing there, carrying several bags of food and drinks. What's all this? Chen frowned. Yang said cheerfully, "Boss, you're the top scorer in the entire province. I had to prepare some things for you to celebrate." As Chen's good friend, Yang knew that Chen only had one family member left, and that person wasn't even in Nanjing City. Therefore, even after getting into Huaqing Academy, there was no one to congratulate or celebrate with Chen. Although Chen was a bit grumpy from being woken up, he was still quite moved. "Leave the things here. I have to head over to the military in a bit." "Huh? To the military?" Yang was taken aback. "Yeah. The military wants to ask me some questions, though I don't know exactly what for." Chen nodded. Since he couldn't reveal anything about the trial, he just made up a random excuse. "Then I bought all this food for nothing." Yang was somewhat disappointed. "It's fine, you can eat at my place. Also, take this equipment set and use it for now," Chen said nonchalantly. He then directly tossed the blood-red set he had just replaced to Yang. Chen no longer had any use for it. Although the blood-red set was worth a fortune, Chen wasn't short on cash. Moreover, at Huaqing Academy, points were far more valuable than money. He figured it would be better to help out his buddy instead. As for Snow, she came from a wealthy family to begin with. Even without gear like the blood-red set, she could easily get her hands on something comparable. Therefore, it was best to put it where it would be most useful. Chapter 58, A New Squad. "Boss, you." "I?" Upon seeing the blood-red set, Yang froze for a moment, his speech becoming stuttered and incoherent. Tears welled up in his eyes, completely overwhelmed by emotion. "Stop with the you this and you that, just hurry up and take it. The set has hidden stats. As long as you don't show off, no one will notice or start eyeing this gear." Chen glanced at Yang. Yang was naturally reckless and not particularly sharp-witted, so he still needed a word of caution. "Boss, you're like a second father to me. Even my biological parents never gave me anything this precious," Yang said, deeply moved. "Get out. Get out. Get out. Take out some food, we'll have it for breakfast. I'm going to wash up." Chen waved his hand impatiently. "You got it." The easygoing Yang immediately brought out the food he had carried over. "Take all the leftovers back with you. Once I join the military, I probably won't be able to come home for a while." Chen added one last instruction before starting to wash up. Soon, Chen finished his breakfast, even though it consisted entirely of snacks and fruit. At this moment, personnel from the military also arrived at Chen's doorstep by car. Yang's eyes were filled with nothing but envy. His boss was someone who received the prestige of being chauffeured back and forth by military vehicles. The moment Chen stepped into the car, Yang felt as if a halo of light surrounded him, making him appear incredibly divine. Riding in the military jeep, they soon arrived at a teleportation array, where Elder Zhong had already been waiting for some time. There were 4 others as well, 1 man and 3 women. They all looked quite young, appearing to be university students. "This is your new teammate, Chen, this year's top scorer in our provincial examination. Go ahead and get prepared first, then you can brief Chen on the specific details of the trial tomorrow." Elder Zhong introduced them. He then turned to Chen, "Head to the teleportation array first. Through there, you can go directly to the trial's preparation area." Chen nodded and stepped onto the teleportation array along with the other team members. Immediately after, a brilliant light erupted from the array. Chen felt as if he had stepped into a time tunnel, drifting through the vast expanse of the galaxy. In just a matter of moments, he appeared within a military fortress. One of the girls, who was tall and slender, looked at Chen with a grin. "Hello there, provincial top scorer. I'm Chen Meng, a level 23 elven archer from the Imperial Capital Academy." As she spoke, she generously reached out to shake Chen's hand. "This is our captain, Fu Han's sister Han." He then continued the introductions. Fu Han introduced herself with poise. "I'm Fu Han, hello. Level 24, Holy Light Knight, from Fudan Academy." Chen took a sharp breath. These were all high-level students, and they all hailed from top-tier institutions. Fortunately, he was wearing his masking medal.
However, Chen knew very well that he would also have to report his own level.
I'm from the same city as you.
I heard so many stories about you yesterday. A fantastic gunslinger, a great person, and this gun is amazing too. Another lady said with a grin, her eyes lingering on Chen's machine gun as she spoke. She then extended a fair-skinned hand and continued, Wu Mengyu, level 24, discipline priest.
I'm from Huaqing University, just like you.
Chen was momentarily stunned.
With the way she was eyeing that machine gun, was she really a disciplined priest?
Seeing that the other man had no intention of introducing himself, Chen thought for a moment and decided to take the initiative to introduce himself.
Chen 17 Gunslinger, Huaqing Academy.
They would have to find out sooner or later anyway.
What? Level 17? Did I hear that right?
However, as soon as those words were spoken, the man, a mage, immediately displayed a look of dissatisfaction. His voice carried a sense of indifference and arrogance.
Lu Zhan, Chen is the top scorer of the province, and his points can be said to be the highest in the entire country.
Wu Mengyu said with a hint of displeasure.
So what if he's the provincial top scorer? So what if he's the national top scorer? It's just coming in first place. It's not like I haven't seen those top scorers before. Weren't they all brutally crushed by me one by one? Aren't there enough useless top scorers in our Huaqing Academy already?
The man named Lu Zhan spoke with incomparable arrogance. Moreover, he showed absolutely no respect for the top scorers of the provincial exams. Chen couldn't help but shake his head. This guy must have relied on his high level to bully many of the top-scoring freshmen who had just arrived at Huaqing Academy.
It seemed he even took pride in bullying the top students among the newcomers.
It was truly unexpected to encounter such scum before even reaching Huaqing Academy.
LV Zhan, if you don't know how to speak properly, then keep your mouth shut. Wu Mengyu spoke up for Chen.
Lu Zhan, however, looked directly at Chen with a haughty gaze.
You're a gunslinger, so I'm guessing you have some connection with Elder Zhong.
But in this team, strength does the talking.
You can't just do whatever you want based on connections.
For this trial, we can take you along for Elder Zhong's sake, but you aren't allowed to say a single word.
Just behave and listen. If you dare to drag us down, I'll definitely make you regret it. Hearing this, Chen couldn't help but shake his head.
He had seen arrogant people before, but never anyone quite this arrogant.
Dumbass, get lost. Chen said coldly.
Huh?
What did you say? LV Zhan froze instantly. As if he had misheard something.
It was completely unimaginable that a level 17 class user would not only speak up but actually insult him.
You're asking for it.
Red light immediately flared from Liu Zhan's hand as he prepared to unleash a skill.
Enough.
At that moment, the team leader, Fu Han, stepped in to block him.
Sister Han, are you really going to protect this boastful little brat?
Liu Zhan withdrew his gathering mana, though his eyes remained fixed on Chen with a deathly stare. He is a member of our team, and I won't allow you to mess around.
Fu Han spoke with an air of authority. Fine. Sister Han, I'll give you face today, but if he drags us down, don't blame me.
Liu Zhan flicked his sleeve and walked to the side, looking utterly incensed. Chen, however, ignored him completely, treating the encounter as if he had simply run into an idiot.
Chen, ignore him, he's a lunatic. You don't need to pay him any mind.
Wu Mengyu said softly.
Fu Han looked at Chen and continued, we set off at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Everyone should get ready in the fortress first. You can buy materials, potions, and equipment needed for class users here. The prices are decent, so if there's anything you need to prepare, do it here first.
Then, Chen was pulled aside by Wu Mengyu. Wu Mengyu continued, he's a well-known lunatic in our Huaqing Academy, incredibly arrogant.
Just ignore him. Humph. Honestly, he's just relying on his family's influence. Nobody can be bothered to deal with him. Chen simply chuckled. It doesn't matter. I just hope he doesn't run into someone who won't take his nonsense.
So, it was just another spoiled playboy.
Chapter 59, The Trial of Naga Island. Elsewhere, the team leader, Fu Han, said to Lu Zhan, "Don't underestimate people." Since he was recommended by Elder Zhong, there must be a reason for it. Do you really think Elder Zhong wants the trial to fail? Lu Zhan said with a face full of defiance, "Am I the one looking down on people? What level is this kid? Besides, he's a gunslinger." Even Elder Zhong, who is also a gunslinger, hasn't completed his second-class advancement yet. Without the support of a financial tycoon, what's the difference between the gunslinger class and trash? Fu Han shook her head and continued to persuade him. After all, he is the top scorer in the province, and his points are ranked first in the country. Although the strength of these top scorers might not compare to ours, it's just that they've had less time to level up than we have. That doesn't mean there's no chance of catching up to us. I trust Elder Zhong's judgment. He would never recruit garbage for the military district. Lu Zhan narrowed his eyes. Elder Zhong is getting old, after all. His vision can't remain that sharp forever. Besides, in the entire country, Elder Zhong is the only gunslinger who has ever made a name for himself. Enough. Regardless of what you think, you are not allowed to affect the team's unity. As for this newcomer's strength, let's just wait and see. Fu Han spoke with a note of impatience. Meanwhile, led by Wu Mengyu, Chen arrived at the exchange within the fortress. The exchange wasn't large, yet it housed all the essentials for every class. As a fellow alumna, Wu Mengyu was more than happy to show her junior the ropes. This made Chen feel a sense of warmth and care from his senior. After strolling around for a while, Chen didn't buy anything. Instead, it was Wu Mengyu who purchased some health potions, mana potions, and equipment items. After buying a pile of things, Wu Mengxue looked at Chen in surprise. "Junior, why aren't you buying anything? Don't you need to buy bullets? Don't you need health potions?" She knew that Chen didn't have a mana bar, but bullets and health potions were essential supplies. "No need." Chen smiled and shook his head. "Is it because you don't have any money?" Wu Mengyu asked hurriedly. However, Chen shook his head. Wu Mengyu scratched her hair. "Oh, just tell me what you need and I'll buy it for you. Don't be polite as long as it's not too expensive." Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry. I don't need anything." Wu Mengyu listened, still completely bewildered. However, seeing how persistent Chen was, she didn't say anything more. "When the trial begins tomorrow, stay behind me at all times. Safety first, no matter what. With me there, you won't need any health potions," Wu Mengyu instructed. "Thank you, senior," Chen said. Next, led by the military personnel within the fortress, they arrived at their quarters. After a good night's rest, the 5 members of the squad gathered the following morning. This time, a newcomer had joined their ranks. It was a shaman named Zhuo Yu. While this shaman was a standard support class, he could boost the team's core stats, damage, and mana regeneration by summoning totems. Additionally, he could afflict enemies and monsters with debuffs such as slow and weakness. He could be described as a relatively versatile support class. With 6 people in the group, if one were to ignore Chen, the lineup consisted of a tank, a physical DPS, a magic DPS, a healer, and a buff-oriented support. It could be said that this was a nearly perfect 5-person team. In this trial, everyone must stay united. No one is allowed to hold the team back. Wu Mengyu, keep a close eye on your junior. If he ends up dragging us down, I'll hold you responsible. Fu Han spoke in a loud, clear voice. It was evident that this was not the first trial for these individuals. "Don't worry. He'll do exactly as I say," Wu Mengyu said with a giggle. "Let's go." Fu Han led the group into a teleportation array. Immediately after, they were enveloped in another burst of white light, feeling as though they were drifting through the vast expanse of the universe. After a brief journey, there was a sudden flash of brilliance. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves already standing in an unfamiliar territory. Chen could feel the dazzling sunlight spilling onto the ground. They were surrounded by sandy beaches, with numerous coconut trees ahead and a dense forest stretching out behind them. After experiencing the teleportation array for the second time, Chen was still somewhat surprised.
However, looking at the expressions of the others, it was as if they had experienced something entirely ordinary, without the slightest hint of abnormality. In other words, this confirmed Chen's previous suspicion: they had certainly undergone more than one trial and frequently used teleportation arrays. Let's go! Fu Han led the group with practiced ease to a rock that was shimmering with light. As they drew closer to the rock, they discovered that text had suddenly manifested upon its surface. And these words were precisely the instructions for the trial mission. This trial stone issues missions at irregular intervals. Wu Mingyu explained in a low voice to Chen. Chen nodded. This particular trial mission required traveling to an island inhabited by Naga, slaying 50 Naga guards, and finally entering the dungeon to defeat the final boss and obtain the Naga's harpoon. Upon completing the trial mission, one's reputation within the southern military district would increase, and the district itself would earn merit points. Military district points influenced the rankings among the major military districts. The requirement for this trial mission is below level 25, meaning level 24 at the highest. It is possible that Elder Zhong's side couldn't find anyone more suitable, so they chose Chen. However, this trial mission is difficult. The Naga's harpoon will only drop under nightmare difficulty. The most critical point is that only 3 Naga's harpoons will ever drop. Therefore, only the first 3 teams to complete the trial can obtain the Naga's harpoon. This places a specific demand on the speed of clearing mobs. I didn't expect it to be a Naga hunt. This quest only refreshes once a year, and only 3 Naga's harpoons are dropped. Plus, it's on nightmare difficulty. This is a bit tricky, Fu Han said in a deep voice. Clearly, Fu Han was somewhat worried. Furthermore, it is evident that the trial missions may differ every time one enters. So, what is the use of this Naga's harpoon? Chen asked. Fu Han glanced at Chen, yet still explained patiently, this is a necessary material for a specific special weapon. That is why major military regions and even some nations are doing everything they can to obtain this item. The trial missions here can be accessed once a month. It just so happens that the Naga trial refreshed right when we arrived. I honestly can't tell if our luck is good or bad. For this trial, all the major military regions have dispatched teams 8 in total, and there will also be teams from other countries. Hearing this, Chen was momentarily stunned. It turned out that every major military region placed such great importance on this trial, and there were even teams from other countries involved. Everyone, listen to my command. If we encounter any team trying to target us, we must do everything in our power to kill them, regardless of their nationality. Every year when the Naga quest resets, fatalities occur. Some even camp at the dungeon entrance to prevent others from entering. Fu Han spoke up loudly after a moment of reflection. As she spoke, she glanced at Chen again, clearly signaling for him to be careful. Chapter 60: Ambush by Ninjas and Onmyoji. Apply your buffs first, then prepare to board the boat and head to the island, Fu Han added. Afterward, Wu Mingyu cast auras on everyone else to enhance their resilience, defense, and health. Zuiyu, the shaman, also bestowed the group with various auras that boosted damage, critical hit rate, and skill potency. LV Zhan, meanwhile, applied an intelligence-boosting aura to everyone except Chen. Chen let out a cold sneer at the sight of this. However, LV Zhan caught the look and said disdainfully, "Humph. What are you staring at? A gunslinger doesn't even need intelligence." True, but you definitely need an intelligence boost, otherwise, your brain capacity might not be enough to get by. Shen nodded and spoke indifferently. Lu Zhan was so incensed he nearly lashed out, but a commanding look from Fu Han stopped him, and he reluctantly lowered his staff. The others were stifling their laughter, though none of them let it show. This was essentially calling Lu Zhan brainless. Under Fu Han's lead, they quickly secured a boat, and after about 10 minutes, they finally located a relatively small island. Scattered across the island, the corpses of Naga could be seen lying here and there. Clearly, someone had already been here, and likely in significant numbers. Someone's been here. Chen Meng spoke up. It's probably people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. This place is much closer to their trial stone. Fu Han spoke after analyzing the situation. Captain, we need to be careful.
I've heard that the ninjas and onmyojas from the cherry blossom country love to play dirty. We have to watch out for sneak attacks. Wu Mingyu spoke up to offer a reminder. Fu Han nodded in agreement. Indeed, ninjas relied on ambushes as their primary combat method, while the onmyoji was an even more clandestine class. Fu Han then commanded, "Line up according to formation. I'll take the front mages, priests, and shamans in the middle, archers and gunslingers in the rear." The formation was arranged strictly according to attack range. The group advanced cautiously in formation, doing their best not to compromise their speed. After all, time was of the essence. If they moved too slowly, the dungeon might be cleared by others first, leaving them with nothing. As they ventured deeper, they frequently encountered green-skinned Naga wielding knives and forks. The male Nagas had heads closely resembling crocodiles, while the females featured a crest of scales or multicolored hair at the back of their heads. Ignore these Nagas, move forward at full speed. Fu Han ordered. Chen marched slowly at the rear of the team, checking the stats of these Nagas and realizing they were just a group of level 19 to 21 wild mobs. They weren't powerful at all. Fu Han would only initiate a charge when encountering Nagas that directly blocked the path. These Nagas were no match for humans. Killing them was merely a matter of using a few skills. From beginning to end, Chen had not made a single move. The archer's arrows were steady and fast, dealing significant damage. The mage's fireball technique would trigger a flame burst upon hitting a monster, dealing continuous follow-up damage. In their eyes, the damage output from both primary attackers was quite impressive. For every Naga killed, Chen gained over 500 EXP. Since the Naga's level wasn't particularly high for Chen, and because they were in a party, his share was somewhat reduced. It didn't matter much as for the items dropped by the fallen Nagas. Fu Han picked them all up. Chen didn't pay much mind to these things. As they walked, Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened when they reached an area flanked by towering trees on both sides. He spoke up loudly, "Wait!" Everyone was stunned. What was this low-level gunslinger, who hadn't made a single move yet, trying to do? LV Jean immediately flared up, "Kid, what's your deal? It's one thing to not help, but are you trying to hinder the team's progress now?" Fu Han also shook her head and said, "Chen, don't be a dead weight. I don't want to have to repeat myself again." Wu Mingyu looked at Chen with curiosity and asked, "What is it? Did you discover something?" Chen smiled and pointed toward a tree trunk. "This symbol is a contact signal used by ninjas from the Sakura Kingdom. I presume you all should be familiar with it. The wild monsters ahead were just cleared out, yet no footprints can be found on the road. Don't you find that suspicious? Back in school, we learned about the characteristics of certain classes from other countries in our textbooks. Most importantly, this terrain is perfectly suited for an ambush. As a gunslinger, I am highly sensitive to such specific locations. I can even tell at a glance where the most ideal sniping positions are. Of course, sniping positions aren't just for gunslingers, they apply to other long-range DPS classes as well." Humph. A guy who hasn't even stepped foot in a university yet actually has the nerve to stand here and lecture us with such arrogance. You think we don't know anything? Lu Zhan snorted coldly. Wait. What he's saying actually makes sense. The area ahead is a natural ambush point. If classes launch an attack from both sides, I can only block one direction. If we're attacked from both the front and rear, I'm afraid we'll be in danger. Fu Han waved her hand, signaling everyone to stop. Sister Han, you. LV Zhan gritted his teeth, looking extremely frustrated. Say no more. This is about the bigger picture, it has nothing to do with strength. If it makes sense, it makes sense. Fu Han spoke in a low, heavy voice. At this moment, within the woods on both sides, four ninjas were concealed behind tree trunks on one side, while four onmyoji were similarly hidden on the other. One of the ninjas, seeing Fu Han and the others suddenly halt their steps, whispered, "These Dragon Federation fellows, why have they suddenly stopped moving?" "Sir, they seem to have sensed danger and are afraid to proceed, but they haven't entered our attack range yet." Another ninja added. "Damn it, our Sakura country team has occupied all the key intersections this time. The Naga harpoons must belong entirely to us. No other team is allowed near the dungeon, especially those from the Dragon Federation. The leader spoke in a low, heavy voice. Then, his gaze sharpened. 6 people in total, and there's even a level 17 gunslinger. Humph. They must be some pampered children sent by their military to pad their resumes. A bunch of useless trash. Trials are meant to provide opportunities for true warriors to temper themselves. However, killing that gunslinger will definitely yield a lot of valuable loot. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. Moreover, he now had a target that filled him with envy. And that was Chen. In their team of ninjas and onmyojas, everyone was a class holder of level 23 or 24. It could be said that not a single one of them was weak. Crucially, their team's objective was not to obtain the Naga's harpoon, but to support other teams from their own country by intercepting anyone attempting to clear the dungeon. At the same time, a faint arrow struck a tree on the opposite side. The 4 onmyoji immediately understood that this was the signal to take action. Following that, the 4 ninjas moved rapidly through the trees, reaching their attack range in just a few moments. Their movement also caught the attention of Fu Han and the others. Not good. Enemy attack. Everyone, prepare for battle. Chapter 61, Instant Kill, Ninja. In the woods, 4 ninjas transformed into 4 dark shadows, darting through the trees at incredible speed. There were also 4 others wearing distinctive onmyoji robes. One could determine their classes simply by their attire. Damn it! People from the cherry country. Fu Han said through gritted teeth. He had already been worried that the people from the cherry country would launch a sneak attack, and now they had actually shown up. In other words, Chen's judgment had been entirely correct. Amidst the tension, Fu Han's perception of Chen, the level 17 gunslinger, had shifted more or less. What should we do, Captain? They're all level 24 class holders, and we have a level 17 with us plus, we're outnumbered. LV Zhan said with a hint of worry. What else can we do? We take them on. They say flame mages all have explosive tempers, so why are you acting so cowardly today? Wu Mengyu spoke indifferently. Fu Han was also pondering a strategy to deal with the enemy. Judging by the situation, they were indeed outnumbered, and in terms of level, their side was at an absolute disadvantage. If a fight truly broke out, Fu Han did not believe the 6 of them could actually defeat the opposition. Humph. That only applies when the sides are evenly matched. Don't forget, we have someone dragging us down in this team. LV Zhan snorted coldly, refusing to back down. Watching the 8 players from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom skipping toward them, Fu Han truly couldn't think of a viable solution. Involuntarily, she turned her gaze toward Chen. Chen, do you have any ideas? Fu Han believed that if they fought to the death, they would likely suffer heavy losses. However, if they retreated, the casualties would be fewer, but they would be lambasted by the military. Moreover, seeing the people from the Cherry Blossom country acting so arrogantly made her feel extremely disgruntled. Let's take them on. Ninjas excel at tracking and sneak attacks. If we retreat, we won't be able to outrun them at all. Chen said without the slightest hesitation. What arrogance! LV Zhan muttered in annoyance. Ignoring him, Chen continued, their team composition isn't as good as ours. We still have a chance. With 4 ninjas and 4 onmyoji, Chen believed the people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom weren't there to form a balanced party, but specifically to block other teams from entering the dungeon. To maintain morale, Chen knew he had to keep them calm. In terms of team composition, the opponents had no real synergy to speak of, and consequently, no coordination. At that exact moment, the ninja had already begun hurling shurikens toward Fu Han and the others. These shurikens were fast, accurate, and lethal. Some were even imbued with special stats bonuses such as lightning stats and fire stats. It was similar to how those in the Dragon Federation enchant their bullets and weapons. Chen fired his machine gun without hesitation, accurately shooting down the shurikens. Fu Han finally snapped out of it as if waking from a dream. There was no more time to waste whether to fight or retreat, a decision had to be made quickly.
They were already within the firing range of the group from the Cherry Blossom country. Charge! Kill them! If we can't win, a one-for-one trade is still a win for us. Fu Han still possessed a strong sense of that night spirit. He had even considered every possible outcome. Immediately after, Fu Han moved forward rapidly, attempting to close the distance with the players from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. As soon as he was within charging range, he would trigger his skill instantly. One of the major advantages among the 6 of them was her role as a melee holy knight. Chen Meng and Wu Mengyu weren't idling either. Chen Meng immediately drew her bout of fire, while Wu Mengyu cast her only offensive skill, Smite of Light. Zuoyu, meanwhile, set up his totem. Only Liu Zhan hesitated, seeing everyone else preparing to strike. He finally began casting his spell with uncertainty. At that moment, the Onmyoji directly summoned a Shikigami, which used its skills to hurl paper charms. As a talisman struck the ground, it triggered an immediate explosion, sending surrounding trees and soil flying into the air. Fortunately, Fu Han stood at the front, absorbing the brunt of the damage. Wu Mengyu promptly cast healing spells to restore Fu Han's health. Meanwhile, the Onmyoji unleashed a relentless barrage of talismans, one after another. At the same time, they were accompanied by the ninja's shuriken, each imbued with different status effects. On Fu Han's side, a relentless barrage of arrows, massive fireballs, and chain lightning surged forward. The long-range attacks from both sides erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, illuminating the entire forest with an extraordinary brilliance. Chen, who had not struck again, observed the scene for a moment and fell into deep thought. He intended to use this battle to understand the characteristics of other ninjas in Onmyoji, thereby gaining common knowledge that would prove invaluable in future encounters. Aside from shuriken and kunai, the attacks currently being unleashed by these ninjas included one who had just performed the Great Fireball technique. Powerful ninjas can perform various ninjutsu through hand seals, and the specific type of ninjutsu depends on their chosen path of development. On the other hand, Onmyoji can fight by summoning Shikigami. Powerful Onmyoji can even summon formidable entities like Yamada no Orochi and Shiranui. The Onmyoji currently in sight are still low level, and the Shikigami they summon are quite ordinary. What should we do? Our damage output can't keep up. At that moment, Liu Zhan shouted out. After all, it was essentially 3 people trading fire with 8, and so far, Fu Han had failed to pose any real threat to the 8 members of the Sakura Kingdom team, aside from stubbornly tanking and absorbing damage. Fortunately, Wu Mengyu was able to keep Fu Han healed, ensuring that there were no casualties on their side. This also fully demonstrated the vital importance of a powerful healer within a team. If a team's overall strength is lacking, a good healer can significantly delay a total wipeout for a long time. Then move toward the edge, Chen said coldly. Immediately after, he took 2 steps back, found a waist-high rock, and set up his machine gun directly upon it. Listening to this, Liu Zhan was bewildered. Who was he telling to move aside? What did you say? Believe it or not, I'll beat you to death. I might not be able to kill Onmyoji or ninjas, but you think I can't kill you? Liu Zhan turned to look at Chen, his gaze icy cold. Liu Zhan, have you lost your mind? Focus on the enemy. Wu Mengyu quickly cast a restoration spell on Fu Han and then stepped in front of Liu Zhan to block him. Chen didn't even spare Liu Zhan a glance, instead training his muzzle on a ninja. Da-did-day-day-day. The bullet shot toward the ninja like a fiery dragon. Humph. Are you trying to tickle them with those bullets? Liu Zhan snorted coldly. Nevertheless, he listened to Wu Mengyu and began casting Fireball. But even as he cast the spell, his mouth didn't stay idle. Arg! Immediately following that, a wail rang out from the Sakura countryside. The ninja who was struck by the bullet plummeted from the tree, blood gushing from his body. Once he hit the ground, he lay there completely motionless. In other words, Chen had killed him instantly with just a few rounds. Both sides abruptly ceased their attacks, everyone frozen in shock. It was as if time had stood still, with every gaze converging on Chen. It was as if they were looking at some kind of monster. A level 17 gunslinger just one-shot a level 24 ninja? Chapter 62, The Melee Before the Dungeon. How is this possible?
A level 17 gunslinger? Am I seeing this right? He actually killed the ninja? Fu Han and the others were completely stunned. The rest of the ninjas in Onmyoji were also left dazed. What on earth was happening? Day. While everyone was still in a state of shock, the Gatling purgatory in Chen's hands didn't stay idle, continuing to roar with a relentless rat-tat-tat. Arg! Another ninja was mowed down by machine gun fire, collapsing instantly, falling straight to the ground. It must be said that these individuals from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom possessed high combat proficiency. They quickly identified their primary target. That target was Chen. In this Dragon Federation team, the damage output of the others was negligible, whereas Chen's damage was nothing short of explosive. They couldn't fathom how a mere level 17 gunslinger could possess such terrifying power. Regardless of the circumstances, the highest damage dealer must be eliminated first to secure the final victory. Fu Han understood this point as well. No matter how shocked she was, as the captain, she had to remain rational. She was responsible for the lives of the entire team. She immediately took several steps back and shouted loudly, "Protect the gunslinger! Wu Mingyu, make sure you keep Chen healed up." Wu Mingyu naturally understood who the real MVP was at a time like this. She kept a constant watch on Chen's health bar. Zuiyu, the shaman, also summoned 2 totems at Chen's feet. As for Liu Zhan, he gritted his teeth in frustration. He was equally bewildered as to how a mere level 17 kid could be such a freak of nature. The battle raged on. Chen's damage output was incredibly efficient. After taking down 2 ninjas, he swung his muzzle around and aimed directly at the Onmyoji who were controlling their Shikigami. Onmyoji were just as fragile as mages and priests. All of them were glass cannons. It took only 3 bullets per person to kill them on the spot, causing their summoned Shikigami to dissipate instantly. From the moment these 4 Onmyoji prepared to strike at Chen until the moment they died, they didn't even have enough time to command their Shikigami to cast a single skill. Chen's bullets were simply too fast, leaving them absolutely no window of time to deal any damage. These Onmyoji thought they were far enough away to be relatively safe, but for Chen, they were well within his firing range. With his extraordinary range, he could bypass the Shikigami and strike the Onmyoji directly. My god, the Onmyoji are just dead like that? Chen, it's too long. His range is too long. Wu Mingyu exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 ninjas desperately unleashed their attacks on Chen. Although Chen was within their range, Fu Han managed to block every single strike. Soon, Chen shifted his aim, and in less than a second, he directly took down the last 2 ninjas. Fu Han and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen, how did you do that? Your damage output is absolutely insane. Wu Mingyu ran up to Chen and spoke with a look of pure astonishment. Are you really only level 17? This is absolutely insane. Chen Meng also looked on with an expression of pure disbelief. Brother, you're a beast. Once we get out of here, dinner is on me. Zuiyu said, his face full of admiration. Fu Han walked back panting, leaning over as she spoke. Thank goodness for you, Chen. Forgive me, I really thought you were a noob before. I never would have thought. I completely misjudged you. Chen, however, maintained an air of indifference. After all, given his low level, people often judged a person's combat strength based solely on their level and class. It was only natural to be underestimated. Only Liu Zhan's face looked incredibly grim, contorted as if he had just swallowed a mouthful of filth. However, recalling Chen's previous volley of bullets, he realized that if he had truly provoked him earlier, he wouldn't have stood a chance against that hail of gunfire. After all, his class was just as fragile as those Onmyoji. Let's move. We'll recover on the way. If we're too slow, we might not make it into the dungeon. Chen paid no mind to their reactions. And as for his words, everyone except Liu Zhan treated them as gospel. Let's go. Fu Han also chimed in agreement. Subconsciously, she was willing to obey any command Chen gave. No matter where one is, strength ultimately reigns supreme. Thus, in the hearts of these 4, Chen was more like the true leader of the team. The group set out on their journey once more, recovering their mana and health as they moved. Chen was the only one who required no recovery after all. The Gunslinger is a class without a mana bar, and the people of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom couldn't land a scratch on him anyway. Any Naga encountered along the way were promptly eliminated. Not only were they blocking the path, but they were also part of the mission objectives. However, Chen had not yet made a single move. The others were quite considerate in their understanding. A gunslinger's ammunition was inherently expensive, so it had to be used sparingly. Naturally, they took it upon themselves to handle the task of clearing out the minor mobs. Soon, the entrance to the dungeon came into view. However, on a stretch of level ground near the dungeon, two groups of people stood facing each other. One group stood right at the dungeon entrance, while the other group was positioned in opposition to them. On the sidelines, 2 or 3 other teams were also present, keeping a close watch on the unfolding situation. Damn it! The people from the Cherry Country are actually trying to blockade the dungeon. This island is closer to them, so they're moving faster. Regardless, we have to charge in now. We can't let the people from the Cherry Blossom Country get their hands on all 3 Naga harpoons. Exactly. Move out, brothers. Those damn bastards are truly despicable. Wait, something's not right. Since when did the Cherry Blossom Country have a mutant class? Guarding one side of the dungeon entrance were the awakened from the Cherry Blossom Country, including special classes such as ninjas, onmyoji, and mutants, as well as more traditional classes like warriors, mages, and priests. Standing in opposition to them was a large group of awakened from the Dragon Federation. Watching from the sidelines were trial teams from countries including the Republic of Korea and India. Due to the long distance they had traveled, their numbers were few. However, the Japanese delegation was numerous and refused to let anyone else enter the dungeon. Charge! What are you waiting for? The Naga dungeon doesn't belong to Japan. Let's take them down! Someone shouted at the top of their lungs. This immediately triggered a reaction from the crowd, and the classes of the Dragon Federation began to take action one after another. First, long-range classes such as archers, mages, and warlocks began to unleash a frenzy of damage. Seeing this, the classes from the Kimchi Country and Curry Country also began to direct their attacks toward the classes of the Cherry Country. With these level 20+ classes bombarding the area with skills, the scene became exceptionally dazzling. Warriors, knights, assassins, and other classes also joined the fray, charging directly into the enemy ranks. These classes were relatively well trained. The melee fighters clashed head-on while the healers continuously provided support to those on the front lines. Meanwhile, the ranged damage dealers were busy trading skills with one another. For the sake of their own interests, people from the land of Kimchi and the land of Curry also launched attacks against the players from the Sakura Kingdom. The two sides were instantly locked in a chaotic brawl, yet neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Chapter 63, The Backbone of the Team. Damn it, why is it so chaotic? Sister Han, it looks like we can't enter this dungeon, so I'll be leaving the team first. At this moment, Liu Zhan spoke up on his own initiative. Aren't we going to wait and see? Fu Han looked completely bewildered. It was obvious that Liu Zhan did not want to get involved in this chaotic battle. Moreover, he showed a very clear sense of disdain toward Chen. He couldn't wait to find a suitable excuse to leave the team as soon as possible. There's nothing to see. The people from the Cherry Blossom Country are guarding the entrance, and we can't get in at all. Liu Zhan withdrew from the team without the slightest hesitation. Fu Han didn't say anything more. After all, given such special circumstances, it was truly difficult to force him to stay. However, the other members of the team were still somewhat disappointed. Everyone knew that Liu Zhan utterly loathed Chen. How could he quit the team at a time like this? That's just too much. He's just resentful that Chen saved the team and couldn't stand to watch it. Honestly, he's been wanting to leave for a long time. What a total jerk. We're already at the dungeon entrance, and he pulls this kind of stunt. Wu Mingyu and the others also voiced their dissatisfaction one after another. Under normal circumstances, anyone who abandons their teammates halfway through a mission after forming a party would be met with utter contempt. If they weren't from the same school, there would be no recourse, but as a fellow student of Huaqing Academy, Wu Mingyu gritted her teeth in pure hatred. She thought to herself that once they returned to Huaqing Academy, she would definitely settle the score with him for deserting the team. Fine, let him get lost then. Shen Mengyu too are the only ones left for damage output. Any problems? Fu Han was equally resolute, her gaze fixed primarily on Chen. When Chen dealt with the class users from the Cherry Blossom country just now, he had revealed extremely formidable strength. Therefore, their only hope rested on Chen. The damage output is fine. They're about to stop. As soon as they do, we'll head straight into the dungeon. Chen nodded and said. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the chaotic situation of the battlefield. Indeed, the Sakura country's team has been scattered. Their firepower has weakened significantly. It's clear that no one wants to see large-scale casualties. Wu Mingyu casually cast a heel on an unfamiliar Dragon Federation warrior and then nodded in agreement. The various factions involved in the fight, not daring to be too aggressive, had successively retreated to the sidelines to continuously heal themselves. If mass casualties were to occur, the people of Sakura country would face joint warnings from several nations. The act of monopolizing a trial dungeon was already something unacceptable to all countries. If large-scale casualties were to happen on top of that, it might even trigger a localized war. The people of Sakura country were well aware of this fact. But it didn't matter, they had already achieved their goal. They already had 3 teams inside the dungeon, and they had been farming for 7 or 8 minutes. They could now be allowed through in their eyes. No matter how hard the teams from other countries tried, they would never be able to catch up with their dungeon clearing progress. Soon, all the factions ceased their hostilities. The Sakura country team was dispersed, and a path was cleared at the entrance of the dungeon. Are we still going? We've been delayed for several minutes. I'm afraid it's a lost cause now. The Sakura country people have likely already started their run. Besides, we're still short 1 DPS. Zuoyu spoke with a hint of concern. Shen, what do you say? Fu Han ignored the others, her eyes fixed intently on Shen. Let's go. We're clearing it right now. Shen gave a dismissive wave, raised his Gatling Purgatory, and headed straight toward the dungeon. Hey! Shen, don't we need to find another DPS? Wu Mingyu shouted from behind. No need, let's move. Shen said as he walked. As soon as he spoke, Fu Han didn't delay for a second and followed immediately. In her heart, Shen was the one who truly deserved to be the captain. Without a doubt, Shen was the core figure of the team. In truth, Fu Han was also uncertain, but it didn't matter. At worst, the run would fail and they would just exit. With her there as a knight decked out in defensive gear, there would basically be no danger. Shen's team was simply too conspicuous, drawing the attention of many onlookers. A 5-man team with a level 17 gunslinger? Only 2 DPS? Why are they in such a rush to enter the dungeon? Holy crap, this team is bizarre. How is there only 1 archer for DPS? They aren't actually counting on that level 17 kid to contribute to the damage, are they? Should we stop them from going in? They seem so urgent. Could they actually be confident? No need. A team like that probably won't even make it to the dungeon boss. The crowd began to gossip and comment without restraint. Then, ignoring the crowd, Chen headed straight for the dungeon entrance. The people from the Sakura Kingdom no longer blocked anyone from entering the dungeon at this point. They were absolutely confident, especially regarding Chen's undersized team with its deadweight. It simply didn't matter to them. Although Zuoyu and Shen Meng followed the team forward, their hearts were still filled with deep anxiety. After all, the team was short 1 person, and while Chen had indeed displayed terrifying combat power against the Sakura Kingdom's ninjas and Onmyoji, things were different now. However, fighting real people is different from clearing dungeons. Clearing dungeons requires pure damage output and demands no real technique. Real people are also much more fragile than dungeon monsters or bosses. Typically, a dungeon monster of the same level has over 10 times the health of a real person, while a boss of the same level has thousands or even tens of thousands of times more. They are simply not in the same league. Even though Chen, as a gunslinger, has high damage output, whether his bullets will be enough remains a concern.
But since the decision to enter the dungeon has already been made, there's no point in saying more, they'll just go as far as they can. Treating this as a practical exercise, they only needed to ensure that no teammates ended up dead. Soon, the group quickly entered the dungeon. Let's try fighting first. Everyone, prioritize safety, it doesn't matter if we can't beat it. Fu Han instructed. Then, looking at Wu Mingyu and Zui Yu, she said, buff us up first. What's the point of buffing? It's a waste of time. Chen said in a low, steady voice. After speaking, he stepped forward directly. Soon, he spotted a male Naga over 3 meters tall, brandishing a massive trident and guarding the only path through the dungeon with a ferocious expression. He took a moment to observe the monster's information. Naga Heavy Warrior Elite Monster. Level, 23. Strength, 1200. Agility, 1100. Intelligence, 900. Skill, Deep Sea Crushing Strike unleashes terrifying power to deal damage and stun nearby units. Targets will also be slowed after the stun ends. Chen was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the monsters in this trial ground dungeon to actually possess skills. What's more, these are stun and slow skills. If a normal party tried to clear this, the melee classes would likely find themselves constantly under crowd control. This would significantly hinder the progress of the dungeon clear. There are still many of these Naga Heavy Warriors. To Chen's slight relief, if these monsters are numerous, it will inevitably hinder the dungeon clearing progress of the Cherry Country team. It is certain that a team from Cherry Country has already entered the dungeon, otherwise, they wouldn't have cleared the path later on. Chapter 64, Fast or Not? Raising the machine gun, he held his breath, focused his mind, and pulled the trigger. Da-did-day-day-day. The rattle of the machine gun instantly jolted everyone awake. Fu Han hadn't even finished preparing for the charge before the bullets were already flying from this side. Ugh! Accompanied by a chorus of screams, the Naga Heavy Warriors collapsed to the ground one after another. Everyone else was stunned. What on earth was happening? How did the Naga die just like that? Furthermore, Fu Han clearly received a notification. She had gained over 2000 EXP along with some materials. All 4 of them stared at Chen as if they were looking at a monster themselves. One had to realize that this was an elite monster from a nightmare-level dungeon, a creature that had been significantly buffed. According to their understanding, even a top-tier team would need 2 or 3 minutes to take down a monster like this. But with just a few bursts from Chen's gun, the monster was dead instantly. It was a total one-shot kill. Holy crap, it's gone already? What kind of damage is that? He kills players fast, but he kills elite monsters just as quickly? Ha! My strongest arrow doesn't even deal as much damage as one of his bullets, and his fire rate is terrifying. The group couldn't even process what had happened. Their jaws were on the floor in shock. They had initially thought Chen was a liability, but he ended up not only saving their lives but also displaying godlike power within the dungeon. Instead, they had become the ones being carried in by a mere level 17 kid, no less. If word of this got out, it's unlikely anyone would even believe it. Keep up! Fu Han was the first to snap back to reality, quickly alerting the others. But it wasn't about keeping up with her, the tank, it was about keeping up with Chen. Chen strode forward unconcerned. As he advanced, bullets trailed through the thick smoke of battle. Whether they were male or female Nagas, he simply steamrolled through everything in his path. Not a single monster could hold out for more than 3 seconds. TSK. Chen, don't go too fast. For a grown man, being too fast is never a good thing. Wu Mingyu couldn't help but tease him. However, Chen ignored her completely. While this girl was very enthusiastic, she was also quite bold and uninhibited. Because Fu Han was struggling to keep up with the speed of picking up the dropped items. Wu Mingyu also felt a sense of wonder, never imagining that clearing a dungeon could be this easy. In previous dungeon runs, I had to risk my life to heal the tanks, sometimes heal other melee DPS classes, and occasionally keep an eye on the health of the backline. It wasn't just her. Fu Han felt even more emotional. Now, the only tiring part was picking up loot. In previous dungeon clears, as a tank, she had to draw the aggro of every single monster. She had to maintain a firm grip on the monster's hatred to prevent them from attacking her teammates. But now, the only job left was picking up items. Chen Meng and Zuiyu also took a deep breath. There was absolutely nothing for the two of them to do. If I could keep clearing dungeons like this forever, I would die of pure happiness. 2 minutes later, the path took a turn, revealing a rather dilapidated temple. Two Naga heavy warriors stood at the entrance, guarding the temple like sentinels. The boss should be inside, and there might be other monsters in the temple as well. Fu Han walked up behind Chen and spoke softly. At this moment, her attitude toward Chen had undergone a complete 180-degree reversal. Chen nodded and said, "I'll take out these two monsters first. Then, you go to the temple entrance and try to lure the mobs out. I'll clear them, and finally, we'll deal with the boss." Fu Han nodded heavily. "All right." She greatly admired Chen's strategy for clearing the dungeon, her eyes shimmering with a hint of respect. A class user who had just reached level 17 and hadn't even entered higher education yet. Not only was his damage output terrifyingly high, but he was also so tactically minded. He could be described as a perfect man. The only thing Fu Han wasn't sure about was whether Chen was fast enough. Day. Another burst of machine gun fire erupted, instantly killing the two Naga heavy warriors at the entrance. Heavy armor or not, they were as fragile as paper before Chen's bullets. Fu Han hurriedly rushed to the temple entrance, picking up the loot dropped by the two Naga heavy warriors along the way. Then, she cautiously stepped into the doorway, observed the situation, and drew the aggro of over 20 Naga monsters. She suddenly charged out of the temple. As a tank, she had never pulled so many powerful monsters in a dungeon of this level before. Among them were Naga archers, Naga rippers, Naga warriors, and other creatures. Fu Han even found it particularly exhilarating. Chen observed Fu Han's every move until Fu Han was over 200 meters away from the monsters. He pulled out a G14 hand grenade. At this moment, the monsters that had been lured out were all gathered at the entrance of the temple. Without hesitation, he threw the G14 hand grenade directly at them. Boom! Following a massive explosion, all the wild monsters were blown to pieces. Materials, gold coins, and several pieces of equipment were scattered across the ground. Holy crap, what kind of grenade was that? The power is terrifying. A single grenade wiped out all the monsters just like that? That's insane. I've never seen a class user under level 30 who could deal such horrific damage. Wu Mingyu, Chen Meng, and Zuiyu were startled. The three of them felt as if they were in a dream. Fu Han stared blankly at the pile of dropped items on the ground, unable to snap out of it for a long time. She was completely stunned. What are you waiting for? Pick them up, quick! I'm going to pull the boss! Chen shouted. Only then did Fu Han wake up as if from a dream, frantically scooping up every single item from the ground. At the same time, she began to wonder if she should hand over all the dropped loot to Chen once they exited. After all, clearing this dungeon was entirely thanks to Chen. She and the other teammates had contributed essentially nothing. Furthermore, Chen had already saved their lives once before. Meanwhile, Chen walked briskly to the temple entrance and surveyed the interior environment. Inside the temple stood a massive statue of a Naga, seemingly the Naga deity worshipped by these creatures. As for which specific Naga it represented, Chen had no way of knowing. Deep within the temple stood a female Naga. She had green skin and a relatively small build, trailing a slithering fishtail behind her. In her hands, she held a bow that pulsed with waves of blue light. Chen signaled for his teammates to wait at the entrance while he moved forward to scout the Naga's information. High Naga Elite Boss. Level, 26. Strength, 2100. Agility, 2540. Intelligence, 2800. Skills, Forked Lightning summons a cone of lightning to damage multiple enemies in front. Frost Arrows increases arrow damage and slows the attack and movement speed of enemy units. Fortunately, this trial dungeon directly lists the monster's skills instead of providing them in the form of a brief introduction. Chapter 65, Naga Sea Witch. It's actually an AoE skill, and its attacks even apply movement and attack speed slows. I have to admit, the bosses in this trial dungeon are indeed on a different level compared to the ones before. Their base stats are also ridiculously high. What's the plan? Once Chen retreated, Fu Han took the initiative to ask. Chen pondered for a moment before saying, "You go to the front and hold the line. Priests, ensure you maintain the maximum casting distance for healing. Everyone else, retreat with me." Everyone followed Chen's instructions without a moment's hesitation. Though they were somewhat puzzled, why was Chen retreating as well? Wasn't he afraid the boss would be out of range? Despite their doubts, however, no one said a word. After all, they were the ones being carried. They just needed to stay quiet and do as they were told. Once everything was ready, Fu Han charged in front of the High Naga, stunning it instantly. Chen swiftly aimed at the High Naga and unleashed his full firepower, sending a barrage of bullets crashing into the creature like a fiery dragon. As a dungeon mini-boss, the High Naga possessed exceptionally high resistance, shaking off the stun effect and waking up after only a single second. With its aggro focused on the nearest target, Fu Han, the Naga fired a sea ice arrow that struck her directly. Fu Han's movements instantly slowed several times over, making the simple act of raising her shield appear agonizingly difficult. Furthermore, the damage from this single arrow instantly depleted nearly 1/3 of Fu Han's health. Meanwhile, Wu Mingyu's healing skill landed on Fu Han just in time. This barely allowed her to withstand the damage from the mini-boss. Chen's damage also rained down continuously upon the High Naga. After more than 10 seconds had passed, the High Naga shifted its gaze, its malicious eyes landing squarely on Chen. It had completely shifted its attack target. Holy shit, I can't hold it. As a highly experienced tank, Fu Han reacted instantly. Aggro pulled. Chen's damage was so high that the threat he generated exceeded the threat produced by Fu Han's various taunts and skills. Normally, the threat generated by standard damage is far lower than that of a tank's taunt and debuff skills. This is why tanks are able to hold a monster's aggro despite their low damage output. However, if the damage dealt is too excessive or the frequency is too high, an OT over threat situation will occur. The monster's aggro target will shift. Once an OT situation occurs, it often leads to a total party wipe. After all, other non-tank classes simply cannot withstand a monster's attacks. This was the first time Fu Han had ever encountered such a situation. She was facing an elite dungeon boss. If the High Naga were to reach Chen, every single one of them would die right here. Fu Han desperately unleashed every skill at her disposal, trying to pull the aggro back. However, she realized it was completely futile. The High Naga ignored Fu Han entirely, dragging its tail as it moved toward Chen. What should we do? The High Naga is heading straight for us. He didn't pull the aggro? What happened? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Everyone fall back. Fu Han has the aggro, stay to the side. Chen shouted commands while continuing to fire. The more chaotic the situation, the more important it was to remain calm. Chen focused intently on his shooting, without a trace of panic. Meanwhile, the others were somewhat bewildered. If the High Naga reached its attack range, a single arrow or a bolt of forked lightning would surely spell certain death for Chen. After all, the Gunslinger is a glass cannon class, completely incapable of withstanding damage from a dungeon boss of this caliber. Bullets, like tongues of fire, streaked violently toward the High Naga. To everyone's surprise, for every 3 steps the High Naga took forward, it was forced back 2 steps. In other words, the movement speed was reduced by a full 2/3. The bullets actually have a knockback effect? That's insane. Only then did the group realize how terrifying Chen truly was. Before the High Naga could even get within range, it was shot dead by Chen. It took a full half-minute to finally slay the mini-boss. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a High Naga. EXP plus 40,000. While everyone was still in shock, Fu Han slowly picked up the loot. A silver-grade defensive helmet actually dropped, along with some materials. Chen, everything that dropped this time belongs to you. Without you, we wouldn't even have been able to enter this dungeon. As she spoke, the look of shock still lingered on her face. Let's talk after we finish the fight.
Chen waved his hand dismissively. Now was not the time to discuss the distribution of loot. Continuing forward, they saw an underground passage located where the High Naga had previously been. Chen walked directly down into the underground passage. The final boss was bound to be inside. "Let's go!" Fu Han called out loudly. Watching Chen act with such decisiveness, a sense of admiration welled up in their hearts. The underground passage wasn't particularly deep. After descending only 100 meters, an underground cavern came into view. The cavern was filled with numerous rare treasures, and standing prominently at the very center was the final boss, the Naga Siren. Groups of smaller Nagas patrolled the surrounding area, seemingly guarding their queen. Same strategy as before, clear the mobs first, then deal with the boss. For the minions, you just need to pull them together. Keep your primary aggro on the boss, Chen remarked after observing for a moment. He then checked the information of the final boss. Naga Sea Siren Leader Boss. Level, 28. Strength, 3,400. Agility, 5,100. Intelligence, 3,300. Skills, Harpoon. Critical chance to deal triple damage on attack. Naga Phantom splits into 5 clones. Only one is real. Phantoms have 50% of the original's HP but deal no actual damage. Siren Scream. All enemies within 500 meters are affected by the scream and fall into a coma for 20 seconds. Looking at the screen, Chen's brow furrowed. It had to be said that this Naga Siren's stats were exceptionally high, and her damage output was absurd. If she landed a few basic attacks and triggered a critical hit, these squishy classes would likely be one-shot instantly. Furthermore, with such high agility, her attack speed would certainly be formidable. Her active skills were equally ridiculous. Being able to split into 5 Nagas with only one true body meant one would have to rely on damage output to distinguish the real one from the fakes. Otherwise, if the output lands on a decoy, it will result in entirely ineffective damage. Therefore, the real body must be identified. Only then can an attack be launched. Otherwise, all attacks would be completely useless and would only serve to waste ammunition. Finding the real body will inevitably waste some time. Meanwhile, during this period, the Naga Siren's damage output continued unabated. The Naga Siren's final skill was even more outrageous, capable of rendering everyone within a 500-meter radius unconscious. In other words, melee classes and even some ranged classes without ultra-long range would fall victim to it. Chapter 66, Seeing Through the True Form. However, for Chen, this final skill was of no consequence. A shooting distance of 1 kilometer was enough to keep himself hidden in safety. After reviewing the Naga Siren's stats and skills, Fu Han's expression became incredibly grim. The Naga Siren's stats are a bit high. Even with a full 6-person team and a perfect composition, it would take at least half an hour to kill this boss. In other words, they would need 1 or 2 tanks, 1 or 2 healers, at least 2 DPS, and 1 support. But after studying the Naga Siren skills, Fu Han still couldn't figure out how to take down this boss. As the sole tank, if she were to be put to sleep by the boss, the entire team would likely face a catastrophic wipeout. At this moment, their only hope rested on Chen. It remained to be seen whether Chen's terrifying damage output could pose a real threat to the Naga Siren. Are you confident? Fu Han looked toward Chen with a solemn expression. Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Let's give it a try. Follow my instructions, and Wu Mingyu, keep her healed. He then looked at Wu Mingyu and said, keep Sister Han healed. Even if she gets hit by the sleep skill, you must ensure your casting distance remains outside the range of the coma skill. Once the boss's aggro shifts to me, all of you get away. Stay far back from me and the boss. After giving these instructions, Chen's gaze swept across the group. Fu Han followed Chen's gaze, looking toward the target of all the mobs. Pull them, Chen commanded. Fu Han immediately charged toward a wave of mobs. As soon as she drew their aggro, she also alerted the Naga Siren, who began to hunt her down. Fortunately, this Naga Siren was a melee boss, thrusting its harpoon toward Fu Han as it closed in. Meanwhile, Fu Han ran at full speed, rounding up all the mobs into a single group. Just as it looked like the Naga Siren was about to catch her, the other mobs closed in from behind, surrounding her completely. Is charge off cooldown yet? Chen shouted loudly. All right. Fu Han responded. Charge toward the mobs in front. Get away from the boss first. Chen commanded again.
Upon hearing this, Fu Han didn't give it a second thought and charged straight toward a small cluster of mobs ahead. This move perfectly opened up distance between herself, the boss, and the swarm of mobs behind her. At this moment, Fu Han's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. If he were attacked by such a large swarm of mobs along with the boss, he would likely collapse instantly, lasting not even a single second. At this moment, Chen took out a G14 hand grenade. He hurled it directly into the middle of the mob cluster. Boom! With just a single grenade, every last one of the small mobs was eliminated. The damage output of the G14 hand grenade was truly outrageous. And it was area of effect damage. Hearing the explosion behind her, Fu Han finally understood Chen's strategy. He wanted her to pull away to avoid being caught in the grenade's blast. After throwing the grenade, Chen took the opportunity to clear out the smaller mobs around Fu Han. Now, the only monster remaining in this clearing was the Naga Siren. Fu Han reacted quickly as well, rushing forward to meet the Naga Siren, who was twice her size. The Naga Siren thrust its trident downward, instantly depleting a full third of her health. Wu Mingyu cast a rapid heal, restoring half of the lost health just as the Naga Siren's second attack landed. However, healing one strike at a time would make it impossible to hold out for long. The speed of healing simply couldn't keep pace with the rate of damage. Wu Mingyu cast another slow heal while simultaneously channeling Healing Touch, relying on the dual recovery to replenish Fu Han's health. Zuiyu, the shaman, also provided constant healing, though his output was relatively low. Chen did not hesitate for a second, his machine gun immediately erupting into a rhythmic roar. Under the triple layer of healing, Fu Han was barely able to hold his ground. After more than 10 seconds of sustained output, the Naga Siren had lost nearly a third of its health. At that moment, the Naga Siren directly activated her ability, Naga Phantom. She instantly transformed into 5 Nagas, some tangible and some illusory. Chen's gaze sharpened. What he needed to do now was to spread his fire and locate the Naga Siren's true form. Thus, Chen fired shots one by one, hitting each of the 5 Naga Sirens. By comparing the damage values, he quickly identified the Naga Siren's true body. The Phantom and the physical entity have different health pools. The Phantom possesses only 50% of the total HP. Although their specific health values are invisible, one can determine which is taking more or less damage by observing the length of the depleted health bars. Fu Han had been attacking the Naga Sirens at random, but upon seeing Chen's method, she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. How had she not thought of that? The others also grasped Chen's intention, and every one of them looked on with an expression of profound respect. After holding on for another 10 seconds or so, Fu Han felt the burden of maintaining aggro becoming increasingly grueling. The Naga Siren's illusions had all vanished into the void. However, the Naga Siren's true form landed 3 consecutive critical hits, nearly taking Fu Han out. I can't hold it much longer. Hurry up, you guys. Any longer and it's going to go berserk. Fu Han roared. Fall back for now. Don't draw aggro, let her focus shift to me. Chen shouted. No matter what, he couldn't allow any casualties to occur. Upon hearing this, Fu Han stopped using her skills. She stood by and let Chen take over the damage output. In just half a second, the Naga Siren shifted her aggro target directly to him. He was replaced by Chen, whose damage output was off the charts. Everyone scatter. I'll take it down myself. Chen shouted again. Through this encounter with the Naga Siren, Chen realized that for a normal team, using 2 tanks would be a much safer approach. But for now, he could only rely on himself. But Chen also wanted to see if he had a chance to kill the Naga Siren on his own. A stream of bullets, like a dragon of fire, rained down densely upon the Naga Siren's body. The Naga Siren's ferocious gaze remained fixed on Chen. She writhed desperately toward Chen, but being constantly knocked back, her forward progress remained pitifully slow.
Perhaps out of sheer desperation and rage, the Naga siren let out a piercing shriek where she stood. Instantly, the shaman and the holy knight both fell into a deep sleep. However, the skill's effects could not reach Chun at all. It must be said that this skill is indeed terrifying once hit. There is simply no opportunity to use an escape skill. After all, once one falls asleep, they lose the consciousness required to activate skills. Unlike those physical or magical skills with stun effects, where one can still use an escape skill to dodge at the very moment before impact. And so, the Naga siren charged desperately toward Chen, yet she remained unable to close the distance to within 500 meters. Once the others woke up, they all found themselves in the position of mere spectators. The Naga siren was no longer capable of posing any real threat to Chen. The onslaught of damage continued for a full minute. Chapter 67, The Gunslinger Will Carry You. Finally, the Naga siren collapsed to the ground with a piercing scream. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the Naga siren above your level. EXP plus 60,000. Among the loot scattered on the ground were the Naga's harpoon, 2 pieces of magic-based equipment, and a large pile of materials. Fu Han's face was filled with excitement. She hadn't expected so many high-quality items to drop. Moreover, they had all completed their trial quests. Chen, how should we divide the loot now? Despite her excitement, Fu Han did not forget to consult Chen. Give the 2 silver-grade magic equipment to Wu Mingyu and Zuoyu first. We'll divide the materials later. Chen said after a moment of thought. W. Wang, I love you so much. Are you really giving this to me? Upon hearing this, Wu Mingyu was so moved she nearly burst into tears. One must realize that a dungeon during the trials would hardly yield more than a few pieces of silver-grade equipment in total. Even if something did drop, it wasn't necessarily going to be suitable for one's own class. Yet, the ring that had just dropped was exceptionally perfect for her class. It can increase healing effectiveness by 10% and also boost the mana regeneration rate. Zuoyu was equally grateful, Brother Chen. I love you to death too. The other piece of equipment was also for magic classes. It would be perfectly suited for a shaman following a healing support build. You too, don't. Chen said, feigning resistance. TSK. If Liu Zhan saw that we've already cleared the dungeon, he'd probably be fuming. Wu Mingyu tucked the ring away, a smug smile playing on her lips. Humph. Don't even mention him. People like that are the absolute worst. Fu Han even let a curse word slip. As a knight, she had a bit of a tomboyish personality. He was quite blunt in his speech. If he was unhappy, he would just start cursing directly. Exactly, let's not mention that depressing fellow. Chen Meng chimed in. I wonder what the situation is like outside. Should we head out now? Zuoyu asked. Chen pondered for a moment. It had only been about 15 minutes since they started clearing this dungeon. The conflict outside would have long since ended, but there were likely other teams still trying to find ways to rush their dungeon progress. However, there would also be some teams that chose to leave. After all, only the first 3 teams to clear the dungeon can complete the final quest. Putting in all that effort only to fail the quest wouldn't make much sense. Chen looked around at this moment and asked, does anyone have a dungeon cooldown sigil? A dungeon cooldown sigil? You're not planning to. Fu Han let out a cry of surprise upon hearing this. The others also understood Chen's line of thinking, and Wu Mingyu immediately said, yes, we have them. Chen Meng and Zuoyu also nodded in agreement. If everyone has one, but there aren't any spares, then I don't have one. Chen said with a hint of embarrassment. He had not yet arrived at Huaqing Academy, so he had no way to exchange points for one. The only other way to obtain these dungeon cooldown runes is to purchase them from the Dragon Federation exchange. I have one too. I have one too. Me too. The other 4 spoke in unison. They were all more than eager to give Chen the formation talismans. This. Chen felt a bit hesitant. We'll each take one, and you should keep the rest. Fu Han said straightforwardly.
She then took a dungeon cooldown formation talisman out of her storage space and handed it to Chen. The other three were in the same state. Afterward, they left the dungeon together. As soon as they exited the dungeon, they saw dozens of people from the Cherry Blossom country standing to one side, seemingly waiting for their own national team to emerge. There were also several Dragon Federation teams hesitating nearby. Teams from other countries had not entered the dungeon at all, as if they were observing something. They were likely waiting for the final results of the trial quest. When Chen emerged carrying his machine gun, followed by the others, they immediately drew everyone's attention. This was the very first team to come out of the dungeon. Out so soon? Oh, it's that team with the level 17 Gunslinger. TSK, they definitely couldn't clear it and had no choice but to come out. It's already a miracle that they made it out alive. Whether it was the people from the Sakura Kingdom or those from other nations, everyone began to mock and jeer. No one believed that the team led by Chen had actually cleared the dungeon. Furthermore, it had only been 15 minutes. No team could possibly clear a dungeon in such a short amount of time. However, while the various teams from the Dragon Federation joined in the ridicule, they also felt a sense of relief for the 5 members of Chen's group. With such a setup, it was truly no small feat to have made it out alive. You're out? Was the dungeon that difficult? Not bad at all. To have made it out alive, you've already done an excellent job. Another person stepped out from the crowd. It was none other than LV Jean. LV Jean said with a sinister smirk, "Tisk TSK. To think you actually made it out alive. Your luck is quite something." He had also formed a new team of his own, clearly unwilling to miss out on this trial opportunity. If the trial proved successful, the rewards would certainly be substantial. However, he still needed to observe the situation for a moment. "Just ignore him, that jinx," Wu Mengyu said disdainfully. "Let's go. There's no point in lowering ourselves to the level of a dog," Chen said nonchalantly. Immediately after, Chen led them back into the dungeon once again. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, everyone was left stunned. They entered the dungeon again? Are they just refusing to accept defeat? They failed once and are actually using a dungeon cooldown rune to grind it again. How freaking extravagant! Are they insane? Going back in just to get humiliated again? Are they really not afraid of dying in there? The crowd began to buzz with discussion. None of them could understand why a teen would be so fearless in the face of death. Lu Zhan looked stunned. Don't stoop to a dog's level? Did he just call me a dog? Chen, you're asking for death. But mark my words, you'll never make it out of that dungeon. You're going to die in there. It didn't take long for Liu Zhan to realize he had just been insulted. But his anger faded as soon as he remembered that Chen and the others were rushing headlong into the dungeon to their certain deaths. Why should he lower himself to argue with a dead man? With that thought, his mood actually brightened a little. After Chen and the others entered the dungeon, everyone coordinated their every move with Chen. At this moment, Chen was their absolute primary force. After finishing this run, I won't be able to go again. I only had 2 in total. Fu Han was the first to speak. Me too. I only brought 2 dungeon cooldown array charms. Chen, you'll be fine farming on your own, right? Wu Mengyu asked. After thinking for a moment, Chen said, soloing it isn't a problem. However, instead of each of you giving me a formation talisman, why don't we run it together again after this clear? The only issue is who has an extra one. At that moment, Chen realized just how precious these dungeon cooldown formation talismans were. They had only brought 2 with them when they left. Even with Snow's wealthy background, she didn't have many on her person. I have one here. If we're going to clear it 3 times, Brother Chen, you just need to return their talismans to them. Chapter 68, 3 in, 3 out. Allocating it this way would allow the entire team to complete all 3 trial dungeon runs. Everyone beamed with joy upon hearing the news. This was a pure carry for Zuoyu and Shen Meng. They wouldn't even need to do anything. Simply following behind Chen would be enough. It could be said that this was the first time in their lives they had ever received such treatment.
After distributing the dungeon cooldown runes, Chen entered the dungeon without hesitation. With the experience gained from the first run, the second attempt became much more familiar and efficient. He automatically skipped some of the minor mobs that weren't worth his time. However, any wild monsters blocking his path were instantly killed. Chen needed the experience points from these small fries. As long as it didn't affect his clear time, Chen would not let them off the hook. By the time he reached the high Naga, his EXP bar was already more than half full. For a level 17 class user like Chen, the EXP from elite monsters in a trial dungeon was still quite substantial. The rhythmic staccato of machine gun fire echoed throughout the entire dungeon. A few minutes later, he had already fought his way to the front of the high Naga. Everyone had become familiar with the boss's skills. The long-range classes retreated to safe positions, while Fu Han pulled the boss around, forcing it to face away from the group. This was to prevent the healers from being hit by the boss's skills, allowing Chen to unleash a barrage of damage. Once the boss's aggro shifted to Chen, he began kiting it once again. Before long, the high Naga collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a high Naga above your level. EXP plus 50,000. He also obtained a pair of silver-grade greaves. Next, it was time to deal with the minions surrounding the final boss, the Naga Sea Witch. After rounding up the minions, he cleared them all out with a single G14 grenade. Taking on the Naga Sea Witch became much easier through everyone's coordination. They brought her down in just half a minute. Similarly, Chen gained another 60,000 EXP, along with 2 pieces of silver-grade equipment and a mountain of materials. A Naga harpoon was also dropped. Chen had no need for the equipment, so he told Fu Han to distribute it as needed. The set Chen was wearing was far superior to these silver-grade items, and as for his weapon, it wasn't even in the same league. After Fu Han finished distributing the gear, she followed Chen out of the dungeon. The entire process took a total of 8 minutes. It could be described as highly efficient. However, the moment they stepped out of the dungeon, they were met with a wave of cold mockery. Out so soon? See? They couldn't handle it at all. What a waste of a dungeon cooldown sigil, truly a shame. Out in just 8 minutes, though, these guys are lucky, at least nobody died. The crowd chattered and discussed amongst themselves. LV Jean wore an even more smug smile. He relished seeing Chen and his team in such a frustrated state. While everyone was busy gossiping, Chen and the other 4 entered the dungeon once again. The onlookers were left completely dumbfounded. Going back in? Refusing to admit defeat? Is he just throwing money away? He used a dungeon cooldown charm just like that. Is he crazy? He'd be better off selling that dungeon cooldown charm to me. The people from the Sakura Kingdom, in particular, were both sarcastic and deeply envious in their country. Dungeon cooldown charms were even harder to obtain. An average class user would be lucky to get their hands on 2 or 3 in a single year. In the Dragon Federation, however, one can be acquired roughly every month or 2. To the classes of the Sakura Kingdom, this is nothing short of a reckless waste of God's gifts. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen and his party of 5 used a dungeon cooldown amulet, vanishing from everyone's sight. The final dungeon run took a mere 7 minutes before they emerged once more. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, remained filled with nothing but ridicule. "Let's go," Chen said, casting a brief glance at Fu Han. At this point, Fu Han had finished distributing all the dropped loot. Following Chen's suggestion, the materials were split equally among the 5 of them, while the equipment went to the other 4. Fu Han and the others were deeply grateful for this. They all knew they were being completely carried by Chen, yet Chen insisted on an equal split of the materials and refused to take a single piece of equipment. In reality, Chen was fully entitled to take everything for himself. Amidst the sounds of mockery, Chen and the others prepared to leave. As for the mockery from these people, Chen didn't pay them any mind. They were nothing more than a bunch of idiots. But as he walked, he suddenly heard someone shout, "The 3rd trial quest is gone." The others hurriedly checked their own trial quest progress. Indeed, the 3rd quest, Naga's Harpoon, had vanished. In other words, the quest had already been completed by someone. Since it was no longer available for others to finish, the quest had disappeared. What's going on? Someone already completed the quest? What happened? I was waiting for the people inside to fail the dungeon before taking on the quest myself, but now the quest is gone? Could it be that the people from the Cherry Kingdom have already finished it? Except for those from the Cherry Kingdom, everyone had a troubled look on their faces. Meanwhile, the people from the Cherry Kingdom looked triumphant. The quest had been completed, and the nightmare-level Naga trial had been cleared 3 times. In their eyes, it meant all 3 teams that had entered had finished their runs. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ninja was the first to emerge from the dungeon. Who finished 3 dungeon runs already? The ninja roared at the top of his lungs, gasping for breath. What's going on? Did you guys fail to clear it? Did you not get the Naga's harpoon? The ninja shook his head upon hearing those words. Immediately after, his 5 teammates, a warrior, 2 onmyoji, and a healing ninja, all stepped forward as well. Weren't there 3 chances? Why are all our final missions gone? Has someone already cleared all 3 dungeon runs? One of them shouted, equally frustrated. The group from the Sakura Kingdom looked at each other in bewilderment. This was the strongest team they had sent out, and they had originally counted on them to clear the dungeon quickly to claim the first clear rewards. However, as powerful as they were, they actually failed to obtain the Naga's harpoon. Soon, members from 2 more teams came rushing out of the dungeon in a hurry. Every single one of them wore a look of utter confusion. They had already finished clearing the mini-bosses and were just waiting to take on the Naga Siren, only to find that someone else had already completed the quest. 3 teams, and all of them failed? Someone cleared all 3 dungeons already? What's going on? Something's not right. Who could have beaten us to it? They were even faster than we were. That party with the level 17 Gunslinger, they entered the dungeon 3 times in total. Could they be the ones who finished the quest? That's it has to be them. They're the only ones who could have taken all 3 Naga harpoons. Quick, after them! We can't let them get away. The Sakura Kingdom players who had been guarding the entrance quickly realized where the problem lay. It must have been Chen and his group, who entered the dungeon 3 times, who swept away all the Naga harpoons. Chapter 69, Group Battle reopens. There was no time to figure out how a 5-person team led by a level 17 Gunslinger could clear the nightmare-level trial dungeon 3 times so rapidly. Aside from this team entering and exiting the dungeon 3 times, the other teams had either not yet emerged or had entered much later than they did. Chase them! Don't let them escape! A wood-style ninja shouted at the top of his lungs. At the same time, he began to sprint at breakneck speed. The rest of the Sakura Country ninjas responded immediately, surging forward to hunt down Chen. The high-ranking officials above them had demanded that they obtain the 3 Naga harpoons at any cost. If they were to fail, the leaders would undoubtedly have to commit seppuku to atone for their crimes. Those people from the Cherry Blossom Country seem to be chasing after us. Chen Meng realized something was wrong. The distinct sound of running could be heard coming from the ground. The 5 of them hadn't gone too far, they were still within visual range. Chen turned his head to see the people from the Sakura Kingdom chasing after them in full force. The ninjas sprinted at high speeds with their hands tucked behind their backs, while the onmyoji pursued from the air, riding atop their shikigami. Even the ordinary classes, such as warriors and priests, were running at full tilt. Damn it! What do we do? Fu Han said through gritted teeth. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the leader of the team, Chen. Chen remained silent, his expression solemn as he stared at the group from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. We can't let the people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom have their way. Stop them. Exactly. As long as the Naga harpoon stays in our hands, it's fine, but we absolutely cannot let those people snatch it away. Block them. Don't let them get near that gunslinger. Many within the Dragon Federation had also realized the Cherry Country's intentions. Regardless of how many among them had previously been jealous of Chen's team for obtaining the Naga's harpoon. In the face of the numerous classes from the Cherry Country, they knew very well who the real enemy was now. The Naga's harpoon could be described as a material that classes from all nations currently found essential to compete for, and every country was determined to obtain it. No matter what, the Cherry country must not be allowed to succeed. In the next moment, every Dragon Federation class user except for Lu Zhan stepped forward, blocking the path of the numerous class users from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. The Dragon Federation class users even shifted into a combat formation. The class users from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom hesitated for a moment, but when they thought of the Naga's harpoon, they were unwilling to give up. Furthermore, they already held the advantage in numbers. After all, this trial ground was closer to them, so they had dispatched more class users. With this thought in mind, the leader, a level 25 wood-style ninja, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Charge! No one can stop us from claiming the Naga harpoon. Attack!" The master specifically instructed that the Naga harpoon must not be lost. Another level 25 Onmyoji, seated atop his Shikigami, spoke with an exceptionally somber voice that sounded as if it had crawled out of the underworld. On the other side, Chen Meng, Wu Mingyu, and the others felt their blood boil with excitement as they witnessed this scene. They never expected that so many people would step forward to stand up for them. "Chen, should we take them out?" Chen Meng was the first to ask. "Let's do it. Brother Chen, these people from the Sakura Kingdom are loathsome. They actually tried to silence us by killing us." Zuoyu was even more direct, sounding as if he were requesting permission to engage. Wu Mingyu and Fu Han looked at Chen with incredibly fervent eyes, their fighting spirit seemingly ablaze. However, they were all well aware that Chen was the absolute primary source of damage. "Damn it! You guys stay with the main force. I'll act alone. Prioritize safety above all else and don't try to be a hero. If the enemy breaks into the backline of the ranged classes, retreat immediately." Shen spoke decisively. Regardless, Shen needed to consider their safety. This time, the classes dispatched by the Sakura Kingdom not only had a numerical advantage but also a clear level advantage. "Yes. Got it." Fu Han and the other two immediately began rubbing their palms together in anticipation. They then promptly joined the main force of the Dragon Federation. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Shen did not join them. Instead, he looked around, found a high vantage point, and climbed up while the crowd was in a state of commotion. In any case, these people from the Sakura Kingdom were all within Shen's firing range, so there was no need for him to squeeze in with those mages and archers. Furthermore, the higher he stood, the less he had to worry about accidentally harming his own allies. According to Chen's estimation, those long-range classes from the Sakura Kingdom were also entirely within his firing range. This was the terrifying range of a gunslinger. The range of those long-range classes from the Sakura Kingdom could, at most, reach half of Chen's. Soon, both sides were locked in a fierce battle. The ninjas continuously utilized concealed weapons and various ninjutsu, while the Onmyoji controlled Shikigami to launch their attacks. The attacks from the Dragon Federation side were even more spectacular, and the scene descended into chaos once again. Melee classes quickly clashed with one another, while the healers in the rear cast continuous heals on their warriors. However, it was clearly visible that the firepower on the Dragon Federation side was slightly weaker. The previous chaos had also seen the involvement of teams from other countries. But now, they had adopted a completely detached attitude, acting as if none of this concerned them. Only the people from the Dragon Federation and the Cherry Blossom country were locked in a deadly struggle. Day. Chen took a deep breath and pulled the trigger, aiming to kill a level 23 ninja who was currently forming hand seals. With just 5 bullets, the ninja collapsed before he could finish his technique, his hands still flickering with sparks as he hit the ground. It was clear that the ninjutsu this ninja prepared to use was none other than the signature technique of fire-style ninjas, the Great Fireball technique. Next, the muzzle swiveled toward an area where several ninjas were clustered together. In an instant, over a dozen bullets were fired without a single one going to waste, directly executing 3 ninjas. Due to the sheer chaos of the scene, only a small fraction of the Sakura country players noticed Chen's gunfire. However, as time passed and Chen gunned down more than 20 Sakura country class holders, he finally drew the attention of more people. That level 17 gunslinger's damage is terrifying. He's taking people out in just 3 shots.
What? A level 17 gunslinger? How is that damage even possible? And how can his range be so ridiculous? We can't even touch him. Is this an illusion? Is he really only level 17?
The players from the Sakura Kingdom were filled with shock as they watched their companions being cut down. In a chaotic melee involving hundreds of players on both sides, they had been fighting for so long without a single death until now.
Yet, a mere level 17 gunslinger had actually killed over 20 people.
However, during the clash between the two sides, the presence of healers allowed for constant healing and tactical maneuvering. Those low on health could retreat and wait for recovery. As long as the backline recovery classes and long-range damage dealers remained unharmed, the casualties would not be overly exaggerated. After all, the class users from both sides who had come to the trial grounds were the elite among those under level 25. Furthermore, they represented the future hope of their respective nations. Chapter 70, To catch the bandits, first capture their leader.
Find a way to kill that gunslinger first. If possible, seize that massive cannon of his.
The wood-style ninja leader glared fiercely at Chen.
He had focused all of his attention entirely on Chen.
In the next instant, he charged toward Chen's position with everything he had.
But they were intercepted by the Dragon Federation class members ahead.
Wood-style, Great Forest technique. He quickly formed hand signs, and over a dozen wooden vines erupted from his arm, entangling all the Dragon Federation class members, blocking the path. Chen witnessed this scene from his high vantage point and, without hesitation, pivoted his weapon.
A burst of bullets swept directly toward them.
This wood-style ninja was highly experienced. After taking a bullet, he quickly formed hand seals once again.
Wood-style, tree wall.
In an instant, a shield formed from multiple vines rapidly grew from the ground to protect him. Little did he know, a shield made of vines would only require a few more bullets to overcome. With just 3 shots, the vine shield was completely shattered. After 3 more bullets were fired, the leading wood-style ninja collapsed directly to the ground.
What? Lord Kishimoto is dead? How is that possible?
He was a powerful wood-style ninja, fully equipped with top-tier gear.
Lord Kishimoto? Killed by this gunslinger? Just what kind of damage output does this gunslinger have? What should we do? Even Lord Kishimoto couldn't handle this gunslinger.
With the Dragon Federation class holders holding the line, we're going to end up as cannon fodder sooner or later. The death of a leader caused the fighting spirit of the many Sakura Country class holders to plummet instantly. They could not fathom how a powerful wood-style ninja could have perished so swiftly.
Meanwhile, the dense hail of bullets was rapidly harvesting their lives.
As long as the firing distance was maintained, it was nothing short of a massacre, a slaughter where they stood no chance of resisting.
Damn it! Retreat for now.
The other leading onmyoji analyzed the battlefield and spoke through gritted teeth. At this moment, he knew very well that continuing the fight would be nothing more than a one-sided massacre. If they failed to reclaim the Naga's harpoon and suffered heavy losses in the process, returning would mean certain death.
Immediately afterward, a large number of Sakura Country class users began to retreat, fleeing like stray dogs.
They had witnessed the gunslinger's terrifying firepower with their own eyes. None of them dared to stay a moment longer. As long as the machine gun was aimed in their direction, there was no possibility of survival.
Trying to run? It won't be that easy.
Chen let out a cold snort at the sight, training his muzzle directly on the leading onmyoji.
However, this onmyoji was clever, positioning his Shikigami behind him as a shield during the retreat. The Shikigami was an armored Inuyasha. Many had seen this Inuyasha's stats before. Its core attributes were all well over 2,000, and its attack power was absolutely terrifying. If the Dragon Federation's strongest tank hadn't withstood Inuyasha's damage, they likely would have suffered devastating losses. Chen's bullets slammed directly into the Shikigami's backside. The supposedly powerful Inuyasha vanished into a puff of blue smoke in a single second, shredded by 13 rounds.
That's it? Chen was somewhat surprised. Due to the distance, Chen couldn't see the Shikigami stats, but he hadn't expected it to die quite so fast. He had originally thought it would take at least 2 seconds. But everyone else was left completely shell-shocked. This was a powerful Shikigami, yet it couldn't even hold out for a single second. Is Chen too powerful, or is this Shikigami simply too weak? The death of the Shikigami caused its master to suffer a severe backlash. There was a profound and intimate connection between them. Rat-tat-tat. Immediately following that, a torrent of bullets, like a fiery dragon, rained down upon the Onmyoji. With eyes full of terror and dread, the Onmyoji breathed his last. Everyone from the Dragon Federation was stunned, looking toward Chen in the distance with faces filled with horror. Inuyasha was an incredibly powerful Shikigami, yet he couldn't even hold out for a single second. Just how high is his damage output? My god, is this really a level 17 gunslinger? I don't think even a level 30 awakened could deal such terrifying damage. They had known all along that Chen was a level 17 gunslinger. There was a full 8-level gap between the two sides. Could it be that the gunslinger class has truly risen to prominence? The awakened from the Dragon Federation finally felt a sense of relief as they watched the Sakura country players flee in pathetic disarray. But those fleeing Sakura countrymen didn't dare delay for a single second. They needed to urgently report back the intelligence that a level 17 gunslinger was absolutely slaughtering them. The death of a powerful Onmyoji and a wood-style ninja left them with the looming problem of how to account for such losses upon their return. Regardless, the priority now was to escape. Seeing them flee in such a pathetic state, the crowd from the Dragon Federation broke into laughter and chatter. They actually got chased off by a single massive gun. These people from the Sakura Kingdom are freaking hilarious. Exactly. Weren't they acting all arrogant just now, trying to claim the dungeon for themselves? In the end, not only did they fail to get the Naga's harpoon, but they also lost over 30 people. However, this level 17 gunslinger is incredibly fierce. He actually managed to clear the nightmare level trial dungeon 3 times in rapid succession. Those people from the Sakura Kingdom were sensible enough to back off. If they had kept fighting, they would have all been throwing their lives away. As the crowd withdrew, they began to discuss the events fervently. And every gaze fell squarely upon Chen. At that moment, Chen stroked the barrel of his weapon, fanned away the smoke from the muzzle with his hand, and then slung the machine gun over his shoulder. His movements were sleek and decisive. Some began to speculate about Chen's background. Where did this level 17 gunslinger come from? I've never heard of him. Which academy has a gunslinger this powerful? He doesn't look that old. How is he representing the military in this trial? No idea, but this kid is carrying his teammates single-handedly, and his strength is absolutely terrifying. What a true legend! Although the vast majority of them did not complete the mission, they were immensely satisfied to have beaten the Sakura Kingdom players into such a pathetic state. Witnessing such a terrifying gunslinger was also a significant eye-opener for them. Meanwhile, standing in the distance, Liu Zhan looked toward Chen with a complex expression. Even though he hated Chen to the core and was consumed by jealousy, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Why had he chosen to leave the team back then? If he were still in the party, he would have had a share in the rewards of this trial mission. The more he thought about it, the more resentful he became. Humph. Just wait until you get to Huaqing University. I'll show you what's coming. LV Zhan said through gritted teeth. Immediately afterward, the group returned to their original starting point. After stepping onto the teleportation array, they returned to the military fortress. Fu Han was responsible for submitting the mission and the Naga harpoons. Once the mission was turned in, Elder Zhong also appeared before everyone via the teleportation array. Chapter 71, Rewards from the Military District. The mission was completed excellently. I've heard about what you did. You performed beautifully. For completing the trial mission, each of you will receive 10,000 points for your respective schools, and your reputation in the Southern Military District will increase by 1,000 points. As for the material rewards, go back and wait for further notice. This time, you completed your mission so exceptionally well that the original rewards are definitely insufficient. We need to head back and discuss how to provide you with even better ones. Elder Zhong said with a smile. Upon hearing about better rewards, points, and prestige, Fu Han and the others beamed with joy. School points could be considered the hard currency within the academy. As for military prestige, once it reached a certain level, one could purchase corresponding military supplies and gain access to battlefields and exclusive military dungeons through official channels.
Thank you, Elder Zhong. Elder Zhong, it would be best if you could give me a weapon. I've been wanting to change mine for a long time. Me too, give me a staff. Fu Han and the other three spoke one after another. Good. 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 Elder Zhong spoke with a kind and gentle tone. He took note of their requests, keeping them firmly in mind. Chen, come with me for a moment. Wu Mengyu, you can wait for Chen out here. You two can head back to Huaqing together later. Elder Zhong then turned his gaze toward Chen and said. Immediately afterward, Chen was dragged into a conference hall by Elder Zhong. What's the matter, Elder Zhong? Chen asked in surprise. Elder Zhong paused for a moment before saying, I've heard all about your performance in the trial grounds. I truly never expected you to be able to get your hands on all 3 Naga harpoons. All of this had completely exceeded the expectations of the southern military region and even the entire military. Originally, they had only hoped to obtain a single Naga harpoon by dispatching a few teams. However, Chen's outstanding performance took them completely by surprise. Since I cleared dungeons fast anyway, I couldn't just let the people from the Cherry Blossom country get their hands on it. Chen said nonchalantly. He felt he had simply done what he was supposed to do and didn't think it was anything worth praising. Elder Zhong shook his head. You still don't quite understand the importance of this mission. The Naga harpoon contains a rare ancient element, which is an essential raw material for crafting a god-tier staff. Only this trial ground spawns the Naga harpoons. Whichever country collects 100 Naga harpoons first will be the first to craft this staff. The fact that you obtained 3 at once while the Cherry Blossom country got none means we are at least 2 years ahead of them. A god-tier staff can bring a qualitative leap to a top-tier mage. If a war truly breaks out in the future, it could even concern the lives of tens of thousands of people. Hearing Elder Zhong's explanation, Chen finally fully understood why the military placed such high importance on this particular trial. It even explained why Elder Zhong was willing to take such a risk, sending a student who hadn't even entered university yet into the trial grounds. So that's how it is. Chen nodded with a smile. However, you brat, you've brought me a monumental surprise, but you've also brought me a massive headache. Elder Zhong glanced at Chen, feigning a look of annoyance. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Chen scratched his head. Having killed so many class holders from the Cherry Blossom country, I'm afraid they will certainly put pressure on us. Elder Zhong said after shaking his head. As he spoke, his tone suddenly shifted. However, those people truly deserve to die for having the audacity to occupy the dungeon. If it were me, I wouldn't have let them off the hook either. Chen shook his head with a smile. Sure enough, most gunslingers don't exactly have a mild temperament. So what should we do? Are we supposed to apologize to them? Chen asked provocatively. Apologize? You've got to be joking. Even if I have to fight them to the death, that's never going to happen. Besides, they were the ones in the wrong to begin with. I will communicate with the authorities in the imperial capital and have them step forward to clarify the truth. Furthermore, we have witnesses from several countries, including the Republic of Korea and India. Since they were the ones who struck first, even if they all perished in the trial grounds, they'll just have to swallow their grievances. Elder Zhong spoke with surging passion. Oh no, I made a mistake, Elder Zhong. Upon hearing this, Chen slapped his thigh in realization. Wrong? How so? Elder Zhong glanced at Chen, his brow furrowed deeply. If I had known, I would have wiped them all out. Chen said hurriedly. Hearing this, Elder Zhong drew in a sharp breath, walked over to Chen, and patted him on the shoulder. He continued, My dear ancestor. You've already killed over 30 people, and I don't even know how I'm going to explain this to the higher-ups, yet you wanted to kill them all. Regarding what I just said,
you know as well as I do that I was just speaking out of anger, just venting." He claimed it was just venting, but it was glaringly obvious that these were Elder Zhong's true feelings. Elder Zhong also wished he could wipe out every last one of those people from the Sakura Kingdom, but constrained by public opinion and high-ranking military officials, he didn't dare to take things too far. "Alright. Let's not talk about that. Next, you and Wu Mingyu should head straight to Huaqing. With her there, you'll be able to get settled into Huaqing Academy much more easily. Then, the 10,000 points will be credited to you. The military rewards might be delayed a bit, as I have to deal with the matter of the killings first. Lastly, I still hope that after you've gained some experience in the University Academy for a while, you can join our southern military region. I will give you the best treatment." Elder Zhong spoke with great sincerity. Recruiting again. Chen still hadn't figured out the strengths and differences between the various military regions. After a moment of thought, Chen said, "Thank you, Elder Zhong. If I decide to join the military, I will definitely give priority to the southern military region. The southern military region is the largest." "Bye, Elder Zhong. I don't want to be tied down just yet." Before Elder Zhong could finish his sentence, Chen had already waved his hand and walked out of the meeting room. Sigh. This kid. Elder Zhong shook his head helplessly. However, he was well aware that young people generally disliked being tied down. "We'll talk about it later, but first, we must find a way to bind him to us." Elder Zhong muttered to himself. After all, Chen had already completed a trial mission for the southern military region. In the future, they could maintain frequent contact with him, leading everyone to tacitly accept that he belonged to the southern military region. As Chen stepped out, he saw Wu Mingyu. The senior student was exceptionally enthusiastic upon seeing Chen. "Let's go. We're heading to the teleportation array, straight to Huaqing Academy. I really owe you for this trial mission. You even saved my life. From now on, if you ever need help at Huaqing Academy, just come to me." Wu Mingyu led the way, chatting as they walked. "Great. I'll be counting on you then, senior." Chen nodded and said. "Chen, you're already this monstrous at level 17. After you get to Huaqing Academy, have you considered going to the Super God Academy?" Wu Mingyu asked. "Monstrous? And what exactly is the Super God Academy?" Chapter 72, Top-Tier Treatment for Students. Listening to this, Wu Mingyu was somewhat speechless. He actually didn't even know about the Super God Academy. After a moment of thought, Wu Mingyu took the initiative to explain, "The Super God Academy is the most elite college within Huaqing University. Its faculty strength and resource allocation are top tier, and it serves as a symbol of strength for every Huaqing Academy student. Only those who can get into the Super God Academy are regarded as the nation's top geniuses. To put it bluntly, those admitted to Huaqing are merely ordinary geniuses, but only those who enter the Super God Academy are considered true geniuses." Chen nodded. "I wonder if Aunt Mo is in the Super God Academy, but given most pride, since she came to Huaqing Academy, she would definitely fight tooth and nail to get into the best college. So, how does one get into the Super God Academy?" Chen asked. "It's simple, clear the 10th floor of the Dragon Soaring Tower. However, entering the tower requires certain qualifications. One is level, and the other is points. You need to reach level 20 to be eligible, and you also need 5,000 points. Once you meet the basic requirements, you can attempt it at any time. If you succeed, you can transfer from your current academy to the Super God Academy." Wu Mingyu explained. Wu Mingyu, who was already quite fiery by nature, spoke with an air of exceptional earnestness. As they spoke, the two of them had already arrived before the teleportation array. "Huaqing University," Wu Mingyu said to the soldier guarding the formation. The soldier nodded and signaled the relevant personnel to operate the array. As the two stepped into the teleportation formation, they once again underwent an experience akin to a space adventure. Soon, they appeared in a brand new area. The surrounding scenery was beautiful, with lush green grass and clusters of magnificent buildings visible in the distance.
The closest structure was a city wall dozens of meters high and reaching a width of over 100 meters. The grayish-white wall exuded a sense of solemnity and majesty. It seemed to possess an unparalleled aura that struck awe into the very soul. Chen could even sense that this city wall was extremely dangerous. In fact, Chen was well aware that many cities and academies possessed these integrated offensive-defensive walls, which concealed mechanisms and even formations within their structures. Even top-tier powerhouses would have to pay a heavy price if they attempted to force their way through. Let's go. I'll take you to the freshman registration office first. Wu Mengyu took the initiative to speak. Right at the entrance, 3 tents were set up, where students and teachers specifically responsible for receiving freshmen were seated. Every student arriving at Huaqing Academy had their identity verified by them before being guided to the dormitories. Because Chen had participated in the trials, his arrival at the school to report for registration was much later than that of his peers. Hello? I'm a freshman, here to report. Chen said, taking the initiative. Hello there. What's your name? A young man asked enthusiastically. Chen. Chen, he replied, handing over the identification documents the military had prepared for him. The young man took the ID, swiped it through a scanner, and then scanned Chen's face. After confirming everything was correct, he handed it back. So, he remarked, you're the famous Chen. Huh? Which Chen? Chen was taken aback. The one who killed all those Sakura Country class holders. A flicker of excitement, tinged with admiration, flashed in the boy's eyes. TSK. Looks like you've become famous at Huaqing Academy. Wu Mengyu reacted quickly, laughing from behind. That's right, Junior Chen. Your achievements have already spread throughout Huaqing Academy. You're truly amazing. To think that a gunslinger could actually leapfrog levels to kill so many ninjas and onmyoges. We were just discussing how on earth you managed to do it. The young man spoke with considerable excitement. Only Chen scratched the back of his head awkwardly. To be honest, he was still somewhat worried about becoming too famous. After all, he was just a freshman. If he became too well known, it would likely invite a lot of trouble. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be destroyed by the wind. Inside the tent, a middle-aged man stood up abruptly and said, Student Chen, please come with me. The principal is waiting for you. With his glasses on, he looked just like a school teacher. The principal? Chen was taken aback. That's right. The principal knew you were coming to report today, so he specifically arranged for me to bring you to his office as soon as you arrived. The middle-aged teacher nodded as he spoke. Senior, then you. Chen turned back to look at Wu Mengyu. After a moment of thought, Wu Mengyu said, I'll be heading out then. If you ever need me, just come find me at the Holy Magic Academy. As she spoke, her bright eyes twinkled at Chen. On the very first day of registration, the principal is receiving you in person. That's absolutely unprecedented. You've got this, Junior Chen. Your future is limitless. As the head of a top-tier institution, the principal was usually incredibly busy. The fact that he was personally receiving a freshman was enough to demonstrate just how much the school valued Chen. I hope so. I'll be heading off then. When I have time, I'll look for you again for some deeper communication, senior. Chen flashed a meaningful smile. Wu Mengyu thought about it for a moment before suddenly realizing that this junior wasn't nearly as honest as he appeared. I'm off. But with the teacher present, it wasn't appropriate to say anything more suggestive. Immediately after, led by the middle-aged teacher, Chen walked toward the administrative building where the principal's office was located. Along the way, many students could be seen walking with hurried steps. There was no laughter or chatter to be found. Instead, the air was thick with a tense and solemn atmosphere. He had heard before that students at Huaqing Academy were all racing against time to improve themselves. They were either on the path to leveling up or on the path to studying. Looking at it now, those rumors were indeed true. After all, the world today is brutal, and everyone must do everything in their power to strengthen themselves. Soon, they arrived at a grand and imposing high-rise building.
After entering the building and heading up one floor, they arrived at an office. Knock, knock. Come in. Principal Nye, student Chen is here. After the greeting, he turned back to Chen and said, "Go on in. Principal Nye Hongba is right inside." Chen nodded and stepped into the office. Principal Nye Hongba stood up immediately and came forward to meet him. "Chen, you haven't even arrived at school yet, and you've already stirred up such a massive hornet's nest for me." As he spoke, his face was beaming with a wide smile. "Are you referring to the matter of killing the Sakura country players?" Chen asked in surprise. "Of course. However, Elder Zhong and I are of the same mind. You did a fantastic job. Even if someone else tries to demand an apology from you, Elder Zhong and I will take the heat for you." Principal Nye motioned for Chen to sit down. Chen frowned, having roughly guessed the situation. It turns out that among the higher-ups, there were those who wanted Chen to apologize in order to smooth things over. Otherwise, Elder Zhong and Nye Hongba wouldn't have mentioned anything about stirring up a hornet's nest. Pressure must have been exerted on them from above. In other words, not everyone in the upper echelons possessed an unyielding backbone. Chapter 73, The Legendary Black Dragon Card. Alright, it's enough that you're aware of this matter. On behalf of Huaqing Academy, let me welcome you first. You are the hope of the Gunslinger class. Nye Hongba changed the subject and spoke enthusiastically. "Thank you, Principal Nye." Chen replied with humility. "Now that you have arrived at Huaqing Academy, there are a few things I need to remind you of. Here, credits are the most important thing. Due to your outstanding performance in the grand exam and your completion of the trial mission for the military, you already have 100,000 credits. The vast majority of things can be purchased using credits. Furthermore, I hope you can quickly reach level 20. After level 20, you can clear more dungeons and challenge the Soaring Dragon Tower. For many, level 20 marks a watershed moment for class users, as it is when you face your first awakening. The second awakening occurs at level 50, and if you can reach level 80, that is the third awakening. Currently, for the Gunslinger class, there has never been a case of a successful second awakening. Even Elder Zhong, the top gunslinger in the country, only managed to force his way to level 70 without ever successfully completing his second awakening. Principal Nye said slowly. "It didn't succeed? Why?" Chen asked, sounding quite surprised. Indeed, Elder Zhong had remained a level 70 gunslinger at his first job advancement for a long time. Elder Zhong was a gunslinger with military backing. How could it be possible for him to fail his second job advancement? It's actually quite embarrassing to talk about. I've never been able to pass the second advancement quest. The difficulty of the gunslinger's advancement quest is different from other classes, and the second advancement quest must be completed entirely alone. Elder Zhong's clearing speed is indeed terrifying, but after all, this class is too fragile. According to him, this second awakening quest is extremely daunting and requires a team to even stand a chance of completion. Principal Nye explained. I see. Doesn't that mean I might not be able to complete the second awakening quest either? Chen felt a bit uncertain. Even a figure as powerful as Elder Zhong was unable to complete the second awakening quest alone. That's not necessarily true. Once you reach level 70, your firepower will inevitably surpass Elder Zhong's. Besides, I've heard you even have escape skills. I have high hopes for your potential. Principal Nye offered Chen some words of encouragement. Alright. This is your points card. You can just swipe it whenever you make a purchase. He then handed Chen a metallic card that resembled a high-end club membership card. It looks quite high-end. I won't keep you any longer, I still have a lot of work to do. Mr. Mu outside will take you to the dormitory. Principal Nye said. At the same time, he pulled out a stack of documents and began flipping through them immediately. Chen walked out as well. It must be said that Principal Nye's schedule was incredibly busy. This could be considered taking time out of a hectic schedule to meet with him. Mr. Mu, who had been there earlier, was still waiting. Upon seeing Chen, he could not hide the look of envy in his eyes.
One must realize that Principal Nye was the most authoritative figure in the entire school. To think he would grant a private audience to a freshman. It was clear enough just how much importance he placed on this new student. "Student Chen, you have your choice of dormitories, though the required points vary. There are multi-person dorms, double rooms, single rooms, and even private villas." Teacher Mu inquired as they walked. He then explained the credit system to Chen. An 8-person dorm costs 200 credits per month, a 4-person dorm is 400 credits, a 2-person dorm is 600 credits, and a single room requires 1,000 credits. However, a private villa costs 10,000 credits. Although Chen had 100,000 credits, he knew very well that there would be countless things requiring credits during his time at Huaqing Academy. One could say that credits were the true hard currency here, far more valuable than gold coins. After a moment's thought, Chen said, "Teacher Mu, I'll take a single dormitory. A private room would be much quieter." Teacher Mu was somewhat surprised to hear this. He had no idea that Chen was already sitting on a fortune of 100,000 points. "Student Chen, points are extremely important at Huaqing Academy. My advice is to save whenever you can, don't be extravagant," Teacher Mu advised. "I know, but I can get better rest on my own. Only with proper rest can I level up more efficiently," Chen said with a smile. By not staying in a detached villa, Chen was already being quite frugal. "Fine. Have it your way then." Teacher Mu then led Chen to a residential area. Upon finding building number 3 and heading up to the 5th floor, he said, "This entire building consists of single dorms. There are 10 rooms per floor. 501 and 504 are already occupied. You can take your pick of the rest." Chen nodded, glanced around, and said, "I'll take 505 then." "Great. Then let me take you to get your points card processed." Teacher Mu nodded. "A point card? Is it this one?" Chen took out the card that Principal Nye had given him. Teacher Mu froze for a moment upon seeing it. A black dragon card. "How did you get your hands on this?" She recognized the uniqueness of this point card at a single glance. "Huh? What dragon card?" "It's just the points card Principal Nye gave me earlier. He told me I could use this card whenever I need to spend points." Chen's eyebrows shot up. "Wow, kid, you're something else. Black dragon cards are usually only given to those who have made outstanding contributions to the academy or the military. They aren't handed out lightly," Teacher Mu said with a face full of envy, thinking about how incredible this card was. Immediately after, she led Chen to a point redemption machine and placed his card onto it. Then, Chen proceeded with the facial recognition scan. Once the operation was complete, 1,000 points were deducted. The remaining balance was displayed on the screen. But when Mr. Mu saw the remaining points, his jaw dropped in utter shock. Holy shit! He even accidentally blurted out a national curse. The remaining points totaled a full 149,000. It truly gave him quite a fright. "Where did you get so many points?" Teacher Mu stared at Chen as if he were looking at a monster. "The grand exam gave it to me," Chen spoke flatly. Teacher Mu shook her head. "Even though I'm a teacher, I only have a little over 10,000 credits myself. I can't even compare to you." Since Teacher Mu was quite young, only about 24 or 25, her manner of speaking was relatively easygoing. She didn't put on any airs of being a teacher. "Go on. Room 505 is your dormitory. Get some good rest. If you need anything, you can find me at the Assassin Academy anytime." Teacher Mu glanced at Chen's dormitory and said, "Thank you for your trouble, teacher." Chen nodded. "It's no trouble at all, this is part of my job." Immediately afterward, Chen returned to his room. The room, nearly 30 square meters in size, was simple and comfortable, fully equipped with all the necessary toiletries. Chen took out the bedsheets and bedding he had prepared earlier from his storage space and spread them over the bed. Then, stripping off his outer clothes, he flopped directly onto the bed and began to ponder the words Principal Nye had entrusted to him. Chapter 74, The Priest's Wandering Thoughts.
Next, the primary task was to reach level 20 and then complete the second-class advancement quest. After completing his second job advancement, Chen finally had the confidence to challenge the soaring dragon tower. It was uncertain whether his aunt, Mo, was currently at the Super God Academy, but she would undoubtedly be working hard toward getting there. Regardless, the priority was to get admitted into the Super God Academy first. With his goal now clear, Chen closed his eyes and drifted into a deep, heavy sleep. He didn't wake from his slumber until the sun began to set in the west. I probably won't be able to sleep tonight anyway. I'll go grab some dinner first, and then ask around about the best places to level up. I'll strive to enter the Chaos Hen Academy by the time the official semester begins. After a refreshing sleep, Chen was brimming with fighting spirit. He quickly stepped out of the dormitory, only to see two schoolmates from the same floor engaged in conversation. Seeing Chen come out, they took the initiative to greet him. "Are you new here?" Chen nodded. "Yeah, I just moved in today." "Hello. My name is Lu Xiao. I'm a freshman this year, a level 15 beast tamer." The student proactively reached out his hand. Because Chen was wearing a concealment medal, his level and class were not visible. In his eyes, Chen appeared incredibly mysterious. Chen 17 Gunslinger. Chen shook hands with equal enthusiasm. "A gunslinger, one of the 10 hidden classes? Wow, you're amazing." Lu Xiao paused, a flurry of thoughts crossing his mind. Even though he was praising Chen, in his eyes, the gunslinger was actually a rather lackluster class. Still, for Chen to reach a level where he could get into Huaqing University with such a mediocre class, he had to be quite a formidable individual. "May I ask if the school has any teleportation arrays leading to dungeons or leveling zones?" Chen paused for a moment before asking. At the moment, Chen hadn't found snow yet and was unwilling to look for Wu Mingyu, so he figured it was best to ask a fellow student from his year first. Typically, top-tier universities like this would have teleportation arrays leading to various regions, especially those designated for dungeons and wilderness leveling. In these elite institutions, the growth and leveling of students are the highest priorities. Yes, there are. To the east is the Dungeon Hall, which houses teleportation arrays leading to all the major dungeons. You can go directly to the entrance of any of them. There's also the Town Hall, which leads to the various towns across the map. The areas surrounding these towns are all wilderness zones, perfect for leveling up and grinding mobs. However, using the teleportation arrays requires quite a few points. I've only been at the school for 3 days, so I haven't accumulated many yet. Lu Xiao explained enthusiastically. After hearing this, Chen pondered for a moment. It turns out the teleportation arrays at Huaqing Academy are incredibly convenient if one wants to level up. They can even travel directly to their destination. However, it truly lived up to Principal Nia's words. Points are indeed of paramount importance at Huaqing University. Thanks. I'll go check it out in a bit, Chen said appreciatively. With that, he headed straight downstairs. Lu Xiao looked on in a daze. Go take a look? Judging by his tone, it was as if the kid actually had some points. Chen went downstairs and first located the cafeteria. He wanted to get an early taste of the cuisine at a top-tier institution. Following the signs, he walked a considerable distance before finally finding the cafeteria. What surprised Chen was that even dining required swiping for points. Fortunately, the required points weren't too excessive. The cafeteria offered a wide variety of delicacies, catering to all kinds of tastes. Chen quickly ordered 2 dishes and a bowl of rice, though he was exceptionally cautious when swiping his card. He wanted to avoid having his Black Dragon card seen by any more people. After eating his fill, Chen didn't forget to buy some food that wouldn't spoil when cold and tucked it into his storage space. With so many points to spare, he certainly wasn't going to shortchange himself. Once everything was ready, Chen prepared to head out. However, before he could even step out of the cafeteria, he saw Wu Mingyu rushing up from behind to catch him. Chen, where are you going? Wu Mingyu asked directly as soon as she caught up. Getting ready to level up. Chen shrugged. He hadn't expected to run into this rather uninhibited priestess while out for a meal. As your senior, I've really failed you. I should have been the one guiding you, and I really ought to treat you to a great meal. But I never imagined you'd still be out this late. Wu Mingyu spoke with a hint of embarrassment. But as soon as she finished, she suddenly looked at Chen with a look of surprise. Junior Chen, thinking of going leveling? Do you need a healer? I'm a very powerful healer, you know. My healing output is huge. Chen was momentarily stunned as he listened. This girl had certainly found a thigh to cling to. As soon as she heard he wanted to level up, she acted as if she'd taken a stimulant, and her tone became even more flirtatious. It's not necessary, but if you want to tag along, then tag along. Chen said nonchalantly. In any case, he really did need a guide, and leveling up alone was quite tedious. Having a companion wasn't a bad thing. As for EXP, he could get all he needed just by farming a few more mobs. I should probably start calling you Brother Chen too. Seeing that Chen had agreed, Wu Mingyu was exceptionally excited. I'm not even that old. Why the Brother Chen all of a sudden? Chen asked, surprised. Well, you're just too good. You're a year below me, which means you've had a whole year less to level up, yet your damage output is absolutely insane. Once you're done carrying me through this, I'll definitely have to find a way to make it up to you. Wu Mingyu said with a smile. How exactly do you want to be rewarded? Chen said with a wicked grin. Cough, however you want to be rewarded is fine by me. But your level isn't high enough yet. You'll only have more dungeon options once you hit level 20. For now, I suggest you head to the wilderness to level up. As Wu Mingyu spoke, she suddenly changed the subject. We can level up in the wild while enjoying some rewards out there at the same time. Chen smiled slightly. Ah? In the wild? Chen, you really have quite the imagination. Wu Mingyu was startled. Even for someone as bold as her face couldn't help but flush a rosy red. What's so bold about that? You can make me some barbecue or something in the wild, and I'll be responsible for grinding the mobs. You can't just stand there watching me grind mobs to level up. Besides, I don't even need healing or recovery. Chen tapped Wu Mingyu on the forehead. What on earth is going on inside this girl's head? Afterward, Wu Mingyu led Chen to the town hall. The town hall was bustling with activity, with many students gathered there to form parties for monster hunting. Certain tasks, as well as professions like alchemy and crafting, require specific materials that can only be obtained as drops from designated wilderness areas. Furthermore, individuals with classes around level 20 also need to head into the wilderness to level up. Consequently, the town hall is crowded with people. Anyone for farming night pearls in the Twilight Forest? Need one more for a full party of 5. We head back to town after getting 4. Anyone for leveling up in Blackrock Spire? Looking for class holders under level 20, any class welcome. Join us for an all-night grind. Ice Domain, farming white bear pelts and bones. Anyone welcome, we head out as soon as we have 5. Bursts of noisy chatter drifted through the air. Chapter 75, Twilight Forest ahead. The cacophony was as loud and chaotic as a wet market. You can form a team here, or wait until you reach the town. The advantage of doing it here is that you can team up with your own schoolmates. Once you get there, it'll be crowded with people from all sorts of universities and every walk of life. The more people there are, the more danger there is. Relatively speaking, people from our own school are more reliable. Of course, Lujan, whom we met earlier, is an exception. Wu Mingyu explained. Chen nodded. Students from the same school would have at least some sense of camaraderie, but the same couldn't be said for outsiders. When leveling up in the wild, incidents of greed-driven betrayal and backstabbing were far too common to count. Where can I find wild mobs above level 30? Chen looked at Wu Mingyu and asked. Hearing this, Wu Mingyu couldn't help but gasp. He was asking for level 30 plus mobs right off the bat. A pro truly lives up to the name. Then again, thinking about it carefully, Chen was someone capable of soloing the Naga trial. It was perfectly reasonable to want to level up by hunting wild monsters level 30 or higher. You could head to the Twilight Forest. There are plenty of monsters around level 30 there, and if you're lucky, you might even get some night pearls to drop. Wu Mingyu suggested after a moment of thought. What are night pearls used for? Chen asked. Over at the Novice Mission Hall, you can pick up a quest for them. Turning in a single night pearl earns you 2,000 points. Wu Mingyu explained. Grinding for EXP while simultaneously completing tasks. It was indeed a very suitable arrangement. Alright then. Twilight Forest it is. Chen made the final decision on the spot. The two then walked up to the teleportation circle of the Twilight Forest. A deep blue vortex swirled atop the formation, looking exceptionally mysterious. In front of the teleportation circle sat a machine for swiping point cards. Wu Mingyu placed her point card on it first, and a yellow halo appeared over the formation, as if waiting for the user to step inside. If the user does not enter within 1 minute, the teleportation circle will automatically shut down. Chen also took out his own black dragon card and placed it on the machine. The moment he produced it, Wu Mingyu's jaw dropped in shock. The black dragon card. Principal Nia must think so highly of you. I've only ever heard rumors of the black dragon card, but this is the first time I've actually seen one. Wu Mingyu's eyes sparkled with stars, her gaze a swirling mix of envy, admiration, and affection. Well, here we are. Chen said nonchalantly. Standing shoulder to shoulder, the two of them pressed the confirmation button on the machine. As space began to warp, they embarked once again on a journey through time. Wu Mingyu looked at the junior beside her, feeling as if a wildfire were burning in her heart. After about 10 seconds, they finally emerged in a small town shrouded in the darkness of night. This teleportation took longer than usual. The duration of the transfer varied depending on the distance. A gloomy atmosphere permeated the town. Classes moved forward in small groups of 2 or 3, patrol teams wandered aimlessly, and most of the merchants in the shops maintained a listless posture. Under this somber air, one couldn't help but feel a sense of dejection. Most of the monsters here are undead, like ghouls and skeletons. It's said that the Twilight Forest remains in a state of perpetual night 24 hours a day, as if the sunlight has been completely walled off. Wu Mingyu gave a brief introduction. Yeah. I can feel it. Chen gave a slight nod. However, I can also help you with DPS. My holy light can deal damage to undead creatures, and it even does bonus damage. Wu Mingyu said with a smile. Chen glanced at her but didn't say much. Even if her holy light dealt high damage, what about the casting frequency? At best, she could only cast 1 skill per second. Let's go. Chen wasted no time and immediately brought out the Gatling Purgatory. At this moment, leveling up against the clock was the top priority. At the same time, he asked, do you know where the monster density is highest? Wu Mingyu had just cast Power Word, Fortitude on Chen before replying, actually, it's my first time here too. After all, I'm only level 25. I wouldn't dare come to a level 30 wilderness area on my own. The wilderness is far more dangerous compared to a dungeon. Although monsters in the wild are slightly weaker than those in dungeons, failing in a dungeon allows you the option to forfeit. In the wild, there is no option to give up. You face the direct risk of death. You dare to come just because I'm here? Aren't you afraid I'll mess up? Chen asked back. Aren't you a freak of nature? If you mess up, I'll just accept my fate. Wu Mingyu suggested after a moment of thought. Chen sighed. This girl was actually quite bold. Under normal circumstances, when farming monsters in the wild, one would target those at most 3 levels higher than themselves, while for dungeons, one would stick to the same level. Oh, right, take a look at this. Wu Mingyu took a map out of her storage space. It was the map of the Twilight Forest. Chen took it and examined it closely. The area they were in was called Twilight Town, located at the center, surrounded mostly by forests and abandoned houses. It was evident that this region had been overrun by undead creatures, and the human population had been decimated by them. The wild monsters ranged from level 28 to 32. However, in a dense forest on the map, a skull icon was strikingly marked. Does this skull icon mean it's particularly dangerous? Chen frowned. Yeah. It said there's a level 40 plus Bone Dragon elite boss there. For students like us, it's practically a nightmare. That's why it's marked as the most dangerous zone on the map. Though, occasionally, teams of over 20 people will go there to farm the Bone Dragon. Wu Mengyu nodded and explained. Let's level up first. Once I've leveled up, I might consider taking on the challenge. Chen said after a moment of deliberation. For a powerful gunslinger, grinding solo bosses is a highly satisfying endeavor. Since every shot can find its mark, every single bullet can land squarely on the boss with full impact. That's way too dangerous. This boss isn't like the Naga from the trial grounds. Not only is its level significantly higher, but I've heard it's incredibly tanky. There have been several level 30 parties that were completely wiped out by this Bone Dragon. Wu Mengyu said with deep concern. Let's level up first. We can talk about it after that. Chen shrugged indifferently. Then, he led Wu Mengyu out of Twilight Town, following the winding path forward. Along the way, many dilapidated houses lined the road, exuding an eerie, chilling aura. Occasionally, strange flashes of red or white light could be seen flickering from within the buildings. It was as if something dead were lurking inside. Chen, what's in those houses? It's so scary. Wu Mengyu said, her voice trembling with fear. It must be the rotting ghouls and skeletons you mentioned. Chen said with a smile. Chapter 76, The Perfect Farming Route. With that, Chen aimed his muzzle directly at the faint glow emanating from inside the house. Da-did-day-day-day. A burst of gunfire followed, instantly triggering a commotion within the building. Immediately after, a swarm of grotesque carrion ghouls sprinted out of the house. These ghouls stood upright on two legs, their bodies leaning forward with a nauseating, rubbery skin. They had hooved feet, dog-like faces, and were armed with razor-sharp claws. As they ran, they emitted a series of rapid, sobbing cries. Ugh! Carrion ghouls, how disgusting! I heard these things scavenge for food in graveyards. Looking at the pack of ghouls, Wu Mengyu's face was filled with utter revulsion. After Chen fired a full magazine, he killed a rotting ghoul. This level 29 rotting ghoul granted Chen over 1,000 EXP. There were more than 20 of these rotting ghouls currently sprinting toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Since some of the previous bullets had already been distributed among the rotting ghouls. So, with another 100 or so bullets fired, all of these rot corpses were completely wiped out. Over 20,000 EXP was successfully acquired. You take care of looting the bodies. After Chen stood up, he began to scan the other houses. It was clear that many rot corpses were hiding inside these dilapidated buildings. They tend to prefer staying in spaces with cover. Ugh, that's a bit disgusting. Wu Mengyu resisted instinctively. Is the loot dropped on the ground disgusting too? Chen countered with a question. Well, that's not disgusting at all, hee. That single sentence made Wu Mengyu break into a brilliant smile instantly. No matter how revolting the corpse of a rotting ghoul might be, it didn't matter compared to the loot dropped on the ground. You're in charge of picking up the materials. If any night pearls drop, we'll split them 50-50. All other materials are yours. Chen instructed. In any case, Chen didn't have a high demand for materials. The top priority right now was leveling up to gain EXP. To some extent, picking up materials dropped on the ground was also a waste of time. Since he had brought someone along, he might as well leave this task to her. Chen aimed at another house, and through a window without glass, he fired a shot directly at the glowing eyes of the rotting ghouls inside. Moments later, more than 20 rotting ghouls rushed out, frantically trying to devour the humans outside. Da-did-day-day-day. Before they could even run a few steps, they were all shot dead. Wu Mengyu, who hadn't even finished picking up the materials, listened to the sound of the rapid gunfire and watched her EXP rise. A profound sense of happiness welled up within her. This leveling speed was a sensation she had never experienced before. Keep going. Don't stop. This feels amazing. Wu Mingyu spoke with considerable excitement. At the same time, she quickened her pace in picking up the materials. Wait a moment before picking those up. Remember that your holy light deals damage to undead creatures. Cast holy light on all the houses within your range to lure out all the monsters inside. Once you've pulled the mobs, you can pick up whatever you want. Chen said hurriedly. Got it. Wu Mingyu responded in agreement. Immediately after, she cast a holy light spell toward an old house at random. Her only goal was to draw the aggro of the rotting ghouls inside the building. While waiting for the holy light's cooldown, she squatted down to pick up loot. Despite how disgusting the rotting ghouls were, she remained incredibly excited. After Chen dispatched a rotting ghoul that had rushed out of a house, he turned his muzzle toward the swarm of ghouls that Wu Mingyu had lured out. In this manner, the two of them eliminated all the rotting ghouls within more than 10 old houses in the vicinity in under 3 minutes. Chen successfully leveled up to level 18. Sigh. That was too fast. There are no monsters left. Wu Mingyu said, still wanting more. Fast? If you pulled the mobs a bit quicker, it could be even faster. Chen frowned. He heard Wu Mingyu mutter under her breath, I hope you're not this fast at everything. Let's go. There's a valley over here. There should be a good vantage point for sniping monsters from above. It'll be much easier to kill them from the high ground. Ignoring Wu Mingyu, Chen took out the map. He began to think while looking it over. In the vicinity of the current area, there were no spots suitable for monsters to cluster, but this particular valley was not too far away. It would be a suitable place to go and level up. Great! Wu Mingyu nodded heavily. The two walked along, clearing out the wild monsters they encountered on the path, including level 29 and 30 rotting ghouls, black widow spiders, and venomous purple spiders. However, the monsters along the way were sparse, with only 1 or 2 appearing every few dozen meters. Since clearing them was convenient anyway, Chen naturally wouldn't pass them up. Even the smallest fly is still meat, after all. Soon, they arrived at the top of the valley. Below the valley, groups of rotting ghouls and various spiders were gathered in clusters, appearing quite dense. The density was even comparable to any dungeon Chen had cleared so far. Under the moonlight, the sight of these monsters baring their fangs and brandishing their claws was exceptionally eerie. There are even level 32 monsters. I haven't fought this many high-level mobs before. Looking at the monsters scattered everywhere across the valley, Wu Mingyu remarked with a sigh of wonder. It was the truth at only level 25, she wouldn't dream of challenging monsters above level 30. So, stay sharp and keep yourself safe. All I need you to do is pull the mobs for me. Let's clear them out fast. I need to hit at least level 19 tonight. Chen said in a low, steady voice. A whole level in one night. Chen, are you sure you can pull that off? Wu Mingyu was startled. After reaching level 15, everyone's leveling speed would noticeably slow down. Even though she could see Chen's terrifying mob clearing speed, gaining an entire level in a single night still felt somewhat impossible. If we make the most of our time, it shouldn't be a problem. Once we hit level 20, we'll go take down the Bone Dragon boss. Chen spoke calmly. Wu Mingyu took a deep breath. She could see Chen's unwavering determination to level up quickly. In other words, Chen was dead set on getting into the Chaos Hen Academy. After a moment of thought, she said, how about we don't form a party for now? I'll stick to pulling mobs for you, that way, you'll level up faster. Chen shook his head. Since I brought you here, there's no way I'm breaking the party. I've done a rough estimate of the EXP. Even after I reach level 18, killing a level 30 monster will still grant over 1,000 EXP. There are at least 700 or 800 mobs down in this valley right now. That's 700,000 or 800,000 EXP. My total EXP bar is about 5 million. As long as I can find 7 similar monster zones, I'll be able to reach level 19 smoothly. Listening to Chen's calculations, Wu Mingyu felt even more admiration. Not only was Chen's damage output ferocious, but he also had his own unique insights into leveling strategies and combat efficiency. Alright. Let's get started then. Wu Mengyu also spoke with great resolve. A holy light spell landed directly on a black widow spider inside the valley. Chapter 77, Two Women in Conflict. As the holy light descended upon the black widow spiders, it immediately drew the attention of the surrounding swarm. The black widow spiders first identified the direction of the attack, then charged rapidly toward Chen and Wu Mengyu. Their 8 legs scurried desperately across the ground. Day. Yet, they were met with nothing but a tongue of fire, a relentless hail of bullets. Soon, all 10 plus black widow spiders were completely eliminated. Wu Mengyu didn't dare go down to pick up the loot. There were far too many monsters at the bottom of the valley. With her fragile physique, she feared she would perish on the spot if those creatures even touched her a few times. Once the cooldown for her holy light spell ended, she cast it again toward another cluster of carrion ghouls. Chen's bullets didn't stay idle for a second. While Wu Mengyu helped pull the mobs, he was also constantly drawing aggro himself. As soon as the monsters gathered together, the Gatling purgatory in his hands began to fire away frantically. After clearing 5 consecutive waves of monsters, Wu Mengyu felt her EXP bar rising. She glanced again at the Gatling purgatory, which was still dazzling and delivering such sustained firepower. She couldn't help but swallow hard. This heavy gun was simply too fierce. It showed no signs of stopping, and she was equally baffled as to why Chen didn't seem worried about ammunition at all. One thing was certain: as long as there were enough monsters, this massive gun could keep firing indefinitely. In this manner, it took a full 10 minutes to completely clear all the monsters at the bottom of the valley. Go pick up the loot. Chen glanced down into the valley. He stepped onto the rocks and began making his way down toward the valley floor. Wu Mengyu followed behind him cautiously. Even though all the monsters below had been cleared out, Wu Mengyu still worried that one might have slipped through the cracks. It was much safer to stay behind Chen. Once they reached the bottom of the valley, Chen took out the map to study the next leveling spot, while Wu Mengyu, without a second thought, began gathering all the loot first. Wu Mengyu thought to herself that no matter what, these materials had to be split 50-50 with Chen. After all, she was the one being carried. As she was picking things up, Wu Mengyu suddenly shrieked, 2 night pearls. Chen was slightly taken aback. According to the textbooks, the drop rate for this kind of quest item from common mobs was extremely low. He hadn't expected that after clearing just 1 wave of monsters, 2 of them would actually drop. Once we get back to school, we can just head straight over to turn in the quest. Wu Mengyu said with a look of satisfaction as she stroked the crystal-clear night pearl. But we haven't even accepted the quest yet. Chen asked, puzzled. For these item delivery quests, you can accept and complete them on the spot. There's no need to take the quest in advance. Wu Mengyu explained. Chen nodded, realizing that such an operation was possible. Once Wu Mengyu had collected all the materials, the two continued their journey. They subsequently located 7 areas where they could deal area of effect damage to the wild monsters, eliminating every last one of them. It wasn't until dawn the next day that Chen finally reached level 19. Wu Mengyu was utterly astonished when she saw Chen level up. Such terrifying leveling efficiency. As long as Chen was provided with enough monsters, leveling up was as effortless as eating or drinking. She recalled when she first got into Huaqing Academy, it used to take her at least 2 months to gain a single level. Let's head back. Wu Mengyu looked at the monster corpses scattered across the ground and spoke. Go back? Why go back so early? Chen was somewhat surprised. My storage space is completely full. Wu Mengyu said with some difficulty, and besides, the monsters in the Twilight Forest have been hunted by you to the point of near extinction. We have to wait for them to respawn. Chen scratched the back of his head. Isn't there still that bone dragon? How can you say they're extinct? TSK. You really are planning to farm them into extinction. There are basically no mobs left. They take 8 hours to respawn, so we might as well head back, split the loot, and clear out our inventories. Wu Mengyu said with a smile. Alright then. Chen felt that this made some sense. According to the timing, the monsters in the valley where Chen first started farming would respawn in about an hour. It would be the perfect time to go level up right after returning from school. Originally, Chen had planned to wait in the Twilight Forest for the monsters to respawn, but he had overlooked the issue of storage space. The two of them rushed back to Twilight Town at full speed, then returned directly to Huaqing University via the teleportation array in Darkshire. After a brief journey through space, they reappeared back in the town hall where they had been before. Wu Mengyu led Chen back to the novice quest hall once again. They quickly located the Twilight Forest quest administrator, who was responsible for all tasks related to that area. After accepting the quest, they immediately submitted it for completion. Once the quest was turned in, a quick swipe of the point card saw the balance increase by 2,000 points. Next, they headed to the Dragon Federation exchange to sell off the materials neither of them needed. Wu Mengyu skillfully sold most of the materials, earning a total of over 100,000 gold coins. After receiving the gold, Wu Mengyu insisted on giving Chen half. "Take it. I was the one being carried, and while gold coins aren't that important at Huaqing Academy, it's still good to have some on hand since we might be traveling between different towns later on. If we want to trade in those towns, we'll need to use gold coins." Wu Mengyu pressed the gold coins into Chen's hand. Chen did not refuse. Unexpectedly, Wu Mengyu turned out to be quite a decisive person, unlike some who were indecisive and dragged their feet. She was also warm and uninhibited, unlike Snow, who possessed the temperament of a pampered young lady. Chen. Just as Chen and his companion were preparing to leave, they encountered an old acquaintance. Chen was stunned upon hearing this. The person turned out to be Luo Xia. Luo Xia? Chen turned back to look at Luo Xia, sizing him up. It hadn't been long since they last met, yet Luo Xia had already reached level 23. His leveling speed was hardly any slower than his own. When they first met, Luo Xia was level 18 and was now level 23, while Chen was level 10 and was now level 19. "You've leveled up quite fast. I had a feeling I'd find you here at Huaqing University. When did you hook up with this vixen?" Luo Xia said with a grin. As she spoke, she glanced at Wu Mengyu with a hint of disdain in her eyes. "Luo Xia, you little bitch, are you looking for a beating? If you're not satisfied, let's settle this with a PK in the arena." Wu Mengyu shouted in anger. But judging by their tone, these two girls definitely knew each other. TSK. What? Did I hit a nerve? Still, I'm really curious, how exactly do you know our handsome little gunslinger? Was it because you couldn't help yourself after seeing such a good-looking launcher? Luo Xia's teasing was becoming increasingly suggestive. "We did a trial quest together before, and we're from the same school, so that's how we met," Chen said hurriedly. Chapter 78, First Encounter with the Abomination. Humph. Luo Xia pouted, still looking quite dissatisfied. "Listen here, Wu. If you weren't 2 levels higher than me, there's no way I would have lost to you." Chen was taken aback by her words. It turned out these two girls had already faced off against each other. However, under normal circumstances, shadow assassins are formidable in 1v1 duels. A disciplinary priest shouldn't typically be a match for one. Even if there were a 2-level gap, it would still be highly unlikely. "You're a combat class, and yet you can't even beat a support class?" Chen asked back. TSK. I wore him down until he died. I have a few damage skills myself, so all I had to do was keep healing myself and slowly chip away at his health until he was finished. Wu Mengyu said with a look of smug satisfaction. It must be said that if an assassin fails to quickly eliminate a priest with high burst damage, they will give the priest enough space to retreat and heal back to full health. Humph. Wu Mengyu, just you wait until I reach level 25. I'll show you how I'll crush you then. Luo Xia snorted softly. Wait, aren't you afraid of accidentally killing each other in a duel? Chen looked at Wu Mengyu and asked. You don't know about that either. The school has a dedicated arena for settling private grievances. Fighting within the arena ensures that once a class user's HP reaches the danger zone, they will no longer take damage from any further attacks. However, going to the arena requires 5,000 points from both parties. After a processing fee of 2,000 points per person is deducted, the winner takes the remaining points. Wu Mengyu explained.
It was a fairly equitable dueling platform. It could resolve animosity between students while also providing a way to earn some points. Let me ask, what's the deal with you two? You're like sworn enemies. Chen continued to ask. Humph. Once, when I was soloing a field elite boss, I fought for a full 3 hours until my mana bar was almost empty. Just as I was about to kill the boss, that damn Luoxia ambushed me and knocked me out with a sap. Then she snatched the boss away. Chen, you tell me, don't you think I should give her a piece of my mind? Wu Mengyu said, sounding extremely frustrated. Listening to this, Chen struggled to hold back his laughter. Sap, a universal skill for the assassin class that can inflict a stun effect on enemies for up to 20 seconds. However, if the enemy takes damage, they will be jolted awake, and the stun effect will be removed. This is a god-tier skill for clearing out minions surrounding a boss. Unexpectedly, that girl Luoxia actually used it for the sake of snatching a kill. That's only because you're too stupid. The boss was almost dead, and you still didn't know enough to fire a flare. Luoxia stuck out her tongue slightly and teased. You. Wu Mengyu gritted her teeth in frustration. Alright. We need to go level up. Whatever is between you two, you can settle it yourselves after I'm done. Chen smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Leveling up? Where are you going? Can I come along? At the mention of leveling up, Luoxia immediately looked at Chen with a face full of anticipation. She never expected that the little launcher who was only level 10 back then had already become a level 19 heavy hitter. Furthermore, she had heard about Chen's feat of killing the Sakura country players. The moment she saw Chen, she began to re-evaluate his combat strength. I have no objection, but what do you say? Chen glanced at Wu Mengyu. Wu Mengyu was annoyed, but she still pouted and said, if you don't have a problem with it, what more can I say? After all, someone being carried has no right to make demands. Besides, Wu Mengyu could tell that Chen and Luoxia knew each other, and their relationship was anything but ordinary. Otherwise, it was unlikely that Luoxia would speak so boldly. Then let's go. Where to? Luoxia said excitedly. Twilight Forest. Chen replied. Then he added Luoxia to the party. After all, she had given him a skill book back then. Since he had run into Luoxia, Chen had no intention of leaving her behind. He couldn't help but wonder if these two outgoing girls would be so chatty together that it would give him a headache. They were certainly not as quiet as snow. The three of them then headed toward the town hall. Chen thought to himself that if he could also recruit Fu Han and Snow, a nearly perfect 5-person team would be formed. It would have a healer, a tank, as well as melee DPS, long-range magic DPS, and long-range physical DPS. If possible, Chen wouldn't mind teaming up with the 4 girls. Soon, they arrived in Duskwood via the teleportation array in the town hall. Luoxia, visiting Duskwood for the first time, was quite excited. This was a level 30 monster zone, which for her, meant it was full of EXP. Furthermore, assassin-related classes often have a special affinity for the night. Many of their skills receive bonuses in the dark, and their stealth effects become even more seamless. Although it was already early morning, the Twilight Forest remained pitch black, as if the entire region were perpetually shrouded in endless darkness. Chen led the 2 women along the path he had taken the first time, where the roadside monsters had already respawned. As they walked, they cleared out the rotting ghouls and spiders along the way. This EXP is incredible. Luoxia felt the surge in EXP, a look of pleasant surprise crossing her face. Humph. Look at you, acting so unimpressed. The best part is yet to come. Wu Mengyu looked at her with a hint of disdain. Run! Get out of here! Oh no, the abomination is coming. Quick, get back to town. Just then, a chorus of panicked voices drifted over. Following the shouts, dozens of class users were fleeing toward Twilight Town as if running for their lives. Damn it! How could a stitched horror appear here? Wu Mengyu's expression turned grave. Then, glancing at Luoxia, she remarked, You just arrived at the Twilight Forest and already managed to lure a stitch. You're nothing but trouble. Luoxia looked indignant. What does that have to do with me?
Alright, what's the deal with this Stitch? Chen put a stop to their bickering. The Stitch is a disgusting undead creature, a level 30 elite boss. It's incredibly tanky and deals massive damage. It's known as the nightmare of class holders in their 20s. According to incomplete statistics, this Stitch monster devours more than 20 classes every year. Wu Mengyu explained. A level 30 elite boss? Chen frowned slightly. Doesn't that mean its level is even higher than the boss of the Naga dungeon? It might be worth attempting the challenge. There should be a significant amount of EXP. Let's go! Take it down! Thinking of this, Chen shouted loudly. Chen, although you're growing fast, isn't this a bit too sudden? Luo Xia said with some concern. As an assassin class, it is particularly terrifying to face an elite boss head-on without a tank present. Assassin classes deal high damage but are extremely fragile, so much so that even a healer can't keep them alive. With Chen here, you can just stay in the back and be a cheerleader. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Having witnessed Chen farming Naga sirens, Wu Mengyu had absolute confidence in him. Chapter 79, Extreme Hook Dodging. Pa! As if you aren't a cheerleader yourself. I'm not happy about this, Luo Xia muttered. At least I can heal, pull mobs, and provide buffs. Can you? Wu Mengyu crossed her arms, leaving Luo Xia completely speechless. The assassin class was notoriously difficult to level up. They had short range, were incredibly fragile, and lacked any healing capabilities. Even when it came to clearing dungeons, it was a class that everyone looked down upon. Ugh! At that moment, the heavy, thumping footsteps of the abomination echoed as it lumbered into their line of sight. The terrifying appearance of the abomination sent a jolt of fear through Wu Mengyu and Luo Xia, causing them to instinctively take a step back. Standing over 3 meters tall, the abomination was bloated and grotesque. Judging by the stitched-together skin, it was clearly a monstrosity assembled from numerous fragmented corpses. With its eyes skewed and a massive maw protruding from its chest, the creature clutched sides in both hands. Its movements were sluggish, leaving a trail of fresh blood dripping from its body as it lurched forward. Even from a great distance, a nauseating, putrid stench wafted through the air. I thought you knew all about abominations? Why are you still so terrified? Luo Xia remarked with a look of pure disdain. Everything I know is from textbooks. This is the first time I've actually seen an abomination in person. It's absolutely revolting. Wu Mengyu covered her nose and mouth, not daring to breathe in the stench lingering in the air. Chen also endured the nauseating odor, slowly stepping forward until the detailed information of the abomination came into view. Abomination, level 31 elite boss. Strength, 1520. Agility, 350. Intelligence, 200. Description: stitched together from corpses, it emits a cloud of disease-carrying mist. The scythe in its hand is a nightmare for every melee class. It might even use that scythe to hook distant classes to its side. Go ahead and breathe in that damn toxic cloud. After observing the information, Chen retreated to the side of Wu Mengyu and Luo Xia. Leave this area. Make sure you stay at least 1 kilometer away. I'll handle this myself. Chen said solemnly. Can't I just deal damage from a distance? My holy light spell deals double damage to undead creatures like this. Wu Mengyu asked. If you want to get up close and personal for a hug between a stitched monstrosity and a schoolgirl, I don't mind you dealing damage. But you'll also have to be able to withstand the toxicity and the stench of that poison cloud. Chen shrugged and said nonchalantly. TSK. A hug between a stitched monstrosity and a schoolgirl, just thinking about it is thrilling. Luo Xia mocked. Then forget it. Wu Mengyu chose to give up immediately. Does this stitched monster have some kind of skill that can pull people toward it? Wu Mengyu continued to ask. Chen nodded. Based on its description, it's clear that its scythe can hook people, so even long-range classes must be careful. The two girls nodded in unison. The higher the level, the more skills the elite bosses possess, making it increasingly dangerous for those in various classes. If one cannot accurately determine the skills of these elite bosses, they are likely to suffer heavy losses.
Then what will you do?
Luo Xia asked worriedly.
I have a way,
Shen said. Immediately after, Shen's gaze fell upon the abomination that was slowly approaching. At the same time, he raised the Gatling Purgatory. Seeing this, Luo Xia and Wu Menyu hurriedly retreated, not daring to cause any trouble for Chen. If Chen were to be distracted because of them, his life could very well be in danger.
Thus, they quickly retreated to an area over 1,000 meters away, quietly watching Chen farm the abominations alone.
However, Luo Xia remained on high alert. If Chen were unfortunately hooked, she would immediately rush over and hit the abomination with a sap. Her level was not significantly lower than the abominations, so the sap skill would still have a certain degree of effect.
Meanwhile, Wu Mengyu prepared herself to step forward and provide healing.
Regardless of the circumstances, she remained deeply concerned for her teammates' safety. Seeing that the two women were ready, Chen pulled the trigger without hesitation.
Da-da-da-da-da. A dense barrage of bullets, like tongues of fire, slammed relentlessly into the abomination's body. The abomination seemed provoked, instantly charging toward Chen.
But, even when it started running, it wasn't much faster than walking. Its movement speed was pitifully slow. The enraged abomination released a cloud of greenish-yellow smoke, making the surrounding air even more unbearable. After firing a full magazine, Chen realized that the abomination's health bar was dropping incredibly slowly. It had to be said that the health pool of this undead creature was massive. Its defense and vitality were terrifyingly high.
Time to wear it down slowly. Chen had no choice but to keep firing away.
The battle lacked any sense of aesthetic. There were only simple bullets streaking out accompanied by flashes of yellow light.
The stitched monstrosity was thick-skinned and resilient.
Each time a bullet struck, yellow blood would ooze from its body, making it look even more nauseating. After a full 2 minutes of intense firing, the stitched monster, moving its lumbering body, remained completely unable to reach Chen's position. In a fit of rage, it swung the scythe in its hand. The blade was incredibly swift. Once struck, the scythe would embed itself deep into the body.
The abomination would then reel in both the blade and the victim, dragging them right to its side.
There, they would get a full taste of the toxic miasma emanating from its body.
Chen watched the abomination's every move with unwavering focus.
Having read the abomination's profile, Chen was naturally aware that it had such a trick up its sleeve.
The only uncertainty was at what health threshold the abomination would trigger this skill. Looking at it now, it seems to be around 50%.
Chen observed everything closely. Just as the abomination's side reached mid-air, he had already activated his escape skill.
He narrowly dodged the side's hook. After the abomination's attack missed, it was met once again by an endless barrage of bullets. After another 2 minutes or so, the abomination was finally slain. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the abomination above your level, EXP plus 50,000. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Night Pearl X5. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Undead Gauntlet's Silver Grade. Ding!
Congratulations on obtaining Undead Dagger Silver Grade.
Ding!
Congratulations on obtaining Copper or X10.
Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Een Windgrass X24. 50,000 EXP.
Watching the EXP bar rise, Chen revealed a satisfied smile. The 5 minutes of continuous firing had not been in vain. In addition to the materials, 2 pieces of silver-grade equipment dropped, a pair of gauntlets and a dagger.
My god, killed the abomination in less than 5 minutes?
Luo Xia said with a look of pure astonishment. I've only heard of people forming teams of over 40 people to take down this abomination. I never imagined you could handle it all by yourself. Wu Mengyu added, her voice filled with shock. The 2 girls' EXP also increased significantly, but since their levels were much higher than Chen's, the EXP they gained was not as substantial as his.
Gauntlets, for the priest. Dagger, for the assassin. Chapter 80, Academy Dungeon Hall.
Chen handed the 2 pieces of equipment to the 2 girls.
Silver-grade equipment was considered quite excellent for their current level.
Even though these 2 girls had better equipment, distributing loot according to class had always been an unwritten rule of party play. Chen didn't need them, nor did he care about the value of such gear. After killing the abominations along the way, the three of them continued forward, albeit taking a wide detour. Even though the abominations were dead, the surrounding stench remained nauseating. They followed the same leveling route Chen had taken before, but since they already had the prior EXP, the path was relatively familiar. It took only 4 hours to completely clear out these relatively dense clusters of wild mobs. Since they were in a 3-person party, the EXP gain wasn't ideal. The EXP bar had increased by less than a quarter. This caused Chen to frown. The original plan was to reach level 20 in a single day, but that now seemed unlikely. Wu Mengyu, who was busy picking up materials from the ground, noticed what was on Chen's mind. "Chen, why don't you try running some dungeons in a bit? Since you can even handle a level 31 abomination, soloing a level 20-something dungeon shouldn't be a problem at all," Wu Mengyu suggested. Then her gaze fell on Luo Xia. "Chen wanted to level up quickly in the first place, so don't be a burden." Luo Xia's eyes narrowed as she snapped back in annoyance, "You're talking as if you aren't a burden yourself. From start to finish, have you even healed anyone once? And you claim to be big enough to keep everyone full. Well, someone actually has to need it first." As she spoke, Luo Xia couldn't help but stare at the other girl's chest, then look down at her own. It was like a towering mountain compared to an unremarkable hill. Even if Luo Xia still regarded Wu Mengyu as her rival, she could not deny that this feisty priest was indeed an exceptional healer. Humph. Wu Mengyu gave a soft snort. She was quite proud of herself in certain respects. "Leave the party." Wu Mengyu left the party without hesitation. Luo Xia was not to be outdone and hurriedly left the group. Luo Xia then looked at Chen and continued, "I also plan to try my hand at the Dragon Tower to see if I can get into the Super God Academy. I'll accompany you then. But for now, you must rush to level 20 and reach your second job advancement. Your strength will take a qualitative leap." Chen nodded. "To be safe, it's better to have an even higher level," Wu Mengyu remarked, sigh. "Honestly, you're already a freak even without the second advancement. Once you reach it, doesn't that mean you'll become a super freak?" Then, she changed her tone, "However, I'm really looking forward to seeing if your machine gun will become even bigger and more imposing. I believe a gunslinger with a mighty machine gun is much more popular with the girls." As she spoke, she didn't forget to flutter her large, sparkling eyes. She looked exceptionally sexy. Humph. What a disgusting woman. Luo Xia feigned a look of disgust. "Who are you talking about? Luo Xia, you want to settle this in the arena?" Wu Mengyu stood with her hands on her hips, her voice ringing out loud and clear. All right. Let's head back for now. I'm going to solo a dungeon and see how much EXP I can gain in one go." Chen waved his hand dismissively. Otherwise, poor Luo Xia would have to endure another round of badgering. This priest was 2 levels higher than her, and she couldn't out-argue her, let alone out-fight her. Given her stubborn nature, it was a frustrating situation. Ultimately, it came down to a matter of personal strength. If Luo Xia were at the same level as Wu Mengyu, her class advantage would mean she wouldn't have to fear Wu Mengyu at all. After all, a priest is just a support class. Great! Let's go! The 2 women spoke in unison. When it came to serious business, they knew how to behave themselves. Just as Wu Mengyu took a few steps, Luo Xia leaned in and whispered into Chen's ear, "You'd better be careful. She's no pushover, don't let her hook your soul away." Chen smiled and shrugged. He seemed to catch a whiff of something sour in the air. It was even strong enough to mask the stench coming from the stitched monster. Soon, the 3 of them returned to Twilight Town and took the teleportation array back to the Huaqing Academy Town Hall. After handing in the Night Pearl quest, he headed straight for the mission hall. The mission hall was even noisier than the town hall. People from various teams were shouting recruitment notices and group requests, making it feel just like a bustling wet market. Based on what he had learned back in school, the EXP gained from clearing dungeons was no less than that from the wilderness, and the drop rates for equipment were even higher. Furthermore, many dungeons required a party to clear,
making it far more interesting than grinding mobs alone. It also served as a way to hone one's teamwork and coordination skills. Teamwork is an essential quality for future class users. In this world, there exist far too many powerful and mysterious monsters, whether they hail from the wilderness or from dungeons. These monsters are so powerful that they simply cannot be dealt with through individual ability alone. Therefore, to slay these creatures, seamless cooperation and teamwork are absolute necessities. It is for these very reasons that the dungeon hall is the liveliest area in every academy, without exception. Goblin Cave, normal difficulty. Urgently need a healer level 23 or above. 4-5, waiting for 1. Corrupted Elf Forest, hard difficulty. We have a tank and a healer. Any DPS level 25 or above, join us. Centaur Princess's Lair, nightmare difficulty. Looking for tank and healer, level 28 plus required, full silver set mandatory. Chen took a moment to absorb the cacophony of voices around him. He couldn't help but reflect on how many people in the school needed to form parties. For some high-difficulty dungeons, there were not only class and level requirements, but even specific gear requirements. Thinking of gear, Chen was certain that only a small portion of his own equipment upgrades came from dungeons. But the majority would come from the battlefield. Chen needed to earn enough prestige on the battlefield to upgrade his current set of gear. In the dungeons, Chen needed equipment to fill the slots outside of his set, such as necklaces and boots. Unless he encountered exceptionally powerful gear later on, Chen would not replace this battlefield set. Chen, which difficulty level of the dungeon do you want to challenge? Luo Xia asked with great anticipation. Wu Mengyu also looked at Chen. The Naga dungeon from the previous trial was equivalent to a level 25 or 26 hard mode dungeon. You might want to consider the level 23 Goblin Cave. Regarding this junior, Wu Mengyu was well aware that Chen was a newcomer. Despite his formidable strength, he wasn't particularly clear on many things. As his senior, she naturally felt the need to explain everything clearly and enthusiastically. Chen rested his chin in his hand, pondering for a moment. Then, his gaze sharpened as he focused on the teleportation vortex of the fallen elf forest not far away. Chen, this is a level 25 dungeon. Although there's no minimum level requirement, the difficulty is very high. I suggest trying a lower level dungeon first. If you can break the dungeon clearance record, you'll even earn point rewards. This counts as an academy mission. Luo Xia advised. Chapter 81, if we're doing it, make it nightmare level. Dungeon clearance records? Chen frowned. In other words, every dungeon had a recorded completion time. To his surprise, there were even quest rewards. But Chen still shook his head and said, the fallen elf forest, nightmare difficulty. Hearing this, Luo Xia and Wu Mengyu exchanged a glance, feeling that Chen possessed an unfathomable depth. Since Chen was confident in tackling the fallen elf forest, there was no point in saying anything more. At the very least, there was no need to worry about Chen's safety. Let's try soloing this first to get a feel for it. Chen stretched his arms. In his understanding, the difficulty of the fallen elf forest was actually quite similar to that of the trial Naga. Dungeons in the trial grounds are generally more difficult than ordinary ones, which compensates for the difference in levels. What arrogance! A mere level 19 brat, actually thinking he can solo the fallen elf forest on nightmare difficulty. I say, kid, have you lost your mind? And Miss Luo Xia, please keep your eyes open. How can you pay any attention to someone who does nothing but brag? At that moment, a mocking voice drifted over from behind. Chen turned his head, only to see a thuggish-looking man standing there with 4 teammates behind him. Their faces were all filled with expressions of mockery. TSK, TSK. Miss Luo Xia, your most loyal simp has arrived. Wu Mengyu, however, began to snicker. As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Xia's face instantly darkened, and she knit her brows, unsure of how to respond. The man who had spoken, however, didn't seem to care in the slightest. As for being called a simp, he couldn't care less. Stop talking nonsense. Luo Xia thought for a moment, then spoke through gritted teeth.
She then turned to the man called Huang Jun, I've warned you to stay away from me. Do you even understand human speech? Huang Jun, however, wore a smirk on his face. Naive girl. I'm going to watch exactly how this kid dies inside the dungeon. I've never heard of a level 19 kid daring to go into the corrupted elf forest alone. Even class users nearing level 30 wouldn't dream of going in solo. Tisk, I'm afraid he'll wet his pants from sheer terror the moment he steps inside. He's still wet behind the ears, yet so arrogant and oblivious to the world. Once he goes in, he's as good as dead. Huang Jun's companions joined in, hurling one mockery after another. Have you guys heard about the level 18 gunslinger who killed hundreds of Sakura Country class users? This matter has already spread throughout the school. Luo Xia spoke up to remind them. Luo Xia, are you joking? Has he cast some kind of spell on you? An 18th level gunslinger killing hundreds of Sakura Country class holders? We've been grinding dungeons this whole time and don't know what's been happening at school these past few days, but even thinking with your ass, you'd know that's impossible. Huang Jun spoke as if he had just heard a ridiculous joke. Huang Jun, I have to weigh in here. This incident was witnessed by several students from our school, and I was an eyewitness myself. Are you suggesting that what we saw with our own eyes is false? Wu Mengyu also spoke up. Hearing this, Huang Jun was stunned and couldn't help but turn back to look at his teammates. However, his teammates shook their heads repeatedly. They were also unaware of this matter. At Huaqing Academy, most people were focused on their own studies and leveling up, so campus gossip didn't always reach everyone in a timely manner. Seeing Wu Mengyu speak with such certainty, Huang Jun was basically able to confirm the truth of the matter. After all, Wu Mengyu was dying to see Luo Xia make a fool of himself, so it was unlikely she was lying. Huang Jun thought for a moment before speaking. Who knows what kind of underhanded tricks he used. Right now, I just want to see how he plans on soloing the fallen elf forest. Even if the news about killing the Sakura Country class holders was true, Huang Jun still didn't believe that was the true strength of a level 19 gunslinger. He must have used some sort of shady methods. Wait here for me, I'll be right back. Chen remained indifferent, acting as if he hadn't even seen Huang Jun and the others. Chen couldn't be bothered to deal with such short-sighted trash. If they weren't on school grounds, Chen wouldn't have minded giving them a taste of lead. What a poser! Huang Jun muttered, clearly annoyed. The thought of someone else showing off in front of the goddess he pined for made his blood boil. However, he could only suppress his rage and wait for Chen to meet his end inside the dungeon. Stay safe. If you run into trouble, get out immediately. There's no shame in failing to solo a level 25 plus dungeon. Luo Xia and Wu Mengyu both offered their words of caution. Watching Huang Jun seethe with jealousy, his fists clenched tight, he simply couldn't fathom how a lowly gunslinger who hadn't even reached level 20 could command such protective care from these two great beauties. Moreover, judging by the situation, these two beauties both seemed to harbor special feelings for Chen. After a nod, Chen brought out the Gatling Purgatory. He then stood before the fallen elf forest dungeon and swiftly produced his points card. He shielded the special point card with his body and swiped it quickly. A total of 500 points were spent in one go. The point card machine displayed the clear rankings for each difficulty level. Chen took a glance. The record for nightmare difficulty was held by a 5-person team, all of whom were level 29 class users. It took them 1 hour and 30 minutes. The level limit for this dungeon on nightmare difficulty is 1 to 29 class users of a higher level are unable to enter. This team consists of a heavy warrior, a holy priest, 2 mages of rare classes, and a warlock. In terms of gear, everyone is equipped with 3 or 4 pieces of silver grade equipment. The warrior tanks the monsters, the priest provides healing, the warlock is responsible for reducing the monsters' resistances, and the 2 mages are free to unleash their full damage output. This record has stood for a full 2 years. There is a massive gap of half an hour between them and the second-place team. Immediately after, Chen stepped into the dungeon alone. However, this move sent shockwaves through the entire dungeon hall. Holy crap, a kid who isn't even level 20 is going to grind the fallen elf forest on nightmare difficulty? He's showing off way too much. Even the seniors wouldn't dare to solo this difficulty level. I bet he'll be scared out of there within 2 minutes of entering. It's just a waste of 500 points. Perhaps they come from such a wealthy background that they don't care about points at all. Maybe they just want to go in and enjoy the scenery. What scenery is there to see? Watching the fallen elves flaunt themselves? Aside from their good figures, their looks are, well, quite hard to describe. TSK. Who knows, maybe someone actually has a taste for that. No one dared to believe that Chen could solo a dungeon of this difficulty. Even those who knew about Chen killing the Sakura Country class holders couldn't bring themselves to believe in him. Inside a dungeon, it wasn't like back in the trial grounds. There would be no one to block enemies for Chen or provide him with enough space to deal damage. Chapter 82, The Fallen Elf Baron. This was simply unheard of, a complete fantasy. Aside from Wu Mingyu and Luo Xia, everyone else present felt that Chen was acting recklessly. However, as they watched Chen's figure vanish from the spot, they could at least be certain of his courage. Regardless of Chen's level, he had indeed entered the nightmare level dungeon entirely on his own. Immediately following that, after Chen underwent a period of time travel. When he reappeared, he was already within an ancient forest. Beneath a blood-red moon, the forest was pitch black. Through this darkness, a sense of malevolence seemed to brew, as if countless dangers were hidden within. A light breeze brushed past, creating constant rustling sounds, interspersed with occasional wails that struck fear into the heart. Chen looked toward the interior of the forest and could see fallen elves transformed into undead forms. They retained the elven physique, tall with long ears, but after their fall, they no longer possessed the free-spirited nature of original elves. Instead, it had become incredibly sinister and violent. Most of the fallen elves on the outskirts were elite monsters between levels 26 and 28. It must be noted that many of the creatures in the dungeon were elite monsters, whose EXP and strength far exceeded those of ordinary monsters of the same level. Level 20. There's hope. Chen took a quick look at the fallen elf stats. Fallen elf archer elite monster. Level 27. Strength 900. Agility 800. Intelligence 500. Skill, piercing arrow reduces all enemy defenses by 50%. Even elite monsters have their own skills, though this particular monster's skill was a passive one. However, such an elite monster was simply not worth mentioning in the face of Chen's bullets. There was no need to open up any distance. Chen took the initiative and fired rapidly toward the fallen archers. After a few shots, 3 fallen archers were gunned down, dissolving into nothingness. Ding! Congratulations on a level gap kill of a fallen elf archer, EXP plus 8,000. Congratulations on obtaining Fallen Soul X1. Next were the fallen elf warriors and assassins. Chen unleashed his full firepower, insta-killing every monster in sight. Ding! Congratulations on a level gap kill of a fallen elf warrior, EXP plus 90,000. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Luminous Grass X5. System notifications flooded the screen, and EXP began to skyrocket accordingly. It has to be said, soloing a dungeon makes EXP fly. It's much faster than carrying others. Chen pushed forward all the way, but remained vigilant about his safety in real time. Since he hadn't prepared a dungeon walkthrough in advance, Chen wasn't sure if there were any hidden dangers lurking ahead. He needed to maintain a high damage output while remaining constantly vigilant, prioritizing safety above all else. Fortunately, the entire push forward had been a breeze, almost like taking a stroll while gunning everything down. In terms of pace, it felt more like a leisurely walk through the dungeon. After pushing forward for about 20 minutes, he hadn't encountered any mini-bosses, only endless swarms of corrupted elf mobs. Could it be that this dungeon only has one boss? But it doesn't matter, without mini-bosses, the clearing speed will be even faster. The only thing giving Chen a bit of a headache was that this dungeon was massive, and without a dungeon map, he even found himself going in circles several times. It was a huge waste of time. Generally speaking, once school starts, there are specialized teachers who explain the characteristics, maps, and strategies of various dungeons to the students. It's a pity that Chen hadn't even attended a single class yet. He wandered around for another 10 minutes or so, during which time Chen didn't find any common monsters, as he was solely focused on searching for the boss. Finally, he found the final boss at the end of the dungeon, the fallen elf Baron, Yulan. Chen sized up the final boss of this dungeon. Baron Yulan was 3 times larger than an ordinary fallen elf, appearing in a fully spectral form, clad in noble attire and wielding a long sword. He looked up at the starry sky, his expression filled with sorrow. From time to time, he would murmur his lines, "Moon Goddess, when will the fallen elves be reunited with you? Damned high elves! We, the fallen elves, will fight you to the bitter end. It was you who turned us into these demonic beings. The Moon Goddess will never abandon us. King of the fallen elves. I believe you will lead us back into the embrace of the Moon Goddess." Listening to the fallen elf Baron's mutterings, it seemed as though this race had endured a story of profound sorrow. There must have been some past grievance with the high elves that led to their resentment, yet in their very bones, they still worshipped the Moon Goddess. Chen couldn't help but shake his head, unaware that they, much like the high elves, had already become nothing more than wild mobs or creatures within a dungeon. In other words, they had long since been abandoned by the elven race. No matter what tragic backstory he might have had, at this moment, he was nothing more than EXP for Chen. Chen first glanced at his information. Fallen Elf Baron Yulan Elite Boss. Level, 30. Strength, 3000. Agility, 2900. Intelligence, 600. Skills, Fallen Blade, Fallen Skin, Charge. High-level dungeons do not provide a biography for the boss. Instead, the boss's skills are directly visible. Judging by the Baron's skills, he is a warrior capable of both offense and defense. With strength and agility stats that were absurdly high, this elite dungeon boss was far more difficult to deal with than the stitched monstrosities encountered previously. But it didn't matter. Once Chen had adjusted his distance, he launched his attack immediately. Day. There was no aesthetic grace to the combat, just an opening volley of bullets that surged like a fire dragon. Before the once glorious fallen elven baron could even emerge from his sorrow, he had already been struck by over a dozen rounds. The fallen elven baron whipped his head around to glare at Chen, his eyes turning a blood-red hue. Its massive body moved directly toward Chen, though its movement was extremely slow due to the knockback effect of the bullets. When Chen's bullets struck its body, it was as if they were sinking into water. Although its health was dropping, the amount was pitifully small. Relying solely on bullet and mind damage is indeed too inefficient. I hope I can level up after killing the Baron. Otherwise, this mob grinding efficiency is just too low. It's probably going to take quite some time to clear this place out. Chen glanced at his EXP bar while maintaining his damage output, unable to help but complain. There's still about 20% of the EXP bar left. It's a bit tight. However, Chen didn't dare to lose focus for a second during his assault, fearing the fallen Baron might get within charging distance. As a long-range class, he was still quite wary of being closed in on by a melee class's charge. Chen even began to retreat while continuing his barrage. The output lasted for a full minute, shaving off half of its health. Let him have a taste of these grenades. Chapter 83, A New Dungeon Clearance Record. Immediately after, a G14 grenade was primed and hurled straight at the target. Accompanied by a burst of flames, the grenade instantly shattered the Baron's corrupted skin. Chen seemed to understand that the fallen elf Baron possessed such high resistance only because of his passive skill, Corrupted Skin. Once the corrupted skin was shattered, his defense would plummet instantly. The subsequent damage would then become much more direct. The fallen elf Baron was completely unable to move an inch, while the damage values increased exponentially. After another minute and under the onslaught of thousands of bullets, he was finally riddled with lead and collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on your leapfrog kill of the fallen elf Baron, EXP plus 120,000. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Fallen Leggings Bronze Grade, Equipment Level 20. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Baron's Sword Silver Grade, Equipment Level 20. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Nightshade Herb X20. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining cold iron ore X30.
Chen promptly stowed away the bronze-grade equipment, the silver-grade equipment, and all the other materials. Regarding equipment, Chen would consider keeping any usable silver-grade gear for himself. Naturally, he would make comparisons based on their damage stats. Chen intended to assemble a complete set of gear suitable for clearing dungeons. Since he couldn't use any of the equipment that had dropped so far, he considered selling them to the auction house or the black market later on. But right now, Chen's primary concern was the issue of EXP. Having cleared the entire dungeon, his EXP had reached 81%. Just one more run would allow him to successfully level up to 20. Chen was filled with anticipation for reaching level 20. More weapons and ammunition would be unlocked, and after the second-class advancement, earth-shattering changes would take place. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a massive notification sound echoed throughout the entire dungeon hall. Congratulations to class user Chen for setting a new record for the Fallen Elf Forest dungeon, with a total time of 35 minutes and 21 seconds. The team members include Level 19 Gunslinger. The sound of this announcement immediately caught everyone's attention. Those who were still outside the dungeon hall came running in one after another. Someone actually set a new dungeon record. It's been over a year since a new record was established. A level 19 Gunslinger? My god! This is the Fallen Elf Forest. How is it possible for one person to clear it alone? Wow, it's truly unbelievable. Such a low level, and a trash-tier Gunslinger class at that. This is terrifying. This Chen is the same Gunslinger who killed hundreds of Sakura Country players. I never imagined he'd be this badass. His dungeon clearing is just as lethal as his PvP. A glass cannon class, actually soloing the Fallen Elf Forest on nightmare difficulty. How on earth did he do it? Big boss, please carry me. Amidst a chorus of exclamations, a crowd of class users swarmed around Chen. Most of the people present looked at him with eyes full of admiration. It was worth noting that everyone there was several levels higher than Chen, yet in terms of raw strength, they were completely outclassed by him. Holy crap, you're a level 30 class user and you have the nerve to let a level 19 junior carry you? Have you no shame? Junior, I've heard your story. I'm only level 28, could you give me a carry too? Even Luo Xia and Wu Mingyu felt a burgeoning sense of pride. After all, they had both been carried by Chen. Chen scanned the surroundings, feeling a hint of impatience. Being stared at by a crowd wasn't exactly a pleasant feeling. Without hesitation, he entered the dungeon once again. Less than a minute after Chen entered the dungeon, another notification echoed through the dungeon hall. Congratulations to student Chen for setting a new record for the Fallen Elf Forest. You have earned 2,000 points and 10 contribution points. Rewards for breaking a dungeon clearance record can only be obtained once. Since breaking a dungeon clearance record requires verification by school officials, this announcement was slightly delayed. Chen also heard the notification while inside the dungeon. However, it left him slightly stunned. At Huaqing Academy, besides points, there were also contribution points? What is the use of contribution points? However, it is clear that contribution points cannot be easily obtained, meaning they are more important than regular points. It doesn't matter, the top priority right now is reaching level 20. With his previous experience, Chen was now much more proficient at clearing the corrupted elf forest. Bullets shot out like a fire dragon, sweeping through every corrupted elf in sight. Familiar with the terrain, Chen had already planned out his monster-grinding route. In about 20 minutes, he had fought his way to the end of the dungeon. This time, upon seeing the Baron, Chen opened the engagement immediately with a G14 hand grenade. He followed up with a barrage of gunfire, using the G14 hand grenade again as soon as its cooldown refreshed. In just 3 minutes, the fallen elf Baron collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on your leapfrog kill of the fallen elf Baron, EXP plus 120,000. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Fallen Gauntlets Bronze Grade, Equipment Level 20. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Black Feather Staff Silver Grade, Equipment Level 20. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Nightshade Herb X20. Ding!
Congratulations on obtaining Iron or X30. Outside the dungeon, the crowd was still buzzing with discussion about the record that had just been refreshed. However, the notification sound echoed through the dungeon hall once again. Congratulations to class user Chen for breaking the record for the Fallen Elf Forest dungeon, with a total time of 23 minutes and 24 seconds. As soon as the announcement sounded, the already noisy dungeon hall instantly reached a fever pitch. My God! He broke his own record again? What kind of god-tier dungeon clearing speed is this? This is terrifying. I'm afraid no one will be able to break this record for years. For years? Are you joking? Classes above level 30 can't even enter this dungeon. I believe only he can break his own record. It's simply impossible for anyone else. One person. Soloing. For so many years, no one has cleared it in under an hour, yet this gunslinger didn't even take 30 minutes. I'm willing to call him the strongest. Indeed. Below level 30, I'm afraid no one can surpass him. The crowd broke into a flurry of discussion, every face filled with shock. It has been a long time since there was such explosive news. And they were all eyewitnesses at the scene. They couldn't figure out how Chun had managed to do it either. I really can't wrap my head around how he killed the Baron. That Baron is terrifyingly tanky, not to mention its damage. Most importantly, the Baron can charge. Soloing it is a nightmare for any ranged class. But what if the range is extremely long? That still won't work. No matter how long the range is, there will always be a time when the Baron closes in. A charge only requires a distance of over 300 meters. But what if we combine ultra-long range with control skills? That should solve the problem, shouldn't it? Chapter 84, The Perverse Second Awakening Quest. While the discussion continued outside, Chen once again heard the familiar notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, on leveling up. Your current level is 20. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Basic stats have increased by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 free stat point, which can be allocated freely. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the Springfield .3006 Enhanced Armor Piercing Rounds ignores 60% of enemy defense, damage plus 150, knockback effect. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have unlocked Cryo Rounds applies a freeze effect to all enemies within 20 meters of the target for 5 seconds compatible with any machine gun 10 rounds per use 10-second cooldown. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking Explosive Rounds converts 20 bullets into fire stats bullets, adding a flame explosion attack, damage plus 500, cooldown 20 seconds. The bullets have been enhanced again, with 2 new types added, one with a freezing effect and another with fire attribute area of effect damage. In other words, from now on, while Chen is spraying bullets with his machine gun, he will also be able to produce effects similar to those of a mage. The mere thought of it was incredibly thrilling. Now, along with the increased damage, he had gained an additional crowd control effect and an area of effect attack. However, the system notifications were not over yet. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reaching level 20. Please complete the Second Awakening class quest. Chen took a deep breath. The current rewards were still far from enough. The rewards following the second class advancement would be the truly substantial ones. Just as Chen was contemplating the second advancement, the notification sound rang out once more. Congratulations to student Chen for setting a new record in the Fallen Elf Forest, earning 2,000 points. To prevent students from exploiting loopholes and endlessly farming dungeon records, contribution points can only be earned once. Chen didn't care about any of that and exited the dungeon directly. However, as soon as he stepped out, he was surrounded by a crowd once again. Acting like reporters, they swarmed Chen and asked, "Hey handsome, how did you manage to clear the mob so quickly? Student, would you mind sharing how you killed the Baron so fast? Do you have any tips or insights for clearing this dungeon?" The people asking questions ranged from level 20 to 30. None were higher level than Chen, yet every one of them was asking with genuine humility. My takeaway is this: if your firepower is fierce enough, there isn't a boss you can't kill. Chen spoke flatly. Damn, that's basically saying nothing, but it actually seems to be the truth. As long as the firepower is intense, it's true that no boss is unkillable. The key still lies in the efficiency of the output. Why do I suddenly feel like Chen is such a badass? Chen ignored them, instead casting a brief glance at Luo Xia and Wu Mengyu. He then quickly left the noisy dungeon hall. Luo Xia and Wu Mengyu followed closely behind him. Watching this scene, Huang Jun gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it! How can this kid be so fierce? Seeing this, his companion said, Brother Huang, what should we do? I feel like Luo Xia has already taken a liking to this kid. Humph. So what if this kid clears dungeons fast? He's only a level 20 guy after all. If I run into him in the wild, I'll definitely show him what's what. Luo Xia can only belong to me. Meanwhile, Chen had led the two girls a long distance away, arriving at a relatively quiet area. Do I go to the mission hall to pick up the second-class advancement quest? Chen asked. You dummy! You're so powerful when it comes to clearing dungeons and killing enemies, yet you don't even understand basic common sense. Luo Xia's lips curled upward as she began to tease him. She felt quite happy in her heart to be able to deflate a man with such ferocious damage output. That's right. Class advancement quests need to be picked up at the class hall. They're different from ordinary quests. Wu Mengyu also said with a smile. They aren't even the same mission, and they're in different locations. Chen shook his head inside. TSK. Now that you've reached level 20, you must be anxious to complete your second-class advancement. I'll take you there. Luo Xia smiled. Regardless of the class, every professional is anxious to complete their second and third awakenings. After the second awakening, they can unlock more skills and stats. Let's go. Chen did not hesitate. He straightforwardly accompanied Luo Xia and Wu Mengyu to the class hall. Compared to the town hall or the dungeon hall, the class hall was deserted. Aside from a few staff members, not a single soul could be seen. That machine over there first, let it identify your class, then decide whether to accept the class quest. Once you've confirmed, just swipe your points card. Wu Mengyu rushed to explain before Luo Xia could speak. Humph. What a fawning vixen. Luo Xia let out a soft snort at the sight. Wu Mengyu, however, didn't seem to mind at all, her face full of smug satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Chen followed Wu Mengyu's instructions. The machine displayed all of Chen's information, including his level and class. Subsequently, the Gunslinger advancement quest appeared on the screen. In the distant Norway dungeon, there lived a group of brilliant known weapon master systems who possessed many advanced blueprints. Unfortunately, during a cataclysm, the entire population of Norway dungeon was afflicted by the flesh curse and became servants of the void. Gunslingers, if you wish to complete your second advancement, please retrieve the pterosaur aircraft blueprints for me. Accept the quest? Upon acceptance, please pay 1,000 points within 30 seconds. Reading the mission description, Chen couldn't help but gasp. 1,000 points, that's damn expensive. If it were any other freshman, they probably wouldn't be able to gather that many points in such a short time, even after reaching level 20. Fortunately, Chen already had over 100,000 points in his account after arriving at Huaqing Academy. According to the mission briefing, barring any surprises, he would need to kill the final boss of this dungeon mission to obtain the pterosaur aircraft blueprints. After accepting the quest, Chen looked back at Luo Xia and Wu Mengyu. He asked, "What level is the Norei dungeon?" Luo Xia quickly replied, "Well, it's usually a dungeon that requires a 5-person party of level 27 or 28 classes to clear. However, the efficiency is very low, it drops very little gear, and since it's underground, the paths are winding and difficult to navigate." Wu Mengyu added, "That's right. I've heard from upperclassmen who have been there that sometimes the final boss of this dungeon doesn't drop anything at all." Hearing this, Chen frowned slightly and continued, "Then, have they ever had any blueprints drop?" Wu Mengyu pondered for a moment, and after thinking it over, she quickly shook her head. "I've never heard of blueprints dropping there." Chen took a deep breath. In other words, this blueprint could only be dropped by a gunslinger who was currently on their class quest. Other classes without the quest active would not be able to obtain this blueprint. If that were the case, it would undoubtedly present a significant challenge for the Gunslinger. Class quests must be undertaken alone, which meant one would have to be soloing this dungeon. Why is the Gunslinger, a hidden class, so difficult? Chapter 85, Soloing the Dungeon. Or rather, is the second class advancement task for all hidden classes this challenging? At this thought, Chen couldn't help but think of Snow. He wondered what level she was now and which academy she was attending. Are you going to wait for me, or go level up? Chen looked at Luo Xia and Wu Mingyu and asked. The two women glanced at each other and said in unison, "We'll wait for you." Wu Mingyu added, "Let me see if your machine gun gets even bigger after the second class advancement, and if your output becomes more violent and lasting." Luo Xia seemed to catch the underlying meaning in Wu Mingyu's words and said displeasedly, "Shut up, you vixen." Chen, be careful with everything, this dungeon is extremely difficult. Chen nodded with a smile. It must be said that Luo Xia had a bit of a young mistress personality and was quite extroverted, but she truly stood no chance against the outspoken and reckless Wu Mingyu. Ignoring the verbal sparring between the two women, Chen teleported directly from the class hall into the nightmare difficulty Noah's underground dungeon. According to Chen's logic, if he cleared the normal or hard difficulties, the drop rate for the pterosaur aircraft blueprints would be very low, so he might as well tackle the hardest one. It was also the perfect opportunity to test the power of his new bullets. As for the expenditure of points, Chen didn't care in the slightest. Immediately afterward, he appeared above a dungeon. Below him lay a spiraling subterranean passage, entirely constructed from white metal. Orderly drainage pipes, brightly lit corridors, and patrolling cursed gnome soldiers were all visible. These soldiers were fully armed with firearms, and some were even mounted on mechanical steeds. Every detail showcased the advanced technology of this dungeon. Chen even began to suspect that the technology here was not at all inferior to the human technology on the surface. The human technological civilization on the ground resembled the era of the Industrial Revolution from before Chen's transmigration. Let's head down first. Chen did not delay. He picked up the Gatling Purgatory and moved out quickly. Due to the swirling nature of the passage, Chen was unable to find a particularly good vantage point for shooting. He simply decided to kill every enemy he encountered. Day. A burst of machine gun fire peppered the cursed gnome warrior standing before him. Ding! Congratulations on killing a cursed gnome warrior above your level, EXP plus 8,000. Ding! Congratulations on killing a cursed gnome warrior above your level, EXP plus 8,000. These gnome warriors were all level 28, yet the EXP they provided was meager. Furthermore, they didn't drop a single thing on the ground. No wonder this was considered a dungeon with extremely low cost performance value. However, it didn't matter. Chen was primarily here for his class quest. But the sound of Chen's gunfire had drawn the aggro of many cursed gnomes. Due to the spiral passage, Chen was actually not far from the cursed gnomes. Consequently, after killing a few of them, he drew the attention of the other surrounding cursed gnomes. Although Chen couldn't see exactly how many cursed gnomes were attacking him, more than 10 had already emerged from the spiral passage. Fortunately, these cursed gnomes possessed no special skills. Some were ordinary elite monsters, while a significant number were just common mobs. Common mobs were considerably weaker than elite monsters. Chen immediately started opening fire. Day. Bullets erupted like tongues of fire. As the dense hail of bullets sprayed out, the subsequent waves of cursed gnomes charged forward one after another. Chen continued firing while leaning to the side, trying to gauge exactly how many cursed gnomes there were. What he saw startled him. Within his field of vision, hundreds of cursed gnomes had already gathered. Because these cursed gnomes were small in stature, overcrowding was not a significant concern for them. Then let's see just how powerful these explosive rounds are. Chen activated the explosive rounds immediately. Day. Boom! The bullets streaked out trailing flames the moment they struck several cursed gnomes. The fire erupted like a massive explosion. Every cursed gnome within a 30-meter radius was caught in the blast. For a moment, the sparks were blindingly brilliant, and the damage boosted by critical hits instantly blew the cursed gnomes into fine powder. Flesh and blood flew amidst the sparks. The damage from the flame bullet was indeed terrifying, even surpassing that of the G14 grenade, though its area of effect was not as wide. However, its base damage was more than double that of the G14 grenade. Nevertheless, Chen was certain that after the second-class advancement, these special weapons and munitions could be upgraded to increase their damage and stats. Since he hadn't reached the second advancement yet, they currently had no level. Ding! Congratulations on killing a cursed gnome warrior above your level, EXP plus 8,000. Ding! Congratulations on killing a cursed common gnome warrior above your level, EXP plus 1,000. Ding! Congratulations on killing a cursed common gnome warrior above your level, EXP plus 1,000. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining black iron ore. Chen's slaughter continued. By the time he had exhausted all his explosive rounds, the spiral passage was filled with the corpses of cursed gnomes and drifting plumes of black smoke. 20 rounds of explosive rounds, and they were all wiped out. It has to be said, the area of effect damage from the explosive rounds is quite impressive. It packs a serious punch. Chen, who had been maintaining a calm expression, now showed a look of joy. Next, Chen followed the spiral passage and soon reached the dungeon area. It was a circular hall with several other passages branching off from it. There was no telling where these tunnels might lead. Hundreds of cursed gnomes were gathered in the hall. They were busy transporting various parts and assembling a chariot in the central area. Seated upon this chariot was a male gnome dressed in rather magnificent attire, flaunting his noble status. Chen quickly glanced at the information of this male gnome. Cursed Gnome Sergeant Mechatork Elite Boss? Level 32. Strength 3000. Agility 2800. Intelligence 5300. Skills: Thunderbolt Missile, Machine Gun Strafe. Holy, another ranged attacker, and he wants to go head-to-head with me? Chen frowned. Although there were only 2 skills, it was certain that both involved mechanized weaponry. It was also evident that the stats of this cursed gnome sergeant were determined based on his attributes after mounting the chariot. Taking him down would not be that easy. I wonder what his range is like. No class should be able to match my range. Regardless, I'll lock down the range advantage first. Chen pondered for a moment. As a squishy gunslinger, Chen didn't have the confidence to trade damage blow for blow with an elite boss. Immediately after, Chen began to retreat, positioning himself at a range of exactly 1,000 meters. Da-did-day-day-day. Boom! 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 Immediately following that, the rapid firing commenced. However, in order to clear the mobs as quickly as possible, Chen fired a few standard rounds first. Seeing that the mobs had gathered slightly, he then unleashed the flame burst bullets. In this way, the speed of slaying the monsters increased significantly. Chapter 86, Completing the Second Awakening Quest Alone. Using more than a dozen explosive shells, he instantly cleared out the vast majority of the mobs, while the remaining shells rained down upon the cursed gnome non-commissioned officer. The cursed gnome non-commissioned officer was momentarily dazed by the explosions. Seeing that his soldiers had all been killed, he flew into a violent rage. Driving his tank-like chariot, he began moving toward Chen's position. While moving, he did not forget to fire a thunderbolt missile. While firing, Chen held his breath, remaining hyper-aware of even the slightest movement on the battlefield. It was truly impossible to determine the exact attack range of this boss. As the thunderbolt missile rapidly closed in on him, Chen finally confirmed it. The range of this missile was even greater than his own. A missile is a missile, after all its range was naturally beyond what a machine gun could rival. Just as the thunderbolt missile was about to reach him, Chen hastily activated his escape skill. After escaping a certain distance, a worried Chen didn't bother shooting at the cursed gnome sergeant, instead moving laterally with everything he had. He had to maintain his firing range against the cursed gnome sergeant while ensuring he stayed far away from the blast radius of the thunderbolt missile. Boom! In just 0.5 seconds, The thunderbolt missile detonated instantly at the spot where Chen had been standing moments before. The violent explosion kicked up a small mushroom cloud, with the shockwave extending over 70 meters. Chen was positioned right at the very edge of this blast radius. The violent explosion caused the entire dungeon to tremble, as if an earthquake had occurred. Holy crap, if I got hit by that, I'd lose a layer of skin. Chen patted his chest. Fortunately, it was a close call, but no harm was done. However, it must be said that this boss is indeed very difficult. The thunderbolt missile alone is enough to give any team a run for their money. If it hits a long-range class, the vast majority of them would be killed instantly, without even a chance to exit the dungeon. Only a tank would be able to withstand a couple of hits. Even Chen could only be confident in withstanding a single blow. After all, the tenacity provided by a full warlord set is no joke. However, it was simply no match for a proper tank. After the close call, Chen pulled out his machine gun and resumed firing away. The cooldown for this thunderbolt missile should be quite long for a skill with this much power. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it an ultimate, and such skills usually have lengthy cooldowns. As the machine gun continued to fire rapidly, Chen noticed that its knockback effect was hardly noticeable at all. Could it be that because this boss is riding a chariot, the knockback effect is being mitigated? Or is it because the level gap is too high? Chen fell into thought. Meanwhile, the cursed gnome non-commissioned officer stood atop the tank-shaped chariot, grabbing a machine gun and beginning to fire wildly at Chen. However, his machine gun's range was far inferior to Chen's. Chen could hit him, but his machine gun couldn't reach Chen at all. Dud-did-day-day-day. Dud-did-day-day-day. The machine guns of both sides roared at each other. Chen's machine gun fire struck the chariot, while the cursed gnome non-commissioned officer's round swept across the ground. The metal floor rang out with a series of sharp clangs. But Chen knew very well that if he allowed this gnome officer to close within 700 meters, he would be riddled with bullets like a sieve. As for how much bullet damage he could withstand, Chen was very uncertain. The only certainty was that a class user's health pool was far lower than that of an elite boss, and even lower than that of elite monsters or common mobs. The gap between the two sides was anything but negligible. In a head-on confrontation, only a mage of the same level might stand a chance, while other classes had slim to no prospects. Let's give the freezing bullets a try. Chen immediately fired a freezing bullet. Upon impact, the freezing bullet shattered into a massive expanse of frost, freezing the chariot dead in its tracks. Taking advantage of the opening, Chen continued his onslaught of damage. While the freeze effect typically lasts 5 seconds, the boss's natural resilience meant the actual crowd control would likely hold for only about 2 seconds. He had to make every moment count, unleashing as much damage as possible within those 2 seconds. Sure enough, after 2 seconds of sustained fire, the cursed gnome sergeant broke free from the ice and continued its advance. Chen had no choice but to fire another freezing bullet. The cursed gnome sergeant was frozen once more, but Chen knew full well that this trick could only be used 10 times. Once the 10 freezing bullets were exhausted, the skill would enter a cooldown period, requiring 10 seconds before it could be used again. Therefore, Chen had to kill the boss as quickly as possible before the freezing bullets went on cooldown. Chen simply threw G14 grenades and blazing bullets at the boss whenever their cooldowns were ready, maximizing his own damage output. As time passed, he eventually used up his second-to-last freezing grenade. The cursed gnome sergeant driving the chariot finally tumbled down from the vehicle. Ding! Congratulations on killing the cursed gnome sergeant above your level. EXP plus 20,000. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Mechanical Gauntlet Silver Grade, Equipment Level 25. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Noah's Screw X5. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Pterosaur Aircraft Blueprint. Chen listened to the mechanical notification tones and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It had to be said, this dungeon was indeed extremely difficult. It even posed a certain level of threat to himself. At the same time, a notification echoed through the dungeon hall and the class hall. Congratulations to class user Chen for breaking the Noah dungeon record with a total time of 30 minutes and 37 seconds. Immediately,
it sparked another wave of exclamations from the crowd. Holy crap, he cleared another dungeon in such a short time? And he even broke the record for the Noah dungeon? Noah's dungeon? That dungeon is notoriously difficult and has a terrible cost-performance ratio. Why would he go there? Could it be a class quest? It must be a class quest. Didn't you see? He was already level 20 when he came out just now, and then he headed straight for Noah's dungeon. That's terrifying. When I reached level 20, I didn't even dare attempt my class quest. I waited until level 22 to finally complete it. Your class quest is nothing compared to his. This Chen's Gunslinger is a hidden class, and the class quests for hidden classes are several times more difficult than ordinary ones. Exactly. I heard that back in the day, Elder Zhong from the southern military region barely managed to complete his second advancement quest at level 29. Yet Chen, also a gunslinger, finished his second advancement quest all by himself, at only level 20. This is insane, he's a complete monster. The crowd erupted into a flurry of discussion. Meanwhile, in the class hall, Luo Xia and Wu Mengyu were visibly brimming with excitement. Chen had already brought them so many miracles. Luo Xia clenched his fist and said with a face full of thrill, "No way, I have to level up faster too. Otherwise, he'll overtake my level in a matter of days. If that happens, it would be incredibly embarrassing." Chapter 87, The Missile-Mounted Sniper Rifle. It has only been a few days, and yet Chen has already leveled up from level 10 to level 20. The terrifying speed of leveling up was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Luo Xia, who was already somewhat competitive by nature, was instantly ignited with a fighting spirit. There was no more room for slacking off. Wu Mengyu also took a deep breath. Exactly. If we don't work hard to level up, we won't just be overtaken, we'll be left further and further behind. As they spoke, Chen had already emerged from the white swirling teleportation array. In other words, Chen had completed the second job advancement quest. He cleared it that quickly? Luo Xia hurried forward. Chen nodded. This dungeon is indeed quite difficult. The boss turned out to be a long-range attacker. TSK. But didn't you clear it anyway? Is your range even longer than the boss's? Wu Mengyu said with a smile. The gun's range is indeed superior, but that guy has missiles. I can't compete with the range of a missile. Chen replied, looking as if he still had lingering fears. If not for his escape skills, even Chen would have likely struggled to dodge the missile attack. The speed of those missiles was no joke. Any priest, warlock, or archer classes lacking displacement abilities would have been forced to take the damage head-on. If their level and equipment weren't up to par, they would likely have lost their lives on the spot. With this in mind, Chen also looked forward to possessing similar equipment and weapons. The second job advancement quest is also submitted here, right? Chen followed up with a question. Yes. You just need to click on the machine. Luo Xia responded. Chen quickly checked the machine and found the reward for completing the task. After clicking it, the pterosaur aircraft blueprint in his storage space vanished. Then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing the second awakening quest. Ding! Congratulations, host. All base stats have increased by +50. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the Dongfeng Sniper, a modern micro-missile sniper rifle. It cannot be loaded with conventional bullets and requires micro-missiles or micro-special stats shells. This weapon features growth potential. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the laser gun. Deals light stats damage via laser emitters and inflicts the blindness status on enemies within a certain range. Cannot be used in heavy fog, snow, or rain.